Chapter 1. The Banquet. A tangle of heartfelt yearnings and subtle provocations. Could it be that the little princess of the Jiang family has found herself in such a predicament? As Jiang Qing stepped into the banquet hall, the crystal chandelier's shimmering light left her feeling as though she had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. Su Zhe, with his insincere expression, leaned in, mockingly alluding to the Jiang family's recent minor mishaps, while whispers swirled around her like venomous serpents, placing her under unbearable scrutiny. Who is Jiang Qing? Throughout her life, she has been the center of admiration. When has she ever endured such indignity? Infuriating. Today, she would ensure that this crowd understands that the little princess of the Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Just then, Madame Lin sauntered over, her waist swaying, her face painted like a palette, adorned with a feigned smile. "Oh, is this not the little princess of the Jiang family? You dare to attend such a prestigious banquet?" Truly basking in your father's glory, Jiang Qing clenched her teeth, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. She understood that these people were envious, wishing to drag her down from her pedestal and trample her mercilessly. But she could not afford to falter, nor could she disappoint her father. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing raised an elegant smile, preparing to retaliate. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice emerged from behind her. "Miss, you are blocking my path." Jiang Qing turned, only to be met by a pair of eyes as profound as the night sky. The man stood tall, exuding a formidable aura, radiating an air of danger. He was Xiao Qingyan. A shiver coursed through Jiang Qing's heart, a strange sensation washing over her. Instinctively, she stepped aside to allow him passage, only to hear him chuckle softly. Quite perceptive. Jiang Qing felt a surge of anger rising within her, ready to retort, yet she was halted by the bodyguard accompanying him. A playful smirk danced at the corners of his lips as he turned to leave. Jiang Qing glared at his retreating figure, fists clenched in a silent vow. "Xiao Qingyan, just you wait." "Miss Jiang, standing here alone must be rather dull." A greasy voice interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Qing frowned, knowing without looking that it was the insufferable young Master Li, who buzzed around her like a persistent fly. Jiang Qing inclined her head slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Xiao." Her eyes sparkled, imbued with a hint of mischief. Xiao Qingyan's lips curled into a faint smile, about to speak again when a woman clad in an extravagant evening gown approached. "Brother Qingyan, why have you been chatting with her for so long?" The woman pouted playfully, linking her arm through Xiao Qingyan's. As Jiang Qing observed the woman's actions, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her, yet she swiftly mastered emotions, maintaining her polite smile. Xiao Qingyan gently patted the woman's hand, just discussing some business matters. He then turned to Jiang Qing. "Miss Jiang, this is Su Yao." "Mr. Su." Sister Jiang Qing nodded to Su Yao. "Hello, Miss Su." However, Su Yao merely lifted her chin in a haughty manner, offering no response. At that moment, the music in the hall began, an elegant waltz resonating through the air. Su Yao's eyes lit up as she grasped Xiao Qingyan's hand. "Brother Qingyan, let us dance." Despite his reluctance, Xiao Qingyan allowed himself to be led into the dance floor. Jiang Qing watched the two of them, a pang of despondency settling in her heart. She turned and made her way to the corner where the refreshments were laid out. Just as she picked up a small cake, a young man approached her. "Miss Jiang, greetings. I am Lu Ziming from the Lu Group." Jiang Qing responded politely. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Lu Ziming wore a warm smile. "Your performance over there was truly admirable. May I have the honor of dancing with you?" Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment, noticing the closeness between Xiao Qingyan and Su Yao on the dance floor, before nodding in agreement. As Jiang Qing and Lu Ziming stepped into the dance floor, Xiao Qingyan's gaze was immediately drawn to them. He observed Jiang Qing dancing with Lu Ziming, a frown creasing his brow, causing his own movements to falter. Su Yao, noticing his distraction, expressed her dissatisfaction, yet Xiao Qingyan paid her no mind. As the dance concluded, Jiang Qing thanked Lu Ziming. Before Lu Ziming could engage her further in conversation, a commotion erupted from the crowd. It turned out that young Master Li, unwilling to let the incident of Jiang Qing dousing him with wine go unpunished, was storming toward her with a few accomplices in tow. Jiang Qing regarded them with eyes devoid of fear, instead laced with a hint of derision. Xiao Qingyan, noticing the unfolding scene, quickly extricated himself from Su Yao and rushed toward Jiang Qing. Onlookers held their breath, uncertainty hanging thick in the air regarding what would transpire next. Chapter 2. A chance encounter in the garden. Heartfelt longings unfolding. The dance floor buzzed with excitement, yet Jiang Qing felt an oppressive heaviness in the air. The probing and envious gazes directed her way, causing her discomfort. She seized the opportunity to excuse herself to the garden for a breath of fresh air, seeking refuge from the crowd's scrutiny. The evening breeze caressed her, and the garden bloomed with vibrant flowers, their fragrance enchanting, yet it could not dispel the inexplicable agitation brewing within her. Upon reaching a secluded corner, she overheard whispers nearby, putting on quite the act. Who doesn't know her family? The voices, though hushed, were clear enough for Jiang Qing to hear. So in their eyes, her demeanor tonight was merely a facade of composure. Jiang Qing let out a self-deprecating laugh, a wave of helplessness washing over her. Her ever-present aide, Secretary Zhang, had been called away by a servant, claiming that her father urgently needed him. Watching Secretary Zhang's hurried departure, a sense of loneliness and vulnerability enveloped her. Though the garden was exquisite, it radiated an icy chill that left her feeling suffocated. It seems Miss Jiang's situation is rather precarious. A low, magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Jiang Qing turned to see Xiao Qingyan, having appeared behind her unbeknownst to her, his features sharply defined in the dim light, his deep-set eyes seemingly harboring endless secrets. The unique aura he exuded, tinged with danger and allure, sent her heart racing uncontrollably. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Qing instinctively inquired, her tone betraying a hint of unease. Xiao Qingyan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. "Miss Jiang, you play your part well. Your subtle game of cat and mouse is quite impressive." He assumed she had intentionally retreated to the garden to capture his attention, considering her frequent glances in his direction at the banquet. A wave of indignation surged within Jiang Qing. "What are you talking about? Who is acting?" She despised it when others interpreted her every action as a calculated scheme, especially when it came from Xiao Qingyan. It was he who had appeared unannounced, yet somehow she was in the wrong? "Oh, is that not the case?" Xiao Qingyan's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Miss Jiang, your seemingly pitiful demeanor is quite a sight to behold." Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the anger rising within her. She did not wish to engage further with this man, and turned to leave. "What's this? Have I struck a nerve, causing you to bristle in indignation?" Xiao Qingyan interjected, blocking her path, his voice laced with teasing. Jiang Qing shot her gaze upwards, her eyes filled with defiance. "Mr. Xiao, you seem to have misunderstood. I came here solely to get some air. It has nothing to do with your wild speculations." Her tone was resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Xiao Qingyan studied her clear gaze, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged her? This girl appeared to be far more complex than he had initially presumed. He withdrew his hand, his tone softening slightly. "I apologize for my abruptness. Miss Jiang, please do not take offense." Seeing the shift in his demeanor, Jiang Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her evidently. Her explanation had borne fruit. She offered a slight smile. "It's all right, I wasn't bothered." The tension that had previously characterized their interaction dissipated, replaced by an undercurrent of subtle intimacy. Xiao Qingyan regarded her, his gaze imbued with curiosity and tenderness. Jiang Qing caught the change in his expression, a flicker of pride igniting within her. Suddenly, the sound of Xiao Qingyan's phone ringing shattered the tranquil moment. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Chapter 3. Behind the Heartbeat. The emergence of suspicion. Xiao Qingyan glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly turned grave. After a brief exchange of words, he ended the call and turned his gaze to Jiang Qing, his eyes a complex interplay of emotions. Yet he merely parted his lips to say, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away with purpose, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Qing to respond. Jiang Qing stood rooted to the spot, watching Xiao Qingyan's figure vanish into the night, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. How could he just leave without so much as a word? Just moments ago, "Forget it, I won't dwell on it." Jiang Qing huffed in irritation and turned to return to the banquet hall. As she stepped inside, she immediately spotted her father, his face set in a serious expression, evidently waiting for her. His tone was subdued as he scanned Jiang Qing with piercing eyes that a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. "What is going on between you and Xiao Qingyan?" he asked bluntly. His voice tinged with an imperceptible anger. Jiang Qing stammered, unsure of how to articulate her explanation. "Don't tell me you just happened to run into each other," her father interrupted, his gaze sharp, "that I have heard the rumors regarding your relationship." Jiang Qing's complexion paled, biting her lip at a loss for words. Seeing his daughter in such a state only fueled her father's ire. "Jiang Qing, you'd better be honest with me." Jiang Qing was about to explain when a voice interrupted her. "Jiang Zong, it's been a while." Under pressure from her father, Jiang Qing's face flushed crimson, struggling to utter a word. That moment, a slick-haired man approached, breaking the tense atmosphere between father and daughter. It was Suja, a business partner of the Jiang family and a notorious playboy who had shown interest in Jiang Qing. Though she felt no spark in return, Suja's timely arrival diverted her father's attention, and he began to engage in small talk with him. Finally, Jiang Qing seized the opportunity to escape, slipping away faster than a rabbit. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Qing collapsed on her bed, exhaling deeply. That dinner had been more exhausting than running a marathon. Rubbing her temples, she couldn't help but have Xiao Qingyan's figure flash through her mind. His resolute departure had doused the flickering flame of hope in her heart like a bucket of icy water. How infuriating! To tease and then flee. What kind of man does that? As she was grumbling, a knock on the door interrupted her, and a servant entered with a bouquet of vibrant red roses. There was no card, no signature, as mysterious as a specter in the midnight hour. Jiang Qing frowned even more at the sight of the flowers. Who sent them? Xiao Qingyan or Suja? She didn't believe Suja possessed such romantic inclinations. Could it be another suitor? Jiang Qing tugged at her hair in frustration, unable to fathom the mystery. "I won't think about it. Whatever comes, let it come. Whoever it is, let them be." She poured herself a glass of red wine from the table, elegantly draining it in one gulp. No matter what phantoms or demons may arise, Jiang Qing was not one to be easily intimidated. The following day, Jiang Qing appeared at the company, invigorated and radiant, like a blooming rose, drawing the attention of all around her. After the previous banquet, her reputation within the circle had grown even more illustrious. Intelligent, beautiful, from a good family, and above all, so audacious. She was the epitome of a goddess. Many young scions were eager to catch a glimpse of her. Just then, a familiar figure obstructed her path. "Jiang Qing, we need to talk." Suja's face was grim, his tone laced with a barely concealed anger. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Talk? About what?" "You already declined the last collaboration." Suja's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure. "The last matter was a miscalculation on my part. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration regarding the Jiang family's project." "What do you mean, Suja?" Jiang Qing's voice turned icy, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions to exploit me to gain access to the Jiang family's project." "Dream on." Suja's eyes flickered, lowering his voice to issue a threat. "Jiang Qing, don't make the mistake of refusing my offer. Do you think no one noticed your little antics at the banquet?" If I were to expose those incidents, a chill ran through Jiang Qing. She had indeed acted out of line at the banquet, and if those actions were made public, it would severely tarnish her reputation. Clenching her fists, she struggled to contain her emotions. That moment, Mrs. Lin sauntered over, a gleeful expression on her face. "Oh, if it isn't Miss Jiang. What brings you here in private conversation with young Master Su? Is there good news to share?" Her acerbic words pierced Jiang Qing's nerves like needles. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing suppressed her rising anger and retorted coolly, "Mrs. Lin, what I discuss with young Master Su is none of your concern. Perhaps you should worry less about others and more about your own affairs before your tongue gets you into trouble." Mrs. Lin was momentarily silenced, her face flushing with anger, just as she was about to retort. "Jiang Qing," a deep voice interrupted from behind. The presence of Xiao Qingyan immediately thickened the air around them. His mere stance exuded a commanding aura that silenced the crowd. Suja and Mrs. Lin's faces paled, instinctively retreating a few steps as if faced with a predator. Jiang Qing's previously taut nerves relaxed at the sight of Xiao Qingyan, and she raised her chin slightly, a hint of triumph in her demeanor. As if to say, See, my ally has arrived. Xiao Qingyan cast a glance at Jiang Qing, a flicker of gentleness passing through his eyes. The tenderness in his gaze made her heart skip a beat. With him backing her, Jiang Qing felt emboldened that Mrs. Lin, your eyesight seems to be failing. Young Master Su and I are merely discussing business matters. How did it turn into a private meeting? Your imagination would be better suited for writing novels. She paused, her tone becoming sharper. And as for you, young Master Su, if you think you can use me to seize the Jiang family's project, you might as well abandon that thought that I am not so easily manipulated. With just a few words, Jiang Qing exposed Suzhou and Mrs. Lin's underhanded schemes. The crowd around them expressed admiration for Jiang Qing's wit and courage, their gazes towards Suzhou and Mrs. Lin filled with disdain that Suzhou's face turned an ashen shade, but he dared not speak further to Mrs. Lin. Shaking with rage, could only retreat in defeat. After the banquet concluded, Xiao Qingyan approached Jiang Qing, his voice low yet resonant. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we have dinner together? Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right. Watching Jiang Qing depart, a knowing smile graced Xiao Qingyan's lips, laden with meaning. Upon returning home, as Jiang Qing changed out of her shoes, her father's voice resonated from the study. Qing, come here for a moment. Chapter 5. Aftermath of the banquet. Emerging concerns as Jiang Qing stepped into her home, the crystal chandelier cast a luminous glow upon her, accentuating her beauty. However, before she could relish a moment of tranquility, her father's somber voice beckoned from the study. Qing, come here. A sense of dread gripped her heart as the event of the banquet replayed in her mind like a revolving lantern. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the study door. What on earth happened today? You were seen with Xiao Qingyan, and it stirred quite the commotion, her father said, setting aside his documents, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing dared not conceal anything, recounting the events of the banquet in detail, including the provocations from Suzhou and Mrs. Lin, as well as Xiao Qingyan's timely intervention to as her father listened. His expression grew grave. Qing, do you know who Xiao Qingyan is? He is not to be trifled with. Getting too close to him can be perilous, her father sighed, stepping closer to her, his tone earnest. Qing, I have been through much in life. Some matters are not as they seem. Xiao Qingyan's methods are far more ruthless than you can imagine. Jiang Qing's heart sank at her father's words, echoing in her ears, though her understanding of Xiao Qingyan was limited. The piercing gaze he had during the banquet had indeed instilled a sense of fear within her. Back in her room, Jiang Qing lay on her bed, yet sleep eluded her. Xiao Qingyan's figure lingered in her mind. One moment he was fiercely protective of her at the banquet. The next he was the cold-hearted figure her father had described. This conflicting sensation left her in turmoil. She was uncertain about her feelings for Xiao Qingyan. Was it gratitude, curiosity, or something else entirely? This ambiguity left her feeling uneasy that on the following morning, Jiang Qing stared at Xiao Qingyan's number on her phone, hesitating for a long while, recalling her father's warnings, along with Xiao Qingyan's inscrutable gaze. She ultimately steeled herself and dialed the number. Hello. On the other end of the line, the deep, magnetic voice of Xiao Qingyan resonated. Jiang Qing paused momentarily before speaking, regarding tomorrow. She clutched her phone, her slender fingers repeatedly grazing Xiao Qingyan's number on the screen. Cancel it, it must be canceled. A little figure in her mind waved a tiny flag, passionately proclaiming its stance. Yet, when her finger was about to press the button, it felt as though she had been ensnared by a spell. Utterly immobilized. This vacillation was so distasteful that even she found herself lamenting. Jiang Qing, when did you become so timid? She scolded her reflection in the mirror, wondering where her usual decisiveness had vanished to. At that moment, Jiang's father entered, and upon seeing his daughter's conflicted expression, he understood immediately that he approached her and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Qing, your father respects your choices. However, promise me that regardless of what unfolds, you must protect yourself. Jiang Qing felt a surge of emotion, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Dad. This unexpected paternal affection revitalized her spirit, infusing her with newfound courage. Meanwhile, within the confines of Xiao Qingyan's private villa, the atmosphere was starkly different. He was instructing his assistant, have all arrangements for tomorrow been finalized? Flowers, venue. And he paused, a knowing smile curving his lips. Prepare everything that the little lady enjoys. Little did he know the tempest of emotions swirling in Jiang Qing's heart. As he reveled in the perfection of his meticulously crafted plan, envisioning the surprise on her face, as night descended, Jiangqing lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. She tossed and turned, murmuring to herself, "What will happen tomorrow?" Chapter 6. The Approaching Date. A tapestry of anticipation and anxiety. Jiangqing flipped restlessly in bed, her anxiety surpassing that of the night before a final exam. She was acutely aware of the complexity of her feelings for Xiao Qingyan. On one hand, she was drawn to his commanding presence and gentle demeanor, while on the other, she feared losing herself to love. An independent girl by nature, despite her affluent background and the adoration of her family, she aspired to carve her own path in the city. She had witnessed too many girls lose themselves in the throes of love, and she was determined not to become one of them. Yet, Xiao Qingyan was like a magnetic force, constantly pulling her in one moment. She worried about becoming ensnared in a deep emotional quagmire in the next. She feared that he might be a wolf in sheep's clothing, ready to deceive her. It was a delightful burden. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair, realizing that if this continued, she would arrive at their date looking like a bird's nest. On Xiao Qingyan's side, the joy of a domineering CEO was beyond imagination, that he meticulously sifted through an array of exquisite jewelry, eager to present the stars themselves to Jiangqing. Each piece, collected from around the globe, was priceless. His fingers glided over the treasures, each item whispering tales of its grandeur in his mind. Jiangqing's radiant smile flickered like a key, unlocking a chamber of tenderness within him that had never existed before. He picked up a uniquely designed jade brooch, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the astonishment on Jiangqing's face when she adorned it. She would be his, and he intended for the world to witness his affection for her. This brooch had been custom-made by an internationally acclaimed jeweler, featuring the finest jade sourced from the old pits of Myanmar, encircled by meticulously selected diamonds, each one sparkling with his boundless love for Jiangqing. Throughout his life, he had always acquired whatever he desired effortlessly, yet now, he found himself racking his brains to please a young lady. A sensation he discovered was surprisingly delightful, that a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Jiangqing, feeling overwhelmed, seized her phone, intending to vent to her best friend, but found herself at a loss for words. "Forget it. Some matters are best digested alone," she sighed, inhaling deeply and forcing her eyes shut. Silently repeating, "Sleep, sleep." Xiao Qingyan set down the brooch and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the city's nocturnal splendor. Tomorrow, he would certainly convey his feelings to Jiangqing, that a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Jiangqing abruptly opened her eyes, resolving, "Whatever will be, will be." She twirled before the mirror, admiring her reflection. Today, she was simply perfect. Her fiery red lips resembled flames. Her exquisite makeup paired beautifully with a sparkling little black dress. An undeniable weapon of allure. She gave herself a mental pat on the back. "Humph, I am not to be trifled with." Regardless of who Xiao Qingyan might be, she would conquer him first. Xiao Qingyan had already arrived at the prearranged restaurant. Clad in a bespoke suit that exuded nobility and elegance, radiating an air of superiority that suggested, "You are unworthy of my stature." The moment he laid eyes on Jiangqing, even this seasoned man, accustomed to grand affairs, was momentarily taken aback. Today, Jiangqing was vibrant and beautiful, akin to a dazzling star, illuminating his world in an instant. The surrounding patrons could not help but cast envious glances, the air thick with romance. Seeing the awe in Xiao Qingyan's eyes, Jiangqing's inner self could not resist a triumphant laugh. "Humph, captivated, are we?" Just as they were about to embark on their romantic dinner, Jiangqing's phone rang, shattering the enchanting atmosphere. The caller ID displayed her home number, and a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." She smiled apologetically at Xiao Qingyan and stepped aside to answer. "Hello, Mom. What's wrong? What?" "All right. I'll be right there." Jiangqing's expression shifted abruptly, and after hanging up, she hurriedly informed Xiao Qingyan, "I'm sorry. There's an urgent matter at home. I must return at once." Xiao Qingyan observed her panicked retreat, his brow furrowed with concern. "Let me accompany you." Jiangqing halted abruptly, turning back to say, "No need." Chapter 7. A Sudden Crisis. A determined venture into danger. Jiangqing hung up the phone and fled the restaurant in a panic. Watching her hurried figure, Xiao Qingyan felt a wave of unease wash over him, He longed to pursue her, yet her firm dismissal held him back. He tugged at his tie in frustration. This meticulously planned dinner had ultimately gone awry. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, the atmosphere was as heavy as a boulder poised to crush. Jiang Qing quickly assessed the situation, discovering that there were complications within the family business that required immediate attention. Summoning her strength, she assisted her family members in addressing the crisis, working tirelessly until the late hours of the night. Exhausted, she lay in bed but could not find rest, her mind filled with visions of Xiao Qingyan, his astonished gaze, his worried expression. This is infuriating. We could have had a wonderful date today. What a disaster, Jiang Qing lamented, tugging at her hair in frustration as she felt squeezed between a myriad of pressures. The following day, Jiang Qing, with dark circles under her eyes, forced herself to conclude family matters. Just as she saw a moment of respite, an unfamiliar man approached her, introducing himself as Detective Ma, claiming to have been commissioned to investigate Xiao Qingyan. Jiang Qing suddenly recalled that she had indeed tasked someone with uncovering Xiao Qingyan's background a few days prior, but the family emergency had caused her to forget entirely. Detective Ma succinctly reported his findings, only to drop a bombshell at the end. Mr. Xiao is currently trapped in an abandoned factory in the west of the city. What? Jiang Qing bolted upright, her face going ashen. She was acutely aware of the enmity between old Master Zhou and Xiao Qingyan, and she understood all too well the ruthlessness of Zhou's methods that Xiao Qingyan in danger. Her heart raced, gripped by an invisible hand as if it would suffocate her, pacing anxiously in her room. She felt like an ant on a hot pan. What to do? I must save him. But as a seemingly powerless girl, what could she possibly accomplish? Detective Ma, Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Take me to that abandoned factory. Detective Ma hesitated, assessing Jiang Qing before finally nodding. Miss Jiang, I understand your concern for Mr. Xiao, but no buts. Jiang Qing interjected firmly, I must go. At that moment, the butler hurried in. Miss, the master and mistress request your presence immediately. Jiang Qing was summoned to the family conference room, the atmosphere even more tense than the night before, akin to a pot of oil on the verge of boiling. The sound of her grandfather's cane striking the floor echoed ominously, resonating painfully in her ears. How absurd. You dare to go rescue that Xiao Qingyan? Do you even comprehend what you're doing? Jiang Qing bit her lip, refusing to back down. Grandfather, I know Xiao Qingyan is involved in the underworld, but she struggled to articulate the ambiguous nature of her feelings for Xiao Qingyan, the fluttering emotions that seemed insignificant against the backdrop of familial interests. But what? Do you realize you are playing with fire? You are leading our Jiang family into a pit of disaster. Jiang's father reprimanded sternly, while her usually affectionate mother grasped her hand, pleading, Qing'er, be sensible. We cannot get entangled in underworld conflicts, or it will spell catastrophe for our family. Catastrophe. The weight of those words landed heavily on Jiang Qing's heart. Did she not understand the stakes involved? However, the mere thought of the perils that Xiao Qingyan might face twisted her heart into knots, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. The elder members of her family took turns beseeching her with heartfelt pleas, employing both threats and inducements, almost laying bare all the dreadful consequences before her, stopping just short of declaring, If you dare go, we shall sever ties with you. Jiang Qing felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame, caught in an inescapable dilemma. Lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes obscured the complex emotions swirling within her eyes. Everyone presumed she would capitulate, obediently acquiescing to the family's dictates, for she had always been a dutiful child. Yet at that moment, Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head, her gaze resolute as a rock. I will go what? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the previously silent bodyguard, Feng Zheng, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This was no trivial matter. The young lady was defying orders. Miss you, Feng Zheng began to dissuade her, but was silenced by a single glance from Jiang Qing. Uncle Feng, she turned to him. Her tone calm, yet imbued with an unassailable determination. Prepare the car. We are leaving at once. Feng Zheng found himself momentarily at a loss. Unsure of how to proceed, he glanced toward the Jiang family members for assistance, only to find them frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. Uncle Feng, time waits for no one. Yes, Mississippi ultimately. Feng Zheng chose to comply, understanding that once Jiang Qing made a decision, she would not easily waver. Previously, Jiang Qing had faced a similar crossroads, and at that time, she had followed the family's wishes, only to be plagued by regret afterward. Therefore, she was determined not to repeat that mistake this time, at least not to leave behind any lingering regrets. Turning away, she offered the onlookers a resolute silhouette, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Do not worry about me. I will return safely." After a brief pause, she added, "And so will Xiao Qingyan." Jiang Qing and bodyguard Feng Zheng swiftly hopped into the car, and with a swift press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Now was not the time for panic. She needed to devise a comprehensive plan to rescue Xiao Qingyan. "Uncle Feng, we cannot confront them head-on. Zhou Laoda's forces are too numerous. We must rely on our wits." Jiang Qing calmly assessed the situation. "Miss, do you have any good ideas?" Feng Zheng inquired as he drove. Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with a sudden inspiration. "Let us spread false information. We say that Xiao Qingyan's subordinates are gathering nearby, preparing to counterattack." Feng Zheng, being the Jiang family's ace bodyguard, immediately grasped her plan. With a single phone call, various rumors spread like wildfire, and indeed, Zhou Laoda's camp was thrown into disarray, with some of his men dispatched to intercept the non-existent reinforcements. Jiang Qing felt a surge of satisfaction. This stratagem of feigned attack was proving effective. After all, all's fair in war. The car came to a halt at the periphery of an abandoned factory, shrouded in the cloak of night, resembling a slumbering giant exuding an eerie chill. Under the cover of darkness, Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng stealthily approached the factory's perimeter. Peering through the dilapidated windows, they could vaguely discern the silhouettes of figures within, clearly indicating that Zhou Laoda's men were well prepared. Jiang Qing gasped softly. The scale of the operation exceeded her expectations. Zhou Laoda was utterly determined to eliminate Xiao Qingyan. "What should we do now, miss?" Feng Zheng whispered urgently. Jiang Qing bit her lip, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. "We press on, adapting to circumstances. I refuse to believe we cannot rescue him." Cautiously, they crept towards the factory's main entrance, only to suddenly hear a low curse. "Who is there?" A slight figure darted from the shadows, and in the dim moonlight, Jiang Qing recognized him as Zhou Laoda's subordinate. Wu Xiaodi rubbed his sleepy eyes, seemingly still groggy, muttering, "Something's off. Didn't the boss say there was no one guarding this side?" He squinted, straining to see who had intruded. Jiang Qing's heart sank. This Wu Xiaodi, despite his timid appearance, possessed a voice that could rival a loudspeaker. "Quick, deal with him," Jiang Qing urged in a low voice. Feng Zheng, understanding her intent, stepped forward with a swift movement, delivering a precise strike to Wu Xiaodi's neck that Wu Xiaodi collapsed without so much as a whimper. Jiang Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. But her moment of respite was short-lived as the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts approached. "What is going on? What happened?" This was bad. They were coming. Jiang Qing's expression shifted, and she seized Feng Zheng's arm. Urging, "Quick, hide!" They ducked behind a stack of discarded wooden crates. Her heart raced like a drum. The hiding space was cramped, and Jiang Qing pressed closely against Feng Zheng, feeling the warmth radiating from him. This infernal abandoned factory was littered with all manner of detritus. "Boss, Wu Xiaodi seems to have been taken out." A gruff voice echoed from afar, followed by the erratic beam of a flashlight cutting through the darkness, resembling a serpent's flicking tongue, sending chills down her spine. Jiang Qing held her breath, afraid to make a sound, her palms slick with cold sweat. If discovered, her delicate frame would stand no chance against those burly brutes. "Search thoroughly. We must root them out." Zhou Laoda's voice dripped with malice, an unmistakable aura of menace surrounding him. The light drew nearer, and Jiang Qing could even feel its warmth. Suddenly, Feng Zheng let out a muffled groan. He had inadvertently stepped on a piece of rusty metal. Damn that tetanus. The noise rang out sharply in the stillness of the factory. The flashlight beam immediately zeroed in on them, like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. "There!" Zhou Laoda commanded, and several dark figures lunged toward them. "Run!" Feng Zheng urged, pulling Jiang Qing along as they dashed forward, despite the pain from his injured foot. Jiang Qing's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. The thrill was more intense than a roller coaster ride. She began to regret her impulsive decision to venture into the lion's den. This was akin to a lamb entering the tiger's lair. But she was not one to concede easily. "There is a traitor among you, right in your midst," Jiang Qing shouted in imitation of Zhou Laoda's voice, employing a tactic she had practiced before. Indeed, Zhou Laoda's men hesitated, eyeing each other warily. Who? Who is the traitor? It's you. I saw you acting suspiciously. Nonsense. I've been with the boss all along. Don't slander me. Taking advantage of the chaos. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng slipped behind a massive, abandoned boiler, the cramped space forcing them to press together. Jiang Qing could even feel the rapid rise and fall of Feng Zheng's breathing, tinged with a faint metallic scent. "Shoo," Feng Zheng cautioned, covering Jiang Qing's mouth, his voice low and trembling. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the boiler. "Boss, it seems like someone is here." A few dark figures approached, flashlight beams swaying in the darkness, murmuring, "This cursed place, could there really be a traitor? I'm innocent." Feng Zheng held Jiang Qing's mouth tightly, his palms slick with sweat that in that tight space. Jiang Qing could sense the tension in his chest as he breathed. His foot continued to bleed. Damn that rusty metal. Had this been any other time, he would have dispatched these lackeys with ease. But now, boss, it looks like there is blood here. A shrill voice called. Feng Zheng's eyes sharpened. He realized they could no longer afford to wait. Better to fight than to be caught unawares. With a swift motion, he pushed open the boiler's panel and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. A piercing scream shattered the night. Feng Zheng, gritting his teeth against the agony, executed a series of fluid moves that felled the lackeys as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. This level of incompetence dared to show their faces. Feng Zheng scoffed, though his pallor was alarming. The commotion immediately drew Zhou Laoda's attention. "What is going on? What happened over there?" He bellowed, storming toward them with his remaining men. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng found themselves encircled, the flashlight beams illuminating them like spotlights, blinding them. "Well, if it isn't the little princess of the Jiang family. What is this? You wish to experience life a little?" Zhou Laoda sneered, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. Jiang Qing stood undaunted, brushing the dust off her clothes, and replied with a light laugh. "Zhou Laoda, long time no see that I've come today to discuss a deal with you. A deal? What right do you have to negotiate with me?" Zhou Laoda scoffed, his cold chuckle resonating. "Xiao Qingyin's life. What is it worth?" Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, her eyes brimming with confidence. Zhou Laoda faltered momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Little girl, you're quite bold. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can save him? Whether I can save him depends on your willingness to take a gamble with me," Jiang Qing replied, her tone steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zhou Laoda narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Qing as if weighing the truth in her words. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "All right, I would like to hear how you plan to wager with me." Jiang Qing smiled faintly, just about to speak, when she heard Feng Zheng whispering in her ear, "Be cautious. There may be deceit." Chapter 9. A glimmer of hope amidst despair, deep affection. Jiang Qing's expression shifted sharply, and she suddenly changed her tone, flashing a charming smile. "Old Master Zhou, you see, I have a little quirk. I tend to speak slowly about important matters, given the darkness of the night and the desolation of this wilderness. Why don't we find a place to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea while we converse at our leisure?" Her demeanor appeared calm and carefree, yet her mind raced with plans for escape. Feng Zheng's warning set off alarm bells within her. Old Master Zhou, that cunning old fox, was certainly up to no good. Old Master Zhou, indeed, saw through her delaying tactics and let out a sinister laugh. "Little girl, you think you can play games with me? Do you take me for a fool?" With a wave of his hand, he bellowed fiercely, "Seize them, capture the men alive," and he lewdly licked his lips, "the women too." His subordinates surged forward, and Feng Zheng fought desperately to protect Jiang Qing, exchanging blows with deadly intent. Unfortunately, the enemy was numerous, and Feng Zheng quickly sustained injuries, blood staining his clothes. Jiang Qing was frantic, yet she understood the necessity of remaining composed. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, she joined the fray. "Uncle Feng, hold on," she shouted anxiously while wielding the stick. Having been raised in comfort, she had never encountered such chaos. Her movements were somewhat erratic, but fueled by determination. She managed to repel a few attackers. However, against overwhelming odds, Jiang Qing soon felt her strength waning as more foes descended upon them like a relentless tide. Feng Zheng was battered and nearly unable to stand. Despair loomed over Jiang Qing. Was this truly the end? Just then, a deafening gunshot shattered the night air. Jiang Qing was momentarily stunned. Where had that shot come from? Following the gunfire, chaos erupted like a contagious virus. Old Master Zhou's men scattered like headless flies amidst a cacophony of curses and screams. Jiang Qing, initially taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly realized this was a rare opportunity. "Uncle Feng, let's go." She seized the faltering bodyguard and sprinted towards the direction of the gunfire. Meanwhile, not far away, in an abandoned factory, Xiao Qingyan was confined within a rusted cage. Helplessly, he watched Jiang Qing fall into peril, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. "Jiang Qing, hurry and escape. Don't worry about me." Xiao Qingyan yelled with all his might, shaking the cage violently as if it might break apart at any moment. However, his voice was drowned out by the surrounding commotion, and Jiang Qing could not hear him. As she and Feng Zheng dodged the panicking enemies, they finally reached the vicinity of the factory. Jiang Qing's keen eyes spotted a pile of highly flammable and explosive debris on the east side of the factory, and a bold plan began to form in her mind. "Uncle Feng, do you see that? Find a way to ignite those materials," she commanded, her tone resolute. Although Feng Zheng did not fully grasp her intentions, he executed her orders without hesitation, suppressing the agony coursing through his body. He retrieved a lighter and hurled it towards the heap of junk. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, the shockwave toppling everything around them. Old Master Zhou's men were sent into a panic, fleeing in terror. Jiang Qing squinted through the blazing inferno and spotted the figure trapped in the cage. "Xiao Qingyan." The explosion resonated like thunder, the fire casting a crimson glow across the sky. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qing sprinted towards the factory, snatching a discarded steel pipe and struck the lock of the cage with all her might. "Xiao Qingyan, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." Xiao Qingyan watched Jiang Qing, who appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, his heart racing wildly. This girl truly had remarkable courage. The iron lock shattered, and he swiftly dashed out of the cage, grabbing the steel pipe from Jiang Qing's hands to shield her. "Wife, stay close to me." The term wife slipped from his lips naturally, as if he had called her that countless times before. Feng Zheng, fueled by rage, fought valiantly, as if possessed, carving a bloody path through the encirclement of enemies to go. He shouted, covering their retreat. Old Master Zhou watched helplessly as his prey slipped away, infuriated. "Pursue them. I want them to have no place to die." The trio sprinted away, gunfire erupting behind them like firecrackers. Jiang Qing gasped for breath, and Xiao Qingyan hoisted her onto his shoulder, moving swiftly as they continued their escape. This display of strength from her boyfriend sent her heart fluttering, a mix of annoyance and amusement. "Xiao Qingyan, put me down. I can walk on my own. Less chatter. If you want to survive, keep quiet." Xiao Qingyan barked without looking back. At last, they evaded their pursuers and reached the nearest hospital. Xiao Qingyan gazed tenderly at Jiang Qing, who was busy tending to him, his eyes filled with affection. That he gently took her hand. "Jiang Qing." Jiang Qing felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and attempted to withdraw her hand. But he tightened his grip. "You're hurt." His eyes fell on a scratch on her arm. "It's just a small injury." A faint hiss of pain escaped from outside the ward. Chapter 10. Danger strikes again. Resolute in rescue. Outside the ward, Wu Xiaodi clutched his bleeding arm, gritting his teeth against the pain, but refraining from making too much noise. He trembled as he pointed towards the ward. "The boss." "That's them." Old Master Zhou's sinister gaze pierced through the crack of the door towards Xiao Qingyan, his fists cracking ominously. "You chose the path to hell when you could have walked towards heaven." "Xiao Qingyan, this time I will see where you can run." Inside the ward, Xiao Qingyan was gently bandaging Jiang Qing's arm. "Does it hurt?" he asked, his movements growing even more tender, his eyes filled with concern. "It's all my fault for dragging you into this fear." Jiang Qing shook her head. "As long as I'm with you, I fear nothing." Their eyes met, and the air thickened with sweetness. Suddenly, the ward door burst open, and Detective Ma rushed in with a panicked expression. "Mr. Xiao, it's bad. Old Master Zhou has set a trap, waiting for you to walk right into it." The sweet atmosphere shattered instantly, and Jiang Qing's heart sank. an ominous premonition washing over her. Xiao Qingyin's expression darkened. What is going on? Old Master Zhou has spread the word that there's a cache of arms hidden in an abandoned factory. He knows you will definitely go, Detective Ma explained. Before he could finish, Jiang Qing interjected. Can we not go? Xiao Qingyin tightened his grip on Jiang Qing's hand, his gaze resolute that I must go. Jiang Qing clutched his sleeve, worry evident in her eyes. But Uncle Feng was seriously injured protecting us last time, and he has still not fully recovered. This time, before she could finish, they heard a commotion of footsteps and shouts echoing in the hallway. Old Master Zhou's voice boomed from outside. Xiao Qingyin, I know you're in there. Come out willingly, or else. Old Master Zhou's coarse voice held a note of triumph. Otherwise, I will make your little lover accompany you to hell. The word struck Jiang Qing's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her breathless. To Qing, don't be afraid. Xiao Qingyin grasped her hand firmly, his tone unwavering. I won't let them harm you. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Afraid? When had she, Jiang Qing, ever been afraid? When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. Turning to Feng Zheng, she asked, can you still move? Feng Zheng, cradling his pained shoulder, smiled through gritted teeth. Miss, rest assured, dealing with these small fry is still within my capabilities. Jiang Qing's eyes sharpened as she swiftly analyzed their current predicament. Old Master Zhou was clearly targeting Xiao Qingyin this time, and he was well prepared that a head-on confrontation would be futile. They needed to outsmart them. Uncle Feng, take a few men to the front entrance to draw their attention. Make it grand, so they believe we're coming out in full force. Feng Zheng hesitated. And you, miss? A sly smile crept across Jiang Qing's face. Of course, I'll slip in through the back door and catch them off guard, miss. That is far too dangerous. Feng Zheng protested. To catch the thief, one must first capture the king. Jiang Qing reassured him, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, I have my ways. She turned to Xiao Qingyin, her tone resolute. We'll split up. Xiao Qingyin gazed at her intently, aware of Jiang Qing's stubbornness. Once she made up her mind, no one could deter her. Be careful. Jiang Qing swiftly reached out to Detective Ma, instructing him to disseminate a few falsehoods to obfuscate the vision of Boss Zhou. She was acutely aware that Boss Zhou's subordinates were not a monolithic force. With just a hint of provocation, she could sow discord among them. That as night fell, the abandoned factory lay shrouded in silence, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights casting a feeble glow. Feng Zheng, accompanied by several companions, stormed through the front entrance, their battle cries reverberating, successfully capturing Boss Zhou's attention. Simultaneously, Jiang Qing, accompanied by Detective Ma and a handful of agile bodyguards, stealthily infiltrated through the factory's rear entrance. Everything was proceeding with remarkable smoothness, so much so that it instilled a sense of unease within her. Suddenly, Jiang Qing halted, signaling for silence. She keenly sensed an anomaly, an ominous air of danger permeating the atmosphere. Wait, she whispered. Something feels off. Holding her breath, she cautiously scanned her surroundings. The cacophony of battle gradually waned, as Feng Zheng's confrontation with Boss Zhou's men unfolded like a game of cat and mouse. A contest of wits and valor that quickened the heartbeat. Despite a shoulder injury, Feng Zheng moved with the agility of a leopard, cleverly using iron pillars for cover, launching swift counterattacks, leaving his adversaries unable to exploit his vulnerabilities. Observing this, Jiang Qing astutely identified the weak points in the enemy's cover, guiding Feng Zheng with gestures for precise strikes. Her astute command seemed to pave a path to victory for him, causing their opponents to descend into chaos. Having breached the first line of defense, they entered the inner sanctum of the factory. However, this area was fraught with peril, with every step akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Jiang Qing led her team with a serene yet vigilant demeanor, meticulously discerning each obstacle beneath their feet. Fearful of triggering any traps as they hastened forward, a muffled, agonized scream echoed through the air. It was Xiao Qingyin. Jiang Qing's heart jolted. Clearly, a far greater crisis awaited them, instilling dread. Uncle Feng, Jiang Qing murmured, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve, tightening her grip on the small knife in her hand. Prepare yourselves. We are about to witness the ensuing peril. Chapter 11. Intellect and bravery amidst danger. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng carefully navigated a narrow passage, tracing the source of the sound, that in the dim light, The air was laden with the acrid scent of machine oil and the metallic tang of blood, inducing nausea. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the sight before them tightened their hearts. Where was Xiao Qingyan? Instead, an old radio sat forlornly on the ground, repeatedly broadcasting the agonized moans of Xiao Qingyan from when he had been captured. Damn it, it's a trap. Jiang Qing cursed inwardly. This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Boss Zhou. Before she could finish her thought, iron doors crashed down around them, ensnaring them within a vast workshop. The lights blazed to life, revealing dozens of burly men armed to the teeth. Encircling them, da-da. When heaven offers a path, you choose to stray. When hell presents no door, you still seek entry, that a chilling voice emanated from above. Bodyguard Feng Zheng regarded the surging adversaries with unwavering courage. Memories flooded back of his own destitution years ago, nearly starving on the streets until the Jiang family patriarch rescued him, offering him sustenance and teaching him martial arts. From that moment, he vowed to protect the Jiang family. Now, with Jiang Qing in peril, he would give his life to ensure her safety. Bearing the searing pain in his shoulder, Bodyguard Feng Zheng shielded Jiang Qing. His gaze fierce and swift. Each punch he threw sliced through the air with a whistling sound. His fists like iron, capable of shattering bone with a single blow, that a powerful kick sent one of the hulking brutes flying several meters. As he charged through the throng like a tiger among sheep. Yet the enemy was overwhelming in number, surging forth like a tide. Despite Feng Zheng's valor, his old injuries flared anew amidst the fierce clashes. Blood splattering in the air, yet failing to extinguish the fire of determination in his eyes. His movements began to slow, the once fierce assault gradually diminishing. Watching Feng Zheng fight valiantly to protect her, Jiang Qing was consumed by guilt and anxiety. Gripping the knife tightly, she fended off the enemy's advances to that moment. A towering figure emerged from the crowd, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Jiang Qing, it's been a long time, Boss Zhou sneered, resembling a vulture eyeing its prey. I underestimated you, truly. You dare to venture in here alone. But do you think this will save Xiao Qingyan? Such a naive dream. He paused, his tone dripping with mockery. Let me share a secret. Xiao Qingyan is currently waiting to be fed to the fish. Just imagine that scene. It's quite thrilling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's complexion drained of color, her body swaying as if she might faint at any moment. Despair and fury surged within her like a tidal wave, nearly drowning her. She bit down hard on her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Barely managing to steady her nerves that it was over. Everything was lost. Xiao Qingyan in her heart. Jiang Qing silently vowed that even in death, she would not be separated from Xiao Qingyan. Just then, a fragment of intel Detective Ma had previously provided flashed in her mind. The abandoned factory harbored a disused underground passage that led directly to the rear. A glimmer of hope ignited within her as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to muster a smile, her voice tinged with a tremor as she addressed Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been with Xiao Qingyan. Please, let me go. I promise to do anything you ask. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, her eyes brimming with fear and pleading, attempting to lower Boss Zhou's guard. Boss Zhou, observing Jiang Qing's act, erupted into triumphant laughter. Had I known this would be your fate, why bother with the past? But now, it is far too late. As he spoke, he advanced toward Jiang Qing. A lewd grin plastered on his face. Just as he neared, Jiang Qing suddenly shouted, Uncle Feng, now! With unwavering determination, Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng exchanged glances, a surge of courage welling up within them. They sprinted toward the iron door. Pursued by a throng of enemies that in the dim light, their figures darted like arrows released from a bow. That iron door appeared as a beacon of hope. Trying to flee, stop them. Boss Zhou finally reacted. Bellowing in fury, bodyguard Feng Zheng rammed his shoulder against the iron door, and Jiang Qing, refusing to be outdone, propelled herself forward. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open, and the two dashed into the dust-laden passage. As if leaping into the embrace of freedom. Not good. They're escaping. Behind the iron door was a narrow, dusty corridor. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng raced ahead, pursued by the frantic shouts and erratic footsteps of Wu Xiaodi. Enduring the pain, bodyguard Feng Zheng bore the pressure of their pursuers, dispatching two more underlings who had caught up. Jiang Qing seized a wrench abandoned in the passage, her gaze sharpening. The tool struck with the precision of a striking serpent, each blow landing squarely on the joints of their assailants, sending them howling in pain. Dao, this girl is ruthless. Wu Xiaodi grimaced, clutching his arm where Jiang Qing had struck, his pace faltering, seizing the opportunity. Feng Zheng whirled like a tempest, each move executed with lethal precision that a spinning kick, infused with tremendous force, sent Wu Xiaodi crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear. Scattering in all directions, following Detective Ma's map, they swiftly located the room where Xiao Qingyan was confined. Inside, Xiao Qingyan was bound to a chair, pallid and bloodied at the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained sharp. Worry filled his heart as he feared Jiang Qing might be in danger due to him. He strained against the tightly knotted ropes, silently vowing that if he survived this ordeal, he would protect Jiang Qing from any harm henceforth. Upon seeing Jiang Qing, surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly giving way to profound emotion. Qing, what are you doing here? It's far too dangerous. Jiang Qing felt a surge of emotion, nearly shedding tears that don't speak. I'm here to rescue you. She hurriedly untied the ropes binding Xiao Qingyan, helping him to his feet. However, before they could catch their breath, Boss Zhou's furious voice echoed from the corridor outside. Search for them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find them. Jiang Qing's expression shifted. They had been discovered. Over there, there's an exit. Xiao Qingyan weakly pointed in a direction. The 3 of them immediately sprinted toward that route. But as they reached the exit, they were confronted by a sea of dark figures blocking their way, led by none other than Boss Zhou, that he grinned wickedly at them, resembling a cat toying with its prey. Oh, you still wish to flee? Let's see where you think you can run. He slowly raised his gun. Chapter 12, A Desperate Counterattack. Love for a Lifetime. Boss Zhou's smile twisted into a malevolent sneer, his gaze icy as he aimed his gun at Xiao Qingyan. Today marks your end. I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. In a critical moment, Jiang Qing thrust herself in front of Xiao Qingyan. The bullet grazed her arm, and a sharp pain surged through her like a tidal wave. Qing. Xiao Qingyan's eyes blazed with fury as he tightly embraced the swaying Jiang Qing, while Feng Zheng, disregarding his own wounds, valiantly positioned himself before the two, roaring, "If you wish to harm them, you must first contend with me. You think you can stand against me? A defeated foe." Zhou Laoda sneered disdainfully, gesturing for his subordinates to attack. Enemies surged forth like a relentless tide, and Feng Zheng, outnumbered 10-1, fought valiantly, his fists and feet a whirlwind of lethal force. However, the overwhelming odds soon left him battered and breathless, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Xiao Qingyan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, shielded Jiang Qing behind him, glaring at Zhou Laoda with venomous intensity. "Dare to lay a finger on her, and I will make your existence a living hell." "Ha! Even at death's door, you remain defiant," Zhou Laoda taunted, advancing with a predatory glint in his eyes. Jiang Qing clenched her teeth, the agonizing pain in her arm causing her vision to blur. "Damn it. These thugs are brutal." She stumbled, nearly collapsing, but Feng Zheng was quick to steady her. "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang Qing gasped through her pain, shaking her head. "Uncle Feng, how are you holding up?" Feng Zheng managed a wry smile. "Old bones like mine are struggling a bit. But rest assured, miss, I can still endure." Though his body was covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes, he steadfastly remained a bulwark before Jiang Qing, an impenetrable wall against the oncoming onslaught. The adversaries pressed closer, and Zhou Laoda's laughter echoed with malevolent glee. "Desperate struggles. I wonder how long you can last." Just as the situation reached a critical point, the previously silent Xiao Qingyan suddenly sprang into action. Despite his weakened state, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, gleaming with a chilling ferocity. "Uncle Feng, see that pile of wooden crates to the left? Draw them over there." Feng Zheng hesitated for a moment, then grasped Xiao Qingyan's intent that he feigned defeat, staggering back towards the crates. The enemies took the bait, rushing after him in a frenzy. "Qing, that rope." Xiao Qingyan pointed toward a bundle of rope in the corner, his voice low but urgent. Jiang Qing immediately understood, suppressing her pain to seize the rope. With Feng Zheng's assistance, she swiftly set a simple trap around the crates that as the enemies reached the crates. Their elation was short-lived as they stumbled over the trap, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. What happened? Zhou Laoda bellowed, but the only response was a chorus of agonized cries. Xiao Qingyan slowly rose, a cruel smile curling at his lips, though physically weakened. His eyes radiated murderous intent, resembling a wounded beast poised to deliver a fatal blow to its adversaries. Qingqing, are you frightened? Jiang Qing shook her head, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. That I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I'm fearless. Xiao Qingyan's gaze turned as frigid as ice as he sprang into action, his movements like lightning, fierce despite his injuries. Zhou Laoda sneered at the sight. Is that all you've got? A dying struggle. He swung the iron rod in his hand, engaging Xiao Qingyan head-on. The two clashed with brutal ferocity, their strikes echoing through the abandoned factory. Metal clashing and shouts intertwining. Qingqing, protect yourself, Xiao Qingyan shouted, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, but he darted forward like a wraith, closing in on Zhou Laoda, who was momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingyan grasped Zhou Laoda's wrist, twisting it forcefully until the iron rod clattered to the ground. Following this, he delivered a vicious knee strike to Zhou Laoda's abdomen, causing the latter to double over in pain, before landing a powerful punch to his cheek. Blood spilling from Zhou Laoda's mouth. This kid still possesses such strength. Jiang Qing, without a moment's hesitation, picked up an iron rod and joined the fray. She knew she could no longer remain a passive protector. She had her own treasures to safeguard, her love, her dignity, compelling her to confront these adversaries with courage. Though she lacked Xiao Qingyan's prowess, her agility allowed her to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. Observing the scene before him, Feng Zheng reflected silently on the years he had devoted to Jiang Laoxian, not merely out of obligation, but because his life had long been pledged to her service. Thus, he resolved to protect both Miss and Mr. Xiao at all costs. Gritting his teeth, Feng Zheng summoned every ounce of strength to shield Jiang Qing. Boss, this kid is a bit uncanny. One of the lackeys shouted in terror that we should retreat. Zhou Laoda roared back. Retreat? Charge forward and eliminate them. Yet doubt not at him. How could Xiao Qingyan, grievously injured, still exhibit such ferocity? Was it a final surge of strength? Xiao Qingyan smirked coldly. Now you wish to flee? Too late. He seized the moment, executing a sweeping kick that sent Zhou Laoda crashing to the ground. Climbing atop him, Xiao Qingyan's eyes blazed red, reminiscent of an enraged lion. His fists fell like rain, each blow infused with his fury over Zhou Laoda's harm to Jiang Qing. Did you think you could hurt her? Did you believe I would let you go? He bellowed, his fists pounding relentlessly, swelling Zhou Laoda's face as blood flowed from his nose and mouth. The latter's struggles grew increasingly feeble, reduced to pitiful whimpers, but Xiao Qingyan seemed deaf to his pleas, consumed by his own wrath. Zhou Laoda, battered and bruised, could no longer retaliate. His subordinates, witnessing the scene, dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Qingqing, let's go. Xiao Qingyan grasped Jiang Qing's hand and, without a glance back, departed the forsaken factory, with Feng Zheng trailing closely behind as the night deepened. Xiao Qingyan held Jiang Qing tightly, feeling her warmth gradually calm his tumultuous heart. Qingqing, thank you, he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Jiang Qing gently caressed his cheek. Silly, there's no need for thanks. We are in this together. She tiptoed, placing a delicate kiss upon his lips. A flicker of tenderness crossed Xiao Qingyan's eyes as he embraced her tightly, as though attempting to merge their very beings. Moonlight enveloped them, casting a holy glow upon their figures in that moment. Their hearts intertwined, devoid of any barriers. Upon returning to the safe house, Jiang Qing's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was Detective Ma. Hello? Miss Jiang, I've uncovered some information regarding Mr. Xiao. Detective Ma's voice carried a serious tone. Chapter 13. Heart and mind conquer peril, love endures. Detective Ma spoke rapidly, conveying a wealth of information. Zhou Laoda had orchestrated a trap, and Xiao Qingyan was now ensnared in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Qing felt a jolt in her mind, the world around her fading to black. The abandoned factory, wasn't it the very place they had barely escaped from last time? Zhou Laoda intended to eradicate them completely. Instinctively, she glanced at Feng Zheng, whose shoulder wound had yet to heal, his face pale. Could they manage with just the two of them? Miss, what's wrong? Feng Zheng noticed her agitation and asked with concern. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Xiao Qingyan is trapped. Upon hearing this, Feng Zheng's expression turned grave. Zhola, him again. This time, he will pay dearly. His eyes burned with fury, undeterred by his injuries. Jiang Qing understood Feng Zheng's loyalty and affection, yet she was acutely aware of the stark disparity in their strengths. Zhou Laodao was ruthless, his forces numerous. It would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone for just the two of them. As time ticked by, Jiang Qing's anxiety grew. She needed to devise a plan swiftly, or Xiao Qingyan would be in peril. She pulled up a map, meticulously analyzing the terrain surrounding the abandoned factory. Searching for an opening as night fell. The area around the factory was shrouded in eerie silence, interrupted only by the occasional caw of crows, heightening the sense of foreboding. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng stealthily approached the factory. The air thick with the acrid scent of rust, sending chills down their spines. The harrowing escape from before loomed in her mind, and her heart raced uncontrollably, gripping the self-defense stun device tightly. Her palms grew clammy with sweat. Zhou Laodao was merciless. The consequences of Xiao Qingyan falling into his clutches were unthinkable. Feng Zheng patted her shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. They exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware of the perils ahead. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng crept closer to the factory's entrance. Suddenly, with a creak, the rusted iron door began to open, that a musty odor wafted out as Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng held their breath, cautiously stepping inside the factory. Before they could acclimatize to the darkness, a raucous laughter erupted throughout the building. "Miss Jiang, what a rare guest. I never expected you to come knocking." Spotlights flickered on, blinding Jiang Qing momentarily. As her eyes adjusted, she beheld the scene before her. Zhou Laodao lounged in a dilapidated chair, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. A sinister smile plastered across his face. Surrounding them were a dozen burly henchmen wielding clubs, encircling them like an impenetrable fortress. This was a trap from which escape seemed impossible. Jiang Qing cursed her luck. They were in deep trouble now. Feng Zheng shielded her from behind, speaking softly. "Qing, don't be afraid. I'm here." Though her tone was resolute, Jiang Qing could still detect a tinge of anxiety in his voice. After all, two fists could hardly contend with four hands, especially when the adversary was numerous and formidable. Boss Zhou shook the wine glass in his hand, gazing at Jiang Qing with a mocking glint. "What is the matter? Are you feeling sympathy for your little paramour? Alas, it seems he won't be leaving this place today." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at his two henchmen, who promptly dragged the bound and battered Xiao Qingyan out. Upon witnessing Xiao Qingyan's pitiful state, Jiang Qing's heart twisted painfully. His lips bore traces of blood. His complexion was pallid, clearly indicating he had endured considerable torment. "Xiao Qingyan!" Jiang Qing could not restrain herself from calling out. Xiao Qingyan slightly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Qing, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze. That moment, inspiration struck Jiang Qing, and a bold plan began to take shape in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she shouted towards the factory's entrance, "The police are here. Everyone, don't move." Her voice rang out with great authority, producing an immediate effect. Boss Zhou's subordinates erupted into chaos, glancing at one another in confusion, murmuring amongst themselves, "Police? Is it true? Could they have arrived so quickly? Boss, what do we do?" Boss Zhou, taken aback by the sudden mention of the police, found himself momentarily flustered. The first to react, however, was the timid Wu Xiaodi, who let out a panicked cry, discarded his club, and turned to flee. "I surrender. I didn't do anything." Wu Xiaodi's flight was akin to the first domino falling, prompting the others to follow suit, scrambling out in a frenzy, creating a scene of utter disorder reminiscent of a disturbed ant nest. Jiang Qing exchanged a glance with Feng Zheng, seizing the opportunity to dash toward the weakest point of the encirclement. "You think you can escape? Not so easily." Boss Zhou finally regained his composure and bellowed, "Hold steady. Anyone who dares to run, I'll shoot them." Grasping a steel pipe, he charged towards Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng with several loyalists in tow. Feng Zheng, quick on his feet, swiftly pulled Jiang Qing behind him for protection before confronting Boss Zhou's South henchmen in close combat. Each blow landed with force, the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood. Jiang Qing, sheltered behind Feng Zheng, remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Like a seasoned coach, she occasionally shouted instructions, "To your left. Be careful. Behind you. Kick him. Feng Zheng, a battle-hardened bodyguard, exhibited remarkable agility under Jiang Qing's guidance. He fought like a tiger unleashed, swiftly overpowering Boss Zhou's henchmen. As Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng drew closer to Xiao Qingyan, Boss Zhou, frenzied, swung the steel pipe towards Feng Zheng. Jiang Qing's keen eyes caught the movement, and she cried out, "Uncle Feng, watch out!" Feng Zheng sidestepped just in time, evading the attack, then executed a stunning spinning kick that struck Boss Zhou squarely in the chest. With a pained scream, Boss Zhou was sent sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise, the surrounding lackeys, witnessing this, trembled in fear, deterred from advancing. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng rushed to Xiao Qing inside, hastily untying his bindings. Though battered and bruised, Xiao Qingyan remained conscious. His gaze filled with gratitude and tenderness as he looked at Jiang Qing. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qing inquired with concern. "That I'm fine," Xiao Qingyan replied weakly, managing a faint smile. Just then, Boss Zhou struggled to his feet, his eyes glinting with malice. "You think you can leave?" "Not a chance." He produced a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Jiang Qing. "Jiang Qing." Xiao Qingyan suddenly pushed her aside, the bullet grazing his arm. The gunshot rang out deafeningly, leaving Jiang Qing in a state of shock. As she collapsed into Xiao Qingyan's arms, he let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his wounded arm. Fury erupted within Xiao Qingyan like a volcano. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Boss Zhou, terrified, attempted to flee, but was intercepted by the arriving Xiao family bodyguards, who swiftly brought him down. With the immediate threat neutralized, Jiang Qing had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before receiving a phone call from her mother, her voice trembling with distress. "Qing, there has been a problem at the company." Jiang Qing's heart sank, an ominous premonition flooding her senses. Upon returning home, Jiang Qing found her mother pale and her eyes swollen from crying, as though a decade had been added to her age overnight. Jiang's mother grasped Jiang Qing's hand, trembling as she spoke. "The company's funding chain is broken. Many partners are pulling out their investments." Realization hit Jiang Qing. This was no trivial matter, but a catastrophe that could lead to the ruin of the Jiang family. Having been pampered since childhood, Jiang Qing had never encountered such a dire predicament. It felt as though she had been doused with a bucket of ice water, sending chills through her body. How could this happen? Jiang Qing struggled to maintain her composure, forcing herself to think. The company had been operating smoothly. How could a financial crisis arise so suddenly? Jiang's mother wiped her tears and stammered. I don't know. Your father is hospitalized with a heart attack from anger. I don't really understand the company's affairs." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing reassured her mother, "Don't worry. Mom, I'll handle it." Although she lacked business experience, she would not sit idly by and watch her family's enterprise collapse. The next day, Jiang Qing arrived at the company and headed straight for Director Wang's office. Director Wang Qi was a longtime employee and a trusted aide to her father. Jiang Qing hoped to glean useful information from him. "Director Wang, what exactly happened to the company?" Jiang Qing inquired directly. Wang Qi's countenance was grim, his eyes flickering as he stammered. "Miss Jiang, the situation is quite complex. I can't explain it all at once." Jiang Qing keenly sensed Wang Qi's unease. He seemed to be deliberately concealing something. "Director Wang, the company is facing a life-or-death crisis. I urge you to be forthright." Wang Qi continued to hesitate, unwilling to provide a clear answer. Jiang Qing's heart sank further, a chill creeping up from her feet. She realized that the situation was more complicated than she had imagined, and perhaps there was no one truly trustworthy by her side. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. The secretary entered with an apologetic expression. "General Jiang, there is a reporter outside who wishes to interview you regarding the company's current situation." Jiang Qing's heart raced, just when she feared the worst. It had arrived, approaching the window. She indeed spotted a shadowy figure loitering at the company entrance. None other than the reporter Zhao, who had pestered her at the previous business gala. This man thrived on unearthing scandals. He was practically a walking tabloid. Should he catch wind of any incriminating information and embellish it for publication, the Jiang family would be in an even worse predicament. Did Dio not let him in? Jiang Qing declared coldly. She had no time to deal with such nuisances. The secretary hesitated. "I've already turned him away, but he insists on staying, threatening to write negative stories about the company if he doesn't get an interview." Jiang Qing scoffed. "Let him write. I'm curious to see what nonsense he can concoct. While the Jiang family faced a crisis, they were not so easily trifled with. After dismissing the secretary, Jiang Qing forced herself to regain her composure. Rather than passively dealing with external distractions, she resolved to proactively seek out the root of the problem. Returning to her office, she meticulously reviewed recent company documents and accounts, though lacking formal business experience. Jiang Qing had been exposed to such matters since childhood and was not entirely ignorant. Time ticked by, and her brow furrowed deeper as the figures danced before her eyes like a tangled web, inducing dizziness. Just as she was about to give up, a particular figure caught her attention. An enormous sum with an unclear purpose, simply labeled as business expansion. Jiang Qing's heart raced. The destination of this money seemed suspect. Tracing the funds further, she discovered that they ultimately flowed into another account, owned by none other than Lu Yu, the sales department manager. Lu Yu had been with the company for years, consistently performing well and enjoying Jiang's mother's trust. Could it be him? The thought sprouted in Jiang Qing's mind, growing like a wild vine. She immediately called Lu Yu, requesting his presence in her office, and on the other end, Lu Yu's tone was hesitant. Yet he ultimately agreed to come, as she awaited his arrival. Jiang Qing's heart raced faster. If it truly was Lu Yu, she dared not pursue the thought. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Jiang Qing drew a deep breath. Come in. The door swung open, and Lu Yu stepped in, wearing an awkward smile. General Jiang, you called for me? Jiang Qing's gaze sharpened, locking on Lu Yu's eyes as she enunciated clearly, Manager Lu. I want to inquire about this money. She slammed the account statement down before him, her tone icy. What is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Lu Yu glanced at the document, feigning calmness as he smiled. General Jiang, you've just taken over the company's affairs. There are many things you aren't yet familiar with. This money is for expanding new business ventures. All procedures are legal and compliant. Legal and compliant? Jiang Qing countered with a cold laugh. The accounts are vague, the purpose unclear. This is what you call legal and compliant. Manager Lu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lu Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and his tone grew increasingly assertive. General Manager Jiang, one must speak with evidence. The usage of this sum is duly documented. If you insist on creating a scene without justification, there is little I can do. He relied on his years of experience in the Jiang family business, dismissing the fledgling Jiang Qing entirely. Creating a scene? Jiang Qing, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. I wonder who is truly causing the disturbance. The company is on the brink of financial collapse, and yet you cannot account for this substantial sum. Dare you claim that you have no involvement in this matter? Lu Yu held his head high, adopting a defiant demeanor. General Manager Jiang, one may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak recklessly. Lacking evidence, please refrain from defaming me. The two stood at a standoff, the atmosphere in the office thick with tension. Jiang Qing trembled with anger, fully aware that Lu Yu was lying. Yet she found herself unable to procure any substantial evidence to confront him. That moment, Jiang Qing's phone rang. Yet again a call from a creditor pressing for payment. Listening to the impatient voice on the other end, she felt as though she were suffocating. She hung up, leaning weakly against the chair, engulfed by an unprecedented weariness. She felt akin to a prey ensnared in a web. Unable to move, Lu Yu's cunning, the creditor's relentless pressure, and the company's precarious situation loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, rendering her breathless. No, she could not simply surrender. Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She had to find a breakthrough, to turn the tide. A thought crossed her mind. Lawyer Sun Wei. Sun Wei was a legal advisor hired by her father, known for his astute and capable nature. Perhaps he could assist her. Jiang Qing promptly dialed Sun Wei's number, succinctly outlining the situation. After a brief silence on the line, Sun Wei's deep voice resonated. Miss Jiang, this matter is quite complex. Chapter 15. As predicaments deepen, wisdom seeks the truth. Sun Wei's voice bore a gravity that resonated through the phone line, and even from a distance, Jiang Qing could sense the impending storm. Miss Jiang, this matter is indeed quite intricate. He paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully. Lu Yu had been entrenched in the company for many years, with deep-rooted connections. Uncovering definitive evidence to bring him down would be akin to climbing a mountain. Jiang Qing's heart sank suddenly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Was she truly to witness her father's efforts unravel before her eyes? She bit her lip, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh, yet stubbornly remained silent. After ending the call, Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She had to endure until her father awoke. As she retraced her steps along the corridor, she unexpectedly overheard whispers from the employee break room. I heard the crisis in the company was self-inflicted by the Jiang family due to failed investments and a broken financial chain. Indeed, I've also heard that General Manager Jiang's daughter, Jiang Qing, knows nothing of management and merely squanders resources. Keep your voice down, lest she hears. Jiang Qing halted in her tracks, a chill racing up her spine. These rumors were clearly being disseminated by someone with the intent to undermine the Jiang family's reputation and sow discord among the ranks. And that person could only be Wang Qi. She flung open the break room door, her gaze fierce as it swept across the startled faces. The employees instantly fell silent, their eyes darting, too fearful to meet her gaze. Jiang Qing offered a cold smile before turning on her heel, leaving them to murmur amongst themselves. Back in her office, Jiang Qing wearily rubbed her temples. With troubles both internal and external, she felt besieged. Like a caged beast trapped within a colossal prison, unable to find an exit. Just then, a series of urgent knocks shattered the silence of the office. Qing, something's amiss, her mother's voice trembled, laced with an unmistakable panic. Jiang Mu's complexion was pale, her lips cracked, resembling a flower on the verge of wilting. The company is facing bankruptcy, she stammered, tears rolling down her cheeks to stain the pillow beneath her. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted, a wave of bitterness rising within her. She fought back tears, grasping her mother's icy hand, soothingly assuring, "Mother, do not worry. I will manage the company's affairs. Focus on your recovery." Did I end the days that followed? Jiang Qing practically lived in the hospital, caring for her mother while simultaneously navigating the company's turmoil. She felt like a spinning top, constantly whirling, yet unable to find a reason to halt. Physically and mentally drained, she began to experience hallucinations, perpetually sensing whispers behind her, mocking and condemning her. Just as Jiang Qing teetered on the brink of a breakdown, Sun Wei's call arrived like a shot of adrenaline, igniting a flicker of hope within her. "Miss Jiang, I have uncovered some leads." Sun Wei's voice was tinged with excitement that I discovered that Manager Liu has been frequently engaging with the upper echelons of our competitor, Tiansheng Group, and I have also identified some suspicious financial transactions. Jiang Qing's spirit soared, her blood racing with renewed vigor. "That is splendid news. Thank you, Lawyer Sun. Please continue your investigation and ensure we obtain irrefutable evidence." After hanging up, Jiang Qing exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally easing slightly. She gazed at her mother, who lay peacefully asleep in the hospital bed, a wave of guilt washing over her, to protect her family and the legacy of the Jiang clan. She had to summon her strength. She could not falter. At that moment, the door to the hospital room gently opened, revealing a tall figure. Xiao Qingyin's imposing presence filled the doorway, offering a semblance of solace amidst Jiang Qing's tempestuous turmoil. He strode to her side and, without hesitation, enveloped her in a warm embrace. Leaning against his comforting chest, Jiang Qing's tense nerves finally relaxed. In that instant, she was not the beleaguered heiress of the Jiang family, but merely an ordinary girl in need of support. "It's all right. I am here," Xiao Qingyin's deep voice murmured in her ear, imbued with a reassuring strength. Jiang Qing nodded softly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She poured forth the pressures, grievances, and fears she had endured over the past days. Xiao Qingyin held her silently, his large hand gently caressing her back, offering her unspoken comfort. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Qing finally lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes red-rimmed, yet imbued with determination. "Qingyin, I must gather myself. I cannot allow my father's efforts to be in vain." Xiao Qingyin tenderly wiped the tears from her cheeks, his tone gentle yet resolute. "I understand that I will stand by you, facing whatever comes together." However, Xiao Qingyin's expression suddenly turned grave. "Qing, there is something I must tell you." Jiang Qing's heart plummeted, sensing that something dire was about to be revealed. "What is it?" Xiao Qingyin took a deep breath. Speaking slowly, "My father may also be involved in this matter." Like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Qing froze, disbelief flooding her senses. She could not fathom that the man she loved and his family could conspire against her own. "No, That cannot be true. Jiang Qing's voice trembled, grappling with this harsh reality. Xiao Qingyin shut his eyes tightly, speaking in a hushed tone. I know this is hard to accept, but it is the truth that I just received word that Tian Sheng Group has ties to my family. Jiang Qing felt the world around her fade to black, nearly collapsing under the weight of this revelation. She clutched Xiao Qingyin's sleeve, her nails digging into his flesh. Why? Why would they do this? Xiao Qingyin grasped her hand firmly, his eyes filled with helplessness and guilt. That I in the business realm, circumstances can often be uncontrollable. But Qing, trust me. I will uncover the truth and provide you with answers. Jiang Qing leaned weakly against the headboard, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She was at a loss for how to confront this brutal reality, or how to face Xiao Qingyin. That I need a moment to think. Her voice was barely a whisper. Xiao Qingyin looked deeply into her eyes, then turned and left the hospital room. Alone, Jiang Qing stared out at the overcast sky, engulfed by solitude. Suddenly, she recalled Sun Wei's mention of Lu Yu's connections to Tian Sheng Group. A daring idea sparked in her mind. She sprang to her feet, determination igniting her gaze. Lu Yu, Tian Sheng Group. Let me uncover the secrets you are hiding. She seized her phone and dialed Sun Wei's number. Lawyer Sun, I need your assistance. Chapter 16. The truth revealed. A turnaround from despair after hanging up, Jiang Qing's eyes glinted with icy resolve. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Lawyer Sun had already commenced his investigation. All she could do now was wait. Wait for the truth and the opportunity to strike back. The hours dragged on interminably, until finally, Lawyer Sun delivered news that struck her like a thunderclap. Lu Yu had not only leaked company secrets to Tian Sheng Group, but had also sold them to several other competitors. He was akin to a voracious parasite, voraciously devouring from within the Jiang family business, leaving the entire company precariously hollowed out. Jiang Qing felt as though the ground had disappeared beneath her, teetering on the edge of collapse. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as Jiang Qing was grappling with the overwhelming situation, Wang Qi, the board member and a longtime opportunist, audaciously announced his intention to withdraw his investment. This was akin to adding insult to injury, delivering a fatal blow to the already beleaguered Jiang family enterprise. Jiang Qing clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms, nearly drawing blood. This old fox, who feigned concern for her mother, had now revealed his true colors by striking when the Jiang family was most vulnerable. Upon receiving the distressing news, Jiang Moon nearly fainted. She clutched Jiang Qing's hand tightly, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Qing, what are we to do? Jiang Qing responded with a firm grip, her gaze resolute. Mother, do not fear. I am here, but we shall overcome this adversity. She stifled the sorrow and rage within her, swiftly reaching out to several key partners in a bid to stabilize the situation. However, the circumstances proved to be more severe than she had anticipated. Those once inseparable allies of the Jiang Group now distanced themselves, fearing entanglement in the brewing tempest. Time and again, Jiang Qing faced obstacles, her hopes gradually extinguished, just as despair began to envelop her. Lawyer Sun brought forth a glimmer of good news. He had found irrefutable evidence of Lu Yu's crimes, sufficient to ruin him utterly. A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Qing. She was determined to turn the tide and mount a fierce counterattack. She promptly convened a press conference to expose Lu Yu's transgressions to the public. Simultaneously, Jiang Qing announced a series of measures aimed at salvaging the company and conveyed her utmost sincerity to all partners. Her composure and decisiveness garnered respect and trust from many. Some partners, initially intent on withdrawing their investment, began to reconsider. The crisis facing the Jiang Group was momentarily alleviated, yet Jiang Qing was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. As the night deepened, Jiang Qing sat alone in her office, gazing out at the flickering neon lights, wearily rubbing her temples. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Miss Jiang, a deep voice resonated from the other end. I believe we should have a serious discussion. Jiang Qing's eyes fell upon the glaring headline in the newspaper. The Jiang Group on the brink, President faces imprisonment. Her hands trembled with fury as she saw her mother's haggard visage accompanying the article, amplifying her distress. What a journalist Zhao was truly excelling in kicking someone when they were down. This maneuver was a calculated strike to the heart, and many partners who had been on the fence hastily called to terminate their collaborations after seeing the report. Jiang Qing clenched the newspaper, her knuckles whitening, her eyes ablaze with righteous anger. You wish to bring me down? It shall not be so easy. Simultaneously, Lawyer Sun delivered more good news. He not only secured damning evidence of Lu Yu's betrayal, but also uncovered his collusion with journalist Zhao to maliciously defame the Jiang group. A cold smile crept upon Jiang Qing's lips that, Lu Yu, you treacherous rogue, let us see how you will wriggle out of this. She immediately called for a senior management meeting, publicly revealing Manager Lu's misdeeds before all employees. Recordings, transaction logs, and email correspondences provided irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for denial. Lu Yu's complexion turned ashen, sweat pouring down his face. Rendered as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, he stammered, attempting to defend himself, yet found every word to be futile. The employees erupted in uproar, their gazes directed at Lu Yu filled with disdain and fury. Even those who had previously flattered him now recoiled, desperate to distance themselves from his misfortune. Jiang Qing's gaze burned with intensity as she surveyed the room. Her voice icy, that we shall not tolerate parasites like Lu Yu in the Jiang group. Effective immediately, he is dismissed and shall face legal repercussions. As her words echoed, the conference room erupted in thunderous applause. The employees looked at Jiang Qing with admiration. This seemingly delicate girl possessing an extraordinary aura and fortitude. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Jiang Qing addressed her team that I understand that the company is facing numerous challenges. But I urge you all to believe that we will overcome this ordeal. She paused, her gaze unwavering. Now, I must meet with several crucial partners. With that, she grasped a file and exited the conference room. In the corridor, a figure flashed past, whispering, Miss Jiang, someone wishes to see you. Jiang Qing followed the mysterious individual to a secluded tea room. The person removed their hat, revealing a familiar face. Wang Qi. A cold smirk formed on Jiang Qing's lips. This old fox, what scheme was he concocting? Miss Jiang, I am aware you possess evidence against Manager Lu, Wang Qi stated bluntly, his eyes flickering that if you provide me with that evidence, I can help you stabilize a few wavering partners. Jiang Qing regarded him with a knowing smile. Director Wang, are you attempting to threaten me? Wang Qi cleared his throat, visibly flustered. No, not at all. I merely wish to cooperate for mutual benefit. Cooperate? Jiang Qing scoffed. Did you contemplate cooperation when you were gloating over my misfortune? Wang Qi's face flushed with embarrassment, that I was left with no choice. No choice. Jiang Qing interrupted. I suspect you were simply trying to take advantage of my plight. With his intentions laid bare, Wang Qi's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Jiang Qing had no time for further pleasantries. She tossed several documents onto the table. Here are the collusion records between Lu Yu and journalist Zhao, along with your covert dealings with Tianxin Group. Director Wang, what do you think will happen if I hand these over to the authorities? Wang Qi's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Trembling, he stammered, Miss Jiang, what do you wish to achieve? Jiang Qing smiled slightly. It is quite simple. I demand a public apology and compensation for the losses suffered by the Jiang Group. Wang Qi gritted his teeth, ultimately conceding to Jiang Qing's demands that he understood that should she submit the evidence to the authorities, his career would be irrevocably ruined. With Wang Qi dealt with, Jiang Qing armed herself with Lu Yu's evidence and approached several key partners. She clarified the sequence of events and assured them she would rectify their losses. Upon reviewing the undeniable evidence and Jiang Qing's sincerity, the partners ultimately decided to continue their collaboration with the Jiang family. The crisis facing the Jiang group had temporarily subsided, and Jiang Qing finally exhaled in relief. Yet, she recognized this as merely the calm before the storm. Shaoqi loomed menacingly in the shadows, and greater challenges awaited her. Returning to the company, Jiang Qing was met by Lawyer Sun, who handed her a document. Miss Jiang, this is, I know. Jiang Qing interjected, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Shaoqi's subordinates have arrived. Chapter 17. The crisis remains unresolved. The crisis remains unresolved, and difficulties persist. Jiang Qing accepted the document, its few pages feeling as heavy as a mountain. It prominently featured an agreement for Shaoqi to acquire shares of the Jiang Group in his personal capacity. A ruthless strategy, indeed, Jiang Qing scoffed, her demeanor betraying no hint of panic. Lawyer Sun gazed at her with concern, fatigue evident behind his glasses. Miss Jiang, the current situation is dire. Mr. Xiao poses a significant threat. I am aware, Jiang Qing replied, rubbing her temples, her tone resolute. As the saying goes, when troops arrive, we will defend. When water comes, we will build dikes. It is not yet time to despair. Stepping out of her office, Jiang Qing collided with her mother's worried gaze. Jiang Mu grasped her hand, eyes reddened. Qing, can the company endure? Jiang Qing grasped her mother's hand in return, offering a reassuring smile. Mother, do not worry. I will bear the brunt of any calamity. Yet deep within, Jiang Qing knew this was but a facade of optimism. The company's financial reports were dismal, orders plummeting like a cliff dive, a fate more disheartening than post-11 delivery woes. Employees were restless, akin to ants on a hot pan, their productivity plummeting to alarming lows as Jiang Qing surveyed the company. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, suffocating in its intensity. To compound matters, journalist Zhao's sensationalized articles spread like wildfire, tarnishing the Jiang Group's reputation and rendering it a laughingstock in the business community. Jiang Qing even overheard whispers in the break room. I heard the company is going bankrupt. We should start looking for new jobs. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising agitation, she realized she must act swiftly to reverse the situation, or the Jiang Group would face utter ruin. Returning to her office, Jiang Qing forced herself to remain calm and began devising a strategy. Just then, the door knocked, revealing Wang Qi with his oily countenance, rubbing his hands together. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Miss Jiang, the company's situation is rather precarious. I was wondering about my shares. Jiang Qing regarded him, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Director Wang. What do you mean? Wang Qi's unfinished sentence lodged in his throat, his expression darkening that he coughed awkwardly, eyes darting but in nothing. I merely came to check on you. General Jiang. With that, he turned to leave, albeit with an air of fluster. Jiang Qing's gaze hardened as she observed his retreating figure. Trying to escape? It shall not be so simple. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, please assist me in investigating Wang Qi's recent activities. Wang Qi fled with the speed of a rabbit, and Jiang Qing chuckled coldly, aware that the sensation of being cornered was far from pleasant. In the company, rumors proliferated like wild grass, rivaling the speed of 5G internet. In the break room, the restroom, and even the elevator, employees engaged in animated discussions, creating a cacophony more boisterous than a bustling market. I heard Director Wang is pulling out his investment. Our ship is sinking. Indeed, following this little girl Jiang Qing, we are bound to perish. With no experience whatsoever, she aspires to become a president, I dare say. She wouldn't even warm the seat. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let her hear you. However, I perceive her to be nothing more than a decorative vase, appealing to the eye yet utterly useless. As Jiang Qing listened to these remarks, her fists clenched tightly, her nails almost embedding into her flesh. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain calm. In such moments, one must not lose composure. Do they wish to see my downfall? Not a chance. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Qing's eyes. Dealing with a petty clown like journalist Zhao was hardly worth her concern. She promptly instructed Lawyer Sun to gather evidence and file a defamation lawsuit against him. Once the court summons was issued, journalist Zhao immediately faltered, his face, once brimming with gossip, now resembling that of a bitter melon, more ghastly than if he had consumed 10 pounds of bitter herbs. Observing Zhao's embarrassment, a cold smile crept onto Jiang Qing's lips, her mood finally lightening somewhat. Nonetheless, this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. Upon returning to her office, she found Lawyer Sun waiting for her. Miss Jiang. Regarding Director Wang, Lawyer Sun hesitated, clearly on the verge of revealing something significant. Has he finally decided to take action? Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, her gaze devoid of fear. He wishes to meet with you tomorrow morning. Lawyer Sun adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. Jiang Qing scoffed, then let it be. The following day, Jiang Qing arrived punctually for the meeting. Wang Qi sat behind an expansive desk, exuding an air of arrogance. Jiang, look at what you've done to the company, he jeered, pointing at the reports laid out before him. Jiang Qing, arms crossed, regarded him with an air of nonchalance, her red lips parting slightly. Director Wang. Are you perhaps a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Your intentions seem less than noble." She gazed at him with a smile that barely concealed her disdain, her eyes sharp as blades, capable of instilling fear. Wang Qi felt unnerved under her scrutiny, yet stubbornly retorted, "I am doing this for the good of the company. You, a mere child, know nothing of management, that you've created chaos and now seek to shift the blame." "Oh, am I shifting the blame?" Jiang Qing laughed derisively, pulling out a document from her bag and tossing it onto Wang Qi's desk. "What do you think this is?" "Evidence of your collusion with competitors to siphon off company assets." "Would you like me to refresh your memory?" Wang Qi's complexion turned ghostly pale, as if coated in a thick layer of makeup. His lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless, his eyes darting about like a fox caught in the act of thievery. "What? Lost your voice?" Jiang Qing pressed on. "Did you think your actions were seamless? Let me tell you, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Every move you make is under my watch." Deflated like a punctured balloon, Wang Qi slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant as if his soul had fled. Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh and turned to leave, leaving Wang Qi trembling alone in the office. Just as she stepped out, her phone rang. Lawyer Sun's voice came through. "Miss Jiang, the Shao Corporation has begun their maneuvers that I know." Jiang Qing interrupted, her tone frosty. "Let them come. I am eager to see what tricks he has up his sleeve." Hanging up, she felt resolute, like a sword unsheathed, glinting with cold light. She understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Far greater trials awaited her. Shao Qi sat in his study, gripping a document, his expression dark enough to rain. "Jiang Qing, you truly are a woman who refuses to heed warnings," he exclaimed, slamming the document onto the table with a resounding thud. "Sir," an assistant ventured cautiously, "what shall we do next?" Shao's father sneered, "Since she is so ungrateful, let her not blame me for being impolite." Back in her office, Jiang Qing rubbed her temples, feeling utterly drained. She felt akin to a cornered beast, trapped in an invisible cage, surrounded by pitfalls, where the slightest misstep could lead to her ruin. She perused the documents on her desk, page by page, seeking any glimmer of insight. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixed on one document, her pupils narrowing sharply. "Wait a moment," Jiang Qing murmured, her fingers lightly tracing the figures on the page, her expression sharpening. Something seemed amiss. Chapter 18. Breaking the deadlock through wisdom and strategy. Jiang Qing scrutinized the figures on the document, her eyes piercing as if they could penetrate the paper. "Wang Qi, you are exceedingly bold." The seemingly normal transaction flows appeared riddled with discrepancies through her discerning eyes, though the losses were minor. They resembled a dam slowly leaking. A catastrophe was bound to ensue. "You think to devour the Jiang family's wealth? I shall ensure you are left with naught." Jiang Qing chuckled coldly, swiftly dialing Lawyer Sun's number. "Old son, I require your assistance." She succinctly conveyed her findings and insisted he commence an immediate investigation, ensuring they secured solid evidence before Wang Qi could transfer any funds. Before she could hang up, a commotion erupted outside her office. Jiang Qing felt a sinking sensation in her chest and hurried to the window, her complexion draining of color. Below, a throng of individuals clad in black gathered at the company's entrance, brandishing banners and vociferously accusing Jiang's company of product quality issues, demanding compensation. Yet another of Shao Qi's familiar tactics. Infuriated, Jiang Qing slammed her fist against the windowsill, pacing anxiously in her office. Wang Qi's betrayal was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment, while Shao's harassment only exacerbated her plight, leaving her besieged on all fronts. She had to devise a strategy to break this deadlock swiftly. At that moment, her mother's call came through. "Qing, how are matters at the company? You've been working too hard. Take care of your health." Her mother's voice on the other end was tinged with fatigue and concern. Jiang Qing suppressed her rising agitation, feigning ease as she reassured her mother. "I'm fine. Everything is under control. Rest assured, I will manage it all." After hanging up, Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She knew this was not the time for panic. She needed a clear mind to find a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she pivoted, pulling open her drawer and rifling through its contents. "Perhaps I can use this," she muttered, a spark of inspiration illuminating her eyes. Just then, a knock echoed at her door. "Miss Jiang, Director Wang is here." He claims to have something important to discuss with you. Her secretary announced from outside that a cold smile played on Jiang Qing's lips. This was fortuitous. She returned the document to the drawer, then approached the door, opening it with an icy demeanor. Let him in. Director Wang, with a protruding belly and a facade of insincere smiles, entered. Miss Jiang, I've heard the company has encountered some difficulties. As a member, I cannot stand idly by, he said, rubbing his hands together, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Jiang Qing chuckled coldly, subtly gesturing for him to sit. Your concern is noted, Director Wang. The company's situation is indeed somewhat precarious. She feigned exhaustion, massaging her temples. Especially regarding cash flow, it's quite a headache. Upon hearing this, Wang Qi perked up, his eyes darting with interest. Miss Jiang, should you require assistance with funding, please do not hesitate to ask that I have numerous connections in the financial sector who might be of help. He feigned concern, all the while plotting how to exploit the situation. How very considerate of you, Director Wang. Jiang Qing replied, her smile enigmatic. However, I have already devised a plan. The company will soon experience a significant influx of funds, which should alleviate our immediate crisis. She deliberately spoke vaguely, allowing Wang Qi's imagination to run wild. True enough, Wang Qi bit the bait, eagerly inquiring, "Oh, how substantial is this funding? Might you share the details?" Jiang Qing feigned mystery, smiling slyly. The specific amount is a secret for now. But rest assured, it will be sufficient to resolve the company's current predicament that I end the following days. Wang Qi was like an ant on a hot stove. Restless and anxious, he sought information about this mysterious funding from every corner, even leveraging his network to carve out a piece of the pie for himself. Jiang Qing observed all of this with a smirk. Meanwhile, her mother's health deteriorated due to the pressures from the company, and Jiang Qing found herself juggling the responsibilities of caring for her mother while managing company affairs, feeling as though she was on the brink of collapse. Mother, you must recover. I cannot bear to be without you. Jiang Qing grasped her mother's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. With lawyer Sun's assistance, Jiang Qing's trap was finally ready to spring. Just as Wang Qi was clandestinely contacting buyers to transfer the company's funds into his own accounts, lawyer Sun, accompanied by the police, burst in, catching him red-handed. Wang Qi's face drained of color. Utterly blindsided by the turn of events, Jiang Qing, you are truly ruthless. He seethed through clenched teeth. Jiang Qing regarded him coldly. In comparison to your betrayal of the company, this is but a trifle. You brought this upon yourself. After Wang Qi was taken away, Jiang Qing slumped in her chair, utterly drained, feeling as if all strength had been sapped from her. Just then, the office door creaked open. Qing, a gentle voice called out. Xiao Qingyan, seeing her in such a state of exhaustion, enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Qing, you've worked so hard. His deep voice resonated in Jiang Qing's ear, imbued with a subtle tenderness that was hardly perceptible. Jiang Qing inhaled the familiar scent that clung to him, and her taut nerves finally began to relax. She buried her head in his embrace, drawing strength from his presence that in that moment, she forgot all her worries and pressures, yearning only to remain quietly in his arms and savor this fleeting tranquility. However, this brief peace was soon shattered. Upon learning of Wang Qi's capture, Xiao Qi erupted in furious outrage. Incompetent fool! You can't even handle such a trivial matter. He forcefully smashed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, shards scattering in all directions, that he had initially believed that Wang Qi could assist him in dismantling the Jiang family, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Jiang Qing. This left him feeling utterly humiliated and further solidified his resolve to utterly annihilate the Jiang family. Increase the pressure on the Jiang family. I want them to pay dearly, Xiao Qi commanded his subordinates, his tone icy and laced with menace. Jiang Qing sensed that a greater crisis was looming and immediately contacted lawyer Sunday Old Son. Xiao Qi will certainly not relent. We must prepare ourselves. Her voice was grave and composed. Lawyer Sun understood the gravity of the situation. Miss Jiang, I am already gathering evidence of Xiao Qi's illegal activities that if we can find a breakthrough, we can bring him to justice. Jiang Qing and lawyer Sun engaged in a lengthy discussion throughout the night, analyzing the potential actions Xiao Qi might take and formulating corresponding counter-strategies. They knew that this battle was merely commencing, and the road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. Standing by the window, Jiang Qing gazed at the flickering neon lights in the distance, her heart heavy with unease. She was uncertain of what more sinister tactics Xiao Qi might employ, but she had resolved to prepare for the fight. She would neither retreat nor surrender. She was determined to protect her family and her company. Suddenly, the shrill ringing of the office phone pierced the silence. Jiang Qing answered, only to hear an unfamiliar man's voice on the other end. General Manager Jiang. This is Li Shi from Sammy Company, that I'm afraid we must terminate our cooperation with your company. Chapter 19, Desperate Counterattack. Crisis averted. That Li Shi's voice was hesitant, as if he were a duck with its neck grasped. And Jiang Qing's heart sank, a chill creeping from her toes to her head. She feigned calmness. Manager Li, our collaboration has always been pleasant. That I ask there's some misunderstanding that has led to this sudden termination? After stammering for a while, Li Shi finally managed to utter, General Manager Jiang, I too am powerless in this situation. You know how things are now. Jiang Qing hung up the phone, her face ashen, her grip on the device tightening until her knuckles turned white. She realized that Xiao Qi had begun his offensive. The phone rang again. This time it was Wang Qi, his tone urgent. General Manager Jiang. It's bad news. Several partners are withdrawing their investments. Our cash flow. Before Wang Qi could finish, Jiang Qing interrupted, I understand. Bad news came in rapid succession, like a row of dominoes toppling one after another, leaving Jiang Qing gasping for breath. She felt as if all her previous efforts were about to dissolve into nothingness. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to remain calm. It was precisely in times like this that one must not panic. Lawyer Sun, what is the current situation? Jiang Qing's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lawyer Sun's expression was equally grim. The outlook is not optimistic. Xiao Qi's influence is too significant, and many banks are reluctant to lend to us. Jiang Qing rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. The company's financial strain was already severe, and now it felt as though it had been compounded. She and Lawyer Sun rushed to visit several financial institutions. But the outcome was consistently a closed door. Jiang Qing's mother watched her daughter's increasingly gaunt face, filled with concern. Qing, why don't you just agree to the Xiao family? Jiang Qing shook her head, her gaze resolute. Mom, I will not give up. She could not afford to surrender, not just for the company, but for her own dignity. That night deepened. Jiang Qing sat alone in the office, staring out at the inky black sky. Feeling an unprecedented fatigue, suddenly, her phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. Miss Jiang, tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the Love Corner CAF. Someone wishes to meet you. Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied with a simple okay. She sensed that this might be a turning point, or perhaps an even greater trap. She rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant neon lights, murmuring to herself, Xiao Qi, what exactly do you intend to do? As Jiang Qing pushed open the CAF door, she immediately spotted a man seated in the corner. He was a robust figure, exuding an intimidating presence. None other than Xiao Qi's father. Xiao Chi. Overwhelming sense of pressure washed over her. Yet Jiang Qing remained undaunted, gracefully taking a seat across from him. Miss Jiang, it has been a while. Xiao Qi's father spoke in a low tone, tinged with a hint of warning to Mr. Xiao. It seems we have little to discuss. Jiang Qing replied coolly, her hostility unmistakable. That's so. I have heard that the Jiang family has been experiencing difficulties with their finances. Xiao Qi regarded Jiang Qing with a half-smile, his eyes brimming with threat. Jiang Qing's heart tightened, but she maintained her composure. Mr. Xiao, fluctuations are normal in business. Miss Jiang, I am here today to present you with a choice. Xiao Qi's father paused, his tone growing more severe. Leave Chengyan, and I can restore normalcy to the Jiang family. Otherwise what? Jiang Qing arched an eyebrow, fearless as she locked eyes with Xiao Qi's father. Otherwise, the Jiang family can brace itself for bankruptcy, Xiao Qi's father declared coldly, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Jiang Qing tightened her grip on her coffee cup, her nails nearly piercing her flesh. She understood that Xiao Qi's father was a man of his word. If she did not yield, the Jiang family would indeed face ruin. That I will not leave Chengyan. Jiang Qing's tone was steadfast, her resolve unwavering. Xiao Qi's father appeared momentarily taken aback by her determination, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Qing took a deep breath and continued, Mr. Xiao, I am aware of your considerable influence, but some matters cannot be resolved solely through power. She retrieved a document from her bag and placed it on the table. "These are some materials I had Lawyer Son compile. I believe you may find them intriguing." Xiao Qi's father skeptically picked up the document and began to flip through it. His expression grew increasingly grim, and he finally slammed the file down onto the table, shouting, "Do you dare to threaten me?" Jiang Qing smiled faintly, her tone calm, "That I merely wish for you to understand that even a cornered rabbit will bite." Xiao Qi's father trembled with rage, his finger quivering as he pointed at Jiang Qing. Rising from her seat, Jiang Qing gathered her bag and turned to leave. "Wait," Xiao Qi's father suddenly called after her. Jiang Qing halted, turning back to regard him with a wry smile. "Mr. Xiao, is there something else?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qi's father struggled to suppress his fury, speaking in a subdued tone. "You had better hope that this information does not leak. Otherwise." Jiang Qing remained silent, merely smiling before leaving the CAF without a backward glance. As Xiao Qi's father watched her retreating figure, his expression darkened ominously as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Find out exactly what Jiang Qing has in her possession. Xiao Qi's father, ever astute, realized that the materials Jiang Qing held could potentially cause him significant trouble. He had initially intended to intimidate her, but instead found himself outmaneuvered. "This girl is truly formidable." Xiao Qi's father gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly to protect his business. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and ordered the cessation of all actions against the Jiang family. Furthermore, he covertly instructed his subordinates to assist in restoring the Jiang family's reputation, and even reached out to several partners who had intended to withdraw their investments, persuading them through reason and emotion until he managed to stabilize the situation. On the Jiang family's side, the clouds of despair lifted, and everyone was imbued with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. Jiang Qing's mother excitedly grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "Qing, you are truly amazing. I am so proud of you." Director Wang and other executives expressed their admiration for Jiang Qing, their previous doubts and dissatisfaction vanishing without a trace, replaced by genuine respect. Even the previously indecisive Wang Qi had fully aligned himself with Jiang Qing, no longer daring to entertain any ulterior motives. The Jiang family's crisis was thoroughly resolved, and the company's operations steadily returned to normal, even surpassing previous levels. Jiang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension she had been holding onto for days gradually easing. All of this had not gone unnoticed by Xiao Qingyan. He had been silently observing Jiang Qing, witnessing her courage in the face of adversity, and his admiration and affection for her deepened. He finally understood that Jiang Qing was not a fragile flower in need of his protection, but rather a rose that could bloom defiantly even amidst the fiercest storms. During a celebratory banquet, Xiao Qingyan, in front of everyone, presented a bouquet of fiery red roses to Jiang Qing, kneeling on one knee and professing earnestly, "Qing, I love you. Please grant me a title, allowing me to love you for the rest of my life. Will you?" The scene erupted into tumult, as everyone was taken aback by the unexpected declaration of love. Jiang Qing was also momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Xiao Qingyan would express his affections so publicly. Gazing at the ardent man before her, her heart was profoundly stirred. Just as Jiang Qing was about to speak, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was a friend's number. "Hello, Xiaoya. What's wrong?" Jiang Qing answered the call. "Qing, help. I'm trapped in an abandoned factory." The voice on the other end was filled with panic. But then it abruptly cut off, leaving only the sound of a busy tone. Jiang Qing's expression changed drastically, her grip on the phone trembling slightly. Xiaoya's cry for help struck her like a thunderclap, resonating ominously in her ears. That an abandoned factory, certainly not a place of safety. She lifted her gaze sharply. Xiao Qingyan was still kneeling, gazing at her with deep affection, the rose in his hand vibrant and beautiful. Contrasting starkly with her rising anxiety, the my friend is in trouble. Jiang Qing spoke rapidly, seizing Xiao Qingyan's hand, causing the rose to tumble to the ground, unnoticed. "She is trapped in an abandoned factory. I must go save her." Xiao Qingyan's brow furrowed, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Which abandoned factory?" "I'll go with you." Without time for extensive explanations, Jiang Qing tugged at Xiao Qingyan, rushing towards the exit. The celebratory clamor of the banquet was left far behind as they swiftly drove to the scene of the incident. En route, Jiang Qing contacted Feng Zheng, urging him to hurry and provide assistance. The abandoned factory lay on the outskirts of the city, desolate and eerie, its dilapidated structures looming like a slumbering beast. Appearing particularly terrifying in the night, Jiang Qing's heart raced. Her previous solitary venture in apparel had nearly cost her life. This time, although accompanied by Xiao Qingyan and Feng Zheng, the fact that their adversaries had laid a trap indicated they were surely prepared. Qingyan, be cautious. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipate, Jiang Qing said, gripping Xiao Qingyan's hand tightly, a barely perceptible tremor in her tone. Xiao Qingyan reciprocated her grip, offering her a reassuring gaze. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Feng Zheng soon arrived, and the three approached the factory with utmost caution. The rusted iron gate stood resolutely closed, the surroundings enveloped in an unnatural silence, as if even the air had frozen. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing was assaulted by the acrid scent of rust mingling with decay, causing her stomach to churn. Uncle Feng, you stay outside. Qingyan and I will go in, Jiang Qing decisively instructed. Feng Zheng hesitated. Miss, it's far too dangerous inside. It's all right. We'll be quick, Jiang Qing insisted with unwavering determination. Xiao Qingyan nodded, retrieving 2 handguns from the trunk and handing one to Jiang Qing. Be careful. Jiang Qing accepted the weapon, expertly checking the magazine, a glimmer of steely resolve flashing in her eyes. She forcefully kicked open the factory's large door and stepped inside first, with a shrill creak. The sound of metal scraping against metal shattered the stillness of the night. The factory's interior was dim and damp, the air thick with a pungent moldy odor. As soon as Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan entered, a cacophony of insults erupted around them. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Miss Jiang, what brings you to this desolate place? Boss Zhou, with his beer belly protruding, brandished a gleaming dagger, a mocking grin plastered across his face. Behind him, a motley crew quickly surrounded them, wielding steel pipes and iron rods, their eyes glinting with menace, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan found themselves encircled. The situation precarious. Boss Zhou, it's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. This isn't entertaining. Xiao Qingyan's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the adversaries. Entertaining? Let me show you what real entertainment looks like. Boss Zhou sneered, gesturing with his hand. Get them. The man is to be incapacitated, and the woman. Ha. Jiang Qing's heart raced, feeling as though she was trapped in a dire predicament that instant. A flash of inspiration struck her. She whispered a few words to Xiao Qingyan. Xiao Qingyan paused momentarily, then a mischievous smile crept across his lips as he nodded in agreement. The next second, Xiao Qingyan suddenly shouted, "The police are coming! Run!" His unexpected outburst was like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, causing chaos among the enemies as they scrambled in all directions. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan seized the opportunity to dash towards the direction where Xiaoyu was held captive. Xiao Qingyan kicked aside an obstructing thug, while Jiang Qing nimbly dodged a swinging steel pipe, executing a perfect shoulder throw to send one assailant crashing to the ground. Boss, there are no police. A flustered subordinate rushed back to report that it was then that Boss Zhou realized he had been outwitted. His face turned ashen, and he bellowed, "Get back here! Don't be fooled by them." He charged after Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "You little brats, you'll regret this." Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan reached a tightly shut iron door, and Xiao Qingyan delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The iron door flew open, revealing Xiaoyu, bound and helpless. Before Jiang Qing could step forward, Boss Zhou and his minions caught up, their expressions menacing, as if intent on skinning them alive. "None of you will leave here alive today." Boss Zhou growled ominously, in a moment of desperation. Feng Zheng descended from above, executing a flawless spinning kick that sent the foremost thug flying. "Miss, I'll cover you. You two get out." Feng Zheng stood resolutely at the entrance, a bulwark against the oncoming tide. "Uncle Feng, be careful," Jiang Qing urged as she helped Xiaoyu to her feet, hastily retreating. Feng Zheng fought valiantly against overwhelming odds, each strike lethal. Boss Zhou's henchmen were ruthless, aiming for vital points with each blow. Though Feng Zheng was agile, he was gradually overwhelmed. Once Jiang Qing and Xiaoyu had reached a safe distance, Jiang Qing quickly assessed the situation, noticing Boss Zhou lurking in the back. Directing his minions with a smug demeanor, in a flash of inspiration, She picked up a brick and aimed for Boss Zhou's ankle, hurling it with precision. Ouch! Boss Zhou failed to evade, receiving a direct hit. And he winced in pain, cursing vehemently, "Which scoundrel ambushed me?" Seizing the opportunity, Feng Zheng landed a heavy punch, incapacitating one of Boss Zhou's men. The surrounding thugs, witnessing their leader falter, lost some of their resolve. "Uncle Feng, retreat!" Jiang Qing shouted. Feng Zheng feigned a maneuver, quickly extricating himself from the fray and sprinting to join Jiang Qing and Xiaoya. The three of them fought and retreated, finally escaping the clutches of the abandoned factory. However, unbeknownst to them, deep within the factory, a shadowy figure slowly rose to its feet. The injuries sustained by Xiao Qingyan and Feng Zheng were serious. Jiang Qing immediately contacted Detective Ma, requesting reliable doctors and a hospital. Before long, they arrived at a private hospital, where Dr. Chun and Nurse Fong had been awaiting their arrival. Xiao Qingyan's condition was critical, and he lay unconscious. After providing emergency treatment, Dr. Chen's expression turned grave as he addressed Jiang Qing. "The patient has lost a significant amount of blood, and his internal organs are damaged. The situation is dire." Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. She clutched Xiao Qingyan's hand tightly, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Qingyan, you must pull through. I cannot bear to lose you." Did I end the upscale ward of the private hospital? The acrid scent of disinfectant was overwhelming, yet it could not dispel the fear that clung to Jiang Qing's heart. Xiao Qingyan lay silently on the hospital bed, his complexion as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. His eyes were tightly shut, thick lashes casting shadows upon his eyelids. The fierce aura he usually exuded had vanished, leaving him fragile like a delicate porcelain doll. Jiang Qing held his hand, her fingertips icy. She recalled their initial encounter, marked by tension, his dangerous yet captivating smile, his forceful embrace, and his commanding kiss, those memories. Once a blend of love and resentment, now morphed into piercing anguish. She was terrified, afraid he might remain in this slumber indefinitely, terrified he might leave her forever. "Yin Yin, you must wake up," Jiang Qing choked out, tears blurring her vision. "You promised me you would take me to see the ocean, to savor delicacies from around the world. You cannot break your promise." Outside the ward, Feng Zheng's expression was grim. He had just received news that Boss Zhou's remnants were brazenly plotting to infiltrate the hospital and target Xiao Qingyan. With just himself, how could he possibly fend off those desperate men? "Miss, the situation is dire. Boss Zhou's men may come to the hospital to cause trouble," Feng Zheng warned in a hushed tone. Jiang Qing's heart sank, a chill coursing through her body. She was now isolated and defenseless. If Boss Zhou's men truly arrived, the consequences would be unthinkable. Would she once again be forced to watch as Xiao Qingyan fell into peril? At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Nurse Fong entered, holding the tools for a dressing change. She cautiously approached the bedside, preparing to tend to Xiao Qingyan's wound. However, just as she grasped the medicine bottle, her hand suddenly trembled, with a sharp clatter. The bottle fell to the floor, shattering into fragments, the liquid spreading across the floor like an eerie flower. Jiang Qing's nerves instantaneously tightened as she spun around, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Who?" Nurse Fong, pale with fright, stammered. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Realizing her reaction had been excessive, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. That it was a false alarm. Yet the looming threat posed by Zhou's remnants still hung over her like the sword of Damocles. She had to devise a means to protect Xiao Qingyan. "Uncle Feng, please come in," Jiang Qing said in a hushed tone. Feng Zheng promptly slipped into the room, closing the door behind him, his expression grave. "Miss, what is your command?" "Zhou's men could arrive at any moment. We must be prepared," Jiang Qing asserted, her gaze resolute. The hospital security could not be relied upon. It was up to them to safeguard themselves. "What brilliant strategy do you have in mind, miss?" Feng Zheng inquired, aware that Jiang Qing was no ordinary pampered lady. Surveying the room, Jiang Qing's eyes fell upon some everyday items, and a mischievous smile played at the corners of her lips. Using what was available, they would orchestrate a surprise. For the ensuing hours, Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng transformed into crafty artisans, employing threads, soda cans, and small bells to fashion a series of rudimentary alarm devices around the entrance and windows of the hospital room. Although these contraptions were simplistic, they were cleverly concealed. Any intruder would trigger a sound, providing ample warning that as the night deepened. The corridor lay deserted, that a furtive figure stealthily approached Xiao Qingyin's room, crouching low, moving with feline grace, intent on remaining undetected. Yet, just as he neared the doorway, a sudden, clear jingle of bells shattered the night's stillness. Who? Feng Zheng's alert voice rang out from within the room. Cursing under his breath, the shadowy figure attempted to flee, only to collide with a solid chest. Like a cheetah, Feng Zheng pounced, swiftly subduing the intruder. With such meager skills, you dare to cause a ruckus, Feng Zheng scoffed, effortlessly dragging the struggling figure into the room. Speak. Who sent you? Jiang Qing questioned coldly. The intruder's eyes darted, unable to meet Jiang Qing's penetrating gaze that a slight smile graced Jiang Qing's lips, imbued with a hint of frost, not willing to divulge. That's quite all right. I have my methods to elicit your cooperation. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense as Jiang Qing approached the bedside, gently caressing Xiao Qingyin's hand, her eyes brimming with affection. Yin Yin, how shall we deal with him? She murmured softly, as if soothing a child, recounting the journey from their initial encounter to their current interdependence. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, cascading down like pearls from a broken string, landing delicately upon Xiao Qingyin's hand. Suddenly, she felt a faint movement in his fingers. Jiang Qing's heart raced, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yin Yin, are you responding to me? At that moment, Dr. Chen entered for a routine examination. After a thorough check, a satisfied smile spread across his face that Mr. Zhao's condition has improved. His vital signs are stable, that it seems he will awaken soon. Jiang Qing's tears transformed into joy as she grasped Xiao Qingyin's hand, cherishing it like the most precious treasure. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Once Dr. Chen departed, Jiang Qing's anxious heart finally found solace. She remained at Xiao Qingyin's side, her gaze as tender as flowing water. Yet tranquility was short-lived, for unfamiliar faces began to appear in the corridor outside the room. Clad in suits, they appeared harmless but frequently cast furtive glances towards Xiao Qingyin's room. Jiang Qing's keen instincts detected something amiss, her heart racing with alarm. Who were these people? What were they doing in the hospital? Were they here for Xiao Qingyin? Her anxiety mounted as she scrutinized them, searching for clues. Suddenly, one of the men received a phone call, lowering his voice. Yes, right here, in the VIP ward of this hospital. A chill coursed through Jiang Qing, a wave of dread washing over her. Indeed, these individuals were here for Xiao Qinyin. She needed to act swiftly to ensure his safety. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain composed. Turning to Feng Zheng with determination, it appeared that the show was about to begin. Chapter 22. Breaking the deadlock and overcoming the crisis. Jiang Qing observed the well-dressed yet suspicious men, internally cursing them. There were clearly no innocuous figures. Their predatory gazes swept over her and Xiao Qingyin's room, as if ensuring their malicious intent was unmistakable. Jiang Qing smirked coldly, thinking they underestimated her. Feng Zheng had stepped out to gather information but had yet to return, leaving the room in an eerie silence, punctuated only by Xiao Qingyin's steady breathing. Jiang Qing's heart raced like a drum. The thrill mingled with an undercurrent of fear. She clutched Xiao Qingyin's hand tightly, her palms clammy with sweat. Time ticked away, each second tightening around Jiang Qing's throat like an invisible vice. She felt on the brink of suffocation. No, she couldn't simply sit idly by. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to calm herself. Scanning the room, she sought anything that could serve as a means of defense. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Jiang Qing whipped around. Her senses sharpened like a poised predator. It was Nurse Feng, her complexion pale, eyes flickering, holding a tray of medicine bottles. Nurse Feng approached Jiang Qing hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Miss Jiang, I noticed some unusual medications in the hospital. Jiang Qing's heart sank, sensing trouble. What kind of unusual medications? Be clear, she urged, her tone laced with a barely concealed urgency. Nurse Feng trembled, nearly dropping the tray. Just some medications that shouldn't be here, she stammered. Her face growing even paler, furrowing her brow. Jiang Qing's suspicions crystallized. It seemed Zhou was resorting to underhanded tactics. She scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion that she was a naive fool. All right, I understand. You may leave now. She waved her hand, signaling Nurse Feng to depart. Nurse Feng, as if granted a reprieve, fled the room in haste. Jiang Qing watched her retreating figure, her expression sharpening. Rather than remain passive, she would take the initiative. She was no delicate flower content to hide behind a man. Swiftly donning a cleaner uniform, complete with a mask and hat, she disguised herself thoroughly. Slipping out of the hospital room, she moved stealthily down the corridors like a nimble cat, intentionally crossing paths with the suspicious men, occasionally feigning accidental collisions and murmuring apologies. Initially, the men paid her little heed, but as her appearances increased, their interest in her grew. "Hey, little sister, what are you doing here?" One burly man blocked her path, his tone lewd. Jiang Qing lowered her head, feigning subservience. "That I'm just a cleaner, that a cleaner." The man scrutinized her, an unsavory glint flickering in his eyes. "That you're quite pretty. Why not come play with Big Brother?" Jiang Qing felt a wave of disgust but maintained an expression of fear. "No, I need to work." "Work? Stick with Big Brother, and you'll earn more than now." He reached out to grab her hand. Jiang Qing quickly calculated her options. These men, though seemingly robust, surely had vulnerabilities. If she could exploit their overconfidence, she could turn the tables. Suddenly, Jiang Qing stepped back, evading his grasp. "No," she whimpered, her eyes wide with feigned terror. Seeing her fear only emboldened him. He grinned. "Don't be scared, little sister. I'll take good care of you." Did he lunge for her again? But Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with cunning, her lips curling slightly upward. The fish had finally taken the bait. His hand neared her. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with determination. She produced a canister of pepper spray concealed in her sleeve, unleashing it directly into the man's face. "Ta-da! My eyes!" he howled, clutching his face in agony, his expression contorted like a frog burned by boiling water. The other accomplices, startled by the unexpected turn of events, hesitated. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qing kicked out, sending the nearest man crashing to the floor, his body collapsing like a rag doll, unable to rise as he groaned in pain. Then she turned and ran, shouting as she went. "Uncle Feng! Uncle Feng! Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Feng Zheng, accompanied by several subordinates, rushed in from the other end of the corridor, encircling the bewildered men. "Dare to lay a finger on our young lady? You must be tired of living." Feng Zheng's furious roar ignited an instant chaos that I in the hospital room. Xiao Qingyan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a pristine white ceiling, that he felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. And his body lacked strength. "Where am I?" He struggled to sit up, only to discover a delicate hand firmly gripping his. Following the hand, he saw Jiang Qing, asleep beside his bed, clad in a janitor's uniform and dusted with grime. Her beauty remained unblemished, shining through the imperfections. As Xiao Qingyan gazed at Jiang Qing, memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. Her tenacious and spirited eyes had captivated him from that moment, occupying a special place in his heart. That a surge of warmth coursed through him, and he tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Just then, Jiang Qing stirred awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, a radiant smile broke across her face upon seeing Xiao Qingyan awake. "That you're awake," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. "Wonderful. You've finally awakened." Xiao Qingyan held her tightly, savoring her warmth and fragrance, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Qing," he uttered, his voice raspy yet imbued with sincerity. "Thank you for everything you've done for me." Jiang Qing beamed with happiness. "Silly. Why say thank you? We are each other's most important people." Suddenly, the door to the hospital room burst open, and a subordinate rushed in, visibly flustered. "Boss, it's bad." Zhou. Before he could finish, Xiao Qingyan's icy glare silenced him. "What has happened to Zhou Laoda?" His voice was low and dangerous, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The subordinate gulped, trembling as he spoke. "Zhou Laoda has brought people with him." Chapter 23. Standing together against adversity. Love endures eternally. Zhou Laoda has brought people? Xiao Qingyan's expression hardened, a palpable chill enveloping the room that he attempted to sit up, but the movement aggravated his wound, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. "That don't push yourself." Jiang Qing quickly supported him. "You just woke up." She turned to the subordinate. "How many people? What weapons do they have?" The subordinate stammered. "Approximately, about 30, all armed, 30 people." Jiang Qing's heart sank. This was no trivial matter. Zhou Laodao appeared intent on a fatal confrontation. Moreover, they were in a hospital, surrounded by countless innocent patients and medical staff. Xiao Qingyan inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain, his gaze resolute. Qing, you and Uncle Feng must leave at once. Leave this to me, leave? How could I abandon you? Jiang Qing grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with concern and determination that if we leave together. If we stay together. Xiao Qingyan's heart warmed, yet quickened with urgency in his current state. He could hardly protect Jiang Qing, let alone himself, that he could not allow her to take risks alongside him. Listen, if you stay here, it will only distract me. His tone was firm. Uncle Feng, ensure Qingqing's safety. Without hesitation, Feng Zheng stepped forward. Miss, please follow me. Yet Jiang Qing stubbornly remained rooted in place. That I won't leave. We either go together or stay together. Time ticked away, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by chaotic shouts that they're coming. The subordinate cried out in terror. Xiao Qingyan forcefully pushed Jiang Qing behind Feng Zheng. Take her away! Quickly, no! Jiang Qing struggled desperately, unable to break free from Feng Zheng's grasp. Xiao Qingyan mustered the strength to stand. Drawing the handgun hidden beneath his pillow, his icy gaze fixed on the doorway, he understood that a fierce battle was inevitable today. With a resounding crash, the hospital room door burst open. Xiao Qingyan, get out here! Zhou Laoda's venomous voice echoed down the corridor as he kicked the door open, followed by a throng of ruffians, each brandishing weapons, resembling a horde of zombies on the attack. Chaos erupted in the hospital, patients, nurses, and doctors scrambling in panic, screams rising in a cacophony that rivaled a horror film. Jiang Qing's heart raced at the sight. It appeared Zhou Laoda had emptied his arsenal. Intent on a real confrontation, swiftly scanning the room, her mind raced to assess the situation. Xiao Qingyan, though pale, remained resolute, gripping his handgun tightly. Each movement sent searing pain through his wound, yet his sole thought was to protect Jiang Qing. He recalled his promise to always guard this woman, even at the cost of his life. This conviction fortified him, exuding an aura of inviolable authority amidst his weakness that he knew this battle would be perilous. Xiao Qingyan, today is your reckoning. Zhou Laodao laughed triumphantly, as if envisioning Xiao Qingyan begging for mercy. Humph, Xiao Qingyan retorted with a cold smirk. Who will prevail remains to be seen. Jiang Qing seized his arm. Don't confront them head-on. Buy us some time. She swiftly dialed a number. Chong, bring the brothers to Central Hospital. It's urgent. After hanging up, she turned to Feng Zheng. Uncle Feng, take Xiao Qingyan to the emergency exit. Delay for as long as you can. Without question, Feng Zheng hoisted Xiao Qingyan and rushed out. Jiang Qing remained behind, recalling her childhood when her father taught her to use her surroundings to hide and create obstacles during their games of hide-and-seek. Using the furniture and medical equipment in the room, she set up simple traps. She knew she could not let Xiao Qingyan face danger alone. She needed to be his support. As Zhou Laoda's men stormed into the room, they resembled a herd of reckless wild boars charging into a hunter's trap. The first few were tripped by the bed legs, causing a domino effect as others stumbled over them. A few were struck on the head by falling force stands, their cries resembling those of slaughtered pigs, filling the room with chaos and despair. The scene devolved into utter pandemonium, akin to a massive car crash. What is happening? You useless fools, Zhou Laoda bellowed in frustration. Jiang Qing hid in a corner, relishing the sight of the disoriented intruders. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan and Feng Zheng retreated through the emergency exit. Though Xiao Qingyan was weakened, his strikes remained fierce, each shot finding its mark. You can't escape, Xiao Qingyan, Zhou Laoda shouted as he pursued them. That's so. Xiao Qingyan replied with a cold smile, a glint of determination in his eyes. Then let's see about that. Suddenly, the roar of engines approached. Outside the hospital, several black cars screeched to a halt, doors flinging open as a cadre of men in black surged inside. Xiao Qingyan murmured, watching the reinforcements arrive. Jiang Qing emerged from her hiding spot, a confident smile gracing her lips. The show has only just begun. Chong and his men descended like divine warriors, swiftly turning the tide of battle. The hospital corridor transformed into a chaotic battlefield, where makeshift weapons, bricks, steel pipes, and more were wielded, creating a uniquely thrilling scene. Zhou Laoda's men, once brimming with bravado, were now caught off guard, fleeing in panic, their cries echoing in disarray. Despite his frailty, Xiao Qingyan radiated an overpowering presence. each move resonating with formidable force, leaving Jiang Qing starstruck. Zhou Laoda himself entered the fray, clashing with Xiao Qingyan in a fierce duel, while the surrounding subordinates trembled in fear of collateral damage. Reminiscent of a scene from a gangster film, Jiang Qing, ever resourceful, became the ultimate support, directing Feng Zheng to flank Zhou Laoda's men, disrupting their formation as if she were a master strategist. Feng Zheng fought with agility and precision, dispatching Zhou Laoda's men with lethal efficiency, evoking cries of despair and panic among them that in the heat of battle. Jiang Qing keenly observed Zhou Laoda's one critical vulnerability. His left leg was impaired. A golden opportunity. She shouted to Xiao Qingyan, "Ian, target his left leg. He's lame." Understanding her intent, Xiao Qingyan seized the moment, launching a fierce assault on Zhou Laoda's left leg, sending him crashing to the ground. "My heavens!" Zhou Laoda howled, rolling on the floor, clutching his leg like a frog whose tail had been stepped on. Seeing their leader defeated, Zhou Laoda's men scattered like frightened birds, fleeing faster than rabbits. Desperate to evade captured, as the smoke cleared, Xiao Qingyan approached Jiang Qing, gazing at her with deep affection, his eyes filled with tenderness. "To Qing, I will never allow you to suffer harm again." Jiang Qing gazed at the man before her, who was fighting desperately for her sake, and a warm current surged within her heart. She nestled gently in Xiao Qian's embrace and softly murmured, "I feel the same." The two held each other tightly, as if in that moment the universe contained only the two of them. Their hearts were pressed closely together, never to part again. Just then, Jiang Qing's phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. She glanced at Xiao Qingyan before answering the call. "Hello," a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Miss Jiang, how have you been lately?" The voice on the line plunged Jiang Qing into an icy abyss. It was the notorious Gao La. He chuckled ominously. "Miss Jiang, it appears you and your beau are quite affectionate, but alas, good times are fleeting." Jiang Qing's heart sank suddenly, an ominous premonition flooding her mind. "What do you want?" she asked, striving to maintain her composure, though her voice trembled with barely concealed fear. "Don't be so tense. Miss Jiang, that IT was my subordinate, who acted thoughtlessly. That I merely wish for Mr. Xiao to reminisce with me at the same abandoned factory as before." Nostalgic, isn't it? Gao Laoda's tone dripped with mockery, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. "You dare!" Jiang Qing shouted furiously, yet she knew that Gao Laoda was capable of anything. Of course. I dare, Miss Jiang. You should know I am a man of my word. If you don't believe me, just ask your lover. We have a long-standing relationship. You best keep an eye on him with that." Gao Laoda hung up, leaving only the harsh tone of the busy signal in her ears. Jiang Qing's complexion turned ashen, her grip on the phone tightening until her knuckles turned white. "Gao Laoda, the boss of Zhou Laoda. So the little one has summoned the big one." Frightening images from the previous encounter at the abandoned factory flashed through her mind, sending tremors coursing through her body. Drowning her in fear. At that moment, Xiao Qingyan received a call from his subordinate, Xiao Jing, informing him that a shipment required his personal inspection. Jiang Qing, recalling the earlier call, quickly grasped Xiao Qingyan's arm. "You can't go. This is a trap. Qing, I must take a look. I will go with you. Bring more of your brothers along. It's better to be prepared." Jiang Qing's tone brooked no argument. She feared for Xiao Qingyan's safety. Rather than worry from behind, she preferred to fight alongside him. Taking a deep breath, her gaze became resolute. "Uncle Feng, prepare the car," Jiang Qing commanded decisively. Simultaneously, she dialed Detective Ma's number. "Detective Ma, I need your assistance." On the other end, Detective Ma's calm voice responded, "Miss Jiang, what can I do for you?" Jiang Qing swiftly relayed the situation and requested that he promptly investigate the area surrounding the abandoned factory. "Of course, Miss Jiang, that I will arrive as soon as possible." Detective Ma's response provided Jiang Qing with a glimmer of reassurance. After ending the call, Jiang Qing's heart remained suspended in anxiety. She gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, silently repeating to herself, "The bridge will straighten itself when we reach the boat." The vehicle halted outside the abandoned factory, and Jiang Qing's heartbeat quickened. The Xiao family, under Xiao Qingyan's orders, had swiftly concealed themselves around the factory. Jiang Qing pushed open the car door, a gust of cold wind hitting her face, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Feng Zheng immediately stepped forward, shielding Jiang Qing. "Miss, be careful." Jiang Qing nodded, inhaling deeply as her eyes scanned the surroundings. Beneath the dim streetlights, the shadow of the abandoned factory loomed ominously, the air around them seemingly stilled, enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere. "Uncle Feng." Jiang Qing's voice trembled slightly. "Look." Feng Zheng followed her gaze, his expression instantly turning grave. "There are more than last time," he murmured. Outside the abandoned factory, shadows moved in greater numbers than before, akin to a flock of scavenging vultures, sending chills down Jiang Qing's spine. This was no mere reunion. It was a banquet of death. Gao Laoda was determined to eliminate Xiao Qingyan. Jiang Qing's palms were clammy with sweat. There were more than last time. Feng Zheng's voice quaked slightly. This setup means a direct assault would be suicide. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Just then, Detective Ma sent a message, confirming the number of adversaries inside and outlining a strategy. Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng exchanged glances, ready to execute their plan. Outside the factory, Zhou Laoda's men patrolled restlessly, their flashlights sweeping the area, yet they willfully overlooked Jiang Qing. She cautiously ventured into the factory. The acrid scent of oil mingled with dust, nearly overwhelming her senses. Covering her nose, she inwardly grumbled, "Gao Laoda has a flair for choosing locations. This place could double as a horror film set without any need for props." Jiang Qing created a noise to attract the enemy's attention. Hearing the commotion, Gao Laoda assumed it was Xiao Qingyan arriving and let out a boisterous laugh. However, when he saw only Jiang Qing and Feng Zheng, his smile faltered. "What tricks are you playing, little girl?" Gao Laoda bellowed. Several henchmen wielding flashlights emerged from the shadows, resembling the most basic of video game minions. Without hesitation, Feng Zheng lunged forward, effortlessly incapacitating two of them. Though the henchmen were amateurish in skill, their numbers were overwhelming, akin to chaff being cut down repeatedly, and Feng Zheng began to struggle. Jiang Qing was not a naive damsel. She took cover behind Feng Zheng, her keen eyes observing the unfolding battle. Having previously taken self-defense courses abroad, she was no longer the frail girl she once was. Faced with danger, memories of her training surged forth, sharpening her focus. "Wait, why does one of those henchmen's movements seem so familiar? Is that the legendary rhythmic exercise attack? The rhythm is too strong, and the flaws are glaring." Jiang Qing acted swiftly, seizing a piece of wood from the ground and striking the henchman's knee with a resounding crack. The henchman collapsed with a yowl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Feng Zheng seized the opportunity, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent the henchman crashing to the ground. The remaining henchmen retreated, their eyes filled with terror. "Goodness, this girl appears delicate, yet her strikes are so vicious." Just then, the black-clad members of the Xiao family surged forth like phantoms from all directions, swiftly surrounding Gao Laoda and his men. Gao Laoda panicked, attempting to resist, but it was too late. Xiao Qingyan emerged from the shadows, stepping beside Jiang Qing and tightly grasping her hand. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qing shook her head, her gaze fixed on the subdued Gao Laoda. "Those who engage in wrongdoing will meet their end. Today is your reckoning." Gao Laoda's face contorted in despair, struggling in vain as the Xiao family took him away. With this crisis averted, Xiao Qingyan and Jiang Qing exchanged smiles. His grip on her hand filled with tenderness and gratitude. "Qing, thank you." Jiang Qing smiled faintly, about to speak when her expression suddenly changed, and she forcefully pushed Xiao Qingyan away. Did I end that instant? A shadow lunged forth from the darkness, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed directly at Xiao Qingyan's chest. Unprepared, Xiao Qingyan could only watch as the dagger neared. Poised to strike, at the critical moment, Jiang Qing leaped forward, placing herself in front of Xiao Qingyan to shield him. "Qing." Xiao Qingyan's eyes widened in horror as he helplessly witnessed the dagger plunge into Jiang Qing's shoulder. She let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling instantly, yet she clung tightly to Xiao Qingyan, refusing to let him come to harm. Feng Zheng reacted swiftly, darting forward to wrest the dagger from the assailant's grasp, delivering a decisive blow that incapacitated the attacker. "Qing, are you all right?" Xiao Qingyan held Jiang Qing close, his voice trembling with concern. Jiang Qing fought through the pain, shaking her head that "I'm fine, just a minor injury." But before she could finish her words, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Qingyan cradled Jiang Qing in his arms, rushing her to the hospital. After examination, the doctors confirmed that although her life was not in danger, the wound was deep and required hospitalization for observation. Xiao Qingyan remained by Jiang Qing's side, plagued with guilt. Upon awakening, Jiang Qing learned from Xiao Qingyan that her mother had called with good news. Her father had been discharged from the hospital. Hastily, Jiang Qing entered her home, finding her father seated on the sofa. Sipping tea, his complexion markedly improved. "Father, how are you feeling?" Jiang Qing inquired with concern. Setting down his teacup, Jiang Qing's father grasped her hand. "Thanks to you and Xiao, I am feeling much better now." Jiang Qing settled beside her father. "Is there some feud between our families?" Her father sighed, worry etched across his features. "You should visit the library in the city center. Our families have harbored grievances for a long time. Be cautious with Xiao. I fear the old-timers from both families might pose a threat to you both." "Why don't you oppose our relationship then?" Jiang Qing asked, perplexed that I only wish for my daughter to be safe and happy. Her father smiled gently, continuing, "Moreover, it's not a matter of national enmity standing in the way, so why should I object? Do visit the library when you conduct in order to investigate the long-standing feud between her family and the Xiao Qingyan family." Jiang Qing resolved to personally visit the ancient library located in the city center, which housed numerous invaluable historical documents. However, upon stepping into the library, her enthusiasm was abruptly doused by a veritable deluge of cold water. The venerable librarian stood before her like an immovable mountain, brandishing a plethora of library regulations that barred her from entering the area containing family-related materials. Only residents of the city were permitted access. One must possess a letter of introduction from a relevant institution, and the materials were deemed too precious to be borrowed. The old librarian droned on, her gaze filled with suspicion, as if Jiang Qing were a nefarious criminal plotting a grand scheme. After considerable effort, Jiang Qing managed to appeal to the librarian's sense of reason and emotion, finally persuading her to grant access to the restricted area. Yet, before she could even exhale in relief, the archivist, Zheng Fan, materialized beside her like a specter. "Miss Jiang, please exercise caution. These documents are exceedingly valuable and must not be casually perused, nor photographed or copied." Zheng Fan shadowed Jiang Qing, incessantly reiterating various regulations, each gesture serving to constrain her and instill a sense of profound oppression, as if she were ensnared within an invisible cage. "That I understand. I will be careful," Jiang Qing replied, striving to suppress her mounting frustration and cooperate with Zheng Fan. At last, she located the shelves containing the family records and eagerly began to rummage through them. "Miss Jiang, please handle with care." Zheng Fan's voice rang out once more, piercing her concentration like a needle. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing endeavored to maintain her composure and continued her search. Suddenly, her fingers halted upon a thick, ancient tome. Just as she reached out to seize it, Zheng Fan swiftly restrained her hand. "This document," the archivist's tone was oddly evasive, "is not for viewing." Jiang Qing arched an eyebrow, perplexed by the old man's behavior. "Why can't I see it?" Zheng Fan stammered. "This document is damaged and cannot be perused." Jiang Qing was unconvinced by his flimsy excuse. With a forceful tug, she wrested the ancient book from his grasp. With a tearing sound, the pages indeed crumbled. See, it's damaged." Zheng Fan's expression bore the unmistakable air of having foreseen this outcome. Jiang Qing rolled her eyes. This was no mere damage, but rather evidence of deliberate sabotage. The torn section contained crucial details regarding the animosity between the two families. How brazenly they sought to obstruct her inquiry. Jiang Qing was seething with indignation, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "So it's torn, is it? I refuse to be thwarted." She commenced her examination of other materials, attempting to uncover any clues. However, the subsequent developments proved even more disheartening. Numerous key documents were encrypted, the incomprehensible characters resembling formidable walls that barred the truth from her grasp. Jiang Qing felt as if she were ensnared in a high-stakes decryption game, bereft of any guide. "What on earth is this nonsense?" she could not help but mutter. Zheng Fan, lingering nearby, remarked with an air of condescension, "This is our library's special encryption method. Only professionals are capable of deciphering it." The implication was clear. A mere girl like her should abandon her futile efforts to at this juncture. Most individuals might have surrendered or sought the assistance of so-called professionals. Yet, who was Jiang Qing? She was as resilient as a cockroach. Rather than soliciting help, she resolved to study the encryption methods herself. Drawing upon the knowledge she had acquired in school, she began to experiment with decryption techniques. Much to the surprise of the enigmatic observer, Liu Xiaoxin. From his concealed vantage point, Liu Xiaoxin scoffed, overestimating herself. He was eager to see what this young girl could possibly concoct as the seconds ticked away. Jiang Qing's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. She tirelessly attempted various decryption methods, yet progress eluded her. Just as she was on the verge of despair, an epiphany struck her. Taking a deep breath, her fingers flew across the keyboard. "That I did it," Jiang Qing exclaimed softly, as the screen finally revealed some readable text that Liu Xiaoxin, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. Impossible. Jiang Qing had successfully decrypted part of the files. Her heart racing as she read the words Rongdao Real Estate Project on the screen. That wasn't this the very project that had sparked a fierce rivalry between the two families? Astonishingly, the roots lay here. Jiang Qing felt akin to a treasure hunter who had unearthed a hidden trove, nearly bursting with excitement. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoxin's expression turned ashen. This girl was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He needed to act swiftly to thwart her. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the library, the shrill sound startling Jiang Qing nearly out of her chair. "What is happening?" The old librarian and Zheng Fan rushed in, their eyes widening at the sight of the decrypted files on the computer screen. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing?" The librarian's voice was a tempest of outrage. "You have unlawfully decrypted the library's files. This is a serious violation." Zheng Fan pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Qing, exclaiming, "I knew you harbored ill intentions. You must be trying to steal the library's secrets. I am utterly speechless. I did not." Jiang Qing vehemently protested. "I simply wish to research some family records." "Family records? I suspect you're attempting to thieve something." Zheng Fan remained unconvinced by her words. Jiang Qing felt her patience fraying, exasperated by the old man's obstinacy. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to remain composed. "Gentlemen, I assure you, I am only here to resolve family disputes. I harbor no malice, nor do I intend to steal anything from the library." Jiang Qing's earnest tone and unwavering gaze began to sway the old librarian. "Is what you say true?" "Absolutely. If I utter a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down," Jiang Qing declared with unwavering conviction. After a moment's contemplation, the librarian relented. "Very well, I will grant you more time to peruse the materials. But you must promise to refrain from any further illicit actions." Jiang Qing nodded gratefully. "Thank you. I assure you that such incidents will not recur." Zheng Fan, however, remained skeptical, scoffing from the sidelines. "That I hope you keep your word." The following day, Jiang Qing returned to the library, only to find Zheng Fan stationed at the archive's entrance like a sentinel. Chapter 26. Exploring the Old Mansion. The truth shall unfold. The archivist, Zheng Fan, stood guard at the entrance to the archives, his beady eyes scrutinizing Jiang Qing, as if he feared she might abscond with some precious artifact. Jiang Qing thought to herself, "Is it really necessary? One might think I were a notorious thief." She produced the special pass issued by the old librarian, and only then did Zheng Fan begrudgingly step aside. After spending several days in the library, Jiang Qing had not emerged empty-handed. The source of the family feud appeared to point towards the long-sealed old mansion. She resolved to personally investigate the mansion, located on the outskirts of the city. The old mansion exuded an air of antiquity. As Jiang Qing crossed the threshold of the old mansion, an elderly figure materialized before her. "Young lady, this mansion has been uninhabited for many years, and it is fraught with danger. The master has decreed that no one is permitted to enter," the steward stated firmly, blocking her path like a gnarled tree. Jiang Qing had anticipated such an obstruction and flashed a sweet smile as she presented her father's edict. "Steward Guo, this is my father's directive. I merely wish to take a look. I promise not to disturb anything." Guo examined the decree carefully, then sighed in resignation. "Very well, miss, but do exercise caution. The mansion is in disrepair." The interior of the mansion was even more dilapidated than Jiang Qing had envisioned, with dust and cobwebs adorning every surface, and the air was thick with a musty odor that sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Qing mused, "I apologize for intruding. The atmosphere here rivals that of a horror film." Yet the thought that the family's secrets might be concealed within these walls reignited her determination. She donned gloves and a mask, meticulously exploring her surroundings. The mansion was vast, with numerous rooms, and Jiang Qing found herself at a loss as to where to begin. Just as despair began to creep in, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a brick on the wall that appeared to be a different color from its surroundings. Approaching it, she discovered that the brick was slightly protruding. With a gentle press, a hidden compartment in the wall revealed itself with a satisfying click. Inside lay an ancient wooden box, causing Jiang Qing's heart to race. Could this be the key to the family's secrets? She eagerly opened the box. Inside was merely a yellowed photograph and a letter. Jiang Qing picked up the photograph, revealing a young, beautiful woman cradling an infant. The woman's features bore a striking resemblance to someone Jiang Qing felt she had encountered before. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing?" A voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Jiang Qing whirled around, only to find the space behind her empty. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be? Spinning around again, she found only the cold wind sweeping through the mansion, rustling the fallen leaves on the floor with a whispering sound. Inner monologue. No way. No way. This old mansion can't truly be haunted, can it? I think it's time to leave. However, the thought of the family's secrets being so near at hand caused her to grit her teeth. No. After such difficulty in uncovering a lead, I cannot simply abandon it. She took a deep breath, carefully stowing away the photograph and letter, and resumed her exploration of the old residence at that moment. The floor suddenly trembled, and Jiang Qing stumbled, nearly losing her balance. What was happening? Startled, she glanced around, only to discover that the chandelier above her was swaying precariously, threatening to crash down at any moment. Jiang Qing's inner monologue. Is this for real? Is this old house attempting to murder the descendants of my family? Such danger. She quickly realized that this was a man-made trap, and the one who had triggered it was likely the mysterious individual she had encountered earlier in the library. Jiang Qing's thoughts. You crafty fiend, haunting me relentlessly. With a steely gaze, she swiftly concealed herself to the side. The chandelier crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter, shattering into countless pieces as soon as the chandelier fell. Darts shot forth from the walls on either side, and Jiang Qing thought, this is akin to a real-life escape room. She deftly evaded the darts, only to find that the ground ahead suddenly gave way, revealing a dark, gaping chasm. Jiang Qing, feeling helpless. Is it asking me to perform a miraculous ascent? The consecutive traps made her realize that the mysterious person not only wished to obstruct her investigation, but even intended to take her life. She could not afford to be careless and began to meticulously observe how the traps were triggered. I am the spirit of reciprocity. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Jiang Qing discerned that the mechanisms had certain patterns. For instance, the switch for the chandelier was located in an inconspicuous corner, while the dart launchers were concealed behind the wall paintings. She began to exploit these patterns, playfully toying with the mysterious individual. Deliberately triggering some inconsequential traps, she hid in the shadows to observe the mysterious person's reactions. Clearly unprepared for Jiang Qing to unravel his schemes so swiftly, the mysterious figure became increasingly agitated and heightened the difficulty of the traps. Yet, Jiang Qing seemed to possess an uncanny advantage, consistently turning peril into safety, even using the traps against the mysterious figure. After a battle of wits and courage, Jiang Qing successfully navigated a series of traps and arrived before a tightly sealed stone door. She pushed against it, but the door remained immovable. Surely, the ultimate antagonist lies within. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in her ear. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Qing whirled around to find the mysterious individual. Lu Xiaoxin, having appeared behind her, brandishing a dagger that glinted ominously. Jiang Qing's thoughts. Finally, you reveal yourself. Who are you, and why are you obstructing me? Jiang Qing demanded, her gaze scanning the surroundings for an escape route. Lu Xiaoxin scoffed coldly. It is not for you to know. It is best if you remain ignorant. He lunged at Jiang Qing, the dagger aimed straight for her heart. Jiang Qing sidestepped the attack, responding with a swift kick to his abdomen. Did I ask that all? I expected a formidable opponent. Lu Xiaoxin staggered back, furious, and launched another assault. The two engaged in a fierce struggle within the narrow corridor. Although Jiang Qing lacked professional training, her agility and extraordinary courage allowed her to hold her ground against Lu Xiaoxin. Ultimately, Jiang Qing seized an opportunity, executing a sweeping leg kick that sent the mysterious figure crashing to the ground, swiftly binding him with rope. Now, can we speak? Who are you, and why do you want to stop me? Jiang Qing towered over Lu Xiaoxin, her gaze piercing. Yet the mysterious figure merely chuckled mockingly, remaining silent. Jiang Qing chose to ignore him. Turning back to the stone door, she noticed peculiar patterns etched into its surface, resembling her family's emblem. Could this be a sort of password lock? Jiang Qing scrutinized these designs, attempting to discern their meaning. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, reminiscent of the ancient script her grandfather had taught her in her youth. She attempted to interpret the patterns on the stone door using this script. And astonishingly, she succeeded. The door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black chamber. Jiang Qing cautiously stepped inside, discovering numerous ancient books and documents within the chamber. She picked up a diary, and upon opening it, found it chronicled her family's history. "Young lady, you cannot enter." Butler Gua suddenly appeared at the entrance of the chamber, his voice filled with urgency. "Butler Gua, I have uncovered the truth." Jiang Qing pointed at the diary's contents, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. Although concerned, Butler Gua, upon seeing Jiang Qing's resolute expression, ultimately sighed and refrained from stopping her. Jiang Qing continued to peruse the diary, finally uncovering the true reason behind the feud between the two families. It turned out that many years ago, a misunderstanding arose from a choice made during an economic conflict between their ancestors, leading to an enduring enmity between the families. That's it was, Jiang Qing murmured to herself. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She had finally discovered the truth, yet realized that resolving this misunderstanding would not be easy. Suddenly, she felt a chill creeping up her spine. Jiang Qing stood once more at the archive's door. Zheng Shu. I have returned. Chapter 27. Secrets gradually unfolding days later. Jiang Qing stood again at the archive's door, where Zheng Fan's cold gaze regarded her as a troublemaker. His arms crossed over his chest made it clear that today's review would be even stricter. And Jiang Qing felt like a solitary warrior preparing to assault a fortified castle. Upon entering the archives, scholar Qin Jiao presented her with more family lore materials. Yet these documents were even more obscure. Assistant Yi, scratching his head in frustration, attempted to explain, but his convoluted words only further muddled Jiang Qing's thoughts, trapping her in a web of confusion. "This, Xuanwu treasure map," Assistant Yi stammered, pointing to the yellowed parchment, "is said to, summon a divine dragon, right?" Jiang Qing interrupted, exasperated. Assistant Yi awkwardly scratched his head. "No, it's said to relate to the feud between the two families." As he spoke, his voice dwindled to a near whisper. Qin Jiao adjusted his glasses and said slowly, "Most of these materials are folk tales and lack credibility." Jiang Qing rubbed her temples, feeling as if her head might explode. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of some dusty cardboard boxes stacked in a corner of the archives. "What are those?" she inquired, pointing at the boxes. Zheng Fan, impatient, replied, "Just some useless old documents. You need not concern yourself with them." Yet, Jiang Qing instinctively felt that the boxes concealed some secrets. She approached the boxes, brushing away the dust to reveal a label. Early cooperation projects of the Jiang clan. Jiang Qing's heart raced with excitement. Could it be? "Wait!" Zheng Fan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Jiang Qing had already opened the box and was perusing its contents. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixated on one particular document. "What is this?" she murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. "This seems intriguing." This time, Jiang Qing had no intention of engaging in scholarly discourse with Qin Jiao and Assistant Yi. The previous incident with the Xuanwu treasure map had taught her the harsh reality that logic often falters in the face of armed conflict. She bypassed the two peculiar scholars and headed directly towards the corner where she had previously discovered old scrolls. This maneuver left Zheng Fan somewhat bewildered, as he had prepared a lengthy speech that had yet to be delivered. "Ahem, Miss Jiang, that area contains nothing of interest." Zheng Fan attempted to deter her, but Jiang Qing completely ignored him, as if possessed of a built-in filter. Jiang Qing had no time for his ramblings. Her keen eyes swept the corner, pinpointing her target with radar-like precision. The previous discovery had attuned her senses to the scent of truth, and this time, she was even more convinced that the real secret lay hidden within this unassuming corner. She crouched down, meticulously inspecting each box. even examining the bottoms. Zheng Fan, anxious, could only watch, afraid to act for fear of exposing too much. Qin Jiao and assistant Yi exchanged glances, utterly unable to keep pace with Jiang Qing's fervor. Suddenly, Jiang Qing's fingers halted on a slightly raised wooden panel. Pressing it gently, she heard a soft click as a hidden compartment revealed itself. Inside lay an ancient family ledger. Excellent. Jiang Qing internally rejoiced. This operation was nothing short of brilliant. She carefully extracted the ledger, flipping open its yellowed pages. Within, it detailed the divergent decisions made by the two families during an economic crisis decades ago. The Jiang family chose to conserve resources and weather the storm, while the Shao family capitalized on the misfortune, expanding aggressively. That's how it is, Jiang Qing thought, a flicker of understanding illuminating her eyes. She finally grasped the underlying economic interests that fueled the animosity between the two families. This was not merely a simple family feud, but rather a struggle for survival and development. Zheng Fan, upon seeing the ledger in Jiang Qing's hands, turned pale, lunging toward her. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he charged at Jiang Qing like a ravenous tiger. Put that down. That is unregistered material. You cannot. Before he could finish, Jiang Qing nimbly dodged his desperate grasp, akin to a martial arts master. Light as a feather. Oh dear. Jingshu, your technique leaves much to be desired. If you're going to play rough, you ought to at least apply some finesse. Your direct approach lacks creativity. Jiang Qing, while voicing her grievances, cradled the ancient manuscript tightly against her chest, as though it were a rare and precious treasure. Zheng Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. The girl's sharp tongue was rather too caustic, and yet he found himself at a loss as to how to counter her. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "This constitutes a violation of protocol. You must adhere to the rules." Rules? What rules? I am unaware of any. You wouldn't happen to have made them up on the spot, would you? Jiang Qing blinked her large innocent eyes, resembling a little sprite that had strayed into the human realm. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Qin Jiao leisurely stepped forward, adjusting his glasses, embodying the persona of a scholarly sage. Ahem, my dear friends, let us remain calm. This manuscript may hold significant importance in resolving the familial discord. Perhaps we should allow Miss Jiang to examine it first. Zheng Fan wore a look of constipated frustration. How could old Qin be so blatantly biased? However, given Qin Jiao's esteemed status in the academic community, he dared not offend him too greatly, conceding begrudgingly, "Very well, but time is of the essence. Miss Jiang must return it immediately upon finishing." Jiang Qing secretly rejoiced, expressing her gratitude before eagerly flipping open the manuscript. She discovered it contained records of a secret plan involving the Jiang and Shao families from decades past, encrypted with peculiar symbols that she was momentarily unable to decipher. As she swiftly perused the subsequent content, her pupils suddenly contracted. The manuscript detailed. Time slipped away, and Jiang Qing read voraciously, as if wishing to etch every single word into her memory. Just as she was on the verge of unveiling the encrypted symbols and uncovering the core secret, Zheng Fan ruthlessly interrupted her train of thought. "Time is up. Miss Jiang, please return the manuscript." Reluctantly, Jiang Qing cast a lingering glance at the manuscript, her heart brimming with discontent. She understood that the secrets hidden within could very well be the key to resolving the enmity between the two families. Yet, she knew that impulsive actions were ill-advised. She must proceed with caution. Emerging from the archives, Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed resolutely on the horizon as she murmured to herself about the library. Chapter 28. The truth impeded upon arriving at the library. She was met with a wave of musty, antiquated bookish aroma, which did little to soothe her nerves but rather heightened her anxiety. At the entrance, the elderly librarian stood like a formidable guardian, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating any guise. Today, the library is hosting an important event, and many areas are off-limits, he declared, his tone rigid and authoritative. Jiang Qing felt a weight in her chest. She likened herself to a hapless rabbit caught in a trap, realizing that her quest for answers would be more arduous than anticipated. "Sir, I merely wish to consult some materials," she attempted to explain, softening her tone as much as possible. Yet, the old librarian remained unmoved, adjusting his spectacles with a look of deep skepticism. "Miss Jiang, I am well aware of your previous exploits. The ancient text you borrowed last time has yet to be returned. And he began to enumerate Jiang Qing's transgressions within the library, from damaging pages to failing to return items on time, each detail causing her face to flush with embarrassment. She felt akin to a schoolgirl being reprimanded by her teacher. Filled with indignation, yet devoid of any means to defend herself. "Sir, those were all misunderstandings," she attempted to clarify, but the old librarian would not grant her the opportunity. "Misunderstandings? I believe you are intentionally causing trouble. The library is closed to the public today. Kindly leave." His tone was resolute, offering no room for negotiation. Jiang Qing bit her lip, her gaze sweeping over the library's interior, catching a glimpse of several uniformed personnel bustling about, seemingly preparing for something significant. "Did I it truly impossible to gain entry today?" "Miss Jiang, please," the librarian reiterated, firmly dismissing her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing's eyes landed on a corner behind the librarian, which appeared to lead deeper into the library's inner workings. Suddenly, she pivoted and strode towards the other side of the library. "What do you think you are doing?" The librarian barked from behind her. Unfazed, Jiang Qing maintained her pace, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "If the main entrance denies me, then I shall seek an alternate one." Jiang Qing had no time to bicker with the old man. He was even more rigid than her grandfather. Seizing the opportunity while the librarian was preoccupied with a bespectacled bookworm who was burdened with a stack of tomes taller than himself, she slipped into a side corridor with remarkable speed. This corridor was dark and secluded, exuding an air of no entry for the faint-hearted, perfectly resembling a clandestine hideout. Perfect at the corridor's end. A weathered wooden door stood ajar, bearing a nearly fallen sign that read "Document Room." Jiang Qing's heart leapt with excitement. The path of discovery is often found without effort. Cautiously, she pushed the door open, only to be greeted by the musty odor of mold mixed with dust that made her cough uncontrollably. Inside the document room, shelves laden with dust stretched infinitely before her. Rolling up her sleeves, she began rummaging through the contents. Genealogy? Family teachings? These antiquated items elicited a small mutter from Jiang Qing as she continued her search. Suddenly, a dark red-covered ancient text caught her eye. Unlike the others, this tome was secured within a locked wooden box. Jiang Qing's heart raced. This item was clearly extraordinary. No key. A trivial matter. She produced a small tool from her belongings and swiftly picked the lock. "Bravo, well done." Jiang Qing congratulated herself inwardly. Upon opening the ancient text, she found the yellowed pages filled with dense, archaic script and illustrations. "Ritual ceremony." She immediately spotted those words. Holding her breath, she began to read with great focus. As she delved deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave. The ritual ceremony appeared to be linked to the familial discord. Could the truth truly lie within these pages? Jiang Qing murmured to herself, her gaze fixed intently on the illustrations, as an ancient symbol magnified before her eyes. "What are you doing?" A frail yet furious voice boomed from the doorway. The librarian, with a face like that of a cat whose fish had been snatched away, glared at her with indignation. "How audacious of you to sneak in here!" he scolded, his ire palpable. Jiang Qing jumped, nearly dropping the treasured tome from her grasp. In a flurry, she closed the book, clutching it protectively against her chest. Eyes darting warily at the old librarian, akin to a squirrel guarding its food. "Sir, please allow me to explain." "Explain? What is there to explain? This document room is not open to the public. All contents within are confidential." "You are in violation." The librarian's righteous indignation was palpable, nearly spitting words in her direction. Yet Jiang Qing was exasperated. The old man was impervious to reason. "What about this book and that book?" she protested, desperate to remain. "Get out now." The librarian waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fl wide as they stood their ground. Other library staff and patrons, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around, whispering amongst themselves like a crowd at a market, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "What is happening? Who is this girl? Is she a book thief?" Murmurs rippled through the gathering. Seeing the attention converging on her, Jiang Qing steeled herself and decided to make a bold declaration. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her voice. "I am not a thief. I am Jiang Qing of the Jiang family. I am here to investigate the truth behind the familial discord." Her proclamation silenced the crowd, each pair of eyes widening in rapt attention. as if watching a performance unfold. Familial discord, aristocratic grievances. This was a scandal of significant proportions. Jiang Qing seized the moment, passionately recounting her journey to uncover the family rift and the manuscript's critical importance. She vividly described the ritual ceremony detailed within the tome, suggesting it was potentially linked to the underlying truths of the family feud. Some readers, moved by Jiang Qing's fervor, began to voice their support. Librarian, let her have a look. Who knows? It might resolve some misunderstandings. Yes, perhaps it could foster harmony within the family. A noble deed indeed. Surrounded by the crowd's mounting pressure, the librarian's composure faltered slightly, clearing his throat. His demeanor softened a fraction. I need to verify the authenticity and relevance of this ancient text before I can decide whether to allow you to continue your examination. Jiang Qing's anxious heart eased a bit. Though she still felt apprehensive, she could only watch anxiously as the librarian took the ancient text and departed, silently praying for a swift response that a dim golden light filtered through the window at the end of the corridor. Casting a long shadow of her figure, clenching the edge of her clothing, she whispered to herself, "May everything proceed smoothly." The librarian pushed open a heavy wooden door, entering a room where a tall figure stood with his back to him by the window. Chapter 29. The Truth Unveiled. Yet crisis looms upon entering. The librarian found Xiao Qingyan standing there, who accepted the ancient text and uttered softly, "She has indeed come." Meanwhile, Jiang Qing anxiously stepped into the Jiang family's ancestral home. The setting sun cast a cold, golden light upon the intricately wrought iron gate, accentuating the somber atmosphere of the old residence. Butler was stood at the entrance, resembling a stoic guardian, his expression more severe than usual. "Miss, the family is quite displeased with your unauthorized investigation of the ancestral home." Butler's tone was grave, each word resonating like a hammer, striking Jiang Qing's heart. "Please enter. The head of the family and the elders are awaiting you." Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She felt as though she were not returning home, but rather stepping into a courtroom. The corridor of the ancestral home was dark and silent, each step resembling a precarious tread upon a razor's edge. Upon entering the secret chamber, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Several elders of the family sat around a mahogany table. Their expressions varied. The head of the family occupied the seat of honor, his visage clouded with an ominous gloom that seemed as if it could weep. Jiang Qing felt like a wayward child standing in the center, facing judgment. She carefully laid out the documents she had discovered in the archives and library upon the table, and opened the family diary she had found in the secret room of the old residence. These documents corroborated one another, serving as proof. "Enough." The head of the family slammed his palm upon the table, interrupting Jiang Qing's words. "You, a mere girl, should be focusing on the family business instead of meddling in these obscure matters. Are you questioning the decisions of our ancestors?" Butler Gu stood behind Jiang Qing like a towering mountain, suffocating her with his presence. "Miss, the secrets of the ancestral home are not for you to tamper with. Nor is the history of the family something you can alter at will." Withstanding the pressure, Jiang Qing matched the documents and diary one by one, explaining, "I do not wish to question our ancestors. I simply seek to uncover the truth." "The truth?" The head of the family scoffed. "The truth is that the Jiang and Xiao families have been enemies for generations, and yet you entangle yourself with Xiao Qingyan. What do you intend for our family?" Jiang Qing's heart sank. She had not anticipated that the truth she sought would become a weapon wielded against her by her family. "That I did not." Silence. The head of the family commanded sharply, "What more do you have to say? Seize her and take her away." Two bodyguards clad in black advanced immediately, each seizing an arm of Jiang Qing. She struggled in vain against their grip. Butler Gu observed her, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, which ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. "Miss, this is for your own good." Jiang Qing was dragged from the secret chamber, and at the end of the corridor, a heavy iron door slowly closed with a resounding clang, like a shackle locking away all her hopes. "Let me go." Jiang Qing fought desperately, yet felt a powerful force pulling her into a dark room. She was thrust violently to the ground, her back colliding with the cold wall, eliciting a sharp breath of pain. "Let me go," she screamed, only to be met with more brutal treatment. "Behave," one of the bodyguards growled menacingly. Jiang Qing defiantly raised her head, her gaze fiercely fixed upon Butler Gu. Uncle Gu, do you truly believe their words? After all these years, do you understand me less than a few hollow accusations? Butler Gu's eyes flickered, as if wrestling with an internal struggle. Miss, the family's decisions are beyond your questioning. Questioning? Jiang Qing retorted with a cold laugh. I am not questioning. I am unveiling the truth. Look at this. She struggled to extract a piece of yellowed parchment from her pocket, the remnants of the family diary she had unearthed in the secret chamber. The DOU recognized the script upon it. It details ancient sacrificial rituals, clearly stating. Jiang Qing recounted the contents of the parchment, weaving a narrative that connected economic conflicts to misunderstandings of ancient rites. All the clues fit together like pieces of a puzzle, culminating in a startling revelation. Butler Gu's previously resolute gaze began to waver, his focus fixated on the parchment, his breath growing increasingly erratic. This cannot be. There is nothing impossible. Jiang Qing pressed on, producing the documents from the archives and library, aligning them with the parchment's contents. See here, it records that the so-called family emblem was merely collateral for a transaction, unbeknownst to the other family. Everything stems from a misunderstanding. Butler Gu was utterly taken aback. Trembling, he accepted the documents, scrutinizing them closely, his complexion growing graver. But he had served the Jiang family for decades with unwavering loyalty, yet never imagined that the enmity of the family was founded upon such a ludicrous misunderstanding. Miss, Butler Gu's lips quivered, rendered speechless. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, her heart swelling with the joy of victory. She had finally unraveled the family mystery and vindicated herself. Uncle Gu, the truth has been revealed. We can no longer continue down this erroneous path. Butler Gu sank despondently to the ground. As if aged by a decade, he murmured, a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open, and the head of the family along with several elders stormed in, brimming with fury. You dare to investigate family secrets on your own? The head of the family thundered, pointing at Jiang Qing. Seize her! Head of the family, Butler Gu interjected, rising abruptly to stand before Jiang Qing. Allow me to explain. With trembling hands, Butler Gu presented the parchment and documents to the head of the family, laying bare Jiang Qing's discoveries. Initially dismissive, the head of the family's expression shifted to one of grim realization as he meticulously examined the evidence, his face gradually paling. The other elders began to circulate the documents, their previous arrogance dissipating, replaced by shock and disbelief. How can this be? One elder murmured, as though witnessing the collapse of a belief system. The head of the family slumped into a chair, feeling as though the world were spinning around him. He had firmly believed in the irreconcilable enmity between the Jiang and Shao families, investing countless efforts and even sacrificing the happiness of family members for this belief. Now, with the truth laid bare, he discovered it all rested upon an absurd misunderstanding, leaving him utterly distraught. Jiang Qing observed their reactions, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. She understood that the revelation of the truth did not guarantee a resolution. Indeed, one elder, who had long harbored discontent towards Jiang Qing, was the first to strike. Even if this is a misunderstanding, it is still a decision made by our ancestors. Jiang Qing, what right do you, a junior, have to question the elders? Several other elders echoed his sentiments, asserting that Jiang Qing's actions undermined the family's traditions and dignity, warranting severe punishment. That I do not question our ancestors. I merely wish for the family to recognize the truth. Jiang Qing argued passionately, asserting that resolving this misunderstanding was the best choice for the family. However, these obstinate elders were entirely unwilling to listen. In their eyes, the family's honor outweighed the truth. Enough, the head of the family slammed his fist upon the table, cutting off Jiang Qing's defense. Seize Jiang Qing and take her away. Without my permission, she shall not set foot outside this room. Two bodyguards immediately advanced, restraining Jiang Qing's arms. Let me go. This is illegal imprisonment. Jiang Qing struggled fiercely, but her efforts were futile. Butler Gu watched the scene unfold, filled with helplessness and sorrow. That he wished to plead for Jiang Qing, yet felt powerless against the family's decree. Miss, Butler Gu's lips trembled. But ultimately, he could not voice his thoughts. Jiang Qing was forcibly removed from the secret chamber, confined within a cold room. She knew that she and Shao Qingyan were about to be torn apart. Suddenly, Hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a familiar voice resonating in the night sky. Jiang Qing. Where are you? Chapter 30. A sudden barrier. Xiao Qingyin's voice struck like thunder, reverberating within Jiang Qing's heart. She dashed to the window, pounding against the glass. Xiao Qingyin, I'm here. Yet, the heavy curtains obscured her figure, her cries muffled within the room. Despair coiled around her heart like a cold serpent. Below, Xiao Qingyin resembled an enraged lion. His gaze piercing, radiating an aura of danger. Uncle Jiang, what is the meaning of this? He asked icily, each word deliberate. Jiang Qing's uncle stood surrounded by a throng of black-clad bodyguards, a sneer of disdain etched upon his face. Mr. Xiao Qingqing is young and naive. The Jiang family cannot indulge her recklessness. You and she inhabit different worlds. It is best to abandon this notion. Different worlds? Xiao Qingyin scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. I love her, and she loves me. What does it matter which world we belong to? Uncle Jiang, your reasoning is rather flimsy. Whether flimsy or not is irrelevant. What matters is that the Jiang family does not approve. Jiang Qing's uncle declared with a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Take him away. The bodyguards advanced, attempting to escort Xiao Qingyin out. Xiao Qingyin's eyes narrowed, and he moved like a specter, swiftly incapacitating several bodyguards in an instant. Jiang Qing, hearing the commotion from above, felt her heart leap into her throat. She understood Xiao Qingyin's temper. If he truly became enraged, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Qingyin, don't, she shouted at the top of her lungs. Yet her voice failed to reach the floor below, that moment. Jiang Qing's uncle suddenly drew a handgun. Aiming it at Xiao Qingyin, Mr. Xiao, I advise you against making any rash moves. This is the Jiang family. Not a place for you to act recklessly. Xiao Qingyin halted his actions, his gaze icy as it fixated on the gun clutched by Uncle Jiang, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jiang Qing, watching from above, felt her heart race, as if she could perceive the approach of death itself, inching closer to Xiao Qingyin. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door, a faint voice calling from outside. Qingqing, it's me. Luo Qingyin's voice trembled, akin to a lifeline, offering a sliver of solace to Jiang Qing's crumbling emotions. She flung open the door, and Luo's pale face was etched with urgency. Qingqing, they're going to take you away. Luo Qingyin gasped, grasping Jiang Qing's hand tightly. Tonight, they intend to send you far, far away, where you will never see Xiao Qingyin again, like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Qing felt her world shatter in an instant. Taken away, never to see Xiao Qingyin again. No, she could not accept such an arrangement. Despair and fury filled her eyes. Qingqing, please stay calm. Luo Qingyin gazed at her with concern, yet felt utterly powerless. The Jiang family's influence was beyond their reach. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing endeavored to regain her composure. Tears and pleas, futile. In Uncle Jiang's eyes, they would be mere acts of childish defiance. What she must do before departing was to see Xiao Qingyin one last time. Soon, Uncle Jiang sent someone to escort Jiang Qing away. She neither wept nor resisted. Instead, she followed them downstairs with a calm demeanor, each step feeling as though she were walking on the edge of a blade, painful yet resolute. Below, Xiao Qingyin remained in a standoff with Uncle Jiang, the atmosphere so tense it felt as if it could ignite at any moment. Upon seeing Jiang Qing, Xiao Qingyin's expression softened, though worry lingered in his eyes. Jiang Qing approached him, lifting her gaze to meet his profound eyes. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, she slowly spoke, her voice clear and unwavering. Xiao Qingyin, I love you. This sudden confession struck like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through the room. Uncle Jiang's face turned ashen, and the surrounding bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Qingyin's heart jolted. He had not anticipated Jiang Qing's audacious declaration of love under such circumstances that a flicker of surprise, a glimmer of emotion, and above all, a surge of tenderness welled within him. Jiang Qing continued, I understand there are many obstacles between us, but I refuse to run away any longer, that I do not wish to hide any more, that I love you. Xiao Qingyin, no matter what happens, I will always love you. With that, she rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his. Jiang Qing? Uncle Jiang bellowed, advancing to pull her away, but Xiao Qingyin swiftly shielded Jiang Qing behind him. his gaze icy as he addressed Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang, you had better think carefully if you dare to lay a finger on her today. He paused, his tone laced with warning. I assure you, you will regret it. Jiang Qing's audacious act was nothing short of spectacular. The crowd was left aghast, including Xiao Qingyan, who had initially contemplated how to confront the cunning Uncle Jiang. Yet, this fiery spirit had launched a counterattack that left him in awe. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Qing, exuding an air of defiance as he directed his words at Uncle Jiang. Old man, did you hear that? She loves me. Today, no one shall prevent me from taking her away. Uncle Jiang's fury was palpable, his mustache bristling with rage. This was a blatant affront. Enough! Seize that girl, he commanded as a throng of bodyguards surrounded them, the atmosphere thickening with imminent violence. Xiao Qingyan scoffed, his eyes sharp, radiating a dangerous aura that warned others to stay away. Let us see who dares, he declared, swiftly dispatching one of the advancing bodyguards with a clean kick, showcasing his prowess as a fighter. The bodyguards hesitated, recognizing that this man was not to be trifled with. Uncle Jiang, taken aback by Xiao Qingyan's ferocity, hastily dialed for reinforcements. Jiang Qing clung tightly to Xiao Qingyan, her heart a mix of sweetness and fear. Sweet for Xiao Qingyan's fierce protection, fearful for the immense power of the Jiang family, and the realization that he might be outnumbered at that moment. A group of imposing figures burst in, each exuding an air of menace that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Uncle Jiang regained his confidence and pointed menacingly at Xiao Qingyan, declaring, Xiao Qingyan, if you dare to take her away today, you won't leave the Jiang residence alive. Though formidable, Xiao Qingyan was but one man against many. Protecting Jiang Qing, he fought back while retreating, yet the sheer numbers began to overwhelm him. Qing, don't be afraid. He gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with resolve. Yet, the Jiang family's forces were simply too numerous, ultimately subduing him. Jiang Qing was forcibly pulled away by several burly men, her heart plunging as she reached out for Xiao Qingyan, helplessly watching him become ensnared by the ever-growing circle of black-clad figures. Xiao Qingyan, she cried out, her voice breaking, tears blurring her vision. Xiao Qingyan, immobilized, could only watch in agony as Jiang Qing was taken away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. His eyes burned with rage. Fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He felt no pain. Jiang Qing, he whispered, his voice heavy with helplessness and fury. Jiang Qing was roughly shoved into a black sedan, which sped away from the Jiang estate. As she gazed through the window at the receding city lights, a sense of disorientation enveloped her. The vehicle raced onward, ultimately halting before a secluded manor. Jiang Qing was ushered out, her gaze fixed upon the ominously closed gates. A chilling premonition washing over her that a bodyguard clad in black approached, his tone frigid as he stated, Miss, please. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing steeled herself, slowly making her way into the manor. The door creaked shut behind her with a heavy thud, isolating her from the outside world. This place, Jiang Qing murmured to herself. Chapter 31. Trapped in solitude, the interior of the manor, though quaintly elegant, exuded an oppressive atmosphere that threatened to suffocate her. Jiang Qing was led into a sparsely furnished room. Calling it a room seemed generous. It was more akin to a lavish cage. The intricately carved wooden windows were tightly shut, thick curtains blocking out all light, casting the space into darkness. Elder Tu stood at the door, his expression devoid of warmth, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through Jiang Qing. Miss, it would be wise for you to remain obedient and not challenge the authority of the family. He spoke icily, each word seeming to be forced from between clenched teeth. This is not your home. No one here will indulge you. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing fought to suppress her rising fear. Elder Tu, what have I done wrong? Why am I being confined here? Elder Tu let out a derisive laugh. Your error lies in loving someone you shouldn't. That who is Xiao Qingyan? He is the sworn enemy of the Jiang family. Being with him is tantamount to betraying your kin. I have not betrayed the family. Jiang Qing retorted, I merely... Silence. Elder Tu interrupted harshly. You have no right to debate with me from now on. You are to stay here quietly. With that, he turned and left, his heavy footsteps echoing ominously in the silent corridor, each step resonating like a hammer, striking Jiang Qing's heart. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. severing Jiang Qing from the outside world. Days passed, and through the window, Jiang Qing spotted Luo Qingyin's figure appearing at the manor's entrance. Her heart leapt. She rushed to the window, frantically pounding on the glass. "Qingyin, Qingyin, I'm here." Luo Qingyin seemed to hear her cries, scanning the surroundings until her eyes finally fell upon Jiang Qing, imprisoned within. Desperation surged as she attempted to rush inside, only to be blocked by the guards. "Let me go. I want to see Jiang Qing." Luo Qingyin struggled, but her efforts were in vain. Jiang Qing watched helplessly as Luo Qingyin was pushed away by the guards, her heart wrenching in anguish. She sank to the floor, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. "Xiao Qingyin, where are you?" she whispered, her voice a blend of helplessness and despair. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached her ears from outside the door. Jiang Qing's heart raced as she lifted her head, holding her breath to listen intently. "Who is it?" The noise ceased, and her heart sank, fearing it was Elder Two returning. She clenched her fists, palms slick with sweat. "Qing," a deep voice called from outside, laced with tremors. Jiang Qing froze. That voice. It was her father. She dashed to the door, pounding on it with all her might. "Father, father, I'm here." Urgent footsteps approached, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. The door swung open, revealing her father's anxious face. "Qing, are you all right? Have they mistreated you?" Jiang Qing flung herself into her father's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Father, I'm so scared." Her father held her tightly, gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid. I'm here and I will take you away," he assured her firmly, his eyes filled with love. "But Elder Two," Jiang Qing began to voice her concerns. Her father scoffed. "Elder Two? What is he to be feared? Anyone who dares to touch my daughter will regret it." Once he had comforted Jiang Qing, he began to survey the room for a means of escape. However, the windows were barred with iron, and the door was locked from the outside, leaving no avenue for escape. "Damn it." Jiang's father muttered a curse under his breath, anxiously pacing back and forth to at that moment. Jiang Qing suddenly recalled Xiao Qingyin, that if he knew she was trapped here, he would undoubtedly come to her rescue. "Father," Jiang Qing tugged at her father's sleeve. "Does Xiao Qingyin know I'm here?" Jiang's father sighed. "I haven't had the chance to inform him. The Jiang family has tightly sealed off the information, and I cannot reach him." Jiang Qing's heart sank. Was she truly destined to perish in this place? Suddenly, Jiang's father's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello?" A deep male voice came through. "Mr. Jiang, I know where Jiang Qing is being held." Jiang's father abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know how to save Jiang Qing." The voice paused before continuing. "On the west side of the Jiang Manor, there is an abandoned secret passage." The voice on the other end fell silent, and Jiang's father felt his hand tremble slightly around the phone. He turned to Jiang Qing, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Qing Wei, the Xiao family, led by Xiao Qingyan, was also frantically searching for Jiang Qing's whereabouts, that he had utilized all his connections, scouring the entire city, yet still could not find a trace of her. "Jiang Qing, where on earth are you?" Xiao Qingyan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the pitch-black night sky, consumed by anxiety and unease. Jiang's father led Jiang Qing step by step toward the direction etched in his memory. The manor was vast and the terrain intricate. They walked for what felt like an eternity, yet still failed to locate the entrance to the secret passage. Just as they were about to give up, Jiang Qing suddenly spotted a loose brick in the corner of the wall. An idea sparked within her. Could this be the entrance? She pulled at the brick with all her might, revealing a narrow gap in the wall. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing widened the opening and then squeezed through, followed closely by her father. Qing, wait for me." A familiar voice called from behind. Jiang Qing turned sharply, and there stood her close friend, Luo Qingyan, come to assist them. After escaping the manor, Jiang Qing rushed to the seaside, dialing Xiao Qingyan's number to finalize their escape plan. After bidding farewell to her father, Jiang Qing spread her arms wide, welcoming the embrace of the sea breeze, which tousled her hair and offered a moment of calm amidst the salty air in the distance. A solitary lifeboat bobbed gently with the waves, their agreed-upon means of escape. But where was Xiao Qingyan? Had he arrived? Jiang Qing's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, anxiety and trepidation gnawing at her insides. As time ticked by, the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a monotonous, muffled sound. Jiang Qing's hope dwindled bit by bit. Could it be that he would not come, just as despair threatened to engulf her? The distant roar of an engine reached her ears. Jiang Qing shot her head up, spotting a black sedan racing toward the shore. It was Xiao Qingyan. He had come. The car door swung open, and Xiao Qingyan's figure appeared in Jiang Qing's line of sight as he hurried toward her, his face etched with urgency and concern. Tears welled in Jiang Qing's eyes, all her grievances and fears melting away in that moment. Qing, Xiao Qingyan enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly as if to merge their very beings to as long as you are safe. That's all that matters. However, this fleeting moment of solace was soon shattered. A figure emerged from Xiao Qingyan's car. It was his assistant. Young master, the family head has ordered that you cannot take Miss Jiang away. The assistant's tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Xiao Qingyan's body stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the assistant. Get out of my way. This is none of your business. Young master, please do not force my hand. The assistant remained unmoved, fully aware of his family's duty to prevent Xiao Qingyan from leaving with Jiang Qing. Force your hand? I think you're tired of living. Xiao Qingyan roared, grabbing the assistant by the collar, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, causing the assistant to shudder. Xiao Qingyan, no. Jiang Qing grasped Xiao Qingyan's hand, not wanting to witness him harm another for her sake. Just then, the sound of more approaching engines echoed from afar, growing clearer with each passing moment. Jiang Qing's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over her. They are coming, she murmured, her voice laced with despair. The convoy sent by the Jiang family surged forward like a tide, roaring through the night and kicking up clouds of dust as it raced toward the shore. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. It was over. All was lost. She could almost envision her uncle's ashen face, accompanied by an impending storm. Xiao Qingyan whipped around, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the encroaching headlights. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, yet he showed no intention of relinquishing Jiang Qing. If anything, he held her even tighter, as if to fuse her into his very essence. Qing, don't be afraid, Xiao Qingyan whispered in her ear. His heated breath brushed against Jiang Qing's skin, gradually warming her previously chilled heart. He cupped her face, gazing deeply into her eyes, as if he wished to etch her image into the depths of his soul. Qing, I love you more than life itself. Jiang Qing's tears could no longer be contained, cascading forth uncontrollably. The myriad of words Xiao Qingyan wished to express ultimately crystallized into her name, imbued with boundless love and reluctance. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only their synchronized heartbeats in the universe. Xiao Qingyan suddenly bent down, capturing Jiang Qing's lips in a fervent kiss. This kiss, hot and lingering, bore the weight of resolute determination, as though he sought to pour all his affection into it. Jiang Qing closed her eyes, reciprocating his kiss. In that instant, she forgot all her fears and insecurities, desiring only to immerse herself in this moment of warmth. The assistant stood by, witnessing the two tightly embraced figures, his heart a tumult of emotions that he knew he should intervene. Yet seeing the unprecedented tenderness and resolve on his young master's face, he hesitated. The approaching headlights elongated their shadows, resembling a painting on the brink of shattering. Young master, the assistant finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Qingyan ignored him, tightening his embrace around Jiang Qing, as if to fuse her into his very being. Qing, come with me. He released her, grasped her hand, and turned toward the lifeboat. Stop! A furious shout pierced the night. The Jiang family's forces surged forward like a flood, instantly surrounding Xiao Qingyan and Jiang Qing. Leading the charge was Jiang Qing's uncle, Jiang Zhenhai, his face pale with fury, eyes blazing with wrath, as if he intended to devour Xiao Qingyan whole. Xiao Qingyan, you have some audacity to abduct a daughter of the Jiang family. Xiao Qingyan scoffed unperturbed. Abduct? Jiang Zhenhai, you overestimate yourself. Qing came with me of her own volition. If you truly care for her, you should respect her choice. Preposterous, Jiang Zhenhai bellowed. Men, seize her. The bodyguards accompanying the Jiang family lunged forward, overwhelming Xiao Qingyan, who quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Although he was skilled, he was no match for the sheer number of opponents. Seeing this, Jiang Qing's heart raced with urgency. She struggled desperately to reach Xiao Qingyin's side, but the Jiang family's bodyguards held her back firmly. "Let me go! You must let me go! Qing, don't be afraid!" Xiao Qingyin shouted as he fought off the bodyguard's attacks, calling out to Jiang Qing. Tears streamed down Jiang Qing's face as she watched Xiao Qingyin battle fiercely for her heart swelling with gratitude and pain. Xiao Qingyin, Jiang Zhenhai stepped in front of Jiang Qing, his gaze icy. "Jiang Qing, come back with me." Jiang Qing stubbornly shook her head. "But I won't go back. I want to be with Xiao Qingyin. You are driving me to madness." Jiang Zhenhai seethed. "Men, take her away." Two bodyguards forcibly dragged Jiang Qing toward a car. She struggled with all her might, crying out Xiao Qingyin's name, but her efforts were in vain. Xiao Qingyin watched helplessly as Jiang Qing was taken away, his heart wrenching in agony. With bloodshot eyes, he roared like a caged beast. "Jiang Zhenhai, you wait. I will surely rescue Qing." Jiang Zhenhai sneered, ignoring Xiao Qingyin's threats as he turned and climbed into the vehicle. The convoy sped away, leaving Xiao Qingyin standing alone on the shore, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. Silent, he clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his flesh, blood trickling through his fingers. He gazed in the direction Jiang Qing had vanished, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Qing, wait for me, that I will come for you, that I am the distance." An inconspicuous black sedan quietly parked by the roadside, where a man inside observed the scene through binoculars. Lowering the binoculars, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Xiao Qingyin, Jiang Qing, your days of bliss are numbered." He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The plan was set in motion. Chapter 33. Once more imprisoned. Ingeniously breaking free after being forcibly taken back by her family, Jiang Qing was immediately confined in a dim chamber deep within the family estate, a veritable enhanced version of a small black room. The atmosphere was dark and damp, the air permeated with a musty odor. With only a sliver of light seeping through a vent no larger than a palm, that it was a fate worse than imprisonment. Jiang Qing huddled in the corner, feeling herself on the brink of despair. The Jiang family surely intended to confine her until the end of time, did they not? She had attempted to smash the door, call for help, and even performed an elaborate display of weeping, but all that echoed back to her was silence. With a sigh, Jiang Qing resigned herself to the fact that she must save herself. She began to scrutinize her surroundings, searching for a means of escape. Though the dark chamber was dilapidated, the stone walls suggested that perhaps she could dig her way out. As she groped around, she indeed discovered a slightly loose stone. Her best friend, Luo Qing, was frantic with worry upon learning that Jiang Qing had been imprisoned again, feeling more anxious than if it had been herself. She racked her brain for a way to contact Jiang Qing and ultimately decided on the most primitive method, sending a paper airplane. She penned a brief note, folded it into an airplane, and aimed it at the vent, tossing it inside. Unfortunately, Jiang Debo had already dispatched someone to keep a close watch on Jiang Qing, and the diminutive paper plane did not escape his notice. After reading the note, Jiang Debo scoffed. "This little girl thinks she can play spy games. Stay in line." He warned Luo Qing not to approach Jiang Qing again, or she would face the consequences. Jiang Qing, having finally retrieved the paper airplane, felt a flicker of hope before her heart sank at the sound of Jiang Debo's warning from outside. She felt as though she were Robinson Crusoe, marooned on a deserted island, utterly forsaken. Just then, the door to the dark chamber swung open and a deep voice called out, "Qing." Yet instead of the long for Xiao Qingyin, the visitor was the stern-faced Elder Tu, flanked by two bodyguards in black, carrying a tray laden with several vegetarian dishes and a bowl of congee. Jiang Qing rolled her eyes, thinking they must be trying to starve her into submission. Elder Tu placed the tray on the ground, his tone frosty. "Miss, please dine." Jiang Qing turned her nose up, retorting, "No thanks, I have no appetite." Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Xiao Qingyin. She had no room for food. He had seemed to vanish from the face of the earth, leaving her with no news. That a sense of unease washed over Jiang Qing. Had Xiao Qingyin truly abandoned her? Since their last meeting, his father had been relentlessly drumming into him the importance of family interests in suitable matches, causing Xiao Qingyin's once resolute heart to waver. He meticulously avoided anything related to Jiang Qing, even refraining from uttering her name, fearing that seeing her again would unleash his suppressed emotions. Jiang Qing waited and waited. Yet she received no word from Xiao Qingyin. She felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, her heart brimming with a sense of grievance and pain that threatened to overflow. Was their love truly destined to succumb to the harsh realities of life? No, she refused to surrender so easily. Jiang Qing was not one to give up without a fight. The following day, Elder Tu returned to deliver another meal. This time, Jiang Qing's demeanor was markedly different. A glint of cunning shone in her eyes that as soon as Elder Tu set the tray down, she seized the knife with lightning speed. Pressing it against her own throat, Elder Tu gasped, taken aback. Had the young lady gone mad? Elder Tu, I ask you one last time. Will you set me free or not? Jiang Qing's voice trembled. Yet her gaze was resolute that if you do not allow me to be with Xiao Qingyan, I would rather die. Elder Tu was taken aback by Jiang Qing's determination. He had never expected this typically pampered young lady to exhibit such courage. He swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words to that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Debo stormed in, his face a mask of fury, as if he were about to breathe fire. He kicked the door to the dark chamber wide open and was met with the sight of Jiang Qing holding a knife to her throat, which sent him into a rage. Qing, have you lost your mind? Zhang Debo's voice was laced with intense anger and shock. Jiang Qing met his gaze unflinchingly, her eyes blazing with determination. Uncle, I ask you once more, will you let me go or not? I will not give up on being with Xiao Qingyan. I love him, and this love will not be extinguished by the family's rules. Zhang Debo was nearly apoplectic, but he dared not act rashly. Fearing Jiang Qing might truly harm herself, that he inhaled deeply, attempting to rein in his emotions. Qing, you are making a grave mistake. The family's interests far outweigh your personal affections with Xiao Qingyan. Jiang Qing shook her head defiantly. Uncle, isn't that a misunderstanding? I refuse to forsake the one I love, that if you do not allow me to be with Xiao Qingyan, I would rather die. Zhang Debo was momentarily rendered speechless by her unwavering resolve. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Elder Tu arrived with several bodyguards in tow. Jinhai, we can no longer delay. Hasn't the head of the family and the elders already decided to transfer Jiang Qing to a more secluded location? Elder Tu spoke in a low voice, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Jiang Qing was forcibly taken away, her heart heavy with bitterness. During the transfer, she inadvertently caught sight of the seaside where she once visited with Xiao Qingyan. A rush of beautiful memories flooding her mind. She recalled the first time they held hands there, when he tenderly promised, no matter what happens, I will protect you. Now, those cherished moments felt like unattainable dreams. Eventually, Jiang Qing was confined in an even more concealed cell. Though it lacked the dark dampness of the previous chamber, it was equally stifling that in the corner, she discovered strange symbols carved into the wall. Piquing her curiosity, these symbols seemed to conceal some secret, and she speculated they might hold the key to unraveling the family's mysteries and securing her freedom. Jiang Qing began to study these symbols meticulously, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. She silently resolved that, despite the arduous path ahead, she would find a way to rescue herself. Just then, the footsteps of the guard, Mo Cho, echoed from outside. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, preparing to extract more useful information from him. Chapter 34. The resolve to break free from the cage. Jiang Qing leaned against the door of the dark chamber, attempting to engage the guard Mo Cho in conversation. Uncle Mo, you mentioned that these familial grievances are merely misunderstandings. Can't they truly be resolved? Mo Cho's face remained impassive, his gaze icy. Miss, do not ask questions you shouldn't. Just focus on your own matters. Unwilling to relent, Jiang Qing pressed on, but Xiao Qingyan and I are genuinely in love. Miss, Mo Cho's tone grew heavy, laced with warning. Some matters are beyond your control. Do not attempt any underhanded maneuvers, or you will bear the consequences. Jiang Qing's heart sank, as though she had plummeted into an icy abyss that Mo Cho's indifference left her feeling utterly hopeless. She reminisced about the sweet moments spent with Xiao Qingyan. Those once cherished vows now felt like daggers, piercing her heart. Back in her bed, she could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded like pearls from a broken string. She curled up in the corner, resembling a wounded creature, helplessly licking her wounds. The distance from Xiao Qingyan and the pressure from her family left her gasping for air. The pride and confidence she once held had dissipated in an instant. Clutching herself tightly, she wept silently. Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Qingyan's words. Qing, do not fear that no matter how many storms lie ahead, I will always be by your side. But now, where was he? A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. She jerked her head up, wiped her tears, and feigned calmness. Who is it? Ching Ching. It's me. A familiar voice called from outside. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. It was Jiang Debo. Jiang Jinhai entered, feigning concern. Ching Ching, how have you been lately? Uncle has come to see you. Jiang Qing scoffed, turning her face away, utterly disinterested in his so-called concern. What do you want here to brainwash me into obediently marrying someone I do not love? Jiang Jinhai's expression darkened. Ching Ching, how can you speak like that? The family's rules cannot be broken. Your affair with Xiao Qingyan is absolutely impossible. Rules? What rules? Are they the ones you concocted to sacrifice my happiness for your interests? Jiang Qing shot up, glaring at Jiang Jinhai. That I love Qingyan. He loves me. Why should we be shackled by these so-called rules? Shameless, Jiang Jinhai bellowed. You, a young lady, dare utter such words. Are you not ashamed before the ancestors of the Jiang family? Jiang Qing's heart felt as though it were being pierced with needles, rendering her breathless. She knew that in Jiang Debo's eyes, she was merely a pawn, a piece to be sacrificed for the sake of profit. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Leave that I do not wish to see you again. Jiang Debo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Jiang Qing slumped to the floor. Feeling utterly drained, she realized she could no longer remain idle. In the days that followed, Jiang Qing began to observe Mo Chao's every move. She noted that he exhibited a momentary lapse in vigilance during shift changes. This was her opportunity. On a deep, moonlit night, Jiang Qing seized the opportunity during the shift change of the guard, Mo, to stealthily pilfer the key and quietly slip out of her room. With utmost caution, she searched around, yearning to uncover any clues to last. Beneath the bed, she stumbled upon a folded note. The note bore a peculiar symbol resembling a black bat. Jiang Qing's heart raced. She felt she was drawing closer to the truth. Clutching the note tightly, she hurried back to her room. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Miss, why are you still awake? Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat, nearly swallowing the note in her panic. In a moment of urgency, she tucked the note in her sleeve and feigned calmness as she turned to Mo. I cannot sleep. Mo scrutinized her with a sharp gaze, his eyes piercing as daggers. Miss, it is late. You should rest. Meanwhile, in the Xiao family mansion, the lights blazed brightly as a family meeting reached a fever pitch. The strategist, Kai Ding, gesticulated passionately, fervently inciting the room. Boss, Jiang Qing is cunning and resourceful. You must not be deceived by her. The Jiang family and ours are sworn enemies. This woman approaches you with ulterior motives. Xiao Qingyan remained silent, his countenance dark and foreboding, that he recalled Jiang Qing's clear eyes and the sweetness they once shared. His heart brimming with turmoil. Finally, he could endure no longer and slammed his palm on the table. Enough! My feelings for Qingqing do not require your scrutiny. I will handle my own affairs. Kai Ding recoiled at the sudden outburst, while the other elders exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. Xiao Qingyan stormed out, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Back in her room, Jiang Qing immediately unfurled the crumpled note, her brows furrowed in concentration. The symbols were bizarre, reminiscent of an ancient script she could not decipher. Could this be some ancient code? Jiang Qing pondered inwardly. Deciphering it is as challenging as a liberal arts student tackling advanced calculus. As time ticked away, anxiety gnawed at her like an ant on a hot skillet. She knew this note might harbor crucial clues, potentially affecting her future with Xiao Qingyan. She had to find someone capable of interpreting it swiftly. A name flashed through her mind. Luo Qingyan, her dear friend, a brilliant archaeology student well-versed in ancient texts. Resolute, Jiang Qing clenched her teeth and decided to take a risk. She wrote a note, enclosing the folded mysterious paper within, and discreetly entrusted it to a reliable servant, instructing him to ensure it reached Luo Qingyan. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan initiated his own investigation, covertly dispatching individuals to probe the family's internal affairs, seeking to uncover who was obstructing his union with Jiang Qing. He sensed that matters were far from simple. Days passed, yet Luo Qingyan remained silent, and Jiang Qing's unease intensified, a foreboding feeling swelling within her. She paced her room restlessly, akin to a caged beast. Had the note been discovered? Suddenly, a knock resounded at her door. Miss, Elder Two requests your presence. Elder Two stood at the threshold, his face grim, sending a wave of trepidation through Jiang Qing. Could it be that her actions had already come to light? She endeavored to maintain her composure as she followed Elder Two into a dimly lit room, the air thick with sandalwood, yet unable to mask the tension that enveloped them. Miss, it seems you have been rather restless of late. Elder Two's voice was low and authoritative, piercing through the atmosphere. That I know you are clever, but certain matters are beyond your purview. Jiang Qing's heart sank, yet she feigned ignorance. Elder, what do you mean? I have merely been feeling a bit stifled in my room. Stifled? Elder Two scoffed. Feeling stifled permits you to relay messages in secret. Miss, you underestimate the Jiang family's rules. Jiang Qing gasped in shock. It appeared the note's circumstances had been unveiled. However, she maintained her facade. Retorting, Elder, are you perhaps mistaken? What messages have I conveyed? Elder Two did not respond directly, instead gesturing for two burly men in black to step forward, turning Jiang Qing's room upside down. She watched in helpless dread as they rummaged through her belongings. Her mind racing with worry for Qing Yin. Please, let her be safe. After a fruitless search, Elder Two's expression darkened further, but he approached Jiang Qing, his tone frigid. Miss, considering this is your first offense, I shall spare you this time. But if there is a next, he paused, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. The consequences will be yours to bear. From that moment forth, Jiang Qing's movements were severely restricted, confining her to a life akin to a bird in a cage. Each day, she lived in constant apprehension for Qingyin's safety and her own future with Xiao Qingyin. One day, an unfamiliar servant delivered a bowl of medicinal soup, claiming it was a special remedy from Elder Two to soothe her nerves. Jiang Qing eyed the dark concoction, her instincts screaming in alarm. Could it be that such a melodramatic scheme was afoot? Were they attempting to poison her? In a flash of inspiration, she pretended to cough weakly, accidentally spilling the soup to— oh dear, how clumsy of me. Jiang Qing feigned panic. The servant merely collected the remnants silently, but Jiang Qing scrutinized his expression, noticing a flicker of something concealed in his eyes. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Qing lay in bed, tossing and turning. Suddenly, a faint sound stirred outside her window. She sat up, alert, and approached the window, gently pushing it open that a shadow flitted by, followed by a note drifting inside. Jiang Qing quickly snatched the note, unfolding it under the moonlight. It bore only a few words. White Fox, ruins west of the city. White Fox. Who could it be? Could it be the one providing clues? Hope ignited within her, yet uncertainty clouded her mind. What were the ruins to the west of the city? A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Hastily, she concealed the note and called out. Who is it? Miss, it is I. A familiar voice echoed from outside. Black Tiger, Elder Two's confidant. Jiang Qing's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What could he want? Elder Two requests your presence. Black Tiger's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She opened the door and followed Black Tiger into the unknown darkness. As Jiang Qing traversed the dim corridor behind Black Tiger, unease gnawed at her. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyin's investigation faced unprecedented obstacles in a brightly lit conference room. Xiao Qingyin's expression was as stormy as the sea, anger flickering in his eyes. Kai Ding, he declared, if this continues, the family will not always stand by you. Xiao Qingyin clenched his fists, his voice low yet resolute. I only seek to uncover the truth. Is that a fault? Kai Ding sighed, shaking his head. The truth? Do you not realize that some truths are best left untouched? If you persist, you risk being abandoned by the family. Xiao Qingyin fell silent for a moment, determination gleaming in his eyes. Even if abandoned, I must uncover the truth. Jiang Qing was led by Black Tiger into a secret chamber, where Elder Two sat coldly at the head of the table, his gaze as dark as a storm cloud. Just as she braced herself for Elder Two's interrogation, a voice echoed from outside. Elder Two, I have important news to report. Luo Qingyin's voice carried a sense of urgency. Elder Two's brow furrowed as he waved for Black Tiger to step aside. Luo Qingyin rushed in, her eyes briefly resting on Jiang Qing before shifting to Elder Tuesday. Elder, I have uncovered some secrets about Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing's heart lurched, disbelief washing over her as she stared at her friend. How could her dear companion betray her? Please, enlighten us. Elder Tu's tone remained icy. Luo Qingyan inhaled deeply, producing a USB drive from her bag. Extending it toward Elder Tuesday, this contains all the evidence of Jiang Qing's communications with the outside world. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. Instinctively, she recoiled, tears welling in her eyes. Qingyan, why are you doing this? Her voice trembled. Yet Luo Qingyan's demeanor shifted abruptly. She swiftly approached Jiang Qing, whispering urgently, Qing, do not fear. This is to mislead them. Trust me, I have the clues you seek. Without hesitation, she slipped a note into Jiang Qing's hand, then returned to her place as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Qing clutched the note, her heart a tumult of emotions. Elder Tu accepted the USB drive. A flicker of satisfaction mingled with suspicion crossing his features. Take her back and continue monitoring her, Elder Tu commanded coldly. Black Tiger nodded, escorting Jiang Qing from the secret chamber. Once back in her room, Jiang Qing swiftly unfolded the note, its contents pointing toward a clandestine trading post. Her hands trembled, a mixture of fear and hope coursing through her veins. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, determination shining in her eyes. She knew there was no turning back. Silently, she concealed the note, preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. Jiang Qing, you cannot afford to lose, she murmured softly to herself, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. Jiang Qing clenched the note that Luo Qingyan had thrust into her hand. The scrawled handwriting resembled fireflies in the night, guiding her towards the truth. The name of the secret trading venue, Dark Night Flower, exuded an aura of danger, yet it quickened her heartbeat, making her feel closer to the truth with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan, bearing the weight of family pressure, plunged into the intricate accounts entangled between his family and the Jiang clan. Akin to searching for an exit in a labyrinth woven with spider silk. The Jiang family mansion was heavily guarded. Attempting an escape was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Jiang Qing was no docile girl waiting for fate to unfold. The indomitable spirit within her surged forth. Did they truly think of her as a mere kitten, simply because the tiger refrained from roaring? She meticulously observed the guard rotation pattern, like a keen little cat, seizing every fleeting opportunity. At last, on a moonless and windy night, amidst the chaos of the shift change, she slipped out like an eel, racing towards the Dark Night Flower with the speed of a train catching its departure. The Dark Night Flower was concealed within an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts, its entrance adorned with flickering neon lights. Resembling a beast lurking in the shadows, Jiang Qing approached cautiously, only to discover that He, who was patrolling the entrance with a few lackeys, their fierce visages akin to malevolent spirits guarding the gates of hell. What to do now? A direct confrontation was undoubtedly futile. Jiang Qing concealed herself in the shadows, racking her brain for a solution that, on the other hand, Xiao Qingyan unearthed clues amidst the mountain of accounts. Large sums of money with ambiguous origins appeared like hidden bombs, hinting at a whiff of conspiracy that he pursued these leads, gradually clearing the fog as a hidden puppeteer began to surface. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, her gaze fixating on the back door of the Dark Night Flower, where the light was dim and only one guard dozed off. She stealthily approached, retrieving a lipstick from her pocket. But this was no ordinary cosmetic. It was a specially concocted sedative spray. Safety first when venturing out. With a soft bayou, the sedative accurately sprayed onto the sleeping guard's face. Without so much as a grunt, the guard collapsed limply. Jiang Qing swiftly slipped inside, her movements clean and precise, surpassing even that of a professional thief. The interior of the Dark Night Flower was even more opulent than it appeared from the outside. The air thick with the scent of money and desire. Jiang Qing held her breath, like a nimble gecko, weaving through the shadows. She arrived at the door of a tightly shut room, overhearing deep, hushed conversations within. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently. This shipment must be flawless, an elderly voice declared, one that Jiang Qing found somewhat familiar. Elder Tu, rest assured, everything has been arranged, another voice responded. Laced with a chilling tone. It was Steward Ke. Elder Tu. Steward Ke, what were these two doing here, and what conspiracy were they plotting? Jiang Qing's heart brimmed with confusion and unease. Suddenly, another familiar voice struck her like a thunderbolt. It was her uncle, Jiang Zhenhai. As long as this plan succeeds, Xiao Qingyan is finished. Jiang Uncle's voice resonated with triumph. Jiang Qing trembled. It turned out that the conflict between her family and Xiao Qingyan harbored such hidden truths. Back at the Xiao family's old residence, Xiao Qingyan, during a family meeting, exposed the truth he had uncovered. The expenditures in the accounts are all funneled to Dark Night Flower. And the puppeteer behind Dark Night Flower is. He paused, his gaze piercing as he scanned the crowd. Someone from within our family. Nonsense. Kai Ding leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Qingyan. You're slandering us for a woman. You're willing to jeopardize the family's reputation. Indeed. You've been bewitched by that Jiang girl. Another elder chimed in. Xiao Qingyan let out a cold laugh. Whether it's nonsense or not, the answer will soon reveal itself. Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, his expression shifting dramatically. Inside the Dark Night Flower, Jiang Qing pushed open the door, poised to enter, when suddenly a thunderous voice erupted from behind. Who goes there? Jiang Qing cursed her luck. She had failed to anticipate this backup. In the blink of an eye, a burly man as strong as an ox, Heihu, lunged towards her. Though Jiang Qing possessed agility, he was a seasoned fighter, and within moments, she found herself restrained, unable to move. You little girl dared to infiltrate the Dark Night Flower. You're asking for trouble. Heihu growled, his massive hand raised to strike her. Jiang Qing was no pushover. She bit down hard on Heihu's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain and loosen his grip. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qing broke free and sprinted away. Still trying to escape? Heihu roared, charging after her like a raging bull. Jiang Qing dodged left and right, but the confined space proved disadvantageous, and she was soon caught, receiving a punch to her abdomen that left her vision swimming. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain, she rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding Heihu's next blow. His strikes were merciless, each aimed to incapacitate. Jiang Qing realized that if she did not fight with all her might today, she might not make it out alive. She clenched her jaw, enduring the agony, and when the moment was right, she delivered a swift kick to Heihu's knee that he stumbled back in pain. And Jiang Qing seized the opportunity to rise and dash deeper into the room. She recalled that there was a secret chamber there. You stubborn little girl, Heihu bellowed, pursuing her once more. Jiang Qing exerted every ounce of strength, finally managing to open the door to the secret chamber, slipping inside and locking it behind her. Heihu pounded furiously on the door. Open up, you little brat. Get out here. Jiang Qing leaned against the door, gasping for breath, her entire body aching painfully, but she knew she had to hold on. Just then, the outside fell eerily silent, and her heart raced. Had Heihu given up? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the secret chamber door was kicked open. Jiang Qing closed her eyes in despair, thinking it was all over. Qing, a familiar voice called out, filled with urgency and concern. Jiang Qing opened her eyes wide, seeing Xiao Qingyan standing at the doorway, with the unconscious Heihu lying behind him. Qingyan! Jiang Qing exclaimed in surprise, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xiao Qingyan rushed to Jiang Qing's side, gently lifting her up. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Jiang Qing shook her head, pointing deeper into the secret chamber. I found something crucial. Together, they entered the chamber, discovering a locked safe in the corner. Xiao Qingyan swiftly opened the safe, revealing a stack of documents inside. Jiang Qing grabbed the documents, flipping through them rapidly, her expression growing increasingly grim. That it's true. Jiang Qing's voice trembled with disbelief and anger. Xiao Qingyan enveloped her shoulders gently. Don't fear. I'm here. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, gripping the documents tightly. I will ensure that all those involved in this pay the price. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Xiao Qingyan. Let us go. With the evidence they had uncovered from the Dark Night Flower's secret chamber, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan stormed back to their respective families with fierce determination. Standing in the Jiang family ancestral hall, facing the elders, Jiang Qing clutched the documents tightly, her gaze blazing. I always believed the family's decisions were for my own good, but now I realize I was merely a pawn. She slammed the documents onto the table. Look, this is what you call family interests. You colluded with Dark Night Flower, framing Xiao Qingyan, even at the cost of sacrificing me. Jiang Uncle and Elder too turned ashen, rendered speechless. The other family members whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with skepticism and discontent. that I love Xiao Qingyan, and this has nothing to do with family interests. I declare here today, I choose love. If you wish to obstruct me, come at me, Jiang Qing declared, turning to leave the ancestral hall. Leaving the Jiang elders exchanging glances in shock, Xiao Qingyan returned to the Xiao family as well, standing in the center of the family meeting hall. His gaze icy as it swept over the assembly. He proclaimed, I have uncovered the truth. The puppeteer behind Dark Night Flower is someone within our family. They colluded with certain members of the Jiang family to incite conflict between us. Nonsense. Steward Ku sprang forward, accusing Xiao Qingyan, stop trying to sow discord. Where's your evidence? Xiao Qingyan scoffed, tossing the Dark Night Flower's ledger and the secret communications between Steward Ku and Elder Tu before him. This is the evidence. What more do you have to say? Steward Ku's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Qingyan surveyed the room, his tone unwavering. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I will no longer be manipulated by the family. I choose love. I choose Jiang Qing. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. Without a backward glance, Xiao Qingyan departed the Xiao family. The two stood at the entrance of the Xiao family mansion, gazing at the brightly lit city, their hearts filled with hope for the future, yet acutely aware of the long road ahead. Can we truly be together? Jiang Qing asked softly, her tone laced with uncertainty. Xiao Qingyan grasped her hand tightly. Of course, we will face it together. Suddenly, a black sedan came to a halt before them. The windows slowly rolled down, revealing a grim visage. Jiang Qing, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Chapter 37. A desperate encounter, turning the tables on the foe. Inside the car, Jiang Qing's uncle glared at her malevolently, his eyes filled with resentment. Undeterred, Jiang Qing met his gaze with defiance, the corners of her mouth curving into a mocking smirk. Uncle, your entrance is rather cliché, as her words fell. Several burly men clad in black leapt from the vehicle, surrounding the two of them. Xiao Qingyan shielded Jiang Qing behind him, his eyes sharp as blades. Who dares to lay a finger on her must first contend with me. Qing, are you certain you wish to oppose your entire family for this man? Jiang Dabo questioned sternly, a hint of heartbreak lacing his tone. Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh. Family? A clan that will stop at nothing for profit, even at the expense of its own kin's happiness, is a family I can do without. Very well. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. With a command from Jiang Dabo, the men in black charged forward. Xiao Qingyan, despite being outnumbered, fought valiantly, his every move lethal, yet he steadfastly protected Jiang Qing. Amidst the fierce battle, Jiang Qing did not remain idle. Seizing the chaos, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted a fuel tanker parked by the roadside. An idea sparked within her. She feigned panic and dashed towards the tanker. Stop her, Jiang Dabo bellowed. The men in black immediately pursued, forcing Xiao Qingyan to divert his attention to safeguard Jiang Qing. Just then, Jiang Qing yanked open the tanker's valve, unleashing a torrent of gasoline that drenched several of the black-cladding. Do you wish to ascend together? Jiang Qing brandished a lighter that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, the flame dancing at her fingertips, illuminating her resolute expression. The men in black froze, caught in a perilous dilemma. Jiang Dabo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Qing's ruthlessness that a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Qingyan's eyes. Swiftly followed by a smile of admiration, the standoff continued. The wail of sirens grew nearer. Jiang Dabo's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the tide had turned, he glared furiously at Jiang Qing before retreating with his remaining subordinates. Are you not afraid I might truly ignite this? Jiang Qing turned to Xiao Qingyan, her tone laced with a hint of jest. Xiao Qingyan affectionately ruffled her hair. I trust you know what you are doing. Qingyan, Jiang Qing began, but was interrupted by a chilling voice. Miss Jiang, Elder Tu requests your presence that Mo Cho, expressionless, stood at a distance, her tone brooking no argument. Jiang Qing's complexion paled slightly as she turned to Xiao Qingyan, unease flickering in her eyes. Xiao Qingyan tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze resolute. Do not fear. I will accompany you. The two followed Mo to a dimly lit secret chamber. Elder Tu sat at a table, his expression dark, eyes glinting with malice. Jiang Qing, you have quite the audacity. I merely... No need for explanations. Elder Tu slammed his hand on the table. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Elder Two's cold gaze swept over them like a serpent-ass flicking tongue, chilling to the bone. Do you truly believe you can leave unscathed? Navi, he sneered, clapping his hands. The door to the chamber swung open, and a hulking man, his face marred with brutish features, entered. The black tiger, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that inspired dread. Little beauty. Elder Two has instructed me to give you a proper welcome. He rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Xiao Qingyan positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Qing, his gaze icy, emanating a murderous aura. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will ensure they regret ever drawing breath. Elder Two laughed dismissively. Xiao Qingyan, you are in no position to play the hero. You can barely protect yourself. Bring them to me. The black tiger approached menacingly, and just as Xiao Qingyan prepared to strike, Elder Two intervened. Not so fast. The best part is yet to come, with a sinister smile. Elder Two turned and exited the chamber as the iron door clanged shut. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan found themselves at the mercy of the black tiger. As seconds ticked by, Xiao Qingyan wrestled with the black tiger. Despite his exceptional skills, he found himself outmatched in the confined space. Jiang Qing's heart raced, feeling helpless. Just as the black tiger's fist was about to descend upon Xiao Qingyan, the chamber door suddenly swung open. And Mo Cho entered, expressionless. Shift change. The black tiger halted, waving his hand impatiently. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Mo Cho stepped in front of Jiang Qing, suddenly launching an attack, striking at the black tiger. What are you doing? The black tiger, taken by surprise, staggered back, disbelief etched on his face as he glared at Mo. Jiang Qing stood stunned, unable to comprehend Mo Cho's sudden aggression. Mo Cho, devoid of expression, declared, I cannot abide by your kind's actions. The black tiger roared. You dare betray the family? Ignoring the black tiger, Mo Cho turned to Jiang Qing, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her gaze. Miss Jiang, my apologies. As she spoke, she began to untie the ropes binding Jiang Qing. Enraged, the black tiger charged at Mo Cho once more, the two engaging in a fierce struggle, chaos erupting in the chamber. Jiang Qing watched the scene unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. That moment, she caught sight of an inconspicuous protrusion on the wall of the chamber. Wait, she suddenly exclaimed, seizing the opportunity as the black tiger and Mo Cho battled. She pressed down on the protrusion. A rumbling sound echoed as a mechanism was activated, and the ground beneath the black tiger suddenly gave way, causing him to plummet without warning. What the hell? The black tiger's curses echoed from the depths of the pit, accompanied by pained groans. Jiang Qing clapped her hands, observing the flailing black tiger in the trap, secretly elated. Let that be a lesson to you. Thank you, Mo, uncle. She expressed her gratitude towards Mo Cho. Mo Cho remained expressionless. You flatter me. Mississippi, I merely could not tolerate such despicable conduct. She untied Jiang Qing's ropes and then helped Xiao Qingyan free himself. I am the dividing line. Within the grand residence of the Xiao family, the atmosphere at the family meeting was tense and fraught. Xiao Qingyan produced a document, his tone icy. Everyone, this is the evidence I just obtained. Sufficient to reveal that the strategist Kai Ding has been misleading us all along. His true aim is... Kai Ding's complexion paled as he sprang to his feet. You slanderous fiend. Xiao Qingyan chuckled coldly. Whether I speak falsely or not, the evidence will speak for itself. He handed the document to the family elders, who perused it before casting skeptical and disapproving glances at Kai Ding. Kai Ding, what do you have to say for yourself? The family head, Xiao Qi, inquired gravely. Kai Ding's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, struggling to articulate a response. Although he had momentarily regained control of the situation, Xiao Qingyan understood this was merely the beginning. The forces backing Kai Ding were intricate and deeply rooted. Toppling him entirely would be no simple task. I am the dividing line. I end the secret chamber. After reuniting, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan swiftly departed from this den of iniquity. What shall we do next? Jiang Qing inquired. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Qingyan's eyes. The puppet masters will not rest. We must take the initiative. Jiang Qing nodded, aware that this battle was only just commencing. She scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on an inconspicuous corner that seemed to conceal a secret. Wait, she whispered, this place. She approached slowly, reaching out to touch a loose brick in the wall. Chapter 38. A Glimpse of Brilliance. The brick shifted, revealing a narrow passageway. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged a glance, resolutely entering without hesitation. The passage twisted and turned, ultimately leading to a hidden underground chamber filled with ledgers and documents. The air thick with the scent of mildew. Jiang Qing casually opened a ledger, its pages densely packed with records of transactions. Each entry shocking in its implications. That it appears we have uncovered the secret ledger of the puppet master. Jiang Qing whispered, excitement lacing her voice. Xiao Qingyan also examined the ledger, his brow furrowing. The accounts were extensive, entangled with several prominent officials. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and both Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan immediately tensed. Who goes there? An aged voice boomed. Elder Tu appeared at the entrance of the underground chamber, flanked by several subordinates, his gaze cold and menacing as it fell upon Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan. You dare invade the forbidden grounds? Elder Tu thundered. Jiang Qing stood unflinching, meeting his gaze. We merely seek to uncover the truth. The truth? What do you younglings know of truth? Elder Tu scoffed, seize them. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan attempted to resist, but were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. Elder Tu commanded his subordinates to confine Jiang Qing in a secluded chamber within the family estate, a place dim and frigid, replete with various surveillance devices. Uncle Jiang escorted Xiao Qingyan back to the Xiao family. Although Xiao Qingyan had exposed Kai Ding's treachery during the family council, many members still influenced by traditional beliefs vehemently opposed his union with Jiang Qing. Xiao Qi even proclaimed that their coupling would bring calamity upon the family. Qingyan, you are too young to comprehend the family's interests, Xiao father admonished gravely. You must relinquish this affection. Qingyan felt as though all his efforts were in vain. He stormed out of the meeting room, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Jiang Qing was imprisoned, and he was determined to devise a plan to rescue her and prove their innocence. His heart raced with anxiety, yet he found himself powerless. The family elders kept a watchful eye on him, scrutinizing his every move. Would he truly surrender? Xiao Qingyan clenched his fists, filled with indignation. He needed to discover a breakthrough to alter the course of events. Inside the chamber, Jiang Qing remained composed, surveying her surroundings for an opportunity to escape. She noticed that although surveillance cameras dotted the entire room, one corner seemed to be a blind spot. Stealthily, she maneuvered to that corner and began to examine the wall. Hoping to find a glimmer of hope that this wall hollow, she murmured to herself, her fingers gently tapping against it, seemingly uncovering something unusual to her elation. She discovered the wall was indeed empty, and her heart surged with joy. There appeared to be a secret passage behind it. Holding her breath, she explored the mechanisms on the wall, and with a soft click, the wall slowly swung open, revealing a dimly lit tunnel. What an extraordinary turn of events! This maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. However, Butler Ku was not to be underestimated, but he had already sensed the unusual activities surrounding Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan and began to discreetly investigate those close to them, acting swiftly and ruthlessly. Several of Jiang Qing's close friends were implicated as a result. Some faced intimidation, while others were even kidnapped. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Qing was filled with fury and urgency, her fists clenched tightly. Cursed be this treachery, she seethed, overwhelmed by guilt and anger. This was indeed a significant loss. Nevertheless, Jiang Qing was not one to be trifled with. She discovered a flaw in the ventilation system within the chamber. What incredible luck! A spark of inspiration struck her, and she used a hairpin to pry open the wire mesh of the vent, enabling her to contact the mysterious informant. By who? Who had previously aided her. True to form, By who swiftly provided Jiang Qing with vital information regarding the financial flows of the shadowy puppet masters. A timely boon. Sister, stay strong, we can win. By who urged through the communicator. Received, a glimmer of determination flickered in Jiang Qing's eyes. Armed with this information, she could seize the initiative and launch a counterattack. She committed the details to memory and began strategizing her next move. Meanwhile, though closely monitored by the family elders, Xiao Qingyan was not idle. He keenly perceived the underlying tensions within the family, particularly the power struggles among several elders, which offered him a glimmer of hope. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Xiao Qingyan smirked coldly, Sensing that a captivating drama was about to unfold, he approached his study, picked up the phone, and dialed a mysterious number. "Hello, it's me," Xiao Qingyan announced, revealing himself as a cunning strategist. He exploited the rifts between the family elders, covertly sowing discord and successfully swaying two of them to his side. This maneuver was nothing short of masterful. "Kai Ding, do you truly believe your petty schemes can go unnoticed? Wake up, the times have changed," Xiao Qingyan asserted boldly during the family meeting, infuriating Kai Ding, who could only seethe in silence. Now, Xiao Qingyan's influence within the family was on the rise. Good news arrived from Jiang Qing as well. Utilizing the information provided by Bai Hu, she set a trap, eagerly awaiting the catch. Sure enough, Elder Tu's confidant succumbed to temptation and revealed his true colors. Jiang Qing followed the clues, effortlessly extracting evidence of Elder Tu's collusion with the shadowy masterminds. She transmitted this evidence through clandestine channels to Xiao Qingyan, showcasing their seamless collaboration. "Sister, your maneuver is truly impressive," Bai Hu praised Jiang Qing via the communicator. However, the situation was far from straightforward. The shadowy puppet masters and the opposing factions within the family were not easily subdued. They became aware of Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan's actions and launched a frenzied counterattack. Butler Ko personally took charge, leading a contingent of men clad in black to surround Jiang Qing's hiding place with an intimidating presence. "Miss Jiang, it has been quite some time," Butler Ko greeted with a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. "Did you truly believe you could escape?" A familiar voice echoed from behind Jiang Qing. She whipped around to see Elder Tu standing there, a gun aimed directly at her. "The game is over." "Jiang Qing," he declared, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. Chapter 39. The truth is set in stone. The game is over. Jiang Qing. Elder Tu's eyes glinted ominously, like a serpent poised to strike. The barrel of the gun unwaveringly directed at her. Jiang Qing's mind raced, yet she feigned calmness, sneering, "Elder Tu, do you think this will intimidate me? The evidence I possess is sufficient to ensure you rot in a prison cell." Suddenly, Butler Ko's chilling voice emerged from the crowd. "Jiang Qing, I have prepared a surprise for you." He yanked forth a figure bound tightly, with a rag stuffed in their mouth. None other than Jiang Qing's closest friend. "Bai Hu! Bai Hu!" Jiang Qing cried out in desperation, her voice laced with fury. "Butler Ko, you despicable fiend!" Unfazed, Butler Ko grew increasingly brazen. "Miss Jiang, if you wish for her to live, you will obediently come with us. Otherwise," he pressed a dagger to Bai Hu's throat, a crimson line appearing instantly at the Xiao family's clandestine meeting location. The atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Xiao Qi and a group of elders sat around a circular table, deliberating the matters concerning Xiao Cheng and Jiang Qing. "Qingyan, the family's interests outweigh all else. Your affair with Jiang Qing must come to an end," Xiao father pronounced gravely, his tone laden with undeniable authority. The elders implored, "Young master, why sacrifice everything for a woman? Jiang Qing stands opposed to our family. Your union is simply untenable." Xiao Qingyan remained expressionless, his gaze deep and inscrutable, akin to a bottomless well. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet resolute. "My affairs do not require anyone's meddling. Qingyan, are you implying you would defy the family?" Elder Tu barked. Xiao Qingyan chuckled coldly. "And if I did? I will protect my woman." With that, he turned to leave, leaving the others in stunned silence. Just as Xiao Qingyan was preparing to rescue Jiang Qing, a servant rushed in, whispering hurriedly in his ear. His expression shifted dramatically, fists clenched tightly. Veins bulging, he gritted his teeth. "Very well. If you are so ruthless, do not blame me for being merciless." He pivoted sharply, striding purposefully in another direction. "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the Jiang family estate." Elder Tu smirked coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, that he poured a small packet of white powder into Jiang Qing's teacup, coercing her to drink. "Jiang Qing, do you truly think you've won?" Such naivete, he reveled inwardly. Jiang Qing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as though her strength had been siphoned away. Gritting her teeth, she fought to remain upright. "What? Have you made me drink?" Elder Tu laughed heartily. "Nothing much, just a little enhancement. Soon, you will be compelled to silence." Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan, like a furious lion, carved a bloody path through his adversaries and successfully rescued Bai Hu. Grabbing Butler Ko by the collar, His gaze icy as ancient glaciers, he demanded, "Speak. Who orchestrated this?" Butler Koo, pale and trembling, divulged everything in a quaking voice. To it turned out that the shadowy puppet masters were none other than certain individuals within the Jiang family, who in their quest for power had colluded with outsiders, sacrificing the family's interests in the process. What a betrayal from within! Xiao Qingyan laughed in rage, his fury ignited. "I shall see who possesses the audacity to orchestrate such schemes beneath my very nose." Butler Ke's revelations detonated like thunder within the Jiang family's secret meeting room. Uncle Jiang and the elders exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. "How is this possible?" Uncle Jiang murmured, as if struck by a devastating blow. Elder Tu's complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He could hardly believe that Butler Ke had betrayed him. "Elder Tu, do you have anything to say?" Xiao Qingyan's voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, sending a shiver down the spine of Elder Tu, who trembled, his gaze flickering, rendered speechless at that moment. A feeble voice emanated from outside the door. "I have something to say." The crowd turned toward the sound, and there stood Jiang Qing, pale-faced and staggering, with an eerie smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Despite her pallor, Jiang Qing entered the conference room with resolute steps, her strange smile sending chills through Elder Tu's heart. That in a weakened yet clear voice, she addressed Elder Tu. "Do you truly believe that a single cup of poison could silence me? You underestimate me far too much." With that, she produced a recording pen from her sleeve and pressed play, the dialogue between Elder Tu and Butler Ke resonating clearly throughout the room, detailing their conspiracy to frame Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan. "This is impossible." Elder Tu's face turned ashen, stammering in his futile defense. Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh. "Is it truly impossible? You know best in your heart." She then produced a stack of documents, tossing them onto the table. "These are the irrefutable evidences of Kai Ding's embezzlement of family funds over the years, colluding with outsiders. The evidence is undeniable, with both witnesses and material proof at hand." "What do you have to say now?" Jiang's uncle and the other elders exchanged glances, their faces ashen. The evidence struck them like a hammer, leaving them unable to refute her claims. With the conspiracy of Elder Tu and Kai Ding exposed, both were taken away by the family's enforcement team, awaiting severe punishment. When Xiao Qingyan arrived, he witnessed the scene of Jiang Qing unveiling all the evidence. That a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes as he hurried to her side. Embracing her tightly, to Qing, "You have worked hard." Leaning against Xiao Qingyan, Jiang Qing managed a faint smile. "For you, everything is worth it." The family elders, confronted with irrefutable evidence, had no choice but to acknowledge their wrongdoings and consent to the union between Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan. Sighing, Jiang's uncle approached them and placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Qingyan's shoulder. "Qingyan, I entrust Qinger to you. Treat her well." Xiao Qingyan nodded solemnly. "Uncle, rest assured, I will protect her with my life." Then, before everyone present, he knelt on one knee, gazing deeply into Jiang Qing's eyes. "Qinger, marry me that I will love you forever, protect you, and ensure you become the happiest woman in the world." Moved to tears, Jiang Qing extended her hand, accepting the diamond ring Xiao Qingyan had prepared for her. Those who once opposed their union now bowed their heads, silently blessing the couple who had weathered so much together. With the dust settling, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan finally came together. Yet, the tale did not conclude there. The challenges of consolidating the family and eradicating the lingering forces of the hidden adversaries loomed before them. One deep night, in Jiang Qing's chamber, she perused the family records when a sudden chill swept through, sending a shiver down her spine. She whirled around, only to find the room empty, save for the shadows of swaying trees outside the window. At that moment, her phone vibrated on the table, revealing an anonymous message on the screen. "Miss Jiang, long time no see." Chapter 40. The escape begins. The anonymous message struck Jiang Qing like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of anxiety through her heart. "Long time no see." Who was it? The tone was both familiar and foreign, sending a chill down her back. Could it be that matters were far from over? With the internal family strife temporarily subdued, Xiao Qingyan looked at Jiang Qing, his eyes brimming with tenderness and pride. He could finally be with her openly. However, Jiang Qing felt no sense of relief as she had imagined. This turmoil made her acutely aware that even if the family ceased to meddle in her relationship with Xiao Qingyan, she still did not possess true freedom. She felt as if she were a bird trapped in a gilded cage, seemingly adorned in luxury, yet deprived of the ability to soar freely through the skies. That a thought began to crystallize in her mind. She must leave this place, entirely break free from the family's control, and seek a sky that belonged to her alone. That night, as Jiang Qing gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Qingyan, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She gently pressed a kiss to his forehead, then silently slipped out of the room, leaving behind a note. "Wait for me." This note, akin to a ticking time bomb, would soon ignite a new storm between them. Jiang Qing stealthily traversed the corridor, her heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the night. She moved like a nimble cat, avoiding every potential source of noise. The security system of the Jiang family estate was akin to an impenetrable fortress, with infrared sensors, cameras, and patrolling guards, every corner brimming with watchful eyes. She felt as if she were walking on a razor's edge, aware that any misstep could lead to her discovery. Her palms dampened the silk handkerchief as anxiety threatened to suffocate her. The usually benign butler soon now appeared transformed, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he followed Jiang Qing closely. "Miss, the master has instructed that you should refrain from going out for the time being." His tone was respectful, yet bore an undeniable authority. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Butler Su, I merely wish to take a stroll in the garden, and shall return shortly." Internally, she lamented, this was hardly a walk, it was a desperate bid for escape. The garden was eerily quiet, the only sound being the whisper of the breeze through the leaves. Jiang Qing feigned nonchalance as she admired the moonlight, her mind racing to devise an escape route. Familiar with the family's surveillance system, she was acutely aware of every camera's location and the blind spots of the patrols. The challenge lay in shaking off Butler Su, who clung to her like a stubborn GUM. In a moment of inspiration, she pointed towards a blooming, night-blooming jasmine and exclaimed with feigned delight, "Wow, what a fragrant flower! Butler Su, come quickly and take a whiff." Though Butler Su remained vigilant, he could not disregard Jiang Qing's request and reluctantly approached the flower. That instant. As he bent down to smell it, Jiang Qing swiftly darted behind a nearby rockery. "Miss?" Butler Su straightened up, realizing Jiang Qing had vanished, his face paling in alarm. "Miss, where are you?" His voice, tinged with panic, echoed unsettlingly in the quiet night. Hiding behind the rockery, Jiang Qing could hear Butler Su's footsteps growing closer, her heart racing. She held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the silence. "What are you looking for?" Butler Su's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he spun around, spotting Xiao Qingyan standing a few meters away, his expression ominously dark. "To Mr. Xiao." He stammered, "What brings you here?" Internally cursing his misfortune, Butler Su realized that the formidable presence had awakened. Xiao Qingyan ignored him, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings as if he could see through all facades. His lips pressed tightly, an aura of icy intensity radiated from him, instilling fear in those nearby. "Where is Jiang Qing?" His tone was low, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Butler Su wiped his brow, forcing himself to appear composed. "Miss Jiang is resting in your room, is she not?" He silently prayed that Jiang Qing would refrain from appearing at this moment. Xiao Qingyan let out a cold laugh. "Resting? Then what is this?" He brandished the note Jiang Qing had left behind, waving it before Butler Su. Although he had not anticipated Jiang Qing's departure after solidifying their bond, he quickly instructed his subordinates to search for her. Surrounding the Jiang residence in an impenetrable net, he was determined to see just where she could flee. Hiding behind the rockery, Jiang Qing's heart sank upon hearing Xiao Qingyan's voice. Oh no, why did he have to awaken now? She dared not delay any longer, crouching low as she stealthily navigated the secret passage behind the rockery. This passage was one she had stumbled upon in her childhood, known only to her. Butler Su continued to stall for time, racking his brain to appease Xiao Qingyan. "Mr. Xiao, you must be mistaken. How could Miss Jiang possibly?" Silence. Xiao Qingyan interrupted impatiently. Detective Lei commenced the search. A tall, slender man with glasses emerged from the shadows. Responding respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Xiao." He was the private detective Xiao Qingyan had hired, renowned for his keen observational skills and meticulous thinking. Detective Lei began to meticulously search every corner of the garden, leaving no stone unturned. He soon noticed that the soil near the rockery appeared disturbed, as if someone had recently passed through it. Mr. Xiao, over here! Detective Lei pointed toward the rockery. Xiao Qingyin's gaze sharpened as he quickly approached the rockery, pushing aside what seemed to be an ordinary stone. Behind it lay a dark, gaping hole. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing had traversed a fair distance along the secret passage. The passage was dim and damp, with a musty odor permeating the air. She took a deep breath, quickening her pace. The exit was just ahead. She could sense the freedom beckoning her. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Jiang Qing. A familiar voice echoed through the passage. Filled with urgency and anger, Jiang Qing's heart leaped, her steps halting abruptly in a swift motion. She dashed out of the passage, her surroundings opening up before her. Freedom! She took a deep breath, the night air tinged with a refreshing chill that invigorated her spirit. Casting a glance back at the Jiang family mansion, a smug smile danced upon her lips. Farewell, she whispered softly, her figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the night. Little did she know, the peril was only just beginning. Detective Lei stood at the entrance of a hidden passageway, observing the desolate corridor with a furrowed brow. She couldn't have gotten far, adjusting his glasses. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes. The soil at the exit of the passage bore clear imprints of Jiang Qing's shoes, serving as a beacon of guidance for him. But he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Qingyin's number. Mr. Xiao, the target has escaped the Jiang residence and is heading northwest. I am in pursuit. Jiang Qing sprinted with fervor, acutely aware that she must vacate the city post-haste. The train station. This thought flashed through her mind. It was bustling with people, ideal for hiding, her best chance for escape. She hailed a taxi and declared her destination. The vehicle sped through the night, but Jiang Qing's heart remained heavy with unease. She sensed a pair of watchful eyes lingering on her, a sensation that pricked at her skin. Meanwhile, Detective Lei drove relentlessly in pursuit, updating Xiao Qingyin on her movements. The target has boarded a taxi. The license plate number is... Jiang Qing glanced through the window, spotting a black sedan maintaining a steady distance behind her, her heart plummeting. Had she been discovered, the taxi halted at the train station plaza. And she hurriedly paid the fare, plunging into the throng of bustling travelers. She continuously altered her course, striving to shake off her pursuer. Detective Lei exited his vehicle, his gaze piercing as he scanned the crowd. Where is she? He murmured, gripping the tracker tightly. The signal indicated that Jiang Qing was nearby. Concealed behind a newsstand, Jiang Qing stealthily observed her surroundings. She spotted Detective Lei weaving through the crowd, closing in on her. Taking a deep breath, she knew she could not afford any delay. She needed to find a safer refuge without hesitation. Train 3784, passengers bound for City C. Please be aware, the announcement echoed throughout the waiting hall. Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat. City C. That was her intended destination. She glanced towards the ticket gate, then at the searching Detective L. I had no time to waste. Gritting her teeth, she fished out a cap and sunglasses from her bag. Chapter 41. A journey of sentiments and perils. Approaching Jiang Qing donned the cap and sunglasses, lowering the brim as she swiftly navigated through the crowd, her heart racing like a drum. She cast a furtive glance at Detective Lei, who continued to weave through the throng like a hound scenting its prey. Thankfully, he hadn't spotted her. Jiang Qing silently reassured herself, though she dared not slow her pace. The announcement resounded once more, indicating that boarding for train 3784 was about to close. Jiang Qing cursed under her breath, realizing she had missed her chance. She concealed herself in the shadows of a corner in the waiting hall, her hands tightly clenching her backpack straps, her knuckles turning white. The prolonged flight had drained her both physically and mentally. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. Damn it. She was now akin to a fish in a barrel, with no escape in sight. Taking a deep breath, she fought to regain her composure. Run. She must run. Even without a train, she had to devise a way to leave this place. Her gaze swept the area, landing on a row of black cars parked outside the station. Black cars. Risky, yet her options were limited. Jiang Qing approached a driver who appeared somewhat trustworthy. Sir, how much to City C? The driver scrutinized her, his eyes darting with shrewdness and a hint of cunning. A solo trip to City C. That won't be cheap. 500. Jiang Qing recognized the driver was inflating the price, but time was of the essence. Fine, 500 it is. Let's go now. The driver grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. All right, hop in. Jiangqing opened the door and slid into the back seat, silently praying for a safe journey. The car started and slowly departed from the station. She glanced back, relieved to see that Detective Lei's figure had vanished within the crowd. She let out a slight sigh of relief, unaware of the greedy gaze the driver cast through the rearview mirror. Little girl, City C is quite far. What are you going there for all alone? The driver inquired casually. Jiangqing eyed him warily. I'm going to visit family. The driver chuckled. Visiting family? Huh? Which relative? His tone bore an unsettling curiosity, making Jiangqing uncomfortable. Just as she prepared to brush him off, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. The screeching sound sliced through the night air. What is happening? Jiangqing exclaimed in panic. The driver did not respond, merely turning to her with an ambiguous smile. Little girl, stopping abruptly in this desolate area. Jiangqing's heart sank, a wave of dread washing over her. This driver was indeed suspicious. Sir, what is going on? Jiangqing feigned calmness, her hand subtly reaching for a pepper spray. The driver turned to her, a chilling grin plastered across his face. Little girl, City C is still far away. Why not play with me first? His avaricious gaze roamed over Jiangqing, akin to a venomous serpent, inducing nausea. Jiangqing suppressed her fear and revulsion, striving to maintain her composure. What are you doing? Sir, I will report you, she bluffed, hoping to intimidate this desperate man. The driver scoffed dismissively. Report? In this remote wilderness, your report is futile. Cooperate, and perhaps you'll suffer less. With that, he reached out to grab Jiangqing's hand. She reacted swiftly, dodging his grasp and spraying the pepper spray directly into his face. Ah! The driver shrieked, clutching his eyes as the car wobbled dangerously, coming to an unsteady halt. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangqing flung open the door and bolted, not daring to look back as she sprinted into the night. The wind howled around her, her heart racing wildly. She could not afford to glance back, mustering all her strength to flee as the footsteps behind her grew ever closer. Like a death knell, to as she ran. Jiangqing suddenly halted, her thoughts drifting to Xiao Qingyan, the overbearing yet tender man who once shielded her from harm, providing solace during storms that if only he were here now. Ah, how naive. Jiangqing chuckled to herself, shaking off the unrealistic fantasies from her mind as she pressed forward. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell to the ground. Before she could react, a strong hand grasped her ankle. Why have you stopped running? The driver's voice taunted from behind, laced with malice. Jiangqing closed her eyes in despair. Was she truly about to fall into the clutches of this monster? Just then, an idea sparked in her mind. Jiangqing opened her eyes wide, fixing her gaze on the driver, a wry smile creeping onto her lips. Who said I wasn't running? Unlike others who might weep and wail. Jiangqing had a clever scheme in mind. She feigned innocence, blinking her eyes and pointing toward a distant flickering light. Uncle, my family is just up ahead to pick me up. Look, they're coming. The driver hesitated, following her finger to see several flickering lights. Doubts crept into his mind. In this desolate area, where could any residence be? Could this girl truly be the daughter of someone influential? Sensing the driver's hesitation, Jiangqing swiftly seized the moment, pulling out her phone and pretending to call. She spoke in a sweet voice. Hello, Dad. I've arrived. I'm at the intersection up ahead. Can you see me? Yes, the one in red, with that strange uncle driving the black car. She purposely emphasized the word strange uncle. The driver's expression shifted, panic setting in this day and age. Encountering a tough, was no laughing matter. His demeanor changed, a forced smile replacing his previous confidence. Little girl, so your family has come to pick you up? Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. I'll take you right there. Jiangqing smirked triumphantly, feeling a surge of satisfaction. You think you can outsmart me? Not a chance. The driver obediently started the car, heading towards the lights. Jiangqing relaxed in the back seat, enjoying the scenery outside, as if the earlier harrowing events had never happened. The car pulled up in front of a dilapidated inn. Jiangqing paid the fare and walked into the inn without looking back. The driver glared at her retreating figure, spitting in frustration. Little brat, you got lucky. He slammed the accelerator, speeding away. Jiangqing entered the inn, where the chubby middle-aged landlady was casually munching on seeds while engrossed in a show. Upon noticing Jiangqing, she lazily inquired, Here to stay? ID, please. Jiangqing presented her identification card. Yet her mind was preoccupied with the thought, Detective Lei must still be pursuing me. I need to find a place to hide swiftly. After acquiring the room key, Jiang Qing ascended the stairs with great speed, locating her designated chamber. She shut the door, locked it securely, and drew the curtains, finally allowing herself a long sigh of relief. At last, she felt safe. Jiang Qing collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. She understood that this sense of security was merely temporary. Detective Lei's relentless pursuit loomed over her like the sword of Damocles, ready to strike at any moment. She surveyed her surroundings. This modest and appealing walls and a musty odor permeating the air. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the silence. Jiang Qing's heart raced. Who could it be? A kindly voice called from outside, "Dear girl, it's Mrs. Sun from next door. Are you staying here alone? Would you like to come over for a chat?" Chapter 42, An Encounter in the Underground. A new beginning. Jiang Qing tightened her grip on the doorknob, lowering her voice. "No, thank you." And Mrs. Sun's enthusiasm made her feel uncomfortable, akin to a persistent fly that refuses to be swatted away. All she desired was solitude, preferably to vanish entirely. That, oh dear, it's so dangerous for a young lady to be out here alone. Come, let us talk. I can tell you about the local customs and traditions." Mrs. Sun continued to prattle on. Jiang Qing felt an overwhelming urge to seal her lips with superglue. To know she had to leave this place immediately. Her instincts warned her that she was not safe here. Peering through the peephole, she found the corridor deserted. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if someone were watching her from the shadows. Hastily, she gathered her meager belongings, tiptoed to the window, and cracked it open to observe the situation outside. The inn's rear courtyard led to a secluded alleyway, seemingly a promising escape route. After confirming that the coast was clear, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, opened the window, and nimbly climbed out. Upon landing, she inadvertently twisted her ankle, causing her to gasp in pain. What a stroke of misfortune! She muttered softly, limping deeper into the alleyway. She navigated through several winding paths until she reached the entrance of the city's underground passage. A damp, chilly breeze greeted her, sending a shiver down her spine. The passage was dimly lit, its flickering lights casting eerie shadows, resembling a monstrous beast with its mouth agape, waiting to devour her. "This place feels rather sinister," Jiang Qing murmured, hesitating at the threshold. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the corner, blocking her path. "This road is mine. This tree is planted by me, that if you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." A sharp voice rang out beside her. Jiang Qing looked up to see a diminutive man with a glinting knife, his gaze filled with ill intent. "Oh please, such a cliché line. Are you a clown sent by a monkey?" Jiang Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the rusty knife ending the thief's hand, thinking, "Is this all you've got? You dare to rob me? When I was playing in the mud, you were still nursing." The underground passage was suffused with the scent of dampness and decay, and the yellowish lights flickered ominously, illuminating the stained walls and enhancing the foreboding atmosphere. Jiang Qing's ankle throbbed, but she knew she could not afford to stop. She had to escape this wretched place as quickly as possible. She scanned her surroundings. The passage was eerily empty, save for the distant sound of dripping water, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Seeing Jiang Qing's seemingly fragile demeanor, the thief assumed her to be an easy target and felt a surge of confidence. He rubbed his hands together, crouched low, and stealthily approached her, ready to strike when she least expected it. His beady eyes greedily scrutinized her belongings, calculating how much he could steal. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qing had already sensed his intentions. She discreetly slipped her hand into her pocket, gripping her pepper spray tightly, and thought to herself, "You think you can play this game with me? You're far too naive." Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she continued walking forward, all the while observing the thief's every move, biding her time for the perfect moment to retaliate. The thief, believing Jiang Qing to be completely oblivious, decided the time was ripe and lunged at her, attempting to snatch her bag. "Little girl, if you know what's good for you, hand over the money." Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp, acrid spray assaulted his senses. "My eyes!" The thief cried out, rolling on the ground in agony. Jiang Qing regarded him coolly, a smirk playing on her lips. "With such feeble skills, you dare to rob? Go home and wash up before you sleep." She clapped her hands, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Footsteps echoed from deeper within the passage. Quick as a flash, Jiang Qing executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending the diminutive thief crashing to the ground. With that little frame, you think you can rob me? Go home and train for another decade or so. The thief lay on the ground, dazed and groaning, struggling to rise. Passers-by, who had previously hurried past, now stopped to admire Jiang Qing, casting her looks of respect. Some even whispered, "This girl looks so delicate. Who would have guessed she is so formidable?" Hearing their praise, Jiang Qing felt a rush of triumph, her confidence soaring. She felt like the guardian of the underground passage. Dusting herself off, she rummaged through the thief's pockets, retrieving a few crumpled bills. "This is all you have? And you dare to roam the streets? Take this and buy some nutritional supplements." She tossed the money onto the thief's face and strode away, leaving him to lament on the ground. After traversing the dark, damp underground passage, Jiang Qing finally glimpsed the light of the exit. Drawing a deep breath, she stepped out with resolute strides. Before her lay a vibrant expanse, with towering skyscrapers standing in a row and a ceaseless flow of traffic. This was a brand new city, a place where she could start afresh. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Qing felt akin to a bird that had broken free from its cage, finally tasting freedom. She knew that Xiao Qingyan and his family's influence would not reach her here. She could finally shed the shackles of her past and embark on a new life. That a confident smile graced her lips as she envisioned a future filled with hope. She found a quaint and tidy inn and checked in. At last, she could rest properly. She lay on the bed, stretched luxuriously, and felt the weariness evaporate. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the room. Jiang Qing's heart sank. Could it be that Xiao Qingyan's people had caught up with her? Cautiously, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a man clad in a trench coat and a fedora, his face obscured, yet she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Qing inquired tentatively. The man removed his fedora, revealing a sharply defined face, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang," he spoke slowly. Chapter 43, An Encounter. A frantic escape as the man unveiled his face. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. It was Detective Lei. Her heart sank like a stone, as if an unseen hand had gripped it tightly. She held her breath, paralyzed, as if even the flutter of her eyelashes were frozen in fear. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang," Detective Lei said, a mocking smile curling at his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm. Jiang Qing remained silent, her mind racing as she contemplated her next move. Escape. She had to escape immediately. She abruptly yanked the bedsheet aside, only to find the space beneath the bed utterly vacant. There was nowhere to conceal herself. She glanced at the window. From the second floor, jumping down could result in serious injury or worse. This wasn't a movie. There were no protagonist privileges to protect her. Detective Lei had undoubtedly brought Mrs. Sun along. The knocking intensified, and Jiang Qing's heart raced to her throat, the atmosphere in the room feeling as if it had solidified. "Young lady, are you in there?" Mrs. Sun's voice carried a hint of curiosity from outside. Jiang Qing bit her lip, remaining silent. "Miss, open the door." Detective Lei's voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an unyielding command. Jiang Qing realized she was cornered with no means of escape. Despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, the cold visage of Xiao Qingyan flooding her thoughts. Both Detective Lei and Xiao Qingyan were the same ilk. She had only been free for a few days. How could they have tracked her down so quickly? Was she destined to be captured and returned to that gilded cage? No. Even if she had to die, she would do so spectacularly, refusing to surrender. Jiang Qing clenched her teeth, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. The doorknob began to turn, and Jiang Qing knew this was her final moment. She inhaled deeply, suddenly flinging the window open with a loud creak. "Ah!" She let out a feigned scream, pretending to lose her footing. "Not good. She's going to jump." Detective Lei indeed fell for a ruse, thrusting the door open and rushing to the window, peering down to Mrs. Sun gasped, her face blanching as she covered her mouth in shock. "Where is she?" Detective Lei surveyed the empty space beneath the window, his expression one of confusion. This second-floor IS&T particularly high. But jumping down IS&T a joke. This woman is truly reckless. As Detective Lei found himself momentarily distracted, the room fell eerily silent, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. He abruptly turned around, surveying the vacant space, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Played for a fool. Thinking of escape? Not so easily. With a derisive snicker, Detective Lay leapt through the window in the alleyway. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, gradually fading into the night. A voice, tinged with a hint of smugness, emerged from the shadows. Ah. Young one, don't be so hot-headed. Taking advantage of Detective Lay's fixation on the freedom outside, Jiang Qing swiftly slipped out through the door, her speed so remarkable that even Bolt would have been impressed. She crouched low, darting down the corridor like a nimble little mouse, her heart pounding like a drum, nearly branding her forehead with a fugitive's label. Detective Lay, a seasoned veteran, upon realizing he had been outsmarted once more, wore an expression as dark as a pot's bottom that he muttered another curse and immediately turned to pursue her. The hotel corridor twisted and turned like a labyrinth, nearly disorienting him, by the time he reached the end of the hall. There was no trace of Jiang Qing. Damn it, she has escaped again. He slammed his fist into the wall, causing flakes of paint to chip away. This woman was as slippery as an eel. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady his nerves. There was no way a monk could flee the temple. This small hotel had limited space. She couldn't possibly sprout wings, could she? Indeed, Jiang Qing had not sprouted wings. But she had found an excellent hiding spot. Concealed behind a pile of debris in the hotel's backyard, surrounded by broken planks and tattered cardboard boxes, she had created her own shelter. She could hear Detective Lay's footsteps drawing closer, each thud resonating like a death knell against her eardrums. The distance between them felt tantalizingly close. Jiang Qing dared not breathe, terrified of making the slightest noise that might betray her location. Detective Lay prowled around the hotel like a hunting dog, leaving no corner unchecked, even rummaging through the trash bins. Jiang Qing's heart raced, feeling like a mouse caught in a trap, poised to be seized at any moment. Just as Detective Lay approached the pile of debris, a sudden bark echoed from afar, followed by a man's voice calling out. Who's there? Come out. Detective Lay's brow furrowed. Could there be an accomplice? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate the disturbance, providing Jiang Qing with a precious opportunity. Seizing the moment of distraction, she bolted from her hiding spot like a released arrow, sprinting towards the nearby woods. Stop! Detective Lay spun around at the sound, but all he glimpsed was a fleeting silhouette disappearing at the edge of the trees. Damn it. Played for a fool again, without a moment to lose. He pursued her. Within the woods, branches snapped underfoot, and a deep warning resonated. Don't run. I see you. Chapter 44. An encounter in the woods. Emotions unraveled. Jiang Qing dashed through the dense underbrush like a frightened rabbit. Thorns mercilessly tore at her clothing, leaving bloody scratches on her exposed skin, searing with pain. Yet she dared not pause. Detective Lay's footsteps were like a grim reaper's, relentless behind her. Her lungs felt like bellows. Struggling for air, her legs beginning to weaken. As night descended, the forest morphed into a sinister visage. The wind rustled through the treetops, emitting eerie sounds akin to a beast's growl. Unidentified insects chirped and scuttled, their noise piercing the silence of the night. Jiang Qing crouched behind a sturdy tree, clutching her legs tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Fear coiled around her like a vine, nearly suffocating her. Thoughts of Xiao Qingyan, that domineering yet tender man, flooded her mind. Once, he had been an impenetrable fortress against life's storms. But now he was the very reason for her flight. A bitter smile graced her lips as she touched the wounds on her arm. The sharp pain jolted her back to reality. She could no longer rely on anyone. She must survive on her own. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed nearby, reminiscent of a branch snapping underfoot. Jiang Qing's heart leapt into her throat as she held her breath. Paralyzed with fear, "Come out! I know you are there!" A low voice called from the darkness, laced with mockery. "Stop hiding, little rabbit. You can't escape." Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. The detective's voice drew closer. She knew she had been exposed. Images of Xiao Qingyan flooded her thoughts, recalling their sweet moments together. The opulent villa, sumptuous dinners, his deep, resonant laughter. A wave of longing washed over her, tears glimmering in her eyes. She remembered a time when Xiao Qingyan had taken her horseback riding in the countryside, the sun illuminating his chiseled features. His strong arms wrapped around her, his warmth and masculine scent quickening her pulse. Nearly melting her into his embrace, that a single tear fell, shattering against the ground. Jiang Qing abruptly shook herself awake, biting her lip to stifle the sob, threatening to escape that no, she could not dwell on him any longer. Xiao Qingyin's tenderness was like poison laced with honey, intoxicating yet ensnaring. But now, she needed clarity. She must flee from him, from this man who evoked both love and hate within her. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, you'll bear the consequences. Detective Lei's voice carried an edge of impatience. Point 1. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. She scanned her surroundings, searching for an escape route amidst the dense foliage and intricate branches. Wait! Her gaze landed on a tall tree, its trunk entwined with robust vines reaching down to the ground. An audacious plan began to form in her mind. Carefully, she maneuvered her body, striving to make no sound. 3. Just as Detective Lei reached the final count, Jiang Qing seized a vine, swinging herself upward with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly ascending the trunk. Damn it, Detective Lei cursed as he rushed to the tree. Looking up at Jiang Qing perched high above, the deal, you think you can escape like this? Ignoring him, she continued her ascent. The wind rustled through the treetops, a soft sound of encouragement. Come down, Detective Lei's voice echoed from below. Tinged with irritation, Jiang Qing glanced back, a smirk playing on her lips. She untied the scarf from her waist, letting it flutter in the breeze. Catch me if you can, she taunted, sticking her tongue out at Detective Lei before leaping to another tree. You think I'll surrender easily? From her elevated vantage point, she looked down at him, the night obscuring the complexities in her gaze, leaving only a shadowy outline and a light-hearted remark. Unless you want me to return as a captive canary? Not a chance. She was no love-struck fool waiting for a man to rescue her. Independence and ambition were her true pursuits. As she dashed through the woods, her mind raced, calculating how to elude this relentless pursuer. Dense branches, scattered stones, and winding vines all presented excellent opportunities. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing began to set simple traps using the terrain to her advantage. She looped vines around tree roots, covering them with leaves. Perfect. She gathered several appropriately sized stones, stacking them into an unstable mini-mountain, waiting for Detective Lei to step into her trap. Once finished, she couldn't help but commend her ingenuity. Her escape skills were top-notch. Ah, you think you can outsmart me? You're still a novice. Jiang Qing smirked, continuing her flight. Detective Lei remained hot on her heels, his long legs allowing him to close the distance rapidly. Stop running. You can't escape, he bellowed, confidence lacing his tone. That moment, a loud thud echoed as Detective Lei triggered one of Jiang Qing's traps, tumbling forward in a heap. Ouch, he exclaimed, struggling to rise, his voice a mix of frustration and disbelief. You little trickster. Jiang Qing glanced back, witnessing his disheveled state, and couldn't contain her laughter. All is fair in love and war, understand? She made a face at Detective Lei, then dashed deeper into the woods without looking back. As she ran, the trees began to thin out, and the moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the path ahead. Jiang Qing was pleasantly surprised to discover that the edge of the forest revealed a broad river, its waters shimmering under the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. However, the footsteps of Detective Lei were drawing ever closer. Standing by the riverbank, gazing at the rushing waters and the encroaching shadow, a cold smile crept upon Jiang Qing's lips. You think you can catch me? Chapter 45. Crossing the river to rebirth. Finally free, Jiang Qing stood at the river's edge, her heart brimming with anxiety as she listened to the approaching footsteps of Detective Lei. She bit her lip, uncertain of the river's depth or whether she possessed the strength to swim across. Yet, at that moment, she had no other choice. You think you can catch me, she muttered to herself, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Quickly surveying her surroundings, she hoped to find something to aid her in crossing the river, but aside from a few scattered stones and dry twigs, there was nothing. Detective Lei's voice was now alarmingly close, and Jiang Qing knew time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to take a gamble. She removed her coat and tied some small belongings to it, attempting to make them buoyant. Then, with another deep breath, she hurled the coat into the river, watching as it was swept away by the turbulent current. I hope this helps you, Detective Lei, she murmured, a mischievous glint in her eyes. With a determined grit, she leaped into the river, the icy water enveloping her instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, she swam desperately toward the opposite bank. Under the moonlight, the river sparkled, and Jiang Qing's figure bobbed in the water, each stroke appearing increasingly arduous. Yet she pressed on. She understood that if Detective Lei caught her, the consequences would be dire. She had to succeed. She had to survive. That moment, Detective Lei's voice boomed from the riverbank, filled with rage and frustration. "Stop right there." Hearing his words tightened her heart, but she swam on with even greater determination. The water clung to her clothes, making every breath feel like a monumental effort. Yet she refused to give up, knowing that if she could just get across this river, she might attain a new life. Finally, the outline of the opposite bank came into view, summoning every ounce of strength. She swam frantically towards the shore. Just as she was about to reach it, Detective Lei's figure appeared at the riverbank, his eyes blazing with fury as he clenched his fists, a fire of unwillingness flickering in his gaze. "Jiang Qing, you won't escape so easily," he snarled, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the river. At last, Jiang Qing reached the opposite shore, panting heavily as she struggled to pull herself up. Her soaked clothes clung to her body, but her eyes shone with the light of victory. She glanced back, giving Detective Lei a triumphant gesture before turning and vanishing into the night. On this road. "You can't catch up to me," she whispered to herself. Just as Jiang Qing began to relish her escape, she caught sight of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. Detective Lei. He had taken a detour to pursue her. This relentless fiend. Jiang Qing couldn't help but curse internally. What the hell? How can he still be on my tail? Detective Lei was now in her line of sight, running toward her, causing her heart to race. Clenching her fists tightly, she thought, this damn detective. Is he a dog or something? Gritting her teeth, her lungs aflame, she quickly adjusted her course and hid in a patch of grass that lay in Lei's blind spot. Just as Detective Lei believed he had cornered her, a triumphant grin spread across his face, only to suddenly realize his quarry had vanished. "Jiang Qing, you can't escape. Surrender quietly," he roared, searching for a hiding place. Ignoring him, Jiang Qing remained silent, waiting until his voice faded into the distance. After approximately 15 minutes, she confirmed he was no longer nearby and set off toward the new city without looking back. Sunlight bathed Jiang Qing, as if welcoming her rebirth. She knew she had finally severed the ties of her family and the control of Xiao Qingyan, allowing her to truly embark on her own new life. Goodbye to everything in the past. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, savoring the air of freedom, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Strolling through the unfamiliar streets, observing the bustling crowds around her, she was filled with anticipation for the future. "Where's my wallet?" she suddenly exclaimed, her complexion turning ashen. Chapter 46. The End of Restraint. Freedom in my heart. Jiang Qing hummed a tuneless melody, her steps light as if she were treading on clouds. Escaping from Xiao Qingyan's pursuit felt like playing a thrilling game of survival, ultimately achieving a fortunate victory. Tonight she would feast. She even imagined Detective Lei pounding his chest in frustration, unable to suppress a giggle. However, before she could savor her triumph, her smile froze on her face. "Where's my wallet?" The color drained from her face. In her hasty escape, she had only taken a small amount of cash, now crammed into a tiny wallet, which was nowhere to be found. Searching her pockets frantically, she felt tears welling up. What a disaster. Just when I thought I had won, I've ended up in a dire situation in this strange city. Penniless and alone, with no one to turn to, not even a place to borrow some internet access. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Jiang Qing felt a profound sense of loneliness amidst the throng of people. Detective Lei's detestable face lingered in her mind. Could her luck be this wretched, escaping a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair? After wandering for quite some time, Jiang Qing finally stumbled upon a rental room that appeared reasonably clean. The landlady, a shrewd-looking middle-aged woman, scrutinized Jiang Qing from head to toe, her gaze filled with suspicion. "Young lady, are you alone? Looking to rent? 3 months' rent in advance. No bargaining." Jiang Qing steeled herself and attempted to negotiate with the landlady, but she was as unyielding as a miser. After much effort, they finally settled on a price, only for the landlady to begin demanding identification. "Where's your ID, proof of employment, emergency contact?" Jiang Qing stammered, unable to produce any documentation. The landlady's eyes sharpened, and her tone turned acerbic. Did I say, "Young lady, you aren't on the run, are you?" Jiang Qing's heart sank. This landlady was like a detective in disguise. She forced a smile. "Annie, you jest. I'm just here on vacation." "Vacationers don't travel without an ID." The landlady crossed her arms, wearing an expression of knowing. Grinding her teeth, Jiang Qing counted out a few bills from her meager cash and shoved them into the landlady's hand. "Auntie, this is a deposit that I'll stay for a few days and get my documents sorted." The landlady examined the cash, her expression softening slightly. "These days, you never know who you're dealing with." She opened a drawer, pulled out a key, and was about to hand it to Jiang Qing when suddenly a voice called from outside. "Excuse me, is Miss Jiang Qing here?" Jiang Qing froze, petrified as if turned to stone by Medusa's gaze. This was it. That voice, she would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. It was Detective Lay's loyal hound. Her eyes darted, and she quickly retreated into the room. Locking the door behind her, the landlady looked bewildered. "What is going on? Who is it?" Nothing. Just a salesperson." Jiang Qing stammered, her heart pounding like a drum. Outside, Detective Lay's voice rang out again. "Madam, hello, I'm a police officer searching for a missing person." Jiang Qing nearly choked on her own breath. That a police officer. This detective would stop at nothing. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to remain calm. Going outside would be walking into a trap. She had to take a risk. She opened the window and cautiously poked her head out, assessing the possibility of jumping down from the second floor. It wasn't too high, but the ground was concrete. Jumping down could result in serious injury. "Miss Jiang, I know you're inside. Don't resist futilely." Detective Lay's voice grew ever closer, sending shivers down her spine. Jiang Qing gritted her teeth. She was all in. Better to take a chance than be captured. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to leap when suddenly a commotion erupted below. "The city management is here. The city management is here." Street vendors scattered in all directions, clutching their goods in a chaotic frenzy. The unexpected uproar interrupted Detective Lay's pursuit, and Jiang Qing seized the chance, quickly sliding down the drainage pipe. As she hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. But she paid it no mind, limping into the crowd, disappearing into the bustling streets. After narrowly escaping, Jiang Qing finally grasped her dire situation. Penniless and alone, her days were proving even more arduous than starving. She searched for work but faced one rejection after another. Lacking education, experience, and local connections, she felt like a rootless weed, adrift and lost, squatting in a street corner. Jiang Qing nibbled on a cheap bun, feeling as though her life had hit rock bottom. Was she truly destined to return and surrender? No, she would rather starve on the streets. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a small advertisement posted on a telephone pole caught her eye. Hiring. The burgeoning startup, in search of talent, offers generous salaries with no prerequisite for experience. Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had grasped a lifeline. After meticulously preparing herself, she arrived at the interview location, her heart fluttering with trepidation. The interview unfolded exceptionally smoothly. Jiang Qing's intellect and unique insights astounded the interviewers to her astonishment. She was offered the position on the spot. "You can start tomorrow." The interviewer smiled, adding, "Our company also provides employee accommodations." Jiang Qing was overwhelmed with joy, feeling as though she had won the lottery, that a new chapter of her life was finally about to commence. On the following day, Jiang Qing arrived punctually at the company, only to find a familiar black sedan parked outside. The window slowly descended, revealing a face that bore a bemused smile. What a coincidence. Xiao Qingyan's voice was deep and magnetic. "We meet again." Jiang Qing inhaled sharply, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace at Mr. Xiao. "What a coincidence. Are you here for an inspection?" Internally, Jiang Qing cursed. "Why can't you just let me be? Did I disturb your ancestors in my past life?" Xiao Qingyan chuckled softly, sending a chill down her spine. "Inspection? Miss Jiang, your imagination runs wild." He paused, his gaze piercing into Jiang Qing. "I am here to see you." Jiang Qing's mind raced with sarcasm. "Of course, I know you're here for me." Yet, she maintained her facade of ignorance. That Mr. Xiao, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely an ordinary worker." Xiao Qingyan did not expose her ruse. Instead, he remarked enigmatically, "Is that so? Then how do you explain your earlier escape?" Jiang Qing rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "Didn't I leave you a note?" Why pursue me so relentlessly? Outwardly, she replied, Mr. Xiao, I was merely on leave, yes, leave. Now that my holiday is concluded, I naturally need to return to work. Xiao Qingyan regarded her with a knowing smile, which made Jiang Qing uneasy. Just as she anticipated his fury, he unexpectedly shifted his tone. Since you were so passionate about work, why not join my company? The benefits are substantial. Jiang Qing nearly choked on her own indignation. This man was truly unpredictable. Suppressing the urge to punch him, she forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Xiao, but I am quite satisfied with my current position. Xiao Qingyan did not press further, merely saying, Is that so? I wish you success in your work, Miss Jiang. With that, he turned and left, leaving Jiang Qing with a striking silhouette that as Jiang Qing watched him depart. She exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Little did she know, this was merely the calm before the storm. Her work at the new company progressed remarkably well, as if she had been granted a magical boon. Swiftly ascending through the ranks and establishing herself within the organization, her colleagues praised her, and her superiors held her in high regard. However, this bliss was short-lived. One evening after work, Jiang Qing spotted a familiar figure outside the company building. Her heart sank. Could it be Detective Lei? She held her breath, stealthily approaching the figure, only to discover it was merely a passerby with a similar appearance. After the false alarm, Jiang Qing chuckled bitterly. Realizing she hadn't entirely escaped her past as shadows, days turned into weeks, and her life in the new city gradually fell into a routine. Yet a void remained within her heart. A void left by Xiao Qingyan. She was oblivious to his current thoughts, or whether she could truly let go of her feelings for him. Just as Jiang Qing was striving to adapt to her new life, an unexpected figure appeared before her. Then on her first day at work, Jiang Qing collided headfirst with an obstacle. The young woman from the HR department appeared flustered, stammering for quite some time before revealing that there was an issue with her educational credentials. It seemed that her family had withheld certain information, resulting in incomplete academic records. Jiang Qing felt a jolt of anxiety. Was this orchestrated by Xiao Qingyan? Whispers began circulating among her colleagues, their gazes scrutinizing her as if they were eager to uncover her family's entire lineage. Jiang Qing felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into the floor. This was a beginning more excruciating than indulging in a bowl of stinky tofu. After enduring until noon, Jiang Qing was about to venture into the company cafeteria to sample the infamous dark culinary offerings when she was summoned to the office by manager Qian Tong. Qian, whose name aptly suited his persona, exuded an air of avarice. His gaze slick enough to fry an egg, he inquired about Jiang Qing's educational predicament, his tone laced with a barely perceptible condescension. Then, he abruptly shifted the topic, announcing that an important client was to be entertained that evening, and he required Jiang Qing to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing instantly recognized the old fox's ulterior motives. Feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her, yet she feigned composure. Manager Qian, as a newcomer, I fear I may not be suitable. Manager Qian rubbed his hefty chin, revealing a lascivious grin. Ah, Jiang, this is a rare opportunity. Perform well, and it will greatly benefit your future prospects. He deliberately emphasized the word benefit, his gaze roaming over her, sending shivers down Jiang Qing's spine. Jiang Qing clenched her fists, suppressing the impulse to strike him, and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Manager Qian, I'll think about it. Without allowing her a chance to decline, Manager Qian sealed the deal, extracting a business card from his drawer and thrusting it into her hand. 7 o'clock tonight. At the Lijing Hotel. Don't be late. He patted her shoulder meaningfully, as if he had already seen through her. Holding the card, Jiang Qing felt as though she were clutching a burning coal. At 7 that evening, at the Lijing Hotel, she inhaled deeply, reminding herself to remain calm. At that moment, a knock echoed on the office door, followed by a sharp female voice. Manager Qian, here's the report you requested. Colleague Sun, swaying her hips, entered the room. Upon spotting Jiang Qing, a flicker of barely concealed animosity crossed her gaze. She handed the report to Qian Tong, then seemingly casually glanced at the business card in Jiang Qing's hand. A mocking smile curling her lips. Oh, Jiang Qing, off to a social gathering tonight. Colleague Sun Qian handed Jiang Qing a stack of documents, her smile as artificial as a plastic flower. Jiang, could you organize these materials? They are needed for tomorrow's meeting. Jiang Qing accepted the files, flipping through them only to feel as though she had fallen into an abyss, inundated with an overwhelming array of jargon that left her dizzy. She mustered the courage to ask, "Sister Sun, could you explain these documents further?" But Sun Qian interrupted her. "Oh please, Jiang, you graduated from a prestigious university. This little task shouldn't be a challenge for you, right? I must get back to work by." With that, she sashayed out, leaving a bewildered Jiang Qing in her wake. Jiang Qing wrestled with the mountain of documents for an entire night, feeling as if all her brain cells had perished. The next day during the meeting, she nervously reported her findings, only to discover that her data was vastly at odds with manager Qian Tong's expectations. Qian's expression darkened instantly, unleashing a torrent of scathing reproach. "Jiang Qing, what on earth are you doing? You can't even manage such a simple report. Are you deliberately slacking off?" Jiang Qing was at a loss for words, realizing that Sun Qian had omitted a crucial piece of data from the material she provided. Internally cursing Sun Qian's treachery, Jiang Qing could only suppress her grievances, apologizing meekly. After work, she returned to her rented room, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. Before she could catch her breath, a series of knocks disrupted her peace. Opening the door, she was met by her landlord Wu Wenjun, his rotund face looming before her, brandishing a rent notice like a harbinger of doom. "Jiang, the rent." Wu Wenjun rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with avarice. "UV delayed payment for several days." Jiang Qing bit her lip, retrieving her meager remaining bills from her pocket. "Uncle Wu, I'm a bit tight on cash at the moment. Could you possibly—" Wu Wenjun snatched the money from her, counting it with displeasure. "Is this all? You're still short by half. Let me be clear, Jiang. If you don't settle the full amount by tomorrow, you'll need to pack your things and leave." As Jiang Qing watched Wu Wenjun's retreating figure, despair enveloped her. Her credentials were compromised, her job was fraught with challenges, and she couldn't even afford her rent. She felt akin to a trapped beast, ensnared in her cramped rental, gasping for breath. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her pale visage, her eyes devoid of spirit, and suddenly chuckled at her own predicament. "Jiang family, Xiao Qingyan, you have triumphed. You have successfully cornered me." However, Jiang Qing's eyes suddenly hardened, a cold smile gracing her lips. The game has only just begun. She retrieved a notebook from her drawer, opening to a page inscribed with the words, "Certain company's trade secrets." Jiang Qing perused the contents within the notebook, a smirk curling her lips. "Trade secrets? I want to let you off so easily." The following day, during the meeting, Qian Tong began to subtly taunt Jiang Qing, insinuating that they should discuss work matters later that evening. Jiang Qing feigned ignorance, her gaze fixed intently on the project proposal projected on the screen, while her mind was busy devising a plan to trap this cunning old fox. As the discussion progressed, the team members wore expressions of dismay. The project was stagnating, and Qian Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, Jiang Qing spoke up, her voice ringing clear in the meeting room. "Manager Qian, I have an idea." She eloquently presented her revised proposal, with crystal-clear logic and detailed data that struck at the heart of the project's issues. Everyone present was astonished by her proposal. Even Sun Qian, who had always harbored animosity towards her, could not help but admire her competence. Originally intending to exploit this opportunity to challenge Jiang Qing, Qian Tong was taken aback by the pleasant surprise she presented. He suppressed his shock and managed a forced smile. "Not bad, Xiao Jiang. I didn't expect you to have such skills." The unspoken rules of their workplace would have to be temporarily set aside. Envious of Jiang Qing's moment of brilliance, Sun Qian began to spread rumors within the company, questioning the legitimacy of Jiang Qing's credentials and alleging she had gained her position through unscrupulous means. Upon hearing these slanderous whispers, Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh and marched directly to Sun Qian's desk, confronting her in front of everyone. Producing her various accolades and certificates, she retorted, "Sister Sun, open your eyes and see. Are these all fake?" Sun Qian was left speechless, her face shifting from green to white in humiliation. Although she momentarily secured her standing in the company, Jiang Qing was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The old fox, Qian Tong, would not let her off easily, and the pressure of rent loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain. As Jiang Qing pondered her next move, a call from Qian Tong interrupted her thoughts. "Xiao Jiang, please come to my office. I need to discuss something important with you." Gripping her phone, an ominous premonition welled up within her. Taking a deep breath, she rose and made her way to Qian Tong's office. The corridor was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rhythmic click of her high heels against the floor, echoing like a drumbeat in her heart. She knocked on Qian Tong's office door. "Come in," his voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unsettling undertone. Upon entering, Jiang Qing found the curtains drawn tightly, casting the room in shadows. Qian Tong sat behind his desk, a disconcerting smile plastered on his face. He gestured toward a small meeting room beside him. "Let's talk in there. It's not appropriate here." That as she pushed open the door to the small meeting room, a musty odor assaulted her senses. In the dim light, everything appeared blurred and indistinct. Qian Tong rubbed his hands together, wearing a nauseatingly fake smile. "Xiao Jiang, how have you been adapting to the work lately?" he asked, casually shutting the door with a loud click that echoed ominously in the silent room. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Qing's mind, but she maintained her composure. "It's going well. Thank you for your concern, Manager Qian." She tried to keep her distance from him, yet the confined space left her with nowhere to retreat. Qian Tong advanced on her, speaking disjointed words of concern, while his hands encroached upon her space. "Manager Qian, please maintain your decorum," Jiang Qing exclaimed coldly, dodging his advances. Qian Tong, undeterred, became increasingly brazen. "Xiao Jiang, young people shouldn't be so stubborn. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll rise through the ranks here." As he reached out again, Jiang Qing could no longer tolerate his advances. "Manager Qian, if you continue this way, I will report you for sexual harassment." Furious, Qian Tong sneered. "Report me? What evidence do you have? Who would believe you?" His eyes glared at her menacingly, filled with threats. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to remain calm. She realized that in this company, she was utterly alone, and confronting him head-on would only plunge her into deeper peril. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Manager Qian, please don't misunderstand. I simply wish to work diligently." She fled the meeting room, her heart racing. Upon returning to her office, she sensed a shift in her colleagues' gazes, filled with whispers and pointed fingers. As Sun Qian passed her by, she snidely remarked, "Some people will stop at nothing to climb the ladder." Jiang Qing then understood that Qian Tong's harassment was merely the beginning. The more terrifying aspect was the rumors he spread, which had turned her into a target within the company. After work, Jiang Qing returned to her cramped rental apartment, feeling utterly drained. Before she could catch her breath, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Upon opening it, her landlord, Wu Wenjun, stood there impatiently. "Xiao Jiang, the rent." Without waiting for her response, he berated her. "What date is it? Where's the rent?" 3 days, just 3 days. "If you don't pay up, I'll change the locks." Biting her lip, Jiang Qing humbly explained, "Uncle Wu, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Could you possibly give me a few more days?" Wu Wenjun rolled his eyes and placed his hands on his hips. "Give you more time? I need to eat too. 3 days. Just 3 days. No exceptions." With a loud bang, he slammed the door, leaving Jiang Qing outside, on the verge of tears. Back in her cramped room, Jiang Qing felt as if the weight of the world had descended upon her. With work going poorly and the pressure of rent mounting, she felt like a trapped beast, colliding against insurmountable walls with no escape in sight. In a desperate bid to gather funds, Jiang Qing began to frantically search for part-time work. She scoured every corner of the city, from distributing flyers to serving in restaurants. She tried any job that could bring in money. However, reality continually struck her down. Either the pay was too low, the hours too long, or they conflicted with her primary job. Jiang Qing felt as though she had fallen into an abyss, unable to climb out no matter how hard she struggled. Yet, she refused to give up. Stealthily, she began to gather evidence of Qian Tong's workplace harassment. She recorded conversations, took photographs, and even saved the lewd messages Qian Tong sent her. She knew this was her only hope and her weapon for retaliation. Finally, the opportunity arose. During a meeting attended by the company's upper management, Jiang Qing mustered her courage and exposed Qian Tong's vile behavior in front of everyone. She played the recordings, displayed the photographs and messages, systematically detailing Qian Tong's transgressions. Qian Tong's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly shade of green. Resembling a piece of liver, he stammered, struggling to defend himself, but found himself utterly speechless. Ultimately, Qian Tong was placed on administrative leave pending investigation, and Jiang Qing was finally free from this significant burden. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Qing exited the room, her weary body feeling lighter as she exhaled a long breath of relief. Looking out the window, a ray of sunset broke through the clouds, as if heralding a new beginning. Suddenly, she noticed the security guard, Zheng Weijie, standing at the company entrance, holding something and appearing hesitant. "Brother Zheng, what are you looking at?" she inquired. Scratching his head, he smiled sheepishly. "Xiao Jiang, I found this on the ground just now. Is it yours?" He handed her a crumpled flyer. Upon inspecting it, Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. It was a flyer for a newly opened CEF hiring evening part-time workers, perfectly aligning with her available hours and offering a commendable salary. "Brother Zheng, this isn't mine, but thank you so much," she stammered, overwhelmed with excitement, as though she had grasped a lifeline. Zheng Weijie beamed with joy for her. "As long as it's useful. That's all that matters." Without delay, Jiang Qing headed to the CAF's address as indicated on the flyer. The interview went smoothly. The proprietress was impressed by her neat appearance and articulate demeanor, hiring her on the spot. "You can start tomorrow. Do your best, young lady," the proprietress encouraged warmly. Exiting the CEF, Jiang Qing felt as though the clouds overhead had parted, lifting a great weight from her shoulders. Finally, she wouldn't have to worry about rent anymore. That evening, she ordered a bowl of wontons from a nearby food stall. The vendor greeted her cheerfully. "Xiao Jiang, you look great today." Jiang Qing smiled and nodded. "Yes. I found a part-time job. I'm feeling much more secure now." The vendor swiftly wrapped up wontons. He chatted amiably. "I told you, with such a pretty girl, you wouldn't always have bad luck. When I first came to this city, things were even tougher for me." The vendor began recounting his own struggles, detailing his journey from being broke to owning his food stall, sharing the bittersweet moments that resonated deeply with Jiang Qing. Life, just like this bowl of wontons, has its sour and sweet, its bitter and spicy. The most important thing is to have that chewy texture. He laughed heartily, placing a steaming bowl of wontons in front of Jiang Qing. "Thank you, sister." Jiang Qing accepted the wonton, feeling a warmth envelop her heart. In that moment, she suddenly realized that in this unfamiliar city, she was not alone. Over the next few days, Jiang Qing's life gradually fell into a rhythm. By day, she diligently worked at the company, and by night, she took on a part-time job at a CF. Though the workload was arduous, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. However, she occasionally sensed the icy glares cast by Sun Qian, which stirred an unsettling feeling within her. One evening, while Jiang Qing was busily attending to her duties at the CAF, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Raising her gaze, she was taken aback to find it was Sun Qian. Why was this woman not working overtime today? Jiang Qing pondered, concealing her thoughts and politely nodding in acknowledgement. Sun Qian made several sarcastic remarks before departing, leaving Jiang Qing to continue her tasks without further thought. The following day, Jiang Qing arrived at the office as usual, only to find the atmosphere unusually tense today. As soon as she sat down, her supervisor summoned her into the office. "Jiang Qing, take a look at the data for this project." "What happened?" The supervisor's tone was grave as he handed her a document. Upon reviewing it, Jiang Qing was instantly bewildered. The data had been maliciously altered, completely different from the version she had submitted. Wasn't this a blatant act of betrayal? Realization struck her like lightning. This had to be the handiwork of Sun Qian. The memory of Sun Qian's strange behavior from the previous day ignited a surge of anger within her. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing confronted Sun Qian, directly asking, "Did you alter my data?" Sun Qian, feigning innocence and adopting a pitiful demeanor, burst into tears. "Jiang Qing, I know you've always looked down on me, but you can't unjustly accuse me like this. How could I possibly do such a thing?" As her voice escalated, a crowd of colleagues began to gather, observing the scene. Some of the uninformed co-workers started to whisper and point fingers at Jiang Qing. Isn't Jiang Qing being too much? How could she make such baseless accusations? Look at how heartbroken Sun Qian is. She must be the victim here. Jiang Qing watched Sun Qian's theatrical performance, her fury boiling over. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she coldly replied, "Fine. You want to deny it? I have evidence, and we shall see." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Sun Qian trembling in place. Reaching her workstation, Jiang Qing picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I need a favor." Jiang Qing took a deep gulp of her iced Americano, the bitter taste failing to quell the raging fire within her. Was she truly going to abandon everything in this city and return home in disgrace? Enough was enough, Jiang Qing. You have already tried your best. She forced a wry smile at her reflection in the mirror, only to find her eyes welling with tears that moment. Her phone vibrated with a new email. Jiang Qing casually clicked it open, her eyes widening in disbelief. The email contained an anonymous document detailing Sun Qian's numerous violations over the years, complete with evidence of her tampering with Jiang Qing's data. Jiang Qing's heart raced, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She promptly organized the evidence and submitted it to the higher-ups in the company. As expected, Sun Qian was dismissed, and Jiang Qing's name was cleared. Her diligent and responsible attitude earned her the admiration of her superiors in the office. The gazes of her colleagues were now filled with respect. Those who had once mocked her now wore smiles of flattery. Jiang Qing smiled faintly, choosing to ignore them as she tidied her belongings in preparation to leave for the day. Exiting the company building, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, feeling as if the heavy weight on her chest had finally lifted. Strolling along the bustling street, her mood gradually lightened. That moment, a cheerful voice called out to her. "Young lady, would you like to try my skewers? Today I have a special secret sauce that guarantees you'll crave more." Jiang Qing looked up to see a robust woman smiling broadly at her, holding several sizzling skewers. The street vendor stall was brimming with a variety of delectable foods, their enticing aromas making one's mouth water. Just as Jiang Qing hesitated over whether to buy a few skewers, the woman grasped her hand and enthusiastically said, "Young lady, I can tell you're feeling a bit down today. Here, try my skewers and I assure you, your mood will improve instantly." Jiang Qing was moved by the woman's warmth and nodded involuntarily. As she took a bite of the skewer, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is delicious." The woman laughed heartily, patting Jiang Qing on the shoulder. "If it's good, eat more. By the way, I see you're new here. Right? My name is Zhou Mei. Just call me Sister Zhou. Come by often for skewers, and I'll give you a discount." Jiang Qing smiled in agreement, pleasantly surprised to encounter such a warm-hearted person in this unfamiliar city. "Oh, by the way," Sister Zhou suddenly leaned in conspiratorially, "we're having a small gathering here tomorrow night. Would you like to join us?" Before Jiang Qing could respond, Sister Zhou thrust a skewer of grilled chicken wings into her hands, saying, "Try this. It's my signature dish." Jiang Qing accepted it with a smile, biting into it and savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior, the flavors bursting in her mouth. The following evening, Jiang Qing arrived at Sister Zhou's food stall as promised. A lively crowd had gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Sister Zhou enthusiastically introduced Jiang Qing to everyone. "This is Xiao Li, a top-notch mechanic. This is Old Wang, a fruit vendor known for his honesty." Jiang Qing quickly immersed herself in the lively circle, where people drank, played games, chatted, and sang, the ambience both spirited and relaxed. She felt as if she had returned to her carefree childhood, unburdened and free. This was life, she mused, contrasting it with the nightmarish days of office intrigue she had endured. In the days that followed, Jiang Qing seemed to soar to new heights. Through her exceptional abilities and relentless effort, she successfully completed a significant project, earning accolades and a generous bonus from the company. Those who had once looked down upon her now regarded her with newfound respect. Jiang Qing finally established her footing in the city, carving out a space that belonged to her. After a day at work, Jiang Qing returned to Sister Zhou's food stall as usual. "Welcome. Today's grilled fish is exceptionally fresh. Would you like to try one?" Sister Zhou greeted her warmly. "Of course," Jiang Qing replied, feeling cheerful as she settled at a small table. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure approaching from a distance, tall and imposing, radiating a striking presence even amidst the crowd. It was Xiao Qingyan. Jiang Qing's heart raced, nearly causing her chopsticks to slip from her grasp. Instinctively, she lowered her head, attempting to evade his gaze. "Hey Qing, look over there. Is that handsome guy staring at you?" Sister Zhou nudged Jiang Qing with her elbow, winking playfully. Jiang Qing's heart raced even faster as she took a deep breath. Slowly lifting her head, only to lock eyes with Xiao Qingyan's profound gaze, he approached her step by step, pausing right in front of her, his lips parting slightly as he said, "Long time no see." Jiang Qing tightened her grip on the chopsticks, her knuckles turning pale, yet she remained silent. "Qing, do you know him?" Sister Zhou inquired curiously. Just then, a greasy voice interrupted, "Oh, if it isn't Jiang Qing. Long time no see." A man clad in a tailored suit approached Jiang Qing, A disingenuous smile plastered on his face that IT was none other than Qian Tong, who had been suspended from his position, despite Jiang Qing's accomplishments at the company. Manager Qian Tong, still unwilling to relent after his dismissal, secretly instructed his former associates to create obstacles for her at work. Today, upon returning to the office, she found her desk piled high with additional work documents, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Qing, these are all special instructions from the manager. You must complete them diligently. A man in a fitted suit, sporting a false smile, said that he was Xiao Lin, one of Qian Tong's confidants. Jiang Qing understood that this extra workload was merely Qian Tong's attempt at revenge, intending to overwhelm her. However, she did not falter. Instead, her resolve strengthened. Rest assured, I will handle it, she replied firmly. Xiao Lin smirked slightly, his tone laced with disdain. I'll be waiting to see how you manage. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing began tackling the additional tasks. From dawn till dusk, she scarcely found a moment to rest, with her phone ringing incessantly and emails pouring in one after another. Whenever she sought a moment of respite, the echoes of mocking voices would resound in her ears. Jiang Qing, are you sure you can handle this? Sun Qian continued to spread rumors about Jiang Qing outside the company, leading some business partners to doubt her capabilities. Amidst the external pressures, Jiang Qing refused to give up. Instead, she worked even harder. She knew that only by proving her strength could she silence her detractors and solidify her position. At that moment, security guard Zheng Weijie approached, gently patting her shoulder. Qing, you look exhausted. Why not take a break? Jiang Qing cast a grateful glance at Zheng Weijie, and despite her exhaustion, she persevered. Thank you, Brother Zheng. I just need to hold on a little longer. As night descended, Jiang Qing finally completed all her tasks. Weary to the bone, she stepped out of the company's gates, preparing to head home. However, just as she reached the entrance of her residential complex, she spotted a familiar figure. The Wu landlord's wrinkled face bore an expression of slight impatience. Jiang Qing, when will you resolve the rent issue? This month cannot afford any further delays. Jiang Qing's heart sank abruptly, and she forced a smile. Uncle Wu, could you grant me a few more days? I am truly facing some difficulties this month. Wu Wenjuan shook his head, his tone unyielding. No, this time the rent must be paid in full. If not, I will have to consider other tenants. Jiang Qing felt her heart plummet to the depths. She bit her lip, about to respond when suddenly a voice echoed from behind. What is this? Are you planning to evict her? Jiang Qing whirled around to find Xiao Qingyan standing a short distance away, his gaze penetrating, exuding his usual commanding presence. The Wu landlord, upon seeing Xiao Qingyan, instantly recoiled. Mr. Xiao, you mustn't misinterpret my intentions. I was merely reminding her. Xiao Qingyan shot Wu Wenjuan a cold glance before turning to Jiang Qing, his voice low yet resolute. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Jiang Qing's heart raced. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. The two departed the complex, leaving Wu Wenjuan in stunned silence. At that moment, Jiang Qing's spirits plummeted. The meager savings in her wallet filled her with despair. Wu Wenjuan's threats felt like an invisible knife, deeply piercing her heart. Upon returning to her rented room, she lay on her bed, her mind swirling with the challenges she had faced at work and in life. Yet, Jiang Qing chose not to succumb, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She stood up resolutely. This time, she would not allow herself to be bullied like a victim. The following morning, Jiang Qing donned her most formal business attire and confidently strode into the office. She headed straight for Qian Tong's office, only to find the door firmly shut. Without hesitation, she sought out Qian Tong's confidant, Xiao Lin. Upon seeing Jiang Qing, Xiao Lin wore a condescending smirk, seemingly awaiting her capitulation. Jiang Qing, have you come to beg for mercy? Xiao Lin said haughtily. Jiang Qing took a deep breath and retrieved a stack of documents from her bag, placing them firmly on the desk. All eyes were drawn to her unexpected action. In a calm, yet powerful voice, she declared, Xiao Lin, these documents detail the various obstacles you and Qian Tong have deliberately placed in my path since I joined the company. Each item is supported by clear evidence. Xiao Lin's complexion turned ashen, and he attempted to snatch the documents, only to be thwarted by Jiang Qing's firm grip. She continued, my achievements are the result of my own effort and capability, not your underhanded maneuvers. That I am now making this evidence public, both as a warning to you and as an account for myself. The office fell into an astonished silence, everyone taken aback by Jiang Qing's courage and determination. Xiao Lin's face darkened, and he dared not make another move. Jiang Qing smiled with satisfaction, turning to leave, leaving her colleagues in stunned disbelief that as she exited the office, her phone rang. That it was a call from a senior executive. Jiang Qing, we have noted your performance. There is an important client to entertain tonight. Prepare yourself, as this is a significant opportunity. Jiang Qing's heart soared with joy, though she feigned calmness as she replied. All right, I will prepare accordingly. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, sunlight streaming through the glass onto her face, radiating warmth. She knew this was merely a new beginning. Upon receiving the call from the senior executive, Jiang Qing felt as if she were walking on clouds, buoyed by the prospect of a promotion and a raise that had come unexpectedly. It felt as though she had leveled up, transforming from a novice to a workplace elite, akin to a protagonist in a gratifying novel. The moment her salary was deposited, the first thing Jiang Qing did was pay off her overdue rent in one go and casually deliver a subtle dig to Wu Wenjuan. Uncle Wu, I will be paying my rent in advance from now on, so you needn't worry. Observing Wu Wenjuan's astonished expression, Jiang Qing felt a surge of triumph. Goodbye, miserly landlord, with the responsibility of a significant project. Jiang Qing unleashed her full potential. Leveraging her outstanding skills and robust execution, she propelled the project forward with precision. Those colleagues who had previously mocked her now vied for her favor, showering her with kindness and flattery. Jiang Qing's internal monologue. Where were you all before? Now you realize my prowess, don't you? As Jiang Qing's position within the company solidified, she began to cultivate her own small team. Though her days were busy, she brimmed with energy, as if fueled by an inexhaustible source. Returning home in the evenings, Jiang Qing lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, yet an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over her. She thought of Xiao Qingyan, that domineering yet tender man. Jiang Qing was unaware of what he was doing or whether he would reappear in her life. Ding! Her phone chimed, and upon checking, she found a message from an unfamiliar number. Miss Jiang. It has been a while. Jiang Qing's heart sank suddenly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Chapter 51. The crisis averted, yet emotions lingered. Jiang Qing opened the message, fixating on the phrase "it's been a while" for a long moment. A wave of familiar disgust surging within her. It was Qian Tong. Who else could it be? His persistent presence was nothing short of astounding. Deleting the message, Jiang Qing scoffed. Let them come. I fear no one. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow. The project she was in charge of seemed cursed, with an array of unexpected complications arising. Partners suddenly reneging, crucial equipment malfunctioning inexplicably, and team members frequently dropping off the grid. After days of relentless toil, Jiang Qing felt like a spinning top, yet she could not halt the project's snail-like progress. To make matters worse, the company's higher-ups began to question her capabilities. Those who had previously praised her now spoke with a subtly altered tone. Jiang Qing, this project is vital to the company. You must take it seriously. While the words sounded like concern, Jiang Qing could clearly detect the underlying message. If you mess this up, be prepared to pack your bags and leave. A fire smoldered within Jiang Qing. She knew this was all tied to Qian Tong. That old fox, even after being suspended, refused to rest, resorting to underhanded tactics. Jiang Qing resolved to take the initiative. She began investigating the root causes of the project's issues. After much digging, she uncovered that a rival company had obtained their project's core secrets. Good heavens, this was blatant corporate espionage. Jiang Qing promptly organized the evidence, preparing to report her findings to the company's executives. That moment, she received a WeChat message from Sister Zhou. Dear, come over for dinner tonight. I made your favorite braised pork. Jiang Qing glanced at the message, fatigue washing over her as she rubbed her temples. Visiting Sister Zhou's home for dinner was one of her few ways to unwind. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang. Jiang Qing opened the door to find Wu landlord standing there, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Little Jiang, about this month's rent. Jiang Qing interrupted him with a blank expression. Don't worry. It won't be short. Wu landlord rubbed his hands together. Haha, I knew little Jiang would become a big shot at the company. Your future is limitless. Jiang Qing shut the door and took a deep breath. She knew that this battle was only just beginning. The next morning, as Jiang Qing arrived at the office, she spotted security guards beckoning her mysteriously. Miss Jiang, someone is looking for you. Jiang Qing approached to find a sharply dressed man holding a bouquet of bright red roses at the door. Gazing at the roses, she felt utterly unmoved, even wanting to laugh. Flowers. How kitsch. The suited man flashed what he believed to be a charming smile. Miss Jiang. I am from Mia Group. Jiang Qing cut him off, not interested. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving the suited man bewildered. Back in the office, she tossed the roses into the trash and returned to her work. Her mind was solely focused on the project. She had no time for romance. Besides, it was evident that this suited man was sent by Qian Tong, attempting to distract her with his charm. How naive. Yet, no matter how hard Jiang Qing tried to concentrate, the image of Xiao Qingyan lingered in her mind. That domineering yet gentle man had once brought her so much sweetness. Remembering the days when he held her tightly in his arms, her heart felt as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Damn Xiao Qingyan. What do you want? Didn't I say wait for me? Jiang Qing muttered under her breath, irritably tugging at her hair. Investigating Qian Tong's actions was progressing smoothly. Jiang Qing discovered that he had secretly contacted the competition, leaking crucial information about the company's project. Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh, resolved to ensnare Qian Tong like a turtle in a jar. She deliberately disseminated some false information, leading Qian Tong to mistakenly believe that his plan was flawless, while she secretly gathered evidence, preparing to capture him all at once. That evening, Jiang Qing enjoyed braised pork at Sister Zhou's house. Listening to her mundane tales, finally feeling a bit more relaxed, the landlord Wu Wenjun also approached, ingratiatingly remarking to Jiang Qing, Xiao Jiang, I've noticed your complexion has improved lately. Has your project made progress? Jiang Qing smiled and nodded. Thanks to your support, everything is going smoothly. Upon returning to her rental, Jiang Qing opened her computer, beginning to organize the evidence she had collected. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Hello? A deep and familiar voice resonated from the other end. Jiang Qing, we need to talk. IT with Xiao Qingyan. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Qing, her fingers trembling slightly as she gripped the phone. I have nothing to discuss with you right now, she replied coldly, still irked that I asked that so. Xiao Qingyan chuckled lightly. Don't you want to know about Qian Tong? Jiang Qing nearly dropped her phone. This man always knew how to hit her sore spot. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. What do you wish to say? Let's meet. Xiao Qingyan's tone was commanding. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qing ultimately agreed. She was curious to see what scheme Xiao Qingyan was concocting. The two arranged to meet at a secluded CAF. Xiao Qingyan still donned his domineering CEO demeanor, exuding a powerful aura with every gesture. I was behind the issues concerning Qian Tong, he stated bluntly, devoid of any hint of remorse. Jiang Qing scoffed. So what? Do you expect my gratitude? I merely wish to assist you. Xiao Qingyan looked at Jiang Qing, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion that I know you won't easily let him go. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Xiao Qingyan continued, I have gathered all the evidence of Qian Tong's crimes, including his collusion with competitors and the leakage of company secrets. Jiang Qing felt a jolt of surprise. She hadn't anticipated Xiao Qingyan's extensive efforts. She accepted the file he handed her, quickly perusing its contents, which left her utterly astonished. This evidence was sufficient to ensure Qian Tong would face severe consequences. Xiao Qingyan's tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Qing met his gaze directly. Why are you helping me? Xiao Qingyan offered no response, merely casting a lingering glance at her before rising to leave the CAF. The following day, the company's upper management, upon reviewing the evidence provided by Jiang Qing, was infuriated by Qian Tong's actions and promptly alerted the authorities for his arrest. Simultaneously, they greatly admired Jiang Qing's adept handling of the situation, not only refraining from blaming her for the project's issues, but also awarding her a generous bonus. Jiang Qing's financial situation significantly improved, alleviating her worries about rent. That evening, Jiang Qing celebrated at Sister Zhou's food stall, where Sister Zhou poured her a drink while gossiping. Girl, I see you radiating happiness lately. Is there something going on? Jiang Qing offered a wry smile and recounted her dealings with Xiao Qingyan. After listening, Sister Zhou remarked meaningfully, men can often be contradictory, that if he truly didn't care for you, why would he extend a helping hand? Jiang Qing fell silent, recognizing the truth in Sister Zhou's words. Yet she was still unable to let go of past grievances that in the ensuing days. Jiangqing devoted herself entirely to her work, and the project progressed smoothly, nearing its final stages. However, just then, she received an unexpected phone call. Jiangqing, a frantic voice came through. There's been a problem with the project. It was Xiaoli from the project team, his tone filled with alarm. Jiangqing, this is bad. Our project proposal has been leaked. Now the competitor, Xingxin Company, is negotiating with clients using a nearly identical proposal, and the clients are wavering. Jiangqing's mind went blank, nearly collapsing under the weight of the news that a leak. How could this happen? This was the culmination of her painstaking efforts and months of hard work with her team. Xingxin Company, those relentless foes. They had employed every trick in the book before, and now they had audaciously stolen her proposal. How shameless! Jiangqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Xiaoli, don't panic. What is the current situation? What does the client say? The client wants us to reconsider, demanding a reasonable explanation and a more competitive proposal. Otherwise, they will collaborate with Xingxin. Xiaoli's voice trembled with distress. Jiangqing ended the call, her expression darkening. This was clearly a trap set by Xingxin Company. First, they stole the proposal, then pressured her to present a new one, only to employ the same tactics again to sabotage her completely. What a cunning strategy! A wave of dizziness washed over Jiangqing. The recent intense work had already left her physically and mentally drained. And now this calamity felt like adding insult to injury. She leaned against the table, feeling nauseous, a metallic taste rising in her throat that no, she couldn't succumb. This project was her sole opportunity for redemption. She could not relinquish it. She suppressed her discomfort, opened her computer, and began reorganizing her thoughts, striving to find a new breakthrough. As time ticked away, the office remained brightly lit, and Jiangqing's eyes grew increasingly weary. She felt feverish, her head spinning, yet she dared not pause. She knew that if she did, she might never rise again. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and security officer Zheng Weijie entered with a cup of hot water in hand. "Miss Jiang, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired with concern. Jiangqing forced a smile. "Zheng, I'm fine, just a bit tired." Zheng Weijie placed the hot water on her desk. "No matter how busy you are, you must take care of your health. That I've noticed you've been working late every day. Make sure to rest." Jiangqing nodded, warmth swelling in her heart. That in this cold city, it was comforting to know someone cared for her. She lifted the hot water to her lips, but after just one sip, the world spun, and her vision faded to black. "Miss Jiang!" Zheng Weijie exclaimed, rushing to catch her eye. "I'm fine," Jiangqing weakly insisted, but she felt her body growing heavier. Her consciousness slipping away. She heard Zheng Weijie's anxious voice. "Miss Jiang, hang in there. I'll call an ambulance." Then all fell silent. Jiangqing awoke once more to find herself lying in a hospital bed, the scent of antiseptic lingering in the air. She struggled to sit up but felt utterly drained. "Don't move. You're still on in 4. Zheng Weijie's voice reached her ears, laced with worry. "What happened to me?" Jiangqing asked weakly. "You collapsed from exhaustion," Zheng explained. "The doctor said you need to rest." Only then did Jiangqing recall the project leak, a surge of frustration flooding her. "What is the status of the project?" Zheng Weijie hesitated before responding. "There hasn't been any new developments yet, but don't worry. Everyone is working hard to find a solution." Jiangqing sighed deeply, closing her eyes as a wave of exhaustion washed over her, both physically and mentally. Loneliness and helplessness surged like a relentless tide, engulfing her. In this unfamiliar city, every step was fraught with difficulty, and the only source of solace she could find was Xiao Qingyan. That if only he were by her side, perhaps everything would be different, that he would hold her tightly, reassuring her that everything would eventually improve, lending her the strength and courage to confront all challenges. Yet, he had departed, leaving her to face the harsh reality alone. With this thought, Jiangqing's eyes reddened, and silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. In the days that followed, Jiangqing recuperated in the hospital, spending her time either receiving 4 drips or sleeping, feeling as though she had become a mere shell of herself. She incessantly scrolled through her phone, consuming news and gossip, attempting to distract her mind, yet found it impossible to quiet her thoughts. She repeatedly perused photographs of Xiao Qingyan, reminiscing about their moments together, her heart heavy with longing and torment. Upon her discharge, Jiangqing, Invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, dove headfirst back into her work. She understood that only by keeping herself busy could she avoid dwelling on the heart-wrenching memories. Leading her team, she worked tirelessly day and night, analyzing the market, seeking new breakthroughs, and formulating innovative strategies. Like a tireless machine, she operated at high speed. Her diligence bore fruit. Under her leadership, the team ultimately discovered a new direction and swiftly completed a revised strategy. This new plan was not only more refined but also more competitive, effectively eclipsing the plagiarized work of Xingchen Company. The clients were exceedingly pleased with the new proposal, ultimately deciding to collaborate with Jiangqing's firm. The project concluded flawlessly, and the company organized a grand celebration in her honor. Flowers, applause, and accolades surrounded her. Standing on stage, holding the weighty prize and the appointment letter from her department head, Jiangqing felt as though she were in a dream. She had not only achieved monumental success in her career, but had also earned respect and recognition for herself. After the celebration, as she stepped out of the corporate building, she inhaled the fresh air, experiencing an unprecedented sense of lightness and joy. However, a low, somber voice pierced through her reverie. Jiangqing turned abruptly, and there stood Xiao Qingyan at a distance, his gaze laden with complexity. Time seemed to freeze. The surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only the two of them. Xiao Qingyan approached her with measured steps, his voice deep and husky, as if traversing vast distances to reach her. Jiangqing was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Why had he appeared so suddenly? "Congratulations, Jiangqing. You are remarkable," he said, standing before her, his eyes a tumult of emotions, guilt, affection, and more. Chapter 53. The Shadow's Arrival and the Emergence of Rejection. Have you heard? Zhao's colleague leaned in conspiratorially, but was interrupted by another coworker. Xiao who? Xiao Jingting. Is he coming here for a concert? Jiangqing's heart skipped a beat, her fingers tightening around the mouse. Could it be mere coincidence? She feigned nonchalance, asking, "What are you talking about? Who is Xiao Jingting?" "Not Xiao Jingting. Just look for yourself." Her colleague gestured towards the lower level of the building. Jiangqing followed her gaze, spotting a discreetly luxurious black sedan parked below, from which a tall, imposing man emerged. Even from a distance, she could feel the powerful aura radiating from him, nearly suffocating. That chiseled face, even in a fleeting glance, was unforgettable. That it was Xiao Qingyan. Jiangqing's heart raced. A shiver of being preyed upon coursing through her. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, yet found herself cornered with nowhere to escape. The office's floor-to-ceiling windows felt like a vast prison, exposing her to his scrutinizing gaze. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Xiao Qingyan strode into the building with steady poise, accompanied by a sharply dressed man, likely his secretary. People around them turned their heads, whispering in awe, intimidated by his formidable presence. "May I inquire which department Miss Jiangqing belongs to?" His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable authority. The receptionist, overawed by his commanding presence, stammered out a response. As Jiangqing watched him approach step by step, she felt akin to a spider caught in a web, with no means of escape. The sensation of being cornered was suffocating, reminiscent of the days when she had been under his control. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to maintain her composure. The office door swung open, and Secretary Foam entered first, respectfully addressing Jiangqing. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Xiao wishes to see you." Jiangqing lifted her head, meeting Secretary Feng's gaze with icy resolve. "That I refuse to meet him." Xiao Qingyan then stepped inside, his eyes locking onto Jiangqing, revealing a complex mix of emotions. The air in the office thickened, colleagues holding their breath as the tension mounted. Xiao Qingyan began, but Jiangqing interrupted him firmly. "Mr. Xiao, please leave. This is my workplace, and your presence is disrupting my work." Witnessing this, a colleague stepped forward to defend Jiangqing. "Sir, did you not hear our colleague's refusal? Please leave immediately." Xiao Qingyan's gaze met Jiangqing's, a flicker of hurt crossing his features, quickly suppressed. He attempted again, but Jiangqing stood abruptly, her tone resolute. "That I have made myself clear. I do not wish to see you. Please leave." Xiao Qingyan's eyes brimmed with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Deep affection intertwined with guilt, he hesitantly took a step closer, yearning to bridge the distance between them. His voice trembled slightly. Yet, Jiangqing turned away, presenting him with a cold shoulder. indicating her desire for no further interaction. Her indifference doused the flickering hope within him, his expression dimming as if he were a deflated balloon. Seeing Xiao Qingyin's despondent demeanor stirred an unexpected ripple within Jiang Qing. Memories of their sweet moments together flooded her mind, leaving her feelings in turmoil. However, she quickly suppressed this unwelcome emotion, reminding herself that she merely sought to prove her own worth and independence. Observing Xiao Qingyin's persistence, her colleagues perceived him as a lecherous harasser, igniting their sense of justice. One colleague positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Qing, glaring at Xiao Qingyin. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see that our Qing doesn't want to deal with you? Leave now. You're being a nuisance." With the support of her colleagues, Jiang Qing felt emboldened. She leaned out from behind her defender, her gaze unwavering as she addressed Xiao Qingyin. "Xiao Qingyin, it's over between us. Our thoughts diverge, and I only wish to live peacefully now. Please do not disturb me any further." Jiang Qing's words resonated with conviction, earning her the admiration of her colleagues, who whispered among themselves, praising her bravery in rejecting such a scoundrel. Xiao Qingyin's face paled at her heartless declaration, as if struck by a fierce blow. Memories of their happier times flooded back, the sweet recollections now piercing his heart like sharp blades. His eyes filled with sorrow, his voice barely audible. "Qing, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends." Though Jiang Qing's heart was not entirely unmoved, she forced herself to remain resolute. His heartfelt confession fell on deaf ears, leaving not a ripple in her steadfast resolve. She regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of warmth. One of her colleagues, unable to contain her disdain at Xiao Qingyin's display of affection, retorted sharply, "Oh really? Now you realize your mistakes? Where was this awareness before? Who are you trying to impress?" She crossed her arms defiantly. "Not holding back, sir. Are your ears stuffed with donkey fur? Our Qing has made it clear that she does not wish to see you. Can't you understand human language? Just leave. We're not buying your sob story." The two individuals engaged in lively banter, filling the office with a vibrant atmosphere. Surrounding colleagues eagerly joined the fray, pointing and whispering about Xiao Qingyin that he felt akin to a monkey on display at the zoo. Acutely aware of the scrutiny he was under, his heart swelling with a sense of profound frustration, he understood that a meaningful conversation with Jiang Qing was now out of the question. And so he resolved to leave temporarily. Casting a lingering glance at Jiang Qing, his eyes brimmed with reluctant resignation, he ultimately turned away, leaving only a solitary figure in his wake. As Jiang Qing watched Xiao Qingyin depart, she found herself devoid of the anticipated relief. A nagging premonition lingered within her. She sensed that Xiao Qingyin would not easily relent, and she knew he would likely concoct every possible scheme to entangle her further. The thought alone sent a wave of discomfort through her. After work, she trudged out of the office building, weary and seeking solace in a nearby park. The evening breeze gently caressed her, dissipating the frustrations of the day. However, as she approached the park entrance, an unsettling feeling compelled her to halt. She sensed an unsettling gaze upon her, a discomforting awareness that made her shiver. Whirling around, she was met only by a bustling crowd. Devoid of anything amiss, was she merely being overly sensitive? Jiang Qing shook her head, striving to dismiss the errant thoughts. Suddenly, a low and familiar voice resonated behind her. Chapter 54. Once again entrapped, heart unchanged after work. Jiang Qing ventured to the city park, intending to enjoy a breath of fresh air, yet she could not shake the chilling feeling that someone was watching her. Her heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that the bothersome Xiao Qingyin had returned to wreak havoc once more? She quickened her pace, her mind replaying images of his domineering visage. One moment tender, the next ferocious, shifting faster than a Sichuan opera mask changed. No, it was best to escape. Just as she contemplated slipping away, a deep voice called out from behind. "Qing," that infuriatingly magnetic voice could belong to no one else but Xiao Qingyin. Did I in her mind? She lamented, "Oh heavens, why must this man cling to me like a stubborn adhesive?" With a rigid demeanor, she turned around to find Xiao Qingyin clad in a sharply tailored suit, a bouquet of her once favorite lilies in hand, striding toward her. The instant she beheld him, Jiang Qing's complexion drained of color. Memories of both joyful and painful moments flooding her thoughts, causing her to tremble slightly. Help, she thought, is he about to reenact some kitsch romance where the domineering CEO falls for me? Internally, she scoffed. The feudal dynasty has ended. Why revert to such antics? Xiao Qingyan approached, attempting to present her with the flowers, but Jiang Qing instinctively retreated a few steps. She began, but before she could finish, her stiletto heel twisted beneath her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble backward. "Duh," she exclaimed, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Her knees ablaze with pain as tears welled in her eyes, observing her distress. Xiao Qingyan hurried forward to assist her to Qing'er. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yet she recoiled from his outstretched hand, struggling to rise on her own, brushing off the dust with an air of coldness that tightened his chest. He noticed the scrape on her knee and felt a pang of concern. Yet he hesitated to draw closer. That moment, a neighborly woman, Aunt Shun, approached with her grocery basket, her presence unmistakably warm, yet often intrusive. Spotting Jiang Qing on the ground and then glancing at Xiao Qingyan, she quickly grasped the situation. "Xiao Jiang, what happened? Did you fall?" Aunt Shun inquired with genuine concern, her eyes darting toward Xiao Qingyan for an explanation. "I'm fine, Aunt Shun." Jiang Qing managed a strained smile. Seeing her discomfort and the remorse etched on Xiao Qingyan's face, Aunt Shun transformed into a fierce advocate, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You, young man, looking all dapper. Yet how could you treat her this way? She has made it clear she wants nothing to do with you. Have you no sense of decency?" Her voice boomed, drawing the attention of passers-by. Xiao Qingyan's countenance shifted from pale to green with discomfort. When had he, the scion of the Xiao family, ever endured such indignity? Yet the grateful glimmer in Jiang Qing's eyes rendered him speechless. Aunt Shun supported Jiang Qing as she continued. "Don't be afraid, dear. There are too many scoundrels these days. We women must stand strong." Jiang Qing nodded in appreciation as they helped each other up and began to walk away. Xiao Qingyan watched their retreating figures. The bouquet of lilies in his hand feeling like a burning coal, frustration coursed through him as he rubbed his temples. This pursuit of love seemed far more challenging than dismantling a corporation. Secretary Feng, sensing the mood, cautiously approached. "President Xiao, shall we head back to the hotel?" Xiao Qingyan remained silent, furiously discarding the lilies into a trash bin. "Find out everything about that woman from earlier. I refuse to believe I cannot manage even a neighbor." Upon returning to his hotel suite, Xiao Qingyan, agitated, loosened his tie and collapsed onto the sofa. Secretary Feng reported on Aunt Chen's details, from her home address to her hobbies, even the name of her cat. "President Xiao, the family is calling, inquiring about your situation with Miss Jiang and when you plan to return." Secretary Feng hesitated, wary of provoking his boss's wrath. Xiao Qingyan scoffed. "Do they long for me to die alone?" The pressures from his family loomed over him, making every decision feel like a trap. Torn between familial obligations and his desire to win Jiang Qing back, he felt ensnared, unable to move forward. "Book a restaurant," he declared, rising with newfound determination that "I will not be thwarted on either front. What I desire has always been within my grasp. I will present Jiang Qing with a surprise she cannot refuse." Secretary Feng promptly set to work, his efficiency impressive as always, a testament to his role as Xiao Qingyan's right-hand man that a Michelin 3-star restaurant was reserved exclusively for them, adorned with flowers, candlelight, and fine wine, awaiting the arrival of its leading lady. The following day, while Jiang Qing was deeply engrossed in her work, she received an unexpected text message. Upon opening it, she discovered a reservation at an upscale restaurant, signed by none other than Xiao Qingyan. Jiang Qing sneered at her phone man. Just as she prepared to delete the message, her phone vibrated again, this time displaying a photograph. Chapter 55, Confrontation at the Restaurant. Refusal at its peak, gazing at the image within the message, Jiang Qing nearly choked with disbelief. The photo unmistakably captured her apartment building from a peculiar angle, evidently taken clandestinely. Xiao Qingyan, truly persistent. Is he unwell?" She muttered under her breath, her fingers flying across the screen as she replied, "Not going." After hitting send, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. Surely, he wouldn't orchestrate another elaborate scheme? Her instincts proved accurate. Before the workday concluded, a conspicuous, elongated Lincoln parked outside the office. Xiao Qingyan, clad in a high-end suit, leaned against the car door like a sentinel. Colleagues gawked, whispering amongst themselves, and Jiang Qing felt akin to a monkey on display. Her embarrassment palpable. "Miss Jiang, would you honor me with your presence?" Xiao Qingyan's lips curled into a smirk, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, steeling herself against the rising tide of anger. President Xiao, our affair has concluded. Please refrain from further pursuit. Concluded? I never consented to such an end. He stepped closer, his commanding presence nearly suffocating. Jiang Qing, you cannot escape. His words echoed in her mind like an incantation. To avert further complications, she ultimately capitulated and entered the vehicle. The Michelin three-star restaurant, lavishly adorned and steeped in romance, felt ironically mocking to Jiang Qing as she sat at a table draped in pristine white linen, her discomfort palpable. Xiao Qingyan gallantly pulled out her chair and presented her with the menu, yet she remained immobile, resembling a statue. The curious gazes of nearby patrons heightened her unease, making her wish she could vanish into the floor. You've lost weight, Jiang Qing, he observed, a hint of concern threading through his voice. Jiang Qing remained silent, picking a few dishes at random without sparing him a glance. Unfazed, Xiao Qingyan patiently awaited her order before beckoning the server. The server approached with practiced grace, respectfully inquiring, Sir, madam, may I offer further assistance? No, thank you, Jiang Qing replied curtly. Wait, Xiao Qingyan interjected, open a bottle of Lafite. Jiang Qing's head snapped up, her eyes wide with incredulity. Xiao Qingyan, what are you trying to accomplish? He merely smiled, his gaze penetrating. That I wish, he paused, adopting a serious tone, that I wish to start anew with you. Jiang Qing abruptly stood, her napkin tumbling to the floor. Impossible! We should never have reached this point. Why can't you simply wait for me? It is you who have failed to uphold our agreement. We are finished. Jiang Qing's voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, capturing the attention of numerous diners in the restaurant. Xiao Qingyan's smile faltered, a flicker of hurt passing through his gaze, but he quickly masked it. Qing, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Yet during this time apart from you, you have consumed my thoughts to the brink of madness. He professed with heartfelt intensity. Jiang Qing, however, was not swayed by his words, responding with a cold laugh. Mr. Xiao, your ability to change your demeanor is swifter than the turning of a page. It is a pity you do not pursue a career in theater. She lifted her glass of water, taking a delicate sip, and continued, Old habits die hard. Do you truly believe I would fall for your deceit? Xiao Qingyan's expression darkened, his tone growing icy. Jiang Qing, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. Leniency? Jiang Qing scoffed, laughter bubbling forth as she shook her head. Mr. Xiao, do you think I am still the naive Jiang Qing who allowed you to dictate my life? Let me make it clear. From the moment I left you, I have been beyond your control. She rose abruptly, clutching her bag, looking down at Xiao Qingyan with resolute finality. Listen closely, Xiao Qingyan, it is unequivocally over between us. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the restaurant, leaving Xiao Qingyan seated, his face a mask of fury. Whispers erupted among the surrounding patrons, the waitstaff unable to resist stealing glances at Xiao Qingyan, astonished by the rare spectacle of someone daring to confront him. Clenching his fists, the veins on his hands bulging, he watched Jiang Qing's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Jiang Qing, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? He sprang to his feet, addressing his secretary. Phone, prepare the car. A fleeting glimmer of despair crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an even deeper rage. Jiang Qing's resolute silhouette pierced his heart like a dagger. He was painfully aware of the wounds he had inflicted upon her. Yet he believed he had changed. Alas, it was all too late. Jiang Qing strode away without a backward glance, her high heels clicking sharply against the marble floor, each step echoing as if trampling upon Xiao Qingyan's heart. He abruptly stood, intent on pursuing her, only to trip over the corner of the table, nearly toppling over. This clumsy display elicited low laughter from nearby diners, and Xiao Qingyan's complexion darkened further, the veins at his temples throbbing. Jiang Qing, he bellowed, striding after her. Hearing his voice, Jiang Qing quickened her pace, as though fleeing from a malevolent specter. Do not touch me, she exclaimed, violently shaking off his grip on her arm, her exquisite makeup unable to disguise her palpable disgust. In their struggle, they knocked over a neighboring table's cutlery, the cacophony of shattering glass piercing the air. Red wine spilled onto the carpet, resembling a stunningly vivid flower, signifying the insurmountable chasm between them. Chaos erupted in the restaurant, as the staff scrambled to restore order, their eyes alight with the thrill of juicy gossip. This was a rare glimpse into the drama of the affluent. seizing the moment. Jiang Qing escaped Xiao Qingyin's clutches, fleeing the restaurant in a breathless panic, her heart racing as though it might leap from her throat. She had assumed Xiao Qingyin would relent, having already lost face. Yet she had vastly underestimated his tenacity. Standing at the entrance, he gazed into the night, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing his frustration. Drawing a deep breath, he stifled his rising ire. If force proved ineffective, perhaps a softer approach would suffice. Surely, he would not be bested by a mere woman. Foam. He turned to his secretary, his tone frigid. Investigate who holds significance in Jiang Qing's life. Yes, Mr. Xiao, Feng replied with deference, inwardly lamenting the brewing storm. That a cold smirk graced Xiao Qingyin's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. Jiang Qing, do you truly believe you can evade my grasp? The game has only just begun. The following day, upon returning from work, Jiang Qing was greeted by the sight of a familiar extended Lincoln parked at the entrance of her community. As the window descended, Xiao Qingyin's handsome, yet brooding visage emerged. Qing, he spoke, his voice low and tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Jiang Qing sensed the atmosphere was off-kilter. An eerie quiet permeated the air, as even the usually chatty Annies had vanished from their usual gathering spots. A pang of anxiety struck her as she wondered. Could it be that Xiao Qingyin had returned? Just as she approached the entrance, the unmistakable silhouette of the Lincoln loomed before her, akin to a stubborn adhesive that refused to let go. The window rolled down slowly, revealing Xiao Qingyin's striking yet grim face, darkened as if soaked in ink. Qing, he began, his tone heavy with an inexplicable urgency. Jiang Qing felt her temples throb, the tumult of the previous night still fresh in her memory. She thought, is this man like a piece of gum, impossible to shake off? Quickening her pace, she feigned ignorance, desperate to retreat into her home. Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, and Jiang Qing knew, without turning around, that the usual onlookers were once again observing her plight. She felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, exposed to the scrutiny of passers-by, an embarrassment that made her wish to disappear into the ground. Oh, is that not the Jiang family girl? What, had a quarrel with her boyfriend? A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Qing looked up to find Aunt Shen from next door, who was known for her warm heart and penchant for gossip. Seeing Aunt Shen approach was like grasping a lifeline. Aunt Shen, you have arrived just in time, she exclaimed, turning to her with urgency. This gentleman is... Aunt Shen scrutinized Xiao Qingyin, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Just as Xiao Qingyin opened his mouth to explain, Aunt Shen swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Qing, her tone firm. Sir, regardless of your relationship with Qing, I must insist that you leave at once and not disrupt the lives of our community residents. Xiao Qingyin's face darkened, ready to erupt when Aunt Shen, like a mother hen, shielded Jiang Qing, pointing a finger at him. I must say, young man, while you may be handsome, your actions leave much to be desired. The young lady has expressed her desire to avoid you. So what compels you to linger here? Do you think standing about will yield results? Are you a tree? The surrounding neighbors craned their necks, whispering and pointing at the unexpected spectacle. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to escape the turmoil. Raising her voice, she called out to Xiao Qingyin, do not presume that being my betrothed grants you the right to dictate my life. I do not require your oversight. Vanish from my sight. Her declaration stunned the onlookers, who exchanged bewildered glances, curious about the unfolding drama. That moment, a black sedan screeched to a halt beside the Lincoln, and an elderly man in a suit, his hair graying but his presence commanding, stepped out. He approached Xiao Qingyin, his voice booming. Qingyin, what is the meaning of this ruckus? Have you forgotten the family's interests? You may pursue your love, but do not neglect the responsibilities you owe to your family. Xiao Qingyin's countenance darkened further as he retorted defiantly, Uncle, I care not for familial interests. I only want Jiang Qing. You, his uncle's face flushed with indignation, his mustache bristling. You are utterly unreasonable. For the sake of a woman, you would jeopardize the family's future. The family's future. Without Jiang Qing, what significance does my future hold? Xiao Qingyin's voice resonated with determination. His gaze locked onto Jiang Qing as if she were the sole entity in existence. You. His uncle pointed at Xiao Qingyin, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that his usually composed nephew would become so ensnared by a woman. Xiao Qingyin grasped Jiang Qing's hand firmly. Qing, Come with me. Jiangqing forcefully wrenched her arm away, defiantly asserting, I have told you, it is impossible between us. Impossible? A dangerous edge crept into Xiao Qingyin's voice. Do you genuinely believe you can flee from this? Just as Jiangqing opened her mouth to respond, a voice interrupted. Qingyin, you have gone too far. His uncle's furious shout pierced the air, prompting Xiao Qingyin to whirl around, his gaze frostbitten. Uncle, this is my affair. Do not interfere. Your affair? Uncle Xiao let out a cold chuckle, remarking, you represent the entire Xiao family. Every action you take bears weight on the family's survival. Do you truly believe you can continue to act as you please? Xiao Qingyin clenched his fists, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. Abruptly, he released Jiangqing's hand. Very well, he replied in a frigid tone, turning to Uncle Xiao. Let's go. He approached the car, opened the door, and sat inside. Uncle Xiao cast a deep, meaningful glance at Jiangqing, saying, Miss Jiang, do take care of yourself. With that, he also entered the vehicle. The two luxury cars drove away, leaving Jiangqing standing in place, her heart a tumult of emotions. Indeed, have I been abandoned once more? Xiao Qingyin pressed the window button and declared resolutely, Qingqing, I will not give up. I will demonstrate through my actions that I am worthy of your love. Observing his nephew's reckless devotion to love, Uncle Xiao thought to himself, today's youth truly are unfathomable. He shook his head in resignation. Jiangqing gazed at the departing luxury cars, a medley of feelings swirling within her. Xiao Qingyin's promise was akin to a small stone cast into her tranquil heart, causing ripples to spread outward. She quickly adjusted her mindset, secretly encouraging herself. Jiangqing, you must not be soft-hearted. Yet, in truth, she was merely angered that Xiao Qingyin had disrupted her plans, irritated that he wished to take her back as a gilded cage bird. Meanwhile, upon returning to the family business, Xiao Qingyin did not resume his usual duties, but fell into deep contemplation. He replayed every encounter with Jiangqing in his mind, searching for a breakthrough. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Eureka! I will approach it through her work. A sly smile crept across his face as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, please assist me in checking what projects Jiangqing's company is currently undertaking. The following day, Jiangqing arrived at the office, brimming with energy, utterly unaware that a fierce turbulence was about to unfold. She had scarcely settled in when her supervisor's voice summoned her. Jiangqing, please come to my office. The supervisor wore a grave expression, holding a document with a heavy tone as he stated, this project is of paramount importance. The supervisor's countenance was more dismal than one suffering from constipation. Clutching the document as if it were a ticking time bomb. Jiangqing, this project is extremely important. Very, very important, he emphasized, his eyes filled with implications that she understood all too well. Jiangqing's heart sank, sensing impending doom that as predicted. In the following hour, Jiangqing felt as though she were an ant under a microscope. The supervisor dissected the project's details with excruciating thoroughness, the client's bizarre demands leaving her questioning her very existence. What do you mean the logo's colors must align with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams? The slogan must rhyme and not exceed 12 characters. The product launch must feature a trending celebrity. Yet the budget is a mere pittance? Jiangqing's head spun, wishing fervently to vanish on the spot. After the meeting, she slumped at her workstation, feeling utterly drained. Her colleague Linji approached, a sympathetic look on her face. Sister, my condolences. This project is sheer hellish difficulty. Jiangqing managed a wry smile, already contemplating whether to draft a resignation letter. Did I end the days that followed? Jiangqing and her colleagues entered a 007 work mode, burning the midnight oil and losing clumps of hair. Yet the client was like an insatiable beast, with an endless stream of revision requests that drove Jiangqing to the brink of madness. To make matters worse, midway through the project, she discovered a lack of crucial market data. Without it, progress was impossible. Desperate, she reached out to her network, pulling strings, but all her efforts fell flat. Jiangqing felt like a frantic ant on a hot pan, the deadline looming ever closer as she stood on the precipice, teetering on the edge of an abyss. Was she truly going to give up? Dejected, she sat before her computer, her gaze hollow as she stared at the screen's dense text. Just as despair began to engulf her, she suddenly noticed some key resources inexplicably appearing in her work files. Jiang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. These data points had eluded her for so long. How could they suddenly materialize here? As she perused the documents, she realized not only were the data complete, but the analysis reports were also exceptionally professional. That a thought struck her. Could it be that these resources were orchestrated by him? A wave of uncertainty washed over her as she recalled Xiao Qingyin's gaze that day. Was it truly him? Her emotions were a tangled mess of gratitude and wariness. Lin Ji happened to walk by and, noticing Jiang Qing's expression, curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Did you find key data?" Jiang Qing nodded, though her doubts remained unresolved. She whispered, "It seems these data were arranged by Xiao Qingyin." Lin Ji's demeanor shifted, her expression turning serious as she admonished, "Can you trust him? Qing, don't let him deceive you." Jiang Qing's heart sank as conflicting emotions surged within her. She was uncertain whether this was an act of genuine assistance from Xiao Qingyin or merely another ploy. Yet, at this moment, she needed to focus on completing the project. Everything else could wait. Taking a deep breath, she felt an unprecedented resolve surge within her. She looked at Lin Ji, her eyes steely with determination, regardless of whether his intentions are sincere or duplicitous. "He has provided me with the data. I must see this project through." Lin Ji nodded, her eyes glinting with support. "Sister, let us give it our all. No matter how difficult the path ahead, we must forge on." Jiang Qing smiled faintly, though a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of her lips. She understood that this covert battle in the workplace had only just begun. Lin Ji, exasperated, poked Jiang Qing's forehead. "Sister, wake up. How'd he treat you before? Now he offers you a sweet, and you forget the pain. This is clearly a sugar-coated trap." Jiang Qing rubbed her forehead, feeling her thoughts in disarray. Though she acknowledged Lin Ji's words, the data had indeed alleviated her immediate crisis. Could it be that Xiao Qingyin had a change of heart? She sighed, deciding to take it one step at a time. With the approach of challenges, she resolved to tackle the project first and foremost. For now, she would accept Xiao Qingyin's assistance, but remain vigilant, erecting a protective barrier in her heart as she observed his every move, eager to discern his true intentions. Upon learning of Jiang Qing's stance, Xiao Qingyin's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Little kitty," still quite cautious, he murmured to himself. "But that only makes it more intriguing, doesn't he?" Consequently, he resolved to intensify his efforts, secretly removing any obstacles in Jiang Qing's path. That in the subsequent days, Jiang Qing felt as though she were operating on a higher plane. The project progressed at an astonishing rate, and the client's bizarre demands were systematically resolved. The challenges she had anticipated turned into a seamless journey, almost surreal in its ease. What astonished her further was that during several critical moments, she received unexpected assistance, vital information and resources appearing just when she needed them most, allowing her to navigate treacherous waters. Jiang Qing sensed that these developments were interconnected with Xiao Qingyin, that he was like an invisible guardian, quietly safeguarding her in the shadows. This realization stirred a mix of comfort and unease within her. The project was finally on track, yet she found herself increasingly perplexed by Xiao Qingyin's intentions. At a celebratory banquet, Xiao Qingyin made a sudden appearance, raising a glass as his deep gaze rested on Jiang Qing. "Congratulations, Miss Jiang, on the project's smooth progress." Jiang Qing blinked in surprise, accepting the glass and taking a delicate sip, only to find it lodged uncomfortably in her throat. She was at a loss for how to confront this man who had once evoked such a tumult of feelings within her. "Mr. Xiao," Jiang Qing managed to maintain her composure. "Thank you for your assistance during this time, but No need for thanks," Xiao Qingyin interrupted, his eyes glimmering with a subtle softness. "That I merely wish to atone for past mistakes." Before Jiang Qing could respond, her phone rang insistently, interrupting the moment. Glancing at the caller ID, her complexion paled. "Hello? What? You say there is an issue with the data?" On the other end, the technician's voice trembled with despair, sending shockwaves through Jiang Qing's mind. "Manager Jiang, the database has been compromised. All the core data is scrambled." Jiang Qing felt ice coursing through her veins, her blood seemingly freezing in an instant. Taking a deep breath, she fought to maintain her composure. "Please send me the details immediately to my email. Right now." After hanging up, Jiang Qing's face drained of color, her entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. Just as the project was reaching its critical phase, Such a fatal error had emerged. All her previous efforts seemed poised to be in vain. She envisioned her rival, Lisa, with her garishly painted lips, reveling in the misfortune. What's wrong, Jiang Qing? Your pallor suggests that perhaps your little project is doomed. Lisa's acerbic voice pierced through Jiang Qing's thoughts, like needles pricking her nerves. What a pity! It seems some individuals possess only this level of skill. Jiang Qing bit her lower lip tightly, striving to suppress the turmoil and fury raging within her. She opened her email. The technician's report struck her like a death sentence, rendering her nearly breathless. The extent of the database contamination far exceeded her imagination. The prospect of repair seemed an almost insurmountable challenge. Time slipped away relentlessly, and despite her attempts at various remedies, all proved futile. She felt ensnared in a quagmire, her struggles only deepening her plight. Despair surged over her like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her entirely. Lisa, ever the provocateur, fanned the flames with her incessant taunts, each word a sharp blade that cut deeply into Jiang Qing's heart. Jiang Qing, I suggest you concede sooner rather than later. Don't waste your time any further. With your skill level, competing with us is nothing short of folly. Lisa's derisive laughter was laced with disdain and mockery. Jiang Qing clenched the mouse tightly, her knuckles turning white. She was unwilling to accept defeat. Truly unwilling. She had poured countless hours and boundless effort into this project. How could she surrender so easily? Just as Jiang Qing was on the brink of collapse, the office door swung open. Secretary Feng hurried to her side. Whispering urgently, Miss Jiang, Mr. Xiao requests your presence. Jiang Qing followed Secretary Feng to Xiao Qingyin's office, standing before him with a palpable sense of unease. Xiao Qingyin was engrossed in the code displayed on his computer screen, his brow furrowed and his demeanor grave. Upon noticing Jiang Qing's entrance, he lifted his gaze, a fleeting spark of concern flickering in his eyes. That I've heard about the database issue. Jiang Qing bit her lip, murmuring, Mr. Xiao, there's no need for explanations. Xiao Qingyin interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Please forward me the technician's report. Jiang Qing promptly complied, sending the email his way. He perused it swiftly, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with remarkable speed, as lines of intricate code cascaded forth like a waterfall. To Jiang Qing's astonishment, Xiao Qingyin exhibited an extraordinary mastery of database repair. As seconds ticked by, the office was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of keystrokes that Lisa's mocking tone echoed in her ears. Yet gradually, a sense of tranquility settled within her. Observing Xiao Qingyin's focused demeanor, an inexplicable sense of security washed over her. All done. Xiao Qingyin's voice shattered the stillness that he sent the restored database file to Jiang Qing. Please conduct a test. Taking a deep breath, she imported the file into the database. Miraculously, all the disarrayed data reverted to normal. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless. How is this even possible? Lisa's shrill voice pierced the air once more, brimming with astonishment and envy. She rushed to Jiang Qing's computer, scrutinizing the database, her complexion shifting from crimson to pallor, then to a sickly hue. Lisa, weren't you the one claiming I was chasing phantoms? A faint smile graced Jiang Qing's lips, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. Now, who is living in a dream? Frustrated, Lisa stomped her foot and stormed out of the office. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing's colleagues regarded her with admiration. With the project crisis averted, she received commendations and rewards from the company's leadership. As she exited the building after work, she was taken aback to see Xiao Qingyin waiting by the roadside, a vibrant bouquet of red roses in his hands. To Qinger, Xiao Qingyin gazed at her with deep affection. I will always protect you. Jiang Qing's heart fluttered as she accepted the flowers, their subtle fragrance enveloping her senses. Colleagues around them exchanged astonished glances, whispering among themselves. Jiang Qing met Xiao Qingyin's gaze, her emotions a tumultuous mixture. Xiao Qingyin, she began, her voice tinged with hesitation. You, Jiang Qing's heart raced, echoing the chaotic flutters of a startled doe. Memories of their past sweet moments flickered through her mind like a film reel, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This man had once stirred her heart, and now he continued to do so. Standing before her once more with such earnestness, it felt as if time could rewind to better days. She fought to suppress the tumultuous feelings within, yet found herself unable to contain the burgeoning affection threatening to spill over at that moment. A colleague named Lynn approached, concern etched across her face. "Chinger, you won't truly fall back into this, will you? This man is no saint. Don't forget how you escaped last time." Her tone bore urgency, as if fearing for Jiang Qing's safety. Jiang Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Lin's words doused the flame of hope that had ignited within her. How could she forget Xiao Qingyin's ruthless tactics? How could she overlook her past suffering? Drawing a deep breath, she sought to regain her composure. Before she could finish, Secretary Feng rushed in, panic evident on his face, that "Mr. Xiao, there's been a crisis. The company is in trouble." Xiao Qingyin's expression darkened. "What has happened?" "We've been reported for alleged commercial fraud. And the police are already involved." Feng's voice trembled, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing froze in shock. Commercial fraud? This was a serious offense. If the allegations were substantiated, Xiao Qingyin could face imprisonment. And her own job could be at stake. Xiao Qingyin glanced at Jiang Qing, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, that he turned to Secretary Feng, his voice low and somber. "Let's head to the company. We'll discuss the specifics upon my arrival." After Xiao Qingyin left, Jiang Qing remained rooted to the spot, her mind racing. She was uncertain how this situation would unfold or what actions to take. Just then, she received a call from the HR department. "Jiang Qing, please come to the conference room immediately. We have important news to share." A heavy dread settled in her chest as she hung up, a foreboding sense of doom washing over her. She hurried to the conference room, and upon opening the door, she was met with a tense atmosphere resembling an oil pot on the verge of boiling over. Every face bore a look of anxiety, whispers buzzing like a swarm of headless flies. Jiang Qing's eyes immediately fell upon Lawyer Lu seated at the head of the table, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His gaze darting nervously behind his glasses, resembling an ant on a hot stove. "The situation is dire." Lawyer Lu's voice was hoarse and strained. "The accusations of commercial fraud are unwavering, and the evidence is compelling." "Compelling, my foot!" Jiang Qing could not restrain herself from exclaiming. "It's clearly a frame-up." Lawyer Lu adjusted his glasses, his expression one of helplessness. "Jiang Qing, I understand your frustration, but the evidence presented against us is indeed unfavorable." A chill coursed through Jiang Qing as she felt the weight of despair settle upon her. Was this truly the end? The only option now is to negotiate with the opposing party for an out-of-court settlement. Lawyer Lu sighed, his tone laden with resignation. Jiang Qing realized the near impossibility of this endeavor. The following day, she accompanied Lawyer Lu to the office of their client, Wei Xuanming. Wei sat on a leather sofa, legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand, exuding an air of smug satisfaction. If it isn't Miss Jiang. Has her company finally decided to admit fault?" Wei Xuanming's voice dripped with sarcasm, suppressing her anger. Jiang Qing maintained her composure. "Mr. Wei, our company is not engaged in any illegal activities. I hope you will reconsider and withdraw your accusations." Wei Xuanming scoffed, tossing a stack of documents onto the table before her. "Take a look. This is your so-called innocence." As Jiang Qing examined the documents, her heart sank. They contained confidential information from their company, altered to serve as damning evidence of commercial fraud. This is impossible," she gasped, disbelief coursing through her. "These documents are forged." "Forged?" Wei Xuanming erupted into laughter, as if she had told the greatest joke. "Miss Jiang, one can fool the stomach, but one mustn't fool the tongue. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing fought to remain calm. "Mr. Wei, I trust that the law is just, and the truth will ultimately prevail." "Truth?" Wei Xuanming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Miss Jiang, in this world, the truth is inconsequential. What truly matters is who holds the power of discourse." He paused, his icy gaze fixed on Jiang Qing. "Did I advise you to concede quietly? Otherwise," though his threat hung in the air unspoken, its implications were unmistakable. Jiang Qing clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. She was aware that this battle was one she could not afford to lose. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and discovered a message from an unknown number. "I know who betrayed your company." Upon returning to the office, Jiang Qing felt as if the very air had solidified, an oppressive sensation akin to a storm brewing on the horizon enveloping her. Everyone rushed about, their faces clouded with gloom, the whispers around her buzzing incessantly like mosquitoes, yet no one dared to speak aloud. Jiang Qing keenly sensed that something was amiss, a wave of unease washing over her. She hurried to her desk, only to find that the documents in her drawer had been tampered with. Some crucial business correspondence had vanished without a trace. While the remaining files were in disarray, that a heavy dread settled in her heart. Could there be a traitor within the company? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she spotted Mark sneaking away from the shredder, a stack of documents clutched in his hands. Jiang Qing's sharp eyes recognized those papers as the very ones she had been desperately searching for. "Mark, what are you doing?" she bellowed, causing Mark to tremble, the documents scattering across the floor. "Did I?" Mark stammered, his gaze flickering, unable to meet Jiang Qing's eyes. She stepped closer, grabbing his collar. "Speak. Where have you taken my documents?" Mark's face turned ashen as he stuttered, "I was just clearing out some useless files." "Useless files? Do you take me for a fool?" Jiang Qing seethed, unable to restrain her fury. "Those files contained vital records for our company. And you had the audacity to destroy them?" Colleagues gathered, drawn by the commotion, their expressions filled with suspicion and distrust as they cast uncertain glances at Jiang Qing. "Jiang Qing, please calm down." Lawyer Lu squeezed into the crowd, attempting to mediate. "Calm down. How can I possibly remain calm?" Jiang Qing pointed at the scattered shreds of paper, her voice trembling. "With the evidence now obliterated, how could they possibly win this lawsuit?" "It wasn't me. I swear." Mark continued to protest, but his eyes betrayed him. Jiang Qing, disheartened, relinquished her grip on Mark and surveyed the surroundings, only to be met with skepticism, indifference, and apathy. She suddenly felt like a lone warrior, trapped within a vast cage, isolated and helpless. Yet, Jiang Qing did not surrender. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to be defeated by the present predicament. Since external assistance was futile, she would have to seek a breakthrough from within. While everyone else floundered in chaos, busy shifting blame, Jiang Qing quietly returned to her seat, determined to meticulously reorganize all business records, including the backups of those that had already been destroyed. "Jiang Qing, what are you still doing?" Guo Xiaomei approached with concern. "Everyone is panicking. How can you focus on this?" Jiang Qing lifted her head, her gaze resolute. "I believe that with careful searching, we will uncover the clues." But before Guo Xiaomei could respond, Jiang Qing interrupted. "No buts. We can only rely on ourselves now." Her eyes fell upon a line of data on her computer screen, her brow furrowing slightly. "Wait, that number." Jiang Qing's attention fixated on the inconspicuous figure on the screen, akin to a traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. This figure represented an anomalous transaction, hidden within the convoluted accounts. Had it not been for Jiang Qing's meticulousness, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Following the trail of this transaction, she painstakingly unraveled the mystery, akin to Sherlock Holmes in Pursuit, ultimately tracing it to Mark's personal account. "Fantastic!" Jiang Qing could not help but exclaim softly, clenching her fists. With this evidence, she could prove that Mark had been bribed by Wei Xuanming to deliberately sabotage the company. Without delay, she printed the evidence and rushed to the courthouse. The following day, the courtroom was charged with tension. Wei Xuanming wore a smug expression, seemingly assured of victory, while Mark sat slumped, like a withered eggplant. Lawyer Lu maintained his furrowed brow, clearly lacking hope for the lawsuit. When it was Jiang Qing's turn to speak, she inhaled deeply and presented her evidence to Judge Hu. "Your Honor, I have new evidence that can prove our company's innocence and expose the true mastermind behind this." A murmur rippled through the courtroom. Wei Xuanming's smile froze, and Mark, the traitor, turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Judge Hu took the evidence, examining it closely. His expression grew increasingly grave, his brow knitting tighter. "Mr. Wei, do you have any explanation for this anomalous transaction?" Judge Hu's voice was low and powerful, striking like a hammer upon Wei Xuanming's heart. Wei Xuanming stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. The evidence was irrefutable. No amount of evasion could save him now. "Mr. Mark, do you have anything to add?" Judge Hu's gaze shifted to Mark. Trembling, Mark's lips quivered, but ultimately, he said nothing, merely bowing his head like a defeated rooster. In the end, the court ruled in favor of Jiang Qing's company, imposing appropriate penalties on Wei Xuanming and Mark. Exiting the courthouse, Jiang Qing exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over her. Colleagues flocked to congratulate and admire her. Even Lawyer Lu, rarely seen smiling, gave Jiang Qing a thumbs up. Jiang Qing, you truly turned the tide. Jiang Qing smiled faintly, yet her heart did not feel as elated as she had imagined. Although they had won the lawsuit, the company had sustained grave injuries. Moreover, Wei Xuanming's threats lingered in her mind, preventing her from fully relaxing. As for Xiao Qingyan, he had remained conspicuously absent throughout this turmoil, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Jiang Qing was uncertain of his whereabouts, what he was doing, or whether he still remembered her. A hint of melancholy quietly crept into her heart. Chapter 60. The crisis returns. Faith undiminished, the joy of victory dissipated like morning mist in the heavy atmosphere of the company conference room. Wei Xuanming had found new evidence. This news detonated like a bomb, causing despair to etch itself on every face present. Jiang Qing rubbed her aching temples, witnessing the despondency of her colleagues, a wave of helplessness crashing over her. Just a few days had passed, and yet here they were again. This was more exhausting than consecutive nights of overtime. Upon re-entering the client's office, Jiang Qing felt a surge of anger, seeing Wei Xuanming's smug face. She longed to punch him directly. He arrogantly tossed a stack of documents onto the table, a hefty pile that loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her. Miss Jiang, take a good look. Let us see how you turn the tables this time. Wei Xuanming gloated, as if envisioning Jiang Qing begging for mercy. Jiang Qing flipped through the documents, the myriad of technical jargon and intricate graphs dizzying her. Lawyer Lu sat beside her, ashen-faced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What are we going to do? He stammered. Jiang Qing shot him a glance, silently cursing. How could he falter at such a crucial moment? Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to remain composed. Now was not the time for panic. She needed to devise a strategy quickly. Isolated and unsupported. So what? When soldiers meet, they fight. When water comes, they build walls. She refused to believe that Wei Xuanming could rise above her. Back at the office, the atmosphere was colder than a morgue. Little Lee from the marketing department was the first to explode. What is going on? After all that effort, it's all for nothing. What kind of person is this Wei? Like a stubborn plaster that won't come off. Others chimed in, voicing their complaints, with some even casting sarcastic remarks at Jiang Qing. You were so sure of victory before. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Jiang Qing felt a sense of injustice, as if she had swallowed bitter herbs, unable to voice her frustrations. What could she do? She was just as desperate. Wei Xuanming was clearly intent on ruining their company, a blatant attempt to provoke. Yet no amount of explanation could diminish the stark reality. She could only silently endure her colleagues' grievances. That evening, dragging her weary body home, Guo Xiaomei had prepared dinner. Qing, don't be too upset. Things will resolve themselves. Guo Xiaomei offered Jiang Qing a warm glass of milk, soothing her icy heart. As Jiang Qing sipped the milk, her thoughts became a tangled mess. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Xiao Qingyan, that if only he were here. His broad embrace always provided her with immense comfort. But now, they felt like two intersecting lines, drifting further apart after a brief encounter. Did he still care about her? Jiang Qing forced a bitter smile, shaking her head to dismiss the thought. What use was it to dwell on such matters? Xiaomei, help me find a place, Jiang Qing suddenly spoke. Wiping her face, she declared firmly, Xiaomei, find me a quiet place. I need to go into seclusion. Lawyer Lu nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, wondering if this girl was contemplating self-destruction. Jiang Qing had no time to entertain his ghostly expression. A surge of determination coursed through her. If Wei Xuanming wanted to play dirty, she would match him step for step. She refused to believe she could not outmaneuver a despicable villain. I will teach myself. I will become my own lawyer. In the ensuing days, Jiang Qing plunged herself into an intense study regimen, immersing herself in legal texts, case analyses, and a plethora of specialized books that cluttered her room, transforming it into a miniature legal library. With Xiaomei took it upon herself to deliver meals daily, observing Jiang Qing's relentless dedication with a mix of sympathy and admiration. This girl was indeed extraordinary. 3 days later, despite the dark circles under her eyes, Jiang Qing clutched a meticulously organized dossier, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That I've found the loophole, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with barely contained exhilaration. Her colleagues, who had initially surrendered hope, felt a resurgence of optimism upon witnessing her indomitable spirit. Jiang Qing approached Judge Hu with her findings. After a thorough review, a glimmer of appreciation appeared in the judge's eyes. "Miss Jiang, your comprehension of the law is quite profound," he remarked, pausing before continuing. "This documentation holds significant value." With Judge Hu's endorsement, Jiang Qing's company managed to stabilize its footing, and she exhaled in relief, finally able to anticipate a good night's sleep. However, tranquility was short-lived, with tumultuous currents brewing beneath the serene surface. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Jiang Qing was met with Xiao Li's panicked exclamation. "Jiang Qing, this is terrible." Wei Chapter 61. Breaking barriers. Xiao Li's alarmed shout was abruptly cut off, her face drained of color as she pointed at her phone screen, her hands trembling as if afflicted by late-stage Parkinson's. Wei Xuanming. Jiang Qing snatched the phone, and to her horror, she found a series of articles tarnishing her company's reputation, each title more sensational than the last. Shocking. XX company's product quality in question. An internal employees expose. XX company exploits workers. The orchestrated comments from paid commenters were nothing short of a frenzy, resembling a large-scale online mob attack. Unbelievable. It was as if they had served her a platter of social death. Jiang Qing's expression darkened, realizing that Wei Xuanming's maneuver was a calculated strike aimed at her very core. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, reminding herself to remain composed, that we shall confront this head-on. Investigate. Find out who published these articles and who is pulling the strings behind the scenes, Jiang Qing commanded, exuding an aura of authority. Yet the investigation proved far more arduous than anticipated. The so-called industry insiders were as tight-lipped as clams, either feigning ignorance or diverting the conversation. Jiang Qing ran herself ragged, her voice hoarse from pleading, yet she uncovered not a single reliable lead. These individuals were impervious to pressure, whether gentle or forceful. Frustrated, Jiang Qing raked her fingers through her hair, feeling as though she were striking against a wall of cotton. What stung more was witnessing former partners, who once collaborated amicably, now shunned her as if she were a harbinger of bad luck. Their warmth replaced by coldness and detachment. "Jiang Qing, I hear your company is facing some turbulence," a once friendly supplier remarked, with a hint of schadenfreude in their tone. Jiang Qing suppressed her rising ire, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Just a minor issue. It will be resolved shortly." "I hope so," the supplier replied, a knowing smile on their lips before turning away. Jiang Qing stood frozen, a chill creeping up her spine, feeling akin to a castaway stranded on a desolate island, surrounded by endless darkness and tumultuous waves. That moment, the office door swung open, and Lawyer Lu entered. Looking pale and shaken, "Jiang Qing, oui," he stammered, hesitating as he gathered his thoughts. "Wei Xuanming has escalated matters. He raised the stakes. We are now being sued for unfair competition and are facing exorbitant damages. We cannot win this case." Lawyer Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, his glasses slipping down his nose, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "Should we consider backtracking, admitting fault, paying a fine, and putting this behind us?" he suggested tentatively. "Admit fault? Pay?" Jiang Qing leapt to her feet, her gaze sharp as a knife. "On what grounds? We have done nothing wrong. Why should we bow to them?" Lawyer Lu recoiled slightly at her intensity, muttering, "But the evidence is heavily stacked against us. Those articles online, those articles are fabrications." Jiang Qing retorted through gritted teeth, "That I will uncover the evidence that proves our innocence." Lawyer Lu gazed into Jiang Qing's resolute eyes, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately falling silent. He understood her nature. She was unyielding, determined not to bend. Yet the adversary they faced was formidable. Could they truly prevail? As night fell, Jiang Qing sat alone in her office, weary fingers massaging her temples. Outside, the city's lights twinkled like countless prying eyes. Her thoughts drifted to Xiao Qingyan, a man who was domineering and assertive, yet possessed an irresistible tenderness that he had once been her fortress, shielding her from the storms of adversity. She recalled a time when a rival had maliciously slandered her, and it was Xiao Qingyan who had leveraged his connections and resources to clear her name, delivering a harsh lesson to her opponents that if only he were here now, what would he do? Jiang Qing murmured to herself, remembering his words, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." That a warm wave surged within her, only to be swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality. But where was he now? Jiang Qing smiled bitterly, uncertain if she could still rely on him, given the chasm of misunderstanding that lay between them. Suddenly, a frantic knock shattered the office's stillness. President Jiang, this is bad. Xiao Li's voice was laced with urgency. The court has advanced the hearing. Jiang Qing sprang to her feet, a chill racing up her spine. Wei Xuanming aimed for a swift resolution, seeking to catch her off guard. We shall confront this boldly. Jiang Qing scoffed, a glimmer of fierce determination igniting in her eyes. She would not back down. Rather than hastily clarifying the baseless accusations against her, Jiang Qing opted for a strategic pivot, commencing an investigation into the most vocal accusers. She instinctively sensed that these individuals were entangled in a web of deceit, possibly orchestrated by Wei Xuanming himself. Through meticulous scrutiny, Jiang Qing uncovered that these so-called victims and industry insiders were intricately linked to Wei Xuanming's company. Some had previously been employees, while others were collaborators. What a grand performance it was! A sly smile crept across Jiang Qing's face. This was a serendipitous discovery indeed. She swiftly compiled the pertinent evidence, meticulously documenting the backgrounds of these actors, their affiliations with Wei Xuanming's company, and the falsehoods they propagated, creating a comprehensive chain of evidence. Armed with this newfound assurance, Jiang Qing sought out Wei Xuanming, laying a hefty stack of documents before him. Mr. Wei, long time no see. How have you been? Jiang Qing greeted him with an air of nonchalance that sent chills down Wei Xuanming's spine. Upon seeing the documents, Wei Xuanming's complexion drained, disbelief washing over him, but he feigned composure, forcing a smile. Miss Jiang. What does this mean? I'm afraid I don't understand. Don't understand. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wei, your acting skills are wasted on this profession. These documents are more than sufficient to demonstrate your malicious defamation and the harm inflicted upon my company's reputation. Wei Xuanming's expression grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat forming on his brow, that he feigned calmness. Miss Jiang, these are mere coincidences. You have no proof that I orchestrated this. That's so? Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh, producing her phone to play a recording that clearly captured Wei Xuanming instructing his subordinates on how to tarnish her company's image. Wei Xuanming's composure shattered. He had not anticipated Jiang Qing to possess such leverage. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged. Watching his panic unfold brought Jiang Qing immense satisfaction. Armed with her new evidence, she returned to court, her demeanor radiating confidence. Presenting the evidence to the judge, he meticulously reviewed it before announcing a recess. Scheduling a future date for further deliberation, Jiang Qing exited the courtroom. She inhaled deeply, feeling the weight that had pressed upon her heart finally lift. She understood that the battle was far from over. But at the very least, she had triumphed in the first round. Jiang Qing. Wei Xuanming suddenly materialized before her, his expression dark and threatening. You wait and see. Chapter 62. Breaking the impasse. Dawn approaches. Wei Xuanming seethed. His teeth clenched as he pointed a finger at Jiang Qing. The deal you think you've won. You're still too green. This is merely the beginning. I will ensure your company cannot survive in this industry. Prepare for bankruptcy. Jiang Qing regarded his distress with a smirk, her expression unwavering. Mr. Wei, you may indulge in reckless talk, but defamation carries legal consequences. She elongated the final word, her tone dripping with sarcasm. With a disdainful huff, Wei Xuanming stormed off, leaving Jiang Qing standing with furrowed brows. Although she had secured a victory in the initial skirmish, his threats were not to be taken lightly. The forces conspiring against him are intricate and deeply entrenched, making it far from difficult to bring down a modest enterprise. The company where Jiang Qing works is a burgeoning technology firm, specializing in software development within the realm of artificial intelligence. They are dedicated to creating an intelligent office system designed to enhance corporate efficiency, and have already garnered a modest reputation in the market, thereby infringing upon the interests of certain competitors, such as Wei Xuanming's company, which holds a significant market share in traditional office software and perceives Jiang Qing's rise as a threat. Upon returning to the office, an unmistakable air of despondency enveloped the atmosphere. Several colleagues, already wavering in their morale, now appeared even more anxious. Jiang Qing, General Wei is not someone to be trifled with. Are we at risk of his retaliation? A young colleague inquired cautiously. Jiang Qing, observing their worried expressions, felt a sense of helplessness but mustered her resolve to reassure them. Fear not. We shall meet force with force and stand firm in our integrity. What is there to fear? Nevertheless, she understood that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Wei Xiuming's vengeance would likely arrive sooner than anticipated. She needed to devise a strategy promptly. Otherwise, the company could face catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Lawyer Liu rushed in, his face ashen. "Jiang Qing, this is bad. Something has happened," he stammered, fumbling through his briefcase to produce a document, which he presented to Jiang Qing. Upon glancing at the paper, her complexion turned a pallid shade of gray. How can this be possible? The document prominently displayed a court summons requiring the company to provide additional evidence or face the risk of losing the case. Lawyer Liu, with a distressed expression, explained, I don't know how this happened. I was thoroughly prepared, but this part was inexplicably missing." Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, her fury igniting within her. She vowed silently that she could not allow this minor oversight to jeopardize everything the company had built. This Lawyer Liu, who usually seemed reliable, had faltered at such a crucial moment. Would her hard work be rendered futile due to his negligence? No, she refused to accept that. Yet, she endeavored to suppress her rising anger. "Lawyer Liu, are you certain you conducted a thorough review?" Jiang Qing inquired, each word painstakingly extracted from her clenched jaw. Lawyer Liu recoiled slightly, stammering incoherently. The evidence in question related to the originality of the core algorithms of the company's intelligent office system, which was crucial in demonstrating the business's independence and innovation. Failure to provide comprehensive evidence could not only impact the outcome of the current lawsuit, but also precipitate a crisis of trust within the industry, severely undermining the subsequent promotion and sale of their intelligent office system. A devastating blow to the company's operations. Enough. Jiang Qing waved her hand dismissively, massaging her throbbing temples. Now was not the time to assign blame. The immediate priority was to find a remedy. She promptly convened all relevant personnel, working late into the night to reconstruct the evidence chain and identify the missing critical components. Time slipped away, and the office was thick with tension. Every individual was on edge, too apprehensive to relax even for a moment. Jiang Qing felt on the verge of collapse. She had scarcely slept in days, her body and mind utterly drained. Just as she believed she could endure no longer, the office door swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping inside. "What is this? After just a few days, you look utterly exhausted," a deep, resonant voice remarked, tinged with concern. Jiang Qing looked up to find Xiao Qian standing before her, silhouetted against the light, his expression obscured, yet his profound gaze radiated care. He approached her, gently enveloping her in his embrace, and the world around them seemed to freeze. Jiang Qing could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, a sound that provided an unwavering sense of support. His embrace was warm and expansive, making her feel as though she were a small boat adrift in an endless sea that had finally found a safe harbor. Envious glances from her colleagues surrounded them, this scene resembling a tender tableau. Xiao Qingyan tenderly stroked her hair, murmuring softly, "Do not fear. I am here." Jiang Qing shut her eyes, absorbing his warmth, and suddenly felt that perhaps the situation was not as dire as she had envisioned. "Xiao Qingyan," Jiang Qing lifted her head, her gaze resolute. "This time, I do not wish to rely on you." Xiao Qingyan arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Oh, how does my Miss Jiang plan to turn the tide?" Jiang Qing stepped out of his embrace, her determination unwavering, "That I can manage on my own." Though she professed independence, she did not turn down Xiao Qingyan's offer to stay. After all, an additional mind could only serve to bolster their efforts, especially one as astute in business as he. As they fought side by side, Xiao Qingyan's discerning eyes swiftly scanned the lengthy evidence chain, pinpointing the critical flaw with remarkable acumen. With a slight smile, he confidently declared, "Look, right here, this seemingly inconspicuous detail is enough to shift the entire case." His voice, deep and magnetic, carried an inherent reassurance that captivated those around him, eliciting admiration from his colleagues. Jiang Qing experienced a moment of clarity and immediately directed her team to supplement the crucial evidence. Their collaboration was seamless, as if they were born to be the perfect pair. The previously tense atmosphere in the office gradually transformed into one of ease. As the court reconvened, Wei Xiuming and Mark wore expressions of smug confidence, certain of their victory. Little did they know, Jiang Qing had come prepared. She stood and methodically presented each piece of evidence, articulating the facts with clarity, each word striking like a bullet against the fortress of lies constructed by Wei Xuanming and Mark. Her gaze was unwavering and sharp, as if able to see through all their schemes. Did you truly believe you could evade accountability in this manner? Your fabrications are riddled with inconsistencies. Today, I shall unveil the truth for all to see. Her voice resonated throughout the courtroom, powerful and commanding. Wei Xuanming's face shifted from red to white, and then to a sickly green, a performance rivaling that of a master of dramatic transformations, the traitor Mark. Drenched in sweat, stuttered in his attempts to defend himself, only further entangling himself in his own web of deceit. The courtroom fell silent, all present holding their breath in anticipation of Judge Hu's verdict. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting bright patterns on the courtroom floor, as if heralding the imminent arrival of justice. Judge Hu picked up the verdict, slowly articulating the outcome, each word resonating like a death knell for Wei Xuanming and Mark. With a grave demeanor, Judge Hu ultimately declared that Jiang Qing's company had prevailed, while Wei Xuanming and Mark faced legal repercussions for commercial fraud and malicious defamation. Yes, colleagues in the audience erupted in jubilant cheers, casting admiring glances towards Jiang Qing. Joy radiated from Jiang Qing's face as she basked in the triumph, yet she maintained an air of elegance. Her first thought after winning was to immediately call her family to share the good news. Outside the company, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, savoring the sweetness of victory. Xiao Qingyan stood beside her, his gaze tender. "Congratulations, my Miss Jiang." Jiang Qing turned to look at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. "This time, it is I who have emerged victorious." Xiao Qingyan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, "that I always knew you would succeed." Gazing into the distance, Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. "Next, I intend to, Jiang Qing." A deep voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see her boss standing behind her, his expression grave. The ominous premonition surged within her like a tidal wave that Wei's side has concocted a new scheme. Her boss struggled to articulate the words, and the air in the office instantly thickened with tension. Jiang Qing's elation deflated like a punctured balloon. Before she could even celebrate her victory, a new challenge loomed ominously ahead. Having lost the lawsuit to Jiang Qing's company, Wei's firm was unwilling to accept defeat and devised new tactics to undermine their rival. They were well aware of Professor Qin's esteemed reputation in the industry and aimed to exploit him to provide false testimony that would tarnish Jiang Qing's company's credibility, thus regaining the upper hand in market competition. This was likely not Wei's first foray into unscrupulous tactics. They may have consistently adhered to a ruthless competitive strategy that disregarded ethical considerations, willing to compromise morals if it meant suppressing their adversaries. During the Monday morning meeting, her boss solemnly announced Wei's latest maneuver. They had enlisted the help of the renowned expert Professor Qin, intending to have him testify falsely about severe defects in Jiang Qing's company's products. Professor Qin was a towering figure in the industry, and his testimony would undoubtedly serve as a bombshell capable of obliterating the credibility Jiang Qing's company had painstakingly built. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence, the atmosphere stifling. Jiang Qing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, leaving her numb. Just as she had won one legal battle, an even greater crisis emerged, proving that the tumultuous waves of challenges never ceased. Jiang Qing steeled herself and, alongside lawyer Liu, headed to Professor Qin's office, hoping for a face-to-face discussion to clarify any misunderstandings. However, Professor Qin's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, clearly dismissive of their presence. "You think a small, insignificant company like yours can challenge my professional judgment? That's simply laughable." Professor Qin scoffed contemptuously, his tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Qing endeavored to maintain her composure, attempting to reason with Professor Qin and elucidate the intricacies of the situation. However, Professor Qin paid her no heed, instead mockingly retorting, "Oh, how articulate the young ladies have become. Alas, mere words without substantiation are but hollow displays. Without concrete evidence, all your efforts are in vain." Jiang Qing felt as though a colossal weight had settled upon her chest, rendering her breath shallow and labored. She recognized that Professor Qin was deliberately complicating matters, seeking to extort her under the pretense of academic scrutiny. Yet, what recourse did she have? Upon returning to the office, Jiang Qing sank wearily into her chair. Feeling utterly drained, Lawyer Liu whispered in her ear. Miss Jiang, Professor Qin is a formidable adversary. Perhaps we should reconsider our approach. Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head, her gaze flickering with determination that as she returned to the office. News spread like wildfire, enveloping the atmosphere in a tense prelude reminiscent of an impending storm. Colleagues regarded Jiang Qing with expressions akin to those observing a walking disaster, their whispers piercing through her resolve like a barrage of needles. I told you Waze Corporation would not let us off so easily. Now, we are all to suffer the consequences. Truly, a case of exacerbating troubles rather than resolving them. Such remarks buzzed around her like irritating flies. Stirring her anxiety, taking a deep breath, she silently retreated to her workstation, striving to block out the cacophony and remind herself to remain composed and steadfast. Lawyer Liu, his face etched with concern, leaned closer and urged. Miss Jiang, this is not the time for stubbornness. Professor Qin is no fool. We must devise a plan swiftly. If all else fails, perhaps sacrificing some resources could avert disaster. Jiang Qing fixed her icy stare upon Lawyer Liu, causing him to tremble inwardly, that if you are afraid, you may leave now without fear of my reproach. Instead of plunging headlong into a quest for evidence as before, Jiang Qing redirected her focus to investigating Professor Qin's background. This shift left Lawyer Liu utterly perplexed. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? He inquired cautiously, fearful of provoking her ire. Jiang Qing dismissed his question with a cool remark, rather than passively enduring blows. It is wiser to strike first. With nimble fingers, Jiang Qing opened her computer and began typing furiously, lines of code cascading like a waterfall as she navigated the vast ocean of information with the finesse of a hacker. Lawyer Liu watched her from a distance, utterly bewildered by her actions. Unable to intervene, as time slipped by, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Suddenly, Jiang Qing halted her movements. A knowing smile gracing her lips. Found it, she murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, could you assist me in obtaining information on this individual? A deep voice responded from the other end. Who? Jiang Qing faced numerous obstacles while probing into Professor Qin's past. Industry insiders spoke of him with veiled reverence, and her attempts yielded not that it felt as if she were ensnared in a web of secrecy. Could it be that Professor Qin hails from another world? So adeptly has he concealed his past. What unspeakable secrets might he fear a mere earthling like myself would uncover? She mused, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Yet Jiang Qing refused to relent. She altered her strategy, opting for a more indirect approach by gathering information from Professor Qin's students, assistants, and even competitors, deftly piecing together the puzzle through subtle inquiries. Her perseverance bore fruit. During a gathering, amid dim lighting and the clatter of empty glasses, she deftly maneuvered among the guests, her gaze fixed intently on a drunken rival. With careful guidance, she steered the conversation, coaxing vital information from the inebriated competitor. Professor Qin had once been embroiled in an academic fraud scandal, which had been suppressed at the time, yet remnants of it lingered upon acquiring this lead. Jiang Qing felt invigorated, nearly leaping from her seat in excitement. She immediately commenced her investigation, following the trail and ultimately uncovering evidence from the scandal of yesteryear. The proof was irrefutable, solid as a rock. When this revelation reached the office, the previously somber atmosphere erupted in jubilance. Colleagues rushed to share the news, reveling in the victory as if it were a festive occasion that I knew Jiang Qing could do it. You are remarkable, Jiang Qing. Waze Corporation will surely face repercussions now. Those who had previously mocked her now regarded her with admiration and awe. With the evidence in hand, Jiang Qing presented it to Judge Hu in the courtroom. After reviewing the material, Judge Hu's expression darkened, condemning the unscrupulous actions of Waze Corporation and Professor Qin that moment. The representatives of Waze Corporation gaped at Jiang Qing in disbelief, their mouths agape. Rendered speechless, Professor Qin's countenance drained of color, his formerly arrogant demeanor now replaced with sheer terror, his body trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Jiang Qing savored their disarray, the long-suppressed grievances and indignation dissipating in that instant. She stood tall, her gaze brimming with pride. Jiang Qing's company regained its footing amidst the turmoil, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the office, akin to escaping a near disaster. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within Jiang Qing. The sudden, urgent knocking at the door shattered the office's tranquility. The secretary entered, her face pale. "Manager Jiang, there are representatives from the court here." Jiang Qing's heart sank, her foreboding instincts proving accurate. She accepted the summons from the secretary, her vision blurring as she nearly faltered. That cunning old fox, Wei Xuanming, was resorting to underhanded tactics, fresh from winning one lawsuit. Another had emerged. The summons bore the ominous words "financial fraud," striking Jiang Qing like a thunderbolt, leaving her scalp tingling. What is happening? The office erupted in chaos as colleagues, who had only recently celebrated their victory, were now engulfed in panic, scurrying about like ants on a hot pan. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. "Lawyer Liu, please join me in my office," she said, feigning calm as she stepped inside. With Lawyer Liu trailing behind, his complexion ghastly. Upon closing the door, Jiang Qing slammed the summons on the table, her voice icy. "Look here, Wei's corporation is intent on eliminating U.S." Lawyer Liu trembled as he picked up the summons, his glasses nearly slipping off his nose. This is utterly absurd. Our company has always maintained financial integrity. How could we possibly commit fraud? Integrity? Jiang Qing scoffed coldly. "I fear our accounts may not be as pristine as we believed." Memories of the traitor mark stirring trouble within the company flooded her mind, igniting a sense of unease. The two immediately began scrutinizing the company's financial records. However, the accounts Mark had previously handled now appeared riddled with discrepancies. Key expenditures and income records were obscured. Some even seemingly vanished. Jiang Qing felt a gnawing anxiety, akin to being ensnared in a labyrinth with no means of escape. As moments ticked by, the oppressive atmosphere thickened. Suddenly, a colleague burst through the office door. Panic etched across his face. "Manager Jiang, it's bad news. People are saying our financial staff is also implicated." Implicated? Jiang Qing shot to her feet, a chill racing down her spine. This news was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the office into an icy despair. Colleagues whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with skepticism and dread. Could it be true? Are we truly on the brink of collapse? Someone murmured that I knew it. There must have been something amiss with our previous victory. Another interjected, "Stop with the baseless speculation." Jiang Qing snapped, her voice cutting through the tension. "We do not yet understand the full situation. Let us not panic." Despite her efforts to maintain composure, her heart raced with trepidation. Yet whispers continued to circulate. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, scanning the room, and declared firmly, "I believe our finances are clear. Our priority now is to uncover evidence to prove our innocence. Do not panic or cast suspicion upon one another. We must unite to weather this storm." However, her words fell flat, failing to quell the unease that permeated the office. As night deepened, Jiang Qing found herself alone in the office, massaging her aching temples as she gazed at the mountain of paperwork before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue and despair. The mess left by the traitor Mark was a veritable quagmire, utterly unmanageable. "Then am I truly to surrender?" Jiang Qing murmured, a flicker of despair crossing her features. "No," she vehemently shook her head, recalling her company and colleagues, reigniting a glimmer of hope within her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to persevere. That moment, the office lights cast a dim and lonely glow, surrounding Jiang Qing with towering stacks of documents, each page seemingly mocking her helplessness. Her expression was one of exhaustion, her hands limply resting on the table. Suddenly, she recalled the trusting gazes of her colleagues and the arduous journey the company had traversed. Her eyes regained their resolute glimmer, flickering like stars in the darkness. Jiang Qing clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, resolutely declaring, "I cannot give up. I must uncover the evidence." As time ticked away, Jiang Qing scoured every account, but found herself empty-handed. The absence of critical data made her feel as if she were searching for a needle in a haystack, unable to find any breakthrough. Just as she was on the brink of surrendering, a thought struck her. "Wait." Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head, a spark of brilliance dancing in her eyes. "That I seem to have overlooked something." She picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Guo Xiaomei? I need your assistance." After hanging up, A cunning glint passed through her gaze. Rather than sifting through chaotic accounts, it would be far more effective to investigate how Wei's company obtained the evidence. Lawyer Liu, with a troubled expression, cautioned her, Manager Jiang, this is too risky. Wei's conglomerate is immensely powerful. We cannot contend with them. What is there to fear? If they have committed wrongdoings, why should they fear investigation? Jiang Qing scoffed, exuding an aura of defiance that I refuse to believe in such malevolence. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Qing made her way directly to the Wei Group's building. Instead of barging in, she disguised herself as a delivery girl and blended into the building. Utilizing her exceptional observational skills and deductive reasoning, she stealthily approached the vicinity of Wei Xueming's office. Mr. Wei, our plan is impeccable. That little girl won't stand a chance. Mark's voice resonated from the office. Brimming with arrogance. Attempting to play with her in the shadows. She is still too naive. Wei Xueming's voice was cold and triumphant. This time, I will ensure her complete downfall. Jiang Qing remained hidden outside the door, scarcely daring to breathe as her heart pounded violently in her chest. Each word felt like a lifeline, and she cautiously adjusted her phone's recording position, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might betray her presence. Inside the office, Mark continued to boast about their conspiracy, igniting a fierce fire of indignation within Jiang Qing. Biting her lip, her eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. She had to secure this evidence and ensure that these villains faced justice. The ensuing conversation left Jiang Qing in utter shock that it turned out that Wei's company had not obtained any evidence of financial fraud. All their proof was fabricated in a bid for money. Mark had secretly copied the company's financial statements and, at Wei's behest, altered critical data. Jiang Qing stealthily recorded their dialogue before quietly exiting the Wei Group's building. Upon returning to the company, her colleagues looked at her with concern. Manager Jiang, what happened? Standing in the center of the office like a queen, Jiang Qing raised the recording pen high, her eyes radiating victorious pride. Everyone listen. This is Wei's conspiracy. They forged evidence in an attempt to frame us. As her colleagues gathered around, shock transformed into enthusiastic cheers, their admiration for Jiang Qing palpable. The next day, Jiang Qing presented the evidence in court. Judge Hu's face turned ashen after listening to the recording, and he promptly declared Wei's accusations invalid. Mr. Wei, I hope you understand that the law is no trifling matter. With Wei's conspiracy exposed, Jiang Qing's company regained the upper hand in the dispute. However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Wei Xueming suddenly sneered, Jiang Qing, do you really believe you've won? Chapter 65. The impasse shattered. The moment of glory. Wei Xueming grinned malevolently, retrieving a document from his briefcase and raising it high. Your Honor, I possess crucial evidence that proves Jiang Qing's company is engaged in severe commercial fraud. The courtroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on the document. Jiang Qing's heart sank, though she maintained her composure. Her gaze locked onto Wei Xueming. Lawyer Liu turned pale, his lips trembling as he took the document, glancing at it before whispering despairingly, It's over. The document was passed to Judge Hu, who scrutinized it with furrowed brows and a grave expression. The courtroom's atmosphere grew unbearably tense, and whispers spread amongst the spectators. With a triumphant smile, Wei Xueming slowly spoke. Do you have anything to say? As he laughed arrogantly, he continued, You may as well give up. This evidence is irrefutable. You are doomed. The tide of public opinion began to sway in favor of Wei's client, leaving Jiang Qing feeling as if she were in a dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing reminded herself not to surrender. She recalled her early days on the job, facing numerous challenges, and it was her indomitable spirit that had brought her to this moment. The countless nights of struggle and perseverance filled her with strength. Drawing a deep breath, she rose to her feet and fixed her piercing gaze on Judge Hu. Your Honor, may I present my final statement? The courtroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on Jiang Qing. Wei Xueming's expression flickered with arrogance, but Jiang Qing's determination momentarily stunned him. She began, This document contains a glaring flaw. As her words hung in the air, the tension in the courtroom escalated. All attention turned to the critical evidence. Awaiting Jiang Qing's explanation, with a confident smile, she pointed to an inconspicuous date on the document. Mr. Wei, you claim this document was signed last month, yet the seal used is a new one that your company only adopted this month. Are you suggesting you signed a contract across time? Wei Xuanming's smile instantly froze, terror flashing in his once arrogant eyes. His face reddened as if engulfed in flames, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as his body trembled uncontrollably. The crowd in the courtroom initially stood in shock, but then, as if struck by lightning, they grasped the significance, erupting into genuine gasps of admiration directed at Jiang Qing. Wei Xuanming stammered, struggling to utter a word. Lawyer Liu was equally dumbfounded. He had completely overlooked this detail and now wished to vanish in a thin air. Judge Hu solemnly tapped his gavel. The Wei group has forged evidence, disrupting judicial order, and has fined 1 million. Those responsible will face legal consequences. Wei Xuanming appeared as if struck by lightning, collapsing into his chair, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, Jiang Qing's colleagues excitedly cheering as they rushed to her side. Lifting her high in celebration of this hard-won victory, "Jiang Qing, you are incredible, Jiang Qing. You are our hero." Jiang Qing's face radiated with a victorious smile, and in that moment, all her burdens vanished. She shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the entire courtroom. She exited the courtroom. A warm embrace enveloped her, that I knew my girl was the best. Xiao Qingyan's deep voice whispered in her ear, laced with tenderness and pride. Leaning against Xiao Qingyan, she felt the warmth radiating from him, her heart brimming with happiness and security. That "Let's go celebrate." Xiao Qingyan gently caressed her hair, his eyes filled with affection. Jiang Qing nodded softly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Hand in hand with Xiao Qingyan, she strode forward with a light heart towards a sunlit future. Upon returning to the company, just as Jiang Qing began to relish a moment of tranquility, the office door was suddenly flung open. Chapter 66. New evidence emerges. Challenges resurface back at the company. Before Jiang Qing could fully savor the taste of victory, her boss entered with a grim expression. "Jiang Qing, please come to my office." The somber tone of her boss cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Jiang Qing felt a jolt of unease rise within her, following her boss into the office. She felt her heart race with apprehension. They have submitted new evidence from Wei's side. The words squeezed out between her boss's clenched teeth weighed heavily on Jiang Qing's heart. What on earth? Jiang Qing gasped, nearly breathless. Having just finished a court case, trouble arose once more. Outside the office, colleagues erupted into a flurry of whispers upon hearing the news. Her boss handed Jiang Qing the documents, which she took with trembling hands, her face paling as she studied the new evidence. That it was meticulously detailed, shattering the confidence she had just begun to build. Jiang Qing and Lawyer Liu immersed themselves in analyzing the new evidence. The office enveloped in a heavy silence, punctuated only by the rustling of papers and sighs of frustration. Lawyer Liu wiped his brow, his expression grave. Jiang Qing massaged her temples, sensing the gravity of the crisis had escalated. But she took a deep breath and steadied herself, her eyes resolute as she addressed Lawyer Liu. "Help me investigate Wei's witness." With that, she snapped the document shut, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. "What are the new evidence? I will see this through to the end." Lawyer Liu, taken aback, stammered a question about her plan, but Jiang Qing decisively interrupted, rushing out with fervor. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Qing braved the sweltering heat in search of witnesses. Yet what greeted her was cold indifference, slammed doors, and evasive responses. Each setback left her physically and mentally exhausted, her clothes soaked with sweat, her steps heavy. Leaning against a tree trunk, she gasped for air, her vision darkening. But she refused to succumb to defeat. That moment, she observed a little girl by the roadside repeatedly failing to build a tower with blocks yet refusing to give up. This sight infused her with strength and reignited her spirit. She retrieved her phone to check the witness information and, upon seeing Li Chang's name, muttered to herself before hailing a taxi to a specific address. Jiang Qing, travel-worn and weary, arrived at a dilapidated game room in a remote town to confront Li Chang. Faced with him, she not only appealed to his emotions and reason, but also astutely identified a breakthrough through his subtle gestures and habitual speech patterns. Ultimately, Li Chang divulged the truth and presented the transfer records of the money he received from the Wei family. Jiang Qing was so elated she nearly leapt from her seat, clutching the evidence as she returned to the office, where she unceremoniously displayed it before her skeptical colleagues, then strode confidently into Lawyer Liu's office. "Lawyer Liu, quickly!" "Look at this," she exclaimed, slapping the documents onto the table. The atmosphere in Judge Hu's office was tense. The judge, peering through his reading glasses, scrutinized the documents with a furrowed brow. Jiang Qing and Lawyer Lu held their breaths, too anxious to make a sound. Finally, the judge set the documents down and regarded Jiang Qing with admiration, saying, "Miss Jiang, your investigation is exceptionally thorough." Lawyer Lu cast a look of respect her way, giving her a thumbs up. Just then, Wei Xuanming, furious and humiliated, charged at Jiang Qing in an attempt to seize the evidence, only to be promptly restrained by security. Jiang Qing stood her ground, looking down at Wei Xuanming as he struggled, calmly adjusting her attire, sunlight bathing her in a glow akin to that of a protagonist. Wei Xuanming, livid, stomped his feet in frustration while Jiang Qing composedly exited the courthouse with a sullen expression. Wei Xuanming departed, leaving behind a venomous remark. Jiang Qing watched his retreating figure, the joy of victory still fresh, yet a new sense of crisis loomed. However, she scoffed, "Let them come. I shall stand my ground." Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the office's tranquility. "Miss Jiang, you have a package." Chapter 67. A turnaround from despair. The package, light as a feather, felt akin to a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Inside was not a gift, but a brand new court summons. The office erupted in chaos. Mere moments ago, they had been basking in the joy of victory, only to be doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving them chilled to the bone. "What is going on? Another one? What kind of nonsense is this? Is it some sort of dogged persistence? If you can't play the game, don't play at all." The office was as noisy as a marketplace, each face etched with anxiety and unease. Jiang Qing took the summons, glanced at it, and her face paled instantly. Unfair competition, such a grave accusation. It felt as though she had been dealt a stinging slap. The pain searing. That old scoundrel, playing dirty. Jiang Qing seethed, her fists clenched tightly, nails almost digging into her flesh. The atmosphere in the office felt thick with tension, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Lawyer Lu's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, struggling to utter a word. But he recalled the reputation he had painstakingly built as an attorney. If they mishandled this, all his efforts would be for naught. And with the gravity of the unfair competition charge, he had never encountered such a thorny predicament, fear and helplessness flooding his heart. "What are we going to do?" He trembled, his voice filled with dread and despair. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She had previously faced similar situations where she had been ensnared, yet managed to turn the tables. Though this crisis was more formidable, with the adversary clearly well-prepared and employing even more insidious tactics, she still managed to calm herself relatively quickly. "What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall fight. When water arrives, we shall dam it." Jiang Qing feigned calmness, though her heart raced like a drum. As the investigation commenced, Jiang Qing and Lawyer Lu floundered about like headless flies, encountering obstacles at every turn. Just as they were on the brink of surrender, Jiang Qing stumbled upon a crucial lead. The company's internal mail server had been illegally breached, and the IP address of the intruder closely matched that of Wei Xuanming's company. "Aha! An insider." Jiang Qing slammed her hand on the desk, fury igniting within her. The atmosphere in the office grew even more oppressive, with everyone silently casting their eyes downward, too fearful to meet Jiang Qing's gaze. Suppressing her anger, Jiang Qing coldly surveyed the room, her voice icy as she proclaimed, "I will unearth this traitor," with a decisive motion. She shut her computer and exited the office in the corridor. Her footsteps echoed through the empty halls, resolute and powerful. Upon returning to her office, Jiang Qing exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a barely perceptible smirk graced her lips. She calmly opened her computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard as if performing a stirring battle anthem. The others in the office held their breath, exchanging furtive glances. What was Jiang Qing up to? Was she concocting a grand scheme? Surely, she wouldn't storm into Wei's company and create a ruckus, would she? Jiang Qing was not one to act impulsively. She accessed the internal surveillance footage, meticulously examining frame by frame. The others were perplexed. How could this relate to finding the mole? Surely, the traitor wouldn't be foolish enough to make moves under surveillance. Time ticked by, and Jiang Qing's eyes remained fixated on the screen, akin to a leopard stalking its prey. Suddenly, a smile crept across her lips as her finger paused on a specific frame. Did I end the frame? Manager Ma appeared like a specter, stealthily approaching the server room door. He glanced around, his shifty little eyes betraying his guilt, before swiftly slipping inside. Dressed in what usually seemed like a respectable suit, he now appeared exceedingly disreputable, as if his attire had been tainted by his vile deeds. This Manager Ma was from the sales department, seemingly an honest man, yet he turned out to be a treacherous ingrate. Jiang Qing discreetly copied the footage, then made her way toward the sales department. On her way, she encountered Guo Xiaomei, who looked worried and asked Sister Qing, "How is it going? Have you found a mole?" Jiang Qing smiled mysteriously. "Almost there, did I end the sales department?" Manager Ma lounged back with his legs crossed, humming a tune, exuding an air of leisure. Upon spotting Jiang Qing, he appeared slightly startled but quickly regained his composure. "Manager Jiang, what brings you here?" He feigned nonchalance. "Manager Ma, are you enjoying life lately?" Jiang Qing remarked. A smile that was neither warm nor inviting gracing her lips, her gaze icy. Manager Ma's heart raced, but he maintained his facade. "Not bad. Thanks to you, did I ask that so? I hope you can remain this calm for a while longer." Jiang Qing replied coldly, her tone imbued with an unyielding authority. "What do you mean?" Manager Ma's complexion paled, his voice tinged with unease. "What do I mean? You know full well." Jiang Qing forcefully slammed her USB drive onto the table, declaring, "What's inside this is enough to ruin you." Manager Ma's face turned ghostly white, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. The surrounding colleagues paused their work, curiously observing the unfolding drama that don't do anything rash. Manager Ma's voice trembled, eyes wide with fear that he hadn't anticipated Jiang Qing would find the evidence so swiftly. "Rash? I am not as despicable as you." Jiang Qing scoffed. "Now, I offer you a chance. Reveal who instigated you, and I may consider showing you leniency. I won T. You're slandering me." Manager Ma retorted defiantly, his neck stiff. Jiang Qing regarded him, laughing heartily. "Do you believe you can escape this? The evidence is irrefutable, and you are nothing but a laughable clown that I have seen through your tricks. You thought you could deceive me beneath my very nose. Today marks your end. Slander? Why don't we let the police adjudicate?" Jiang Qing pressed forward, her gaze sharp as a knife. Manager Ma's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The surrounding employees began to murmur, their doubtful glances piercing him like needles. He felt like a cornered beast, trapped with nowhere to escape. Observing his plight, Jiang Qing smirked coldly, knowing he was on the brink of collapse. Just as Manager Ma was about to speak, suddenly, Jiang Qing's expression shifted into one of smug anticipation. She strode directly to Manager Ma's desk, unperturbed, and began rummaging through the drawer. The surrounding colleagues were taken aback. Was she really searching for evidence? Manager Ma was paralyzed with fear, his face as pale as a sheet. Stammering, "What are you doing? You can't just barge in and search my desk. I'll report you." Jiang Qing ignored him, continuing her search. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she extracted a folded document from a pile of papers. She leisurely unfolded it, revealing a secret agreement with Wei's client. The document explicitly stated that Manager Ma had accepted bribes and leaked company secrets, complete with his flamboyant signature, an undeniable piece of evidence. Holding the agreement aloft, Jiang Qing began to expose Manager Ma's misdeeds before everyone. "You accepted money from Wei's client, and then leaked our company's secrets, embroiling us in an unfair competition lawsuit. Your actions are utterly disgraceful." Manager Ma slumped in his chair, deflated like a wilting flower, and a flicker of regret flashed across his eyes as he recalled the path of no return he had embarked upon for the sake of that money. Now consumed by remorse, the surrounding colleagues erupted in a chorus of exclamations. "Qing Jie, you are truly the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes. How could you uncover this? Such a petty man as Manager Ma deserves a severe reprimand." "Indeed, what a traitor. I always thought there was something off about him." Jiang Qing paid no heed to Manager Ma's lamentations and, clutching the agreement, made her way directly to the executive office. Upon reviewing the document, the executives turned pale with fury, promptly deciding to dismiss Manager Ma and report him to the authorities. Watching as security escorted Manager Ma away, Jiang Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. The higher-ups showered her with praise. "Xiao Jiang, it is thanks to you that we averted a greater disaster." Jiang Qing smiled modestly. It was merely my duty. Exiting the office, her colleagues cast admiring glances her way. Whispering, Qing Jie is incredible. A woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Jiang Qing's heart swelled with satisfaction. However, the matter did not conclude there. Wei Xueming seemed utterly unfazed by the upheaval within the company. Continuing to act as he pleased, that an unsettling feeling gnawed at Jiang Qing. What ulterior motives did this old fox harbor? She sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Wei Xueming sat in his office, toying with a fountain pen, a knowing smile playing on his lips that he answered a phone call, speaking in a relaxed tone. Everything is proceeding as planned. Jiang Qing, furrowing her brow at the email from Wei Xueming, found only one ominous line. The game has just begun. In the days that followed, Jiang Qing found herself continuously thwarted by Wei Xueming. Sudden difficulties in business dealings and deliberate misinformation left her exhausted. Soon, Wei Xueming took them to court, well prepared, armed with meticulously fabricated evidence. He commenced his performance in front of the judge. Chapter 68. The conundrum unraveled. A new journey begins standing in the courtroom. Jiang Qing felt the air around her grow heavy. Wei Xueming wore a triumphant grin, his expression suggesting, "You think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced." The so-called irrefutable evidence he presented detonated like a bomb, leaving the company in tatters. The judge's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and the scales of justice tipped perilously in Wei Xueming's favor. Her colleagues appeared ashen, like wilted flowers under frost. Lawyer Lu sighed deeply, his forehead in his hands, murmuring, "It's over, it's all over," his despondent demeanor making it seem as if he were the one on trial. Jiang Qing's heart sank as she gazed upon the damning evidence, a chill coursing through her. This material appeared truly impeccable. Back at the office, she scrutinized the evidence repeatedly, her brow furrowed in concentration. Wei Xueming was indeed cunning, his meticulousness leaving no room for error. Lawyer Lu, beside her, lamented, "This time, I fear the odds are not in our favor. Even divine intervention may prove futile." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing steeled herself. "No, I cannot give up." At that moment, Xiaomei approached with a cup of coffee, offering comfort. "Qing Jie, don't be too worried. Where there's a will, there's a way." Jiang Qing forced a smile, accepting the coffee, its bitter taste mirroring her current emotions. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. "Wait, I have an idea." Jiang Qing slammed her hand on the table, causing coffee to spill. "Lawyer Lu, rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative. Instead of fixating on the evidence itself, let us investigate its origins." Lawyer Lu adjusted his glasses, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Investigate the origins? Miss Jiang, that may be too risky. We are pressed for time, and the opponent's influence." He swallowed hard, refraining from uttering the word powerful. Yet the implication was clear that a spark ignited in Jiang Qing's eyes. Her tone resolute, risky. Is there anything more perilous than waiting for defeat? It is better to fight than to surrender. Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly. She rose, donning her coat with a fierce demeanor that declared, "Though I may be a woman, I am not to be trifled with. I will investigate." Lawyer Lu watched in awe as Jiang Qing strode away with determination, his mouth agape, as if capable of holding an egg. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "This girl truly embodies the spirit of a woman who refuses to be overshadowed by men." The investigation proved far more arduous than Jiang Qing had anticipated. Wei Xueming's side was as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving no room for error. Jiang Qing traversed the city, encountering obstacle after obstacle, repeatedly met with closed doors. Those purportedly in the know either evaded her questions or dismissed her as delusional, ejecting her from their premises. Time slipped away, each tick of the clock resonating like a death knell, striking at her nerves. She felt akin to a prey ensnared in a web, her struggles only rendering her weaker. Late into the night, Jiang Qing returned home, weary and disheartened. Xiaomei offered her a cup of warm milk. "Qing Jie, are you all right? You don't look well." Jiang Qing managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." Yet her clenched fists and trembling body betrayed her anxiety and unease. Rubbing her aching temples, she shut her eyes, her mind filled with the faces of those who had thwarted her. The elusive clues that led nowhere. To know, I cannot give up. With renewed determination, Jiang Qing opened her eyes, a fierce spirit igniting within her. She seized her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I need you to investigate someone for me." Once again, Jiang Qing stood in the courtroom, exuding confidence, key evidence in hand, a self-assured smile gracing her lips that Mr. Wei, I believe this evidence may have been crafted by a true genius. Wouldn't you agree? Such technical prowess is a shame to waste on anything but artistry. She laid bare the process of evidence fabrication and how Wei Xuanming had bribed Mark to obtain confidential company information for illicit purposes before the judge and all present. The courtroom erupted in astonishment, gasps of disbelief reverberating through the air. Wei Xuanming's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green, resembling a painter's palette in turmoil. His legal team devolved into chaos, whispering among themselves, desperate to find a means of escape. Mark, pale and trembling, muttered under his breath, "It's over. It's all over." Judge Hu, with a stern expression, rapped his gavel, declaring, "Wei Corporation is hereby ruled against." Just a few short words. Yet they resonated powerfully, akin to a thunderclap, leaving Wei Xuanming and his associates momentarily stunned. With the crisis averted, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the company, and Jiang Qing was instantly hailed as their guardian angel. Lawyer Liu, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Jiang Qing's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Miss Jiang, you are simply remarkable. You are truly the modern-day Zhuge Liang." Exiting the courtroom, Xiao Qingyin's car awaited them, that he stood beside it. His penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Qing, his eyes filled with warmth and a subtle hint of anxiety, but he escorted her to a tastefully decorated restaurant, where soft lighting and melodious music filled the air with a romantic ambience. Amidst candlelit tables and gently swaying glasses of red wine, every glance and gesture from Xiao Qingyin radiated sincerity and affection, gradually melting Jiang Qing's heart. Enveloped in this romantic atmosphere, she gazed at the devoted man before her, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Sensing her hesitation, Xiao Qingyin reached for her hand, his eyes laced with concern. As the car started, Jiang Qing stared out at the ever-changing cityscape, her thoughts a whirlwind. Chapter 69. The seaside rendezvous outside the car window. Skyscrapers whizzed by, neon lights flashing, mirroring Jiang Qing's chaotic thoughts. What should have been a vibrant night scene appeared to her as a disorienting carousel. The atmosphere inside the car felt stifling, the air conditioning's hum amplifying the tension between them. Xiao Qingyin stole glances at Jiang Qing's profile, her furrowed brow and trembling lashes piercing his heart like needles. The seaside air carried a hint of saltiness, the sun casting sparkles on the sandy shore. Couples laughed and played, exuding sweetness. Yet to Jiang Qing, it felt glaringly out of place. Memories of her family's warnings, Xiao Qingyin's past ruthlessness, and their shared entanglements weighed heavily on her heart, as if gripped by an invisible force. She consciously avoided his gaze, wearing a rehearsed smile, an invisible wall erecting between them. Noticing her aloofness, Xiao Qingyin felt a pang of disappointment. His carefully orchestrated romantic outing was falling short of expectations. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Qing interrupted. "Mr. Xiao, I need some time alone." She turned away, walking towards the shore, leaving Xiao Qingyin to watch her retreating figure. Seated beneath an umbrella, Jiang Qing held a glass of juice that she could not bring herself to drink. Xiao Qingyin stood nearby, attempting to lighten the mood, yet his efforts were met with failure. The sea breeze tousled Jiang Qing's hair as she stared out at the waves, lost in thought. Gently, Xiao Qingyin took her hand. Speaking softly, "Jiang Qing, I know you are still upset with me, but I truly regret my past actions, that I was young and impulsive, failing to appreciate what I had. From now on, everything I have will be yours. I will devote my all to loving and protecting you." Jiang Qing remained motionless, quietly listening as the wounds and fears of the past seemed to blur into obscurity. Turning to Xiao Qingyin, she noticed the cracks in the icy facade of her eyes and said, "Xiao Qingyin, I am willing to trust you this once." Xiao Qingyin, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her, and the two briefly savored this sweet moment. "Xiao Qingyin, the fireworks show is about to commence," he said, as brilliant fireworks erupted in the night sky, cascading like falling stars, illuminating the entire beach. Xiao Qingyin led Jiang Qing to a place where he had previously arranged shells to spell out a vow of love. Under the fireworks, the vow was aglow, deeply moving Jiang Qing, as onlookers gasped in a "W-my heavens! How beautiful!" Visitors eagerly raised their phones to capture the moment, their faces radiating excitement. Even Jiang Qing was affected, her lips curling into a long-lost smile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingyan embraced her and whispered in her ear, "Do you like it? I will bring you here every year." Suddenly, Jiang Qing's phone rang, displaying a call from Jiang Xiaogu. Her expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. "Xiao Qing, where are you? Who are you with?" Jiang Xiaogu's voice was stern. "I'm at the seaside." Jiang Qing's voice trembled, her gaze drifting towards Xiao Qingyan. Hearing the phone, Xiao Qingyan frowned, worry etched on his face. "I warn you, stay away from Xiao Qingyan. Have you forgotten the family warning?" Jiang Xiaogu's voice rose in admonition. Jiang Qing bit her lip and ended the call, her smile vanishing, the atmosphere once again turning heavy. Jiang Qing furrowed her brows, her heart a chaotic storm, the pressure from her family weighing down on her like a mountain. Observing her troubled expression, Xiao Qingyan firmly stated, "Do not worry. I will handle everything and will not let you suffer." Jiang Qing fell into contemplation, uncertain how to balance family expectations with love, her future shrouded in fog. Xiao Qingyan grasped her hand tightly, feeling the coldness of her palm, and gently pulled her into his embrace. "Let us go back," he said, his voice low, tender, and resolute. Jiang Qing silently followed him, their silhouettes elongated by the streetlights in the night. Chapter 70. The heart revealed. Xiao Qingyan's sleek black sports car wound its way up the twisting mountain road. Outside, the lush trees rushed by, reminiscent of Jiang Qing's tumultuous thoughts at that moment. This road seemed endless, much like her current state of confusion, lost and directionless. The car was eerily silent, filled only with their shallow breaths, the oppressive atmosphere expanding within the confined space. Xiao Qingyan occasionally stole glances at Jiang Qing, who furrowed her brows, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window, her delicate features etched with sorrow. He sighed helplessly, unsure of how to comfort her. Upon reaching the mountaintop viewing platform, the vista opened up dramatically. Rolling mountains in the distance appeared like slumbering dragons, shrouded in mist. Yet the magnificent scenery failed to touch Jiang Qing. Remembering that not everyone in her family wished for them to be together, her heart grew complicated. Once sweet memories now felt like sharp blades. She trembled slightly, as if trapped in an icy wasteland, the chill piercing her. Xiao Qingyan, sensing her distress, moved closer, wanting to envelop her in his warmth, yet hesitated, fearing he might startle her. "Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao Qingyan's voice was low and gentle, attempting to break the suffocating silence. Jiang Qing did not answer, but merely nodded silently. Xiao Qingyan tenderly took her hand, the coldness of her skin intensifying his concern. "That I know you are still worried about family matters." He began, but Jiang Qing abruptly pulled her hand away, interrupting him. "Xiao Qingyan, can we really be together?" She turned to face him, her eyes brimming with confusion and anguish. "Have you considered what consequences we may face if we continue down this path?" Xiao Qingyan met her gaze with unwavering determination. "I will not allow you to come to harm. I promise you that." Jiang Qing offered a bitter smile. "That a promise? How can you guarantee that? What can you offer as assurance?" Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a sharp pain pierced his heart, but he understood that his identity and the complexities of his family were the source of her fears, but he had already been secretly preparing to combat familial pressures. He simply had not found the right moment to share this with her. His silence was not a sign of powerlessness, but rather a desire to shield her from the dark struggles of his family too soon. However, their moment was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. "Excuse me, may I help you take a picture?" It would be a shame not to capture such beautiful scenery. That a man with a camera approached them enthusiastically. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan simultaneously turned to him, surprise flickering in their eyes. "No, thank you," Jiang Qing replied coolly. "Come on, such a stunning view and such a perfect couple. It would be a pity not to take a picture." The photographer remained undeterred. Observing Jiang Qing's hesitation, Xiao Qingyan felt a stirring in his heart and said to the photographer, "Then please do." "All right." The photographer eagerly complied, raising his camera and aiming at them. "Now smile." Jiang Qing forced a smile. And just as the shutter clicked, large raindrops began to fall unexpectedly, pattering against the viewing platform and splashing onto Jiang Qing's face. The cold rainwater trickled down her cheeks, mirroring the tears that flowed within her heart. The surrounding scenery gradually blurred, the distant peaks concealed by the rain, rendering the world a misty, sorrowful haze. Ching-ching. Xiao Qingyan grasped her wrist, a hint of panic in his tone. Did I end the past? He would have used every sweet word to cheer her up. But today he said nothing, quietly retrieving a black umbrella from the car and holding it over her head. Rainwater cascaded off the umbrella, drenching his shoulders, hair, and clothes, turning him into a drenched figure in an instant. Jiang Qing was taken aback. She had never witnessed this side of Xiao Qingyan, that he usually exuded dominance and power, like an invincible king. Yet now, he resembled a child who had erred, cautiously protecting her while allowing the rain to wash over him. Jiang Qing's heart felt as though something had gently nudged it, causing the once impenetrable wall around it to show signs of cracking. As the rain gradually subsided, it eventually ceased, the air filled with the refreshing scent of damp earth. And the distant mountains began to emerge clearly, as if everything had been cleansed and renewed. Xiao Qingyan folded the umbrella, gently taking Jiang Qing's hand and leading her in a particular direction. "Where are we going?" Jiang Qing inquired, puzzled. Xiao Qingyan smiled mysteriously. "You will know once we arrive." His eyes shone a light that Jiang Qing had never seen before. After the rain, the air felt as though it had been washed clean. Xiao Qingyan held Jiang Qing's hand as they meandered through the mountain's twists and turns, arriving at a secluded corner at the summit. Goodness, this is no mere corner. It's a secret garden. An array of vibrant flowers bloomed. Roses, lilies, and hydrangeas, amidst which a large floral arrangement spelled out Qing, I love you. Xiao Qingyan snapped his fingers, and suddenly, countless little colored lights illuminated the area, resembling stars that had fallen to earth. Jiang Qing gazed at the breathtaking sight before her, her heart's icy barriers beginning to melt. She had long struggled under the weight of family expectations and her complex feelings for Xiao Qingyan, but at this moment, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps she could trust the man before her, and maybe a beautiful future awaited them. Xiao Qingyan looked at her with profound affection, his gaze so gentle it felt tangible. "Qing," he said, his rich voice resonating like a cello, "I love you. Nothing in this world can prevent me from loving you. You are my one and only." Just then, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, casting the two figures beneath it as if they were the protagonists of a dream. Jiang Qing thought to herself, this somewhat cheesy declaration, while perhaps a bit cliché, was undeniably captivating when uttered by this powerful man. Her eyes welled with emotion, nearly spilling over in tears. That moment, the enthusiastic photographer reappeared, camera in hand, his face alight with excitement. "You two must capture this romantic moment." With a click, a new photograph was born. Xiao Qingyan reached into his briefcase and slowly opened an exquisite box. Inside was not a ring, but a small album crafted from their shared memories. Each page inscribed with Xiao Qingyan's heartfelt declarations of love for Jiang Qing. The surrounding tourists erupted into applause and cheers. The photos depicted Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan standing amidst the floral sea, their smiles radiant, resembling scenes straight out of a romantic drama. Envious glances were cast their way, with whispers floating through the crowd. What a divine romance! Jiang Qing felt a warmth blossom within her, as if she were in a beautiful dream. Yet, at that very moment, not far from the mountaintop, a black sedan sped towards them. Inside, Xiao Qingyan's uncle wore a grim expression, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Xiao Qingyan, you had better pray I do not find you today," he hissed through clenched teeth, his grip tightening around a string of prayer beads, knuckles turning white, while the mountaintop appeared tranquil beneath the surface. Turbulent currents surged. Xiao Qingyan retrieved a delicate box from his pocket, slowly opening it. Chapter 71. Love Conquers All. Rekindling bonds. Kneeling on one knee, Xiao Qingyan prepared to extract the dazzling diamond ring from the exquisite velvet box, only to be interrupted by a sharp voice. "Qingyan, you are being foolish." Xiao Senshu emerged from the crowd, his countenance dark and foreboding, as if ink could drip from his very expression, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Qingyan, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The tenderness that had graced Xiao Qingyan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a palpable mix of embarrassment and anger, the small box in his hand feeling akin to a hot potato. "Senshu, what brings you here?" His tone was stiff, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Jiang Qing, once brimming with excitement, felt her enthusiasm douse like a flame extinguished by cold water. leaving her utterly disoriented. Frozen in place. What brings me here? If I hadn't come, would you have dared to tear the heavens apart? Xiao Sanshu's fury flared, finger pointing accusingly at Jiang Qing as he unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Look at the woman you have chosen. Have you forgotten the family's principles? Are you unaware of our relationship with the Jiang family? For the sake of a woman, you dare to disregard the family's interests. Jiang Qing's complexion gradually paled, the air around her thickening to a suffocating density. Xiao Qingyan abruptly stood, gripping Jiang Qing's hand tightly, as if to impart strength. Sanshu, Qingqing is my choice. It has nothing to do with the family. Nothing to do with the family? How casually you speak. Xiao Sanshu scoffed. What do you think you are? Without the family's support, you are nothing. He pressed forward, aggressive and relentless. Jiang Qing, I advise you to be sensible and leave Qingyan voluntarily. You and he are not from the same world. Xiao Qingyan's grip tightened, his gaze icy as he stared down Xiao Sanshu, enunciating each word with determination. My world is dictated by me. He abruptly closed the small box, stuffing it into his pocket, and turned to Jiang Qing. Let us go. The atmosphere around them thickened, whispers spreading like a contagion, each word piercing Jiang Qing's ears like needles. Laden with disdain and mockery, as though she were a heinous criminal. Jiang Qing felt akin to a featherless bird, utterly exposed under the scrutiny of the crowd, isolated and vulnerable. Old scars reopened, the family's opposition and societal prejudice crashing upon her like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to let them fall. She did not wish to show weakness before these onlookers, nor to burden Xiao Qingyan. At that moment, Xiao Qingyan's voice thundered, resonating throughout the space, commanding attention. Enough! He clutched Jiang Qing's hand tightly, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the crowd, reminiscent of a lion fiercely guarding its cub. That I love Jiang Qing. She is my life. I care not for family interests. All I desire is her. His voice rang out, resolute and unwavering, echoing with conviction. Should any of you dare to utter another disparaging word about her, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jiang Qing's heart fluttered, warmth flooding through her being. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Xiao Qingyan, this man who, before all, had unhesitatingly chosen her. Did I in that moment? All her grievances and anxieties dissipated like mist. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage, standing resolutely beside Xiao Qingyan, ready to face whatever may come. Xiao Qingyan gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Qing's eyes, a tender smile gracing his lips. Fool! Why are you crying? I am here, as he spoke. He retrieved the velvet box containing the ring from his pocket. Jiang Qing's heart raced, instinctively holding her breath. You, Xiao Qingyan opened the velvet box. The dazzling diamond ring shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Did I in that moment? It transcended mere jewelry. It embodied Xiao Qingyan's profound love, sacred and inviolable. Qingqing, Xiao Qingyan gazed deeply into her eyes, his voice low and magnetic. I know this is not the most perfect proposal, but I wish to convey to you that my heart will forever belong to you. Did he knelt on one knee. Eyes ablaze, will you return to my side? A chorus of gasps erupted around them, the onlookers moved by this unexpected display of romance. Some girls even discreetly wiped away tears, lamenting this fairy tale love. Even the previously irate Xiao Sanshu found himself momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Jiang Qing's eyes glistened with moisture. She extended her trembling hands to accept the ring, her voice choked with emotion. I do. I in that instant, as she donned the ring, Jiang Qing felt her heart melt away completely. She embraced Xiao Qingyan tightly, burying her head against his chest, relishing in his warmth and heartbeat. Did I that moment? The world seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them. Surrounding them were fervent applause and cheers, blessing this couple who had weathered so much. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan held each other, gazing towards the distant beauty, their faces illuminated with smiles of happiness. They knew that the road ahead was long, fraught with challenges yet to come, but in this moment, they wished only to cherish one another and walk hand in hand. The gentle breeze atop the mountain caressed their faces, rendering everything serene and peaceful. Upon returning to Xiao Qingyan's private villa, Jiang Qing's phone vibrated suddenly. She glanced at it, discovering a message from Jiang Xiaogu. Chapter 72. Memories Resurface. Love's longing. Jiang Qing's slender fingers gripped the phone tightly, knuckles widening. The screen's glow illuminating her face, but failing to brighten the anxiety in her eyes. Each word of the message struck her heart like an ice pick. You'd best remember your place. There are matters beyond your control that don't bring trouble upon the family. The frigid text echoed Jiang Xiaogu's stern voice in her ears. Xiao Qingyan observed the sudden change in Jiang Qing's complexion, his heart tightening with concern. What's wrong? Jiang Qing jolted back to reality, hastily concealing her phone behind her. It's nothing. Yet her trembling voice betrayed her. She began pacing the room anxiously, like a cornered beast. The dim lighting amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Memories flooded her mind like a relentless tide. The family's constraints, the pressure from her parents, suffocating her. Xiao Qingyan approached her, gently taking her hand. Tell me what happened. However, Jiang Qing abruptly shook off his grip, her eyes filled with resistance and confusion. Don't concern yourself with me. Qing. Xiao Qingyan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Qing. That I'm tired. I want to be alone. She turned and entered the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her, leaving Xiao Qingyan standing there, brow furrowed and worried. He moved to the window, lighting a cigarette, the crimson glow reflecting in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the silence, the screen flashing Sanshu. Xiao Qingyan took a deep breath, the nicotine calming his frayed nerves somewhat. Hello? He answered, his tone flat that on the other end, Xiao Sanshu's voice dripped with ominous intensity. Qingyan, you'd best understand what you are doing. That Jiang girl. If you continue to entangle yourself with her, don't blame me for being unkind. Xiao Qingyan's previously relaxed demeanor hardened, a hint of helplessness shadowing his brow. His grip tightening around the phone. Sanshu, Qing and I are truly in love. Truly in love? Xiao Sanshu scoffed. You disregard the family's interest for a woman. Let me make it clear. If you persist in this folly, you will lose everything you currently possess. Don't forget, everything you have is granted by the Xiao family. Xiao Qingyan fell silent, turning to look at Jiang Qing's closed door, his heart tumultuous, faced with familial pressure on one side and the woman he loved on the other. How was he to choose? At that moment, Jiang Qing flung open the door, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having overheard their conversation. She glared at Xiao Qingyan, her tone icy. Is this how you resolve problems? Hiding from me and letting your family threaten me? Xiao Qingyan looked aggrieved. Qing, let me explain. Things aren't as you think. Explain? Jiang Qing interrupted, her voice trembling. You can't even manage your own family. How can you claim to protect me? How am I to trust you? Disappointment glinted in her eyes, piercing Xiao Qingyan's heart like a dagger. I didn't. Xiao Qingyan sought to clarify, but found his words inadequate. Feeling utterly powerless, that he lowered his head, letting out a weary sigh. Jiang Qing huffed, I'm tired. I don't want to argue anymore. With that, she turned and retreated to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Xiao Qingyan stood there, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, leaning against the wall with vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling. Suddenly, he heard soft sobs emanating from Jiang Qing's room, the sound like pearls spilling from a broken string, pattering against her phone screen, revealing her distressing state, one that evoked deep sympathy. She sniffled, feeling like a forsaken wretch, her spirits plummeting. The room was eerily silent, only her intermittent sobs resonating in the air, amplifying the sorrow, more heart-wrenching than any melodrama. Meanwhile, in his own room, Xiao Qingyan paced restlessly. Perplexed by how the situation had spiraled out of control, he tugged at his hair in frustration, feeling as though he were a sandwich, with a filling about to burst forth. Was he truly destined to enact a melodramatic tale of a domineering falling deeply in love with him? This was utterly kitsch. No, Xiao Qingyan was not the type to be merely a love-struck fool catering to his wife. Suddenly, it was as if a surge of clarity coursed through him. He abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening. Instead of passively enduring, he would take the initiative. He strode confidently to the desk, seized pen and paper, and began to write and sketch vigorously, as if plotting an elaborate strategy. Did the old-timers in his family truly believe he was easy to manipulate? Xiao Qingyan was not to be trifled with. Jiang Qing waited and waited in her room, yet she received no comfort from Xiao Qingyan. That a growing sense of grievance welled within her. Did he genuinely not care for her? That scoundrel. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. and she buried her head in the quilt, succumbing to despair. However, not long after, there came a knock at the door. "Ching Ching, it's me." Xiao Qingyin's voice called from outside, carrying a hint of barely detectable tenderness. Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. There stood Xiao Qingyin, exuding confidence, his eyes gleaming with determination that I have a way to address the family's opposition. Jiang Qing was taken aback. She gazed at the man before her, who seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Could they truly break through all obstacles and be together? "Tomorrow, I will take you to meet my third uncle." Xiao Qingyin's tone was calm, yet unwaveringly assertive. Jiang Qing's heart sank, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. Chapter 73. Together to overcome the predicament. Love growing stronger. Jiang Qing's hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white, beads of sweat forming in her palms. Outside the car window, the sky was overcast, as if pressing down upon them, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Qingyin sensed her tension and enveloped her small hand in his warm grasp, providing her with a measure of comfort. The vehicle gradually came to a stop in front of an elegantly antiquated villa, the residence of his third uncle. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to appear calm, though her slightly trembling legs betrayed her anxiety. Xiao Senshu sat in a grand mahogany chair, twirling 2 walnuts in his hands, his expression rife with disdain. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed nephew and his lady friend? What wind has blown you two here?" Xiao Qingyin's expression darkened at once, an aura of frostiness enveloping him, as if ready to erupt at any moment. "Third uncle, I'm here to have me accept this woman?" Xiao Sanshu interrupted, his tone dripping with mockery. "That don't be naive, Yin." Jiang Qing trembled with indignation, having not anticipated such an insult from Xiao Sanshu. She raised her head sharply, on the verge of retorting, but was halted by Xiao Qingyin, that he gripped her hand tightly, his gaze resolute as he faced his third uncle, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. "Third uncle, you are mistaken." Xiao Qingyin's icy glare locked on Xiao Senshu, his voice leaving no room for doubt. "Third uncle, the discord among our families is merely a misunderstanding. Do not let a facade cloud your judgment." Xiao Senshu sneered derisively, his smile as chilling as a snake's flicking tongue. He leisurely retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Did I ask that so? Yin, you are too young. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Take a look at these. Do you still believe she is innocent?" The documents scattered across the table, revealing intimate photographs of Jiang Qing with another man, along with fabricated transaction records. Jiang Qing's pupils constricted in disbelief as she stared at the images, her mind a blank slate. When had she ever engaged in such closeness with another man? The transaction records were sheer nonsense. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening yet refusing to shed a tear. Xiao Qingyin's complexion turned a shade of stormy gray, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his fury barely restrained as he glared at Xiao Senshu that moment. Jiang Qing grasped his hand, gently shaking her head. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. "Third uncle." Jiang Qing's voice was surprisingly calm, a stark contrast to her trembling body. "What do you think these photographs prove? With modern technology being so advanced, have you heard of photo editing?" Pointing at the man's face in the photograph, she declared, "This gentleman, I do not even recognize that I asked for these transaction records. They are riddled with inconsistencies. The dates, amounts, even the account names are incorrect. Are you certain this is the work of a professional forger? It seems rather careless, does it not?" Jiang Qing methodically dissected the flaws in the evidence, each word striking like a hammer against Xiao Sanshu's heart. His once triumphant smile gradually stiffened, his eyes flickering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he had not anticipated that Jiang Qing would be so composed, so astute, effortlessly dismantling his deceit. Xiao Qingyin regarded Jiang Qing with admiration and concern. He had never imagined that this seemingly fragile woman possessed such formidable inner strength. He tightened his grip on her hand, offering her silent support. Jiang Qing's gaze swept over Xiao Senshu's flustered face, a cold smile curving her lips. "Third uncle, if you have any tricks left, feel free to unleash them. That I, Jiang Qing, am not so easily wronged." Pausing, she fixed her sharp gaze on Xiao Sanshu's eyes, enunciating each word. "However, I advise you, Evil deeds will lead to your own demise. And no sooner had Jiang Qing spoken than Xiao Qingyan pulled her into an embrace. His gentle voice whispering in her ear, "Qing, you have suffered that I have always believed in you. My silly girl." He gazed at Jiang Qing with deep affection and concern. Xiao Senshu looked on, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, ultimately morphing into an awkward, bitter smile that he had never anticipated that his meticulously plotted scheme would be unraveled by Jiang Qing's succinct words. "Third uncle, do you have anything else to say?" Xiao Qingyan's voice was frosty, laced with a note of warning. Xiao Senshu's face drained of color, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. He had intended to slip away, but Xiao Qingyan seized him firmly. "Trying to leave? Not so easily. I will ensure everyone knows that Qing is my woman, and no one shall bully her," Xiao Qingyan declared with authority, his tone brooking no opposition. Xiao Senshu could only stand there, disgraced like a defeated rooster. Jiang Qing gazed at Xiao Qingyan, her eyes glistening with emotion. She understood that this man truly loved her and was willing to sacrifice everything for her. They embraced tightly, their warmth conveying love and strength, their bond fortified through this trial. Yet, Jiang Qing was aware that this was merely the beginning. That on the other side, a formidable challenge awaited with Aunt Jiang. The thought of Aunt Jiang's stern visage caused Jiang Qing's heart to sink once more. She raised her head, worry etched across her features as she looked at Xiao Qingyan. "Yin, do not fear, Qing. I will stand by you." Xiao Qingyan gently caressed her hair, imparting strength. He understood that Aunt Jiang would not be easy to deal with, but for their love, he was prepared to give everything. As they exited Xiao Senshu's villa, the sky remained somber, the air thick with tension. Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, gripping Xiao Qingyan's hand as they approached the car parked by the roadside. "Let's go." Jiang Qing's voice trembled slightly. The vehicle began to move slowly, heading toward Aunt Jiang's residence. Jiang Qing's hand hovered over the car door handle, hesitation preventing her from pressing down. Chapter 74. A Lifetime of Love. True affection eternal. Jiang Qing's hand trembled violently, as if grasping not just the cold door handle, but a searing iron. She inhaled deeply, yet her racing heart remained uncalmed. The bright red door of Aunt Jiang's house loomed shut, resembling a silent beast quietly surveying them, amplifying the stifling atmosphere. Xiao Qingyan cast her a sympathetic glance, placing his large hand on her shoulder, gently patting it, silently imparting strength. "Do not fear. I am here." His deep voice possessed a soothing quality, calming her inner turmoil. Jiang Qing forced a smile, her hand trembling as she pressed the doorbell. The crisp chime of the doorbell resonated sharply in the still air, announcing the impending storm. Time seemed to stretch, each second dragging on interminably. Jiang Qing felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. Finally, the door creaked open. Aunt Jiang's stern face appeared, her brow immediately furrowing into a scowl upon seeing Xiao Qingyan. "Qing, come in. I need to speak with you." Aunt Jiang's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Jiang Qing glanced anxiously at Xiao Qingyan, who offered her a reassuring look. She took a deep breath and followed Aunt Jiang inside. With a resounding bang, the door closed heavily behind Jiang Qing, sealing off Xiao Qingyan's worried gaze and the sounds of the outside world. Aunt Jiang's piercing gaze bore into Jiang Qing, as if attempting to see through her very soul. "You know why I called you in here?" Jiang Qing lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing tightly. "Aunt, do not call me Aunt," Aunt Jiang interrupted sharply. "Look at you now. Where is the demeanor of the Jiang family's young lady?" Jiang Qing bit her lip, remaining silent. "You and him, it is simply impossible." Jiang Xiaogu pointed towards the door, her tone resolute. "While there is still time, you must swiftly sever this ill-fated bond." Jiang Qing abruptly lifted her head. "And what about you?" Jiang Xiaogu retorted angrily. "Do you even know who he is?" "He is." Her voice abruptly ceased, plunging the room into a suffocating silence. Jiang Xiaogu began her tirade, her words flying forth like arrows, as if Xiao Qingyan were some monstrous beast. "Qing, your aunt only wishes the best for you. Look at him. He hails from the Underworld, with blood on his hands. Who knows when he might be ambushed?" She lowered her voice, speaking conspiratorially. "One day, he could find himself in a sack. What kind of life can you expect with him? You might find yourself living in constant fear. And perhaps one day," she paused, her tone heavy, "one day, you could become a widow." Jiang Qing bowed her head, saying nothing, Her slender fingers twisted the fabric of her clothing, as if trying to wring water from it. She had considered these issues, yet love is rarely so rational. Much like a moth drawn to a flame, aware of the peril, yet still plunging forward without hesitation. Jiang Xiaogu continued her relentless discourse, from family honor to personal safety, from the mundane details of life to poetry and songs, eager to impart a lifetime of wisdom to Jiang Qing in a single day. The atmosphere in the room was stifling, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was flung open. Xiao Qingyan's tall figure appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the light, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. His piercing gaze swept across Jiang Xiaogu before finally resting on Jiang Qing, infused with a hint of compassion and determination. Jiang Xiaogu was taken aback by this sudden intrusion. Frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words, Xiao Qingyan strode confidently to Jiang Qing's side, enveloping her in his embrace, and declared firmly, "Aunt, I understand your concerns for Qingqing, but I assure you, I will dedicate my life to protecting her, ensuring her happiness, and never allowing her to suffer even the slightest harm." Jiang Qing, astonished, lifted her gaze to behold Xiao Qingyan's resolute profile, her heart a tumult of emotions, gratitude, relief, and a tinge of anxiety. "You!" Jiang Xiaogu pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Qingyan, yet her words faltered. Xiao Qingyan gently patted Jiang Qing's shoulder before turning to face Jiang Xiaogu, his eyes brimming with undeniable resolve. "And I realize this may be difficult for you to accept. But," he paused, his voice unwavering, "Qingqing is my everything, and I will not let go." Jiang Qing slightly extricated herself from Xiao Qingyan's embrace, her gaze steady as she faced Jiang Xiaogu. "Aunt, I love him. I am willing to weather all storms with him. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I shall not waver." Her words resonated powerfully, akin to a bomb detonating within the room, leaving Jiang Xiaogu momentarily dumbfounded. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, her mouth opening and closing, yet no words emerged. Was this truly the timid niece she once knew? The fervor emanating from Jiang Qing was overwhelming. Jiang Qing's declaration had rendered Jiang Xiaogu speechless. Her prepared admonitions lodged in her throat like a file stuck at 99.9 during a download, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. After a lengthy silence, she finally regained her voice, albeit softened. "Qingqing, have you truly thought this through?" Seizing the moment, Xiao Qingyan grasped Jiang Qing's hand, his voice earnest. "Aunt, please trust me. I will take good care of Qingqing. I promise." His gaze, filled with sincerity and brilliance, left Jiang Xiaogu somewhat astonished, observing the tightly embraced couple before her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Jiang Xiaogu. With a resigned sigh, she ultimately conceded, "Very well. You young people must decide your own affairs." However, she paused, her tone earnest. "The road ahead is long, and you must cherish one another." Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged smiles, excitedly embracing once more. They understood they had triumphed over all obstacles. Their love had finally been recognized, that moment. Their hearts brimmed with happiness and joy, as if they had attained the world itself. Ahem. Jiang Xiaogu cleared her throat, breaking the sweet atmosphere. Though I have acquiesced, she cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Qingyan. "Should you dare to hurt Qingqing, I will be the first to hold you accountable." Xiao Qingyan promptly assured, "Aunt, rest assured, I will never allow Qingqing to suffer." He paused, then added, "Actually, I have something else I would like to discuss with you." Chapter 75. Old grievances dissolved. Affections reunited. Jiang Qing sat by the window, her gaze vacant as she stared into the distance, her thoughts a tangled mess. Jiang Xiaogu had consented to her union with Xiao Qingyan. Yet the echoes of familial opposition replayed in her mind like scenes from a movie, refusing to fade. "Have I truly become infatuated?" she muttered to herself, anxiously running her fingers through her hair, the scattered clothes and books around her silently reflecting the turmoil within her. Xiao Qingyan entered the room, greeted by this chaotic scene. With a pained heart, he approached and gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Qing's shoulders. "What troubles you, my dear? Are you still preoccupied with those distressing matters?" Jiang Qing forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, just a bit chaotic." Xiao Qingyan tousled her hair affectionately to "Don't dwell on it, come. Let me take you out to clear your mind." Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Qingyan's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. The caller ID displayed Uncle Xiao-san. Xiao Qingyin's brow furrowed as he answered the call that, is this not our dear nephew? What's this, still entangled with that Jiang girl? Uncle Xiao-san's sarcastic voice resonated through the phone, each word piercing Xiao Qingyin's heart like a needle, that he gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Uncle, what is it that you wish to discuss? Is it wrong for me to call you? I'm merely reminding you, don't get too deep. The Jiang family and ours are destined to walk separate paths. Jiang Qing, though unable to catch every word, distinctly heard the phrase Jiang family and our separate paths. Her complexion paled, and her heart plummeted. Xiao Qingyan noticed the shift in Jiang Qing's demeanor and quickly interrupted Uncle Xiao-san. Uncle, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up, and he ended the call and turned to Jiang Qing, only to find the sparkle in her eyes dimming, replaced by profound confusion and unease. Qingyan, Jiang Qing's voice trembled. Perhaps we should take a moment to calm down. Avoiding his gaze, her voice barely audible, she hastily grabbed her coat and fled the room. Xiao Qingyan watched her retreating figure, his heart sinking to the abyss. He slumped onto the sofa, Uncle Xiao-san's words echoing like a curse in his ears. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness that in the past. He had effortlessly managed everything, yet in the face of Jiang Qing, he felt utterly helpless in the days that followed. Jiang Qing deliberately avoided Xiao Qingyan at work. She buried herself in documents, pretending not to notice his searching glances. After work, she made excuses to stay late, returning home at a late hour. The sweetness that once defined their relationship had vanished, leaving only awkward silence in its wake. Xiao Qingyan refrained from his usual persistence, understanding that Jiang Qing needed time to reflect. That he quietly retreated to his study, pulling out a blank sheet of paper to begin sketching plans for their future. From daily meals to travel aspirations, from work duties to mundane chores, he meticulously outlined every detail of their shared life. The densely written notes represented his commitment to their love and his resolve for Jiang Qing. When Jiang Qing returned home, she noticed the light still on in the study. Hesitating briefly, she gently pushed the door open, finding Xiao Qingyan engrossed in his work. He seemed so focused that he didn't even notice her entrance. As she approached, she caught sight of the pages he was writing and was left momentarily speechless. Jiang Qing's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Qingyan looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it settled back into calm. Would you like to see? He lifted the paper, inviting her closer. Holding the meticulously crafted future plans, he approached her, his voice gentle as a spring breeze. My dear, I know you still harbor concerns, but I want you to know that I love you more than anyone else. He paused, his deep gaze seemingly pulling Jiang Qing in. These are my plans for our future, encompassing everything from the mundane to the poetic. I have considered it all, that I understand there are numerous obstacles before us. Yet I will prove through my actions that I am worthy of your lifelong trust. Jiang Qing, initially tense, gradually relaxed, her gaze softening as she listened. Come, let me take you somewhere. Xiao Qingyan took Jiang Qing's hand with a mysterious smile. As they arrived at the seaside resort, Jiang Qing was left utterly astonished by the sight before her. That on the golden sands, hundreds of candles were arranged in the shape of a gigantic heart. At the heart center lay their cherished memories, each photograph encapsulating moments of sweetness and joy they once shared. Surrounding tourists gasped in awe, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. While some enthusiastically shouted, "Together, together!" the atmosphere was as fervent as that of a concert. Jiang Qing's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to see Xiao Qingyan gazing at her with profound affection. His eyes brimming with love. Overwhelmed by emotion, she could no longer contain herself and leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. In that moment, all her doubts and insecurities dissipated. She knew she loved him, and she believed he would bring her happiness. I am willing. Though her voice was soft, it was resolute. Amidst the blessings of the crowd, they officially reaffirmed their romantic relationship. Hand in hand, they strolled along the beach, the sunset casting elongated shadows of their figures. Upon learning of this, Uncle Zhao's face turned ashen, yet he felt powerless. Let us return home. Jiang Qing nestled in Xiao Qingyan's arms, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Yes, home, Xiao Qingyan replied, firmly grasping Jiang Qing's hand with unwavering resolve. Upon returning to the family estate, the pair stood at the center of the grand hall, taking a deep breath. Chapter 76, The Shocking Truth. Family turmoil. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan stood hand in hand at the center of the family assembly hall, the lights illuminating them, yet failing to dispel the palpable tension in the air. Jiang Qing's hand trembled slightly, akin to leaves swaying in the wind. The hall was filled with family members, familiar faces now appearing strange and hostile, the oppressive atmosphere rendering it almost difficult to breathe. Sensing Jiang Qing's unease, Xiao Qingyan tightened his grip on her hand, offering silent support. Clearing his throat, Xiao Qingyan was about to speak when a thunderous voice interrupted. "You too? What utter nonsense!" Elder Hong sprang to his feet, his face reddening like a ripe tomato as he pointed an accusatory finger at them, chastising. "You're about to undermine centuries of family tradition. This is absurd," his voice echoed throughout the hall, deafening in its intensity. Elder Hong's words detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting the assembly. Family members began to murmur, unease spreading through the crowd. Jiang Qing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the core. The courage and determination she had felt moments ago evaporated in an instant. She looked to Xiao Qingyan for assistance, only to find him frowning as well. "Elder Hong," Xiao Qingyan began, but was again cut off to be silent. "Do you have no regard for family protocol?" Jiang Qing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, aware that today's battle would not be easy. "Elder Hong, please allow us to finish speaking," she urged. Elder Tong snorted derisively, his gaze piercing as if it were a dagger directed at Jiang Qing. "What a joke! You, a mere girl, understand nothing of family honor. You have merely been deceived and dare to speak here." Her sharp tone struck Jiang Qing's heart like a blade. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Qing bit her lips stubbornly, refusing to let the tears fall. Xiao Qingyan's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Enough," his voice resonated with undeniable authority. "Elders, you speak of family tradition and honor, yet what have you truly done for the family? You remain stagnant, clinging to outdated beliefs." His words rang out with conviction, solid and resonant. Elder Hong and Elder Tong's faces paled, clearly taken aback by Xiao Qingyan's audacious rebuttal. The so-called family feud is merely a meticulously crafted deception. Xiao Qingyan continued, his gaze sharp as a blade. "There are those who deliberately sow discord for their own gain, while you, like puppets, are manipulated, reveling in your ignorance." He paused, scanning the family members present. "For decades, our two families have loathed and slaughtered one another, losing countless talents and missing numerous opportunities. Do you truly believe this is the wish of our ancestors?" Xiao Qingyan's words detonated like a heavy bomb, causing the assembly to erupt in whispers. Family members exchanged glances, murmuring, the previously boisterous hall now enveloped in silence. Elder Hong and Elder Tong's faces darkened, their lips trembling, yet they found no words to respond. Xiao Qingyan produced a document from his pocket. "This is evidence I have uncovered. It proves that all of this is a conspiracy." He tossed the document before the two elders. "Examine it yourselves." Elder Hong, trembling, picked up the document, scanning it rapidly. His expression grew increasingly grim, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Elder Tong leaned in to look, his face similarly draining of color. This cannot be." Elder Hong murmured, disbelief etched in his features. "Facts speak louder than words," Xiao Qingyan replied with a cold smirk. "Now, what do you have to say?" At that moment, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Don't listen to their nonsense. They want to divide the family. Yes, they seek to usurp power." Another voice chimed in. Soon more voices joined in, creating a chaotic uproar. Jiang Qing's heart sank as she observed the scene unfold. Family members were in a frenzy, their faces turning crimson, spitting venomous accusations at Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan. "You are betraying our ancestors. You are undermining our family honor." Some gnashed their teeth, seemingly ready to tear them apart. "Silence," Xiao Qingyan roared, his commanding presence instantly quelling the uproar. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, rendering them mute with fear. Jiang Qing slowly lowered her head, her thick lashes obscuring her disappointment. Once filled with a sense of belonging, she now felt like a mere jest. The air grew thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. Just then, a figure darted through the crowd, a recording pen and camera tirelessly capturing every moment. That IT was none other than reporter Chi. Unbeknownst to them, she had blended into the assembly, now eagerly documenting every detail. "Everyone, please remain calm. I am a reporter from Urban Express, and I will report on this family assembly truthfully, allowing the public to judge right from wrong. Reporter Chi's clear voice rang like thunder, startling the audience. The opposition became flustered, scurrying like ants on a hot stove. You cannot write whatever you want. This is our family matter. You have no right to interfere, they shouted, their bravado failing to halt Reporter Chi's relentless recording. Jiang Qing exchanged a glance with Xiao Qingyan, both corners of their mouths lifting slightly. It seemed as though a glimmer of hope had appeared. That we shall conclude this matter today, Xiao Qingyan declared with unwavering conviction. The truth will eventually be revealed. He took Jiang Qing's hand, and together they strode out of the hall, leaving the chaos behind. They resolved to unveil the truth to the public at a press conference. Announcing everything prepared for the press conference. Xiao Qingyan's voice was deep and powerful as he straightened his suit, his gaze resolute. Jiang Qing stood beside him, taking a deep breath and nodding gently. As they were about to step onto the press conference stage, Jiang Qing suddenly felt Xiao Qingyan's hand tighten around hers. Chapter 77. The press conference flashes of light erupted, cameras focusing intently as the press conference buzzed with excitement. Hand in hand, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan were about to step onto the central stage when Jiang Qing sensed Xiao Qingyan's grip suddenly tighten, almost painfully crushing her bones. Following his gaze, she noticed several burly men in black scattered among the crowd, their eyes fierce like wolves stalking their prey. They were enforcers sent by the dark forces, each one imposing, unmistakably troublemakers. Jiang Qing's heart plummeted. Instinctively clutching the hem of Xiao Qingyan's garment, her fingertips turning white, that an icy chill ran down her spine, as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon her. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyan remained unfazed, scanning the surroundings with a penetrating gaze, assessing the situation. Suddenly, commotion erupted from the crowd. The enforcers began to act, violently overturning tables and chairs, the clattering noise resonating throughout the venue, accompanied by harsh shouts. The event devolved into chaos, the once orderly press conference transforming into a marketplace, with attendees panicking and fleeing, screams echoing. What is happening? There's a disturbance. Run. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan found themselves trapped on stage. Caught in a perilous situation, they felt like a fragile boat in a storm, at risk of being engulfed by towering waves at any moment. Xiao Qingyan, what do we do? Jiang Qing's voice trembled slightly as she clutched his arm, as if it were her only lifeline. Xiao Qingyan did not answer, his lips pressed tightly together as he focused intently on the tumult below. He parted his lips, uttering two words, "Don't be afraid." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the cacophony. "Everyone, please remain calm. I am a reporter." A figure struggled to push their way to the front, only to be forcefully shoved aside by a robust arm. Chi, a seasoned veteran in the journalism world, was now pale with fear, resembling a startled rabbit. She endeavored to restore order, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, stay calm. Please, remain calm." However, her voice was soon drowned out by the surrounding uproar. One of the thugs, his face resembling a slab of meat, snatched the microphone from her grasp and glared at her menacingly. "Shut up. Mind your own business." The microphone fell to the ground, emitting a jarring thud, akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the scene into further chaos. Jiang Qing witnessed this scene, trembling with rage. How dare these scoundrels act so brazenly? She clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Xiao Qingyan's gaze turned even colder, reminiscent of eternal ice, sending a chill down one's spine that he surveyed the surroundings as if searching for an escape route. At that moment, Xiao Qingyan made an unexpected move. Instead of charging at the thugs like a hero from a movie, he turned and picked up a guitar that had been resting in the corner of the stage. Originally intended for a performance, the guitar now transformed into a weapon in his hands. His long fingers strummed the strings, and an exhilarating melody reverberated throughout the venue. The piece was fast-paced and filled with vigor, as if narrating an unwavering spirit of resistance. Everyone froze, including the ruffians causing the disturbance. They halted their actions, gazing blankly at the man holding the guitar on stage. Xiao Qingyan lowered his head slightly, his eyes focused, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only him and his music. His fingers danced across the strings, each note resonating with power, every beat striking at the hearts of the audience. What is he doing? Someone whispered, "I have no idea. What is this all about? Does he think he can sway them with music?" The thugs exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They had never encountered such a spectacle and were momentarily intimidated. One thug scratched his head in confusion and reported to their leader, "Boss, this kid is a bit uncanny." Another thug chimed in, "Yeah, boss, we..." Before they could finish, Xiao Qingyan abruptly ceased playing, lifted his head, and fixed them with a piercing gaze, speaking deliberately. "Now it is my turn to speak." Xiao Qingyan's guitar notes flowed like a clear stream, gently infiltrating the hearts of everyone present. The initially panicked audience gradually fell silent. They ceased their screams and frantic movements, instead staring blankly at the man with the guitar. The music seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing their fears and igniting a sense of justice within them. These people are far too arrogant. How dare they cause a scene at a press conference? Indeed, absolutely outrageous. We must support Mr. Xiao and Miss Jiang. The voices of the audience grew louder, transitioning from hushed whispers to a collective fervor, as they denounced the thugs' violent actions and expressed their support for Xiao Qingyan and Jiang Qing. The previously fierce expressions on the thugs' faces began to crack. They exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. Just moments ago, they had radiated menace, but now they resembled wilted eggplants. Jiang Qing gazed at Xiao Qingyan, her eyes filled with admiration. This man always managed to surprise her. She slowly approached him, and the two shared a tender gaze on stage, their eyes holding only each other. Xiao Qingyan smiled gently, as if to say, "Don't be afraid. I am here." In that instant, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them. The audience below gasped in awe, pulling out their phones to capture this romantic moment. "Now, it is our turn to speak," Xiao Qingyan declared, setting the guitar down with determination. He grasped Jiang Qing's hand, and together they stood side by side, ready to unveil the truth behind the conflict between the two prominent families. This was all a conspiracy. Their voices rang out with strength, each word resonating like a hammer striking against the hearts of all who listened. The audience was left dumbfounded, struggling to believe what they had just heard. The truth was indeed this. The press conference proceeded smoothly, and all truths were laid bare for the world to see. Meanwhile, the two prominent families, situated thousands of miles away, remained blissfully unaware. "Master, something terrible has happened." A servant rushed in, flustered. "Elder Hong, something's gone terribly wrong." The servant stumbled into the conference room, nearly falling flat on his face. Elder Hong, already on edge due to the press conference, was now fuming. "What a fright! What kind of nonsense is this?" The servant trembled, quickly reporting the two heirs at the press conference. He stammered, struggling to convey the information. Elder Tong, who had been casually enjoying seeds and watching the drama unfold, immediately perked up at the mention of the press conference. "What happened? Don't keep me in suspense." The servant nervously handed over a phone, displaying the live broadcast replay of the press conference. After watching, Elder Hong and Elder Tong's expressions darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "This is preposterous. Utterly outrageous." Elder Hong fumed, his anger palpable as he glared at the two young heirs. "How dare they act on their own accord?" Elder Tong mirrored his fury. "This is insubordination. Do they not respect the family's rules?" The atmosphere in the conference room became tense as the family members exchanged wary glances, afraid to make a sound. When the news reached Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan, they exchanged a knowing look. Feeling the weight of their responsibility increase, that it seems the situation is more complicated than we imagined, Xiao Qingyan stated solemnly. Jiang Qing tightened her grip on his hand, resolutely declaring, "Don't worry, we will face this together." Meanwhile, Secretary Yuan found himself caught in the crossfire between the two families, feeling more wrong than dough. "Elder Hong, Elder Tong, please calm down. I was merely following orders," he pleaded, his face contorted in despair. Yet, he was met with a barrage of scolding from both elders, feeling as if he were a mute trying to express his grievances. The tension between the two families was palpable, as if a spark could ignite a flame. "It seems we need to stoke the fire further," Jiang Qing remarked with a determined glint in her eye, and Xiao Qingyan nodded in agreement, both exhibiting a remarkable synergy. "Let's go." Jiang Qing took Xiao Qingyan's hand and led him deeper into the family estate. "Where's the key?" The door to the archives stood ajar, a musty odor wafting out. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged glances before cautiously pushing the door open. What greeted them was utter chaos. Papers strewn across the floor, as if ravaged by a tornado. Bookshelves toppled over, some even broken in half, and the air thick with dust, prompting involuntary coughs. What on earth? Who was the fool responsible for this? Even a demolition crew wouldn't be this ruthless. Jiang Qing couldn't help but curse, her delicate features twisted in shock. Xiao Qingyan's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the room in search of clues. The two split up, beginning to search for the crucial documents they needed. However, with each passing moment, their hearts grew heavier. The key evidence that could prove the discord between the two families was manipulated had mysteriously vanished. Damn it! Xiao Qingyan slammed his fist against the wooden table, producing a dull thud. Without this evidence, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and reconciliation between the families would remain a distant dream. Jiang Qing was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, her elegant brow furrowed in distress. Is it really going to end in failure? Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Qing like a bolt of lightning. She looked up with a glimmer in her eyes and a sly smile curling her lips. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. She pulled out a USB drive from her bag and, with a mysterious smile directed at Xiao Qingyan, declared, I secretly made a backup earlier. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Xiao Qingyan was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a smile of relief. He grasped Jiang Qing's hand tightly. His eyes filled with affection. I knew it. You will always be my lucky star. They exchanged knowing smiles, as everything was understood without words. With the USB drive in hand, they hurried towards the negotiation room. The dawn of hope illuminating their path once more. At the end of the corridor, the door to the negotiation room remained closed, muffled voices of argument seeping through. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing intertwined her fingers with Xiao Qingyan's and pushed the door open. Inside the negotiation room, the atmosphere was as tense as a collapsing multi-layered cake. Hand in hand, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan strode in with an air of confidence that surpassed even the most imposing presence. All eyes turned to them, filled with anticipation, as if awaiting the final judgment. Apologies for our tardiness. We were caught in traffic, Jiang Qing said breezily, as though she had merely come for afternoon tea. Xiao Qingyan adopted an aloof expression, exuding the confidence of a domineering CEO. Where is the evidence? Present it at once. Elder Hong was evidently unable to contain his impatience, his beard nearly curling skyward. Jiang Qing offered a slight smile as she retrieved a USB drive and gently inserted it into the projector. Next, please enjoy the grand drama of truths unfolding. The content within the USB detonated like a bomb in the conference room. It turned out that the rivalry between the two prominent families was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. The unseen puppet master, driven by self-interest, sowed discord, inciting the two families to engage in mutual destruction. After reviewing the evidence, Elder Hong and Elder Tong wore expressions more ghastly than if they had just ingested a fly. They could hardly fathom that they had been so thoroughly manipulated. I was wrong. Elder Hong was the first to lower his head in contrition, his tone more earnest than that of a primary school student during a confession. Elder Tong quickly followed suit. I was wrong too. We are simply old fools. With the elders' admissions of guilt, members of both families began to denounce the despicable actions of the puppet master. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from tense confrontation to joyous laughter, leaving outsiders to wonder if a wedding celebration was underway. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan stood before the assembly, accepting the blessings from their families. They embraced and wept, all their hardships dissipating in that moment. It is finally over, Jiang Qing choked out. Xiao Qingyan gently stroked her hair. Indeed, everything has come to an end. Jiang Qing raised her gaze toward Xiao Qingyan, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous glint. Chill. Xiao Qingyan placed a finger to his lips, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Secrets. Chapter 79. The tide of public opinion swells. Hearts steadfast the day following the press conference. An avalanche of reports inundated the airwaves. However, the contents of these reports diverged greatly from the truth. Astonishing. The century-old feud between the two families has culminated in a monumental reconciliation, shrouded in earth-shattering secrets. A tale of wealthy grievances. Reconciliation or conspiracy? A retrospective of 100 years of enmity between the two clans. Insiders divulge. The Jiang and Xiao families may monopolize the entire industry. The headlines in newspapers and magazines grew increasingly sensational, with content embellished and exaggerated, capturing whispers and half-truths. Rumors of illegitimate offspring, business unions, money laundering, and more swirled around like confetti, far surpassing the drama of any evening soap opera. Upon reading these reports, members of both families were incensed. These journalists will stop at nothing for clicks. This is sheer nonsense. When have our families ever harbored secrets? They are intent on tarnishing our reputations. Family members, filled with righteous indignation, clamored for measures to address the crisis of public opinion. Elder Hong and Elder Tong seized this opportunity to re-emerge, their faces alight with self-satisfaction that read, "I told you so, see? I warned you that reconciliation would yield no good. Now our reputations are in ruins." Elder Hong lamented, "Indeed. Now the outside world perceives us as villains. We must immediately halt any reconciliation." Elder Tong echoed fervently that I end the conference room. A fierce debate erupted between the members supporting reconciliation and the two elders. The atmosphere charged with tension. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan sat at the head of the table, their expressions grave. They recognized that this wave of public opinion posed immense pressure on the reconciliation process. Silence. Xiao Qingyan's deep voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. The room fell silent. "These reports are fabrications. We need not concern ourselves with them," Xiao Qingyan declared resolutely. "Reconciliation is imperative." Jiang Qing rose. Standing firmly beside Xiao Qingyan, "I believe that the innocent shall be vindicated, that we act with integrity, and we shall not fear these slanders." Their gazes were steadfast, resembling two towering mountains, unyielding and resolute. Just then, Xiao Qingyan's phone rang unexpectedly, that he glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting slightly, that he exited the conference room and entered his office. Inside, his business partners were sending messages one after another, expressing their desire to distance themselves temporarily to evade the repercussions of the current public sentiment. As he read these messages, Xiao Qingyan's brow furrowed, his heart heavy with resignation. The office window stood wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, yet it could not lift the weight from his heart. Alone at his desk, he pondered. He knew he could not be swayed by external rumors, but the pressure of reality left him feeling more fatigued than ever. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and Jiang Qing stepped inside. She quietly stood behind him, softly saying, "Qingyan, do not take those rumors to heart, that we have done the right thing, and others will come to understand." Xiao Qingyan looked up to meet Jiang Qing's trusting gaze, and a wave of comfort washed over him, that he rose and gently embraced her. "Thank you, Jiang Qing. With you by my side, I can endure anything." Their embrace was warm and resolute, as if, in that instant, all difficulties became trivial. Xiao Qingyan softly patted Jiang Qing's back, saying tenderly, "You always give me strength." Jiang Qing smiled, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Qingyan, have you forgotten? I am not one to merely hide behind you. There are things I will also take charge of." Xiao Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qing's eyes radiated resolve. He felt a stir within, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Qing had already turned to leave the office. Once outside, she promptly dialed Reporter Chi's number. Without a hint of hesitation or retreat, she emerged like a sword drawn from its sheath, her brilliance unmistakable. "Reporter Chi, I wish to accept your exclusive interview." On the other end, Reporter Chi was evidently taken aback, and after a few seconds, he regained his composure, excitement lacing his voice. "Miss Jiang, are you serious? This is a major scoop." Initially expecting that this report would compel Jiang Qing to evade the spotlight, he was astounded by her proactive approach. It felt like a windfall. "Of course, I hope it will be as soon as possible," Jiang Qing asserted firmly. After hanging up, Jiang Qing shared her plan with Xiao Qingyan. He regarded her with admiration and support. "That I believe in you." His succinct yet powerful words provided Jiang Qing with immense encouragement. That on the day of the interview, clad in a sharp professional outfit, Jiang Qing sat confidently before the camera. She articulated the truth behind the misleading reports, revealing that the two families, once adversaries, were maliciously targeted by hired forces who sought to undermine their cooperation out of envy for the benefits their reconciliation would bring. "Our reconciliation is not merely to end a century of grievances, but also to secure a prosperous future for the entire industry." Jiang Qing declared emphatically that we shall join forces to cultivate a more thriving market, benefiting all. Reporter Qi watched Jiang Qing speak eloquently, filled with admiration. This woman possessed not only striking beauty, but also remarkable courage and intellect that he had anticipated a defensive stance from Jiang Qing, but was taken aback by the magnitude of the revelation she unveiled. This scoop was becoming increasingly enticing. Following the interview's broadcast, public sentiment began to shift. More individuals began to trust Jiang Qing's words and express support for the reconciliation between the two families. Within the families, the previously opposing voices gradually diminished. Although Elder Hong and Elder Tong remained dissatisfied, they no longer opposed reconciliation with the same fervor, for no one wished to become the target of public ire. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding the unspoken words between them, they recognized that this was merely the first step. The true challenge lay ahead. Next comes the real battle, Jiang Qing murmured. Xiao Qingyan grasped her hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Chapter 80. Melting of Family Ice. United we stand in a dimly lit room. Smoke curled in the air as the figures of several family elders lurked within. Reconciliation? A pipe dream. Elder Hong exclaimed as he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. That brat Xiao Qingyan truly believes he has earned his wings and can rule the skies. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, mingling with that Jiang girl will inevitably lead to trouble. They conspired, plotting to covertly sabotage the reconciliation process, their words dripping with malice. Meanwhile, the family members advocating for reconciliation were increasingly anxious. They sensed an undercurrent of unrest, but could not ascertain the specific threats looming. During the family meeting, the atmosphere was tense. With each member treading cautiously, fearful of broaching sensitive topics, that an air of unease enveloped them, akin to the calm before a storm. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan keenly detected these anomalies. Xiao Qingyan's expression darkened. It seemed some were still unwilling to relent, but he scoffed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Determined, he strode directly to Elder Hong's study and pushed the door open. Elder Hong, we need to have a serious discussion. Elder Hong, seated in a grand chair, wore a mocking smile. Xiao Qingyan, do you think you can persuade me? He leisurely sipped his tea, unless you agree to a few conditions. Elder Hong squinted his eyes, casting forth a series of stringent conditions, each one aimed directly at Xiao Qingyan's vulnerabilities. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Qingyan fell in a deep contemplation. Any one of these stipulations could exact a tremendous toll from him. Standing beside him, Jiang Qing's gaze was resolute as she gently patted Xiao Qingyan's shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Gradually, the clarity returned to Xiao Qingyan's eyes, and a confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Elder Hong, I fear I cannot acquiesce to all of your demands. Meanwhile, Elder Tong approached Jiang Qing. Child, if you wish to prove your sincerity, assist me in resolving this tricky matter first. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. Feeling an invisible pressure, she understood that this was Elder Tong's test for her, a reflection of the family's internal discord. With unwavering determination, she nodded and stepped out of the room, ready to confront the challenge ahead. Navigating the intricate affairs within the family was no easy feat for Jiang Qing. Every step was fraught with uncertainty and difficulties, yet she did not waver. The image of Xiao Qingyan flashed through her mind, filling her with a sense of support and encouragement. Xiao Qingyan, too, was not idle. Quietly from the shadows, he provided Jiang Qing with resources and information, be it retrieving files or coordinating relationships. He exerted every effort to assist her. Feeling this silent support, a glimmer of gratitude shone in Jiang Qing's eyes, for she realized their hearts were drawing closer. Just as Jiang Qing completed the final task and prepared to report to Elder Tong, Secretary Yuan hurried over. Miss Jiang, wait a moment. I have important news to share with you. His words abruptly halted, leaving a tantalizing suspense, as if a new opportunity was about to unfold. Secretary Yuan, with dark circles under his eyes akin to a panda who had been burning the midnight oil, sifted through mountains of documents. Coordinating the reconciliation between the two powerful families was a monumental challenge, leaving him feeling on the brink of losing his hair. Suddenly, an aged family tree caught his attention. Wait, this name. Secretary Yuan rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. Was this not the legendary distant relative, Uncle Wei, who was known for being elusive? It was said that Uncle Wei had traveled far and wide in his youth. witnessing the former camaraderie between the two families, a living piece of history. Feeling as if he had grasped a lifeline, Secretary Yuan promptly reported his findings to Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan. Uncle Wei, such a figure exists? Jiang Qing exclaimed in astonishment, while Xiao Qingyan raised an eyebrow, evidently hearing this for the first time. This news was more thrilling than winning a 5 million lottery. The two immediately ordered that this pivotal individual be located. After a thorough search, Uncle Wei was finally found. With his white hair and youthful appearance, he resembled a sage from a secluded realm. At the family meeting, Uncle Wei passionately recounted the fraternal bond once shared between the two families. A tale so poignant that the elderly stalwarts wept openly, expressing disbelief at how harmonious their past had been. That it is all the fault of those dark forces sowing discord. Uncle Wei's nostalgia effectively obliterated the resistance from the old guard. As the dawn of reconciliation began to break, the members of the family wore smiles of joy, as if they had glimpsed world peace. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding palpable. All that remained was a formal ceremony to solidify the reconciliation. "Let it be next Wednesday," Xiao Qingyan declared, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Yet at that moment a bodyguard rushed in, his face pale, whispering urgently into Xiao Qingyan's ear. Xiao Qingyan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 81. The convergence of kin. The bodyguard's words struck like a thunderclap in Xiao Qingyan's ears. "Young master, there has been an incident at the ceremony venue." Xiao Qingyan sprang to his feet, a chill racing up his spine. Jiang Qing's heart tightened in response. Was the path to reconciliation destined to be so fraught with obstacles? The two hurried to the venue, only to be met with a sight that left them gasping in shock. The once opulently adorned hall was now in disarray. The grand portrait symbolizing the friendship between the two families had been splattered with red paint, resembling a scene from a horror film. The ice sculpture representing mutual cooperation lay shattered, more broken than a deceitful lover. Even the prepared doves of peace seemed to have gone on strike, flitting off to unknown escapades. The staff at the scene wore expressions of terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Secretary Yuan, responsible for overseeing the arrangements, was drenched in sweat, frantic as a fly in a hot pan. "Young master. Miss Jiang, what are we to do? The ceremony is about to commence. What are you panicking for? Even if the sky falls, I shall bear it." Xiao Qingyan bellowed, his commanding aura radiating authority as he swiftly directed everyone to restore order and implement contingency plans. Jiang Qing, maintaining her composure, assessed the situation. It was clear that someone had deliberately sabotaged the event, likely provoked by the impending reconciliation that threatened certain interests. At long last, the venue was restored to its former glory, and new doves of peace were in place. However, a new dilemma arose. Elder Hong and Elder Tong, despite agreeing to the reconciliation, were now at odds over the ceremony's proceedings. Elder Hong insisted on adhering to ancient rites, advocating for a blood oath, while Elder Tong deemed such traditions outdated, proposing a modern handshake embrace instead. The two elders exchanged heated words, on the verge of an all-out brawl. The surrounding family members held their breath, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. "Perhaps we might approach it this way," Jiang Qing interjected with a charming smile, proposing a compromise that incorporated both traditional elements and modern flair. Xiao Qingyan added his input at an opportune moment. And finally, the two elders reluctantly agreed, halting their epic quarrel as the ceremony prepared to commence. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan exchanged a triumphant smile, relieved that the storm had passed. Yet just then, Xiao Qingyan's phone vibrated urgently. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning grave. "What is it?" he asked, his tone icy. And on the other end, a frantic voice replied, "Young master, it's bad news." The voice trembled with urgency. "Rumors are spreading that this reconciliation ceremony is a sham. A trap set by your two families with the aim of devouring other factions." Xiao Qingyan's visage darkened, akin to the calm before a tempest. Jiang Qing, having overheard the conversation, furrowed her brow, a wave of unease washing over her. This truly was a case of trouble coming in droves, with one wave of chaos following closely behind another. The rumors spread like wildfire, and the atmosphere at the once joyous ceremony began to grow increasingly tense. Whispers circulated among the family members, their faces etched with doubt and anxiety. "Is this true? Something feels off. Could it be?" The Xiao and Jiang families colluding. That's terrifying. If that's the case, are we merely cannon fodder? The unease rippled through the crowd, akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Elder Hong and Elder Tong, having caught wind of the situation, turned ashen, their expressions grim. Xiao Qingyan, you had better provide us with an explanation. Elder Hong roared, resembling an enraged lion. Jiang Qing, what on earth is your family plotting? Elder Tong added, equally fierce and sharp in tone, that I in the face of skepticism. Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan remained calm. They locked eyes, their silent communication profound. Qing'er, do not fear. I am here. Xiao Qingyan gently grasped Jiang Qing's hand, offering her strength that I believe in you. Together, we shall confront this, Jiang Qing replied, her grip firm and composed. Witnessing this exchange, those around them felt a twinge of envy. Even in the face of tremendous pressure, they were able to support each other unwaveringly, and this bond moved many. Hand in hand, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan strode towards the ceremony, their backs straight and resolute, like two towering mountains standing firm against the wind. That moment, a shrill voice pierced the air. Xiao Qingyan, do you dare to swear before everyone that this reconciliation is devoid of any ulterior motives? A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Qingyan's mouth as he replied with a devilish grin. Of course I dare, and I invite all those who spread rumors and harbor ill intentions to join us, so you may witness what true transparency looks like. With this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, the sudden twist akin to a whirlwind. Those who had anticipated a spectacle now stood frozen. As if paralyzed, Jiang Qing admired Xiao Qingyan's confidence, her heart swelling with pride. Truly, he is my man, so commanding. The reconciliation ceremony unfolded, the red carpet laid out, flowers blooming, an atmosphere of joyous celebration enveloping the space. Xiao Qingyan and Jiang Qing, hand in hand, resembled a pair of celestial beings, gracefully approaching the family members. Behind them, the erstwhile opponents of the reconciliation, Elder Hong and Elder Tong, now wore expressions of satisfaction. The remnants of the dark forces, who had covertly stirred the pot, were dragged out by the family members for public scrutiny, transforming the scene into a lively spectacle of accountability. Former dissenters showered blessings upon the couple, making the occasion more boisterous than the New Year celebrations. At long last, the love between Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan received the wholehearted blessings of their families, and the wave of affection they radiated left the singletons present feeling a twinge of envy. After the ceremony concluded, Jiang Qing and Xiao Qingyan embraced tightly, their joyful smiles radiating brighter than the sun. They understood that their love and their families were destined to embrace an even more splendid future. However, at that moment, Jiang Qing's phone suddenly rang, shattering the serene beauty of the moment. As she answered the call, her expression gradually turned serious. All right, I will head over immediately. After hanging up, Jiang Qing turned to Xiao Qingyan, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. There is an urgent project at the company that requires my immediate attention.